Chapter 70. Creating one's own divine abilities, achieving the ninth layer of integration. The Lei Yuan Dao seed, a product of the system, is indeed extraordinary. Han Xuanji gazed at the peculiar crystal within the system space, which continuously emitted pure Lei Gang, and felt a surge of emotion. The location for the 4-star sign-in is truly remarkable. Lei Yuan Dao seed, a wondrous entity nurtured by heaven and earth. Absorbed by Lei Dao practitioners, it significantly enhances their comprehension and cultivation of the Lei Dao, with a chance to grasp Lei Dao divine abilities. When integrated into a magical artifact, it can endow it with the essence of thunder, raising its grade. It can also be placed in a location to attract the thunder spirits of heaven and earth, transforming it into a sacred ground for Lei Dao cultivation. The effects are nothing short of miraculous. A satisfied smile appeared on Han Xuanji's lips. For Lei Dao practitioners, this is an immeasurable opportunity, and for him, it is not too shabby either. He speculated that this object originally coexisted with the Lei Qi, being the core that maintained the thunder cycle in this place. Forcibly removing it would surely cause disturbances. The Sanlong Emperor must have refrained from taking it, likely unwilling to destroy this treasured land. However, what he obtained through sign-in perfectly circumvented this issue, causing no damage to the Lei Qi while granting him this heavenly treasure. There was no need for him to retrieve the original Dao seed, and given his capabilities, he probably couldn't extract it anyway, just as he was about to fully refine and absorb the Lei Yuan Dao seed from the system space. Rumble. The entire Lei Shun mountain trembled violently, as if the Lei Qi at the summit had been struck by a searing iron, instantly boiling with fury. The previously orderly flowing Lei Ling liquid exploded chaotically, with golden thunder, as thick as a dragon, soaring into the sky. The frenzied Lei domain enveloping the mountain peak became as active as a powder keg ignited, and the essence of thunder in the heavens surged rapidly like a rising tide. What is happening? It seems the Lei Qi at the summit has gone berserk. Could someone have already ascended the mountain? This is bad. We must retreat. We cannot remain here. At the halfway point, cultivators who were harnessing the power of thunder for cultivation or collecting materials were struck with alarm, their expressions turning pale. They could keenly sense that the thunder had become more concentrated and violent. Even those cultivating the Lei Dao felt a sense of threat. Initially, they had planned to cultivate for a while before attempting to ascend, but the upheaval of the Lei Qi forced them to abandon their tranquil comprehension. The thunder seems to have become agitated. At the foot of the mountain, Lu Fan perceived the noticeably intensified aura of thunder surrounding him. He gazed toward the summit with surprise and suspicion, involuntarily conjuring the image of Han Xuanji in his mind. Could it be that Senior has done something? Lin Patian let out a muffled groan as a massive purple lightning bolt, far more powerful than before, struck him solidly. Despite his formidable physique, he was left battered and burnt, with smoke rising from his wounds. Damn, the opportunity at the summit has definitely been triggered. This commotion is too frightening. Lu Fan furrowed his brow, saying, if an opportunity has been obtained, there should be some sound transmitted from the immortal abode space. I wouldn't know about that. Lin Patian waved his hand, gradually adapting to the intensifying power of thunder. Han Xuanji remained oblivious to the chaos caused below. He had not anticipated that his inadvertent actions would bring distress to some of the cultivators on Leishan Mountain. Direct absorption. One's own cultivation is fundamental. Han Xuanji's resolve was unwavering. He sat cross-legged at the core of the Lei Qi, enveloped by the most violent thunder, yet remained as steadfast as a rock. The Wan Fa Xian Ti operated at full capacity, greedily absorbing the pure Lei Yuan energy released by the Lei Yuan Dao seed, while simultaneously drawing in the thunder essence from the entire Lei Qi, like rivers converging into the sea. After reaching the integration stage, merely relying on the inhalation of spiritual energy from heaven and earth progressed slowly. Such a heavenly treasure, gathering boundless energy, provides immense cultivation benefits upon refinement. This is why many advanced cultivators wander far and wide, seeking such opportunities. A top-tier heavenly treasure like this can rival centuries of arduous cultivation. With the Wan FACNT, Han Xuanji found it effortlessly easy to refine this Lei Dao source power. In the blink of an eye, the power of the Lei Yuan Dao seed and the essence of the Lei Qi converged into a torrent, washing through his limbs and meridians. Over the years, Han Xuanji had acquired numerous Lei Dao techniques through sign-ins, which quickly began to operate, voraciously devouring and transforming this pure thunder source. The barriers of his realm began to loosen under the impact of this overwhelming force. This is also why many practitioners from various sects choose to venture out for training after reaching a certain level. Sometimes they may travel to extremely distant places, unable to return for a long time, and at times, they may even perish on the path of seizing opportunities. Entering such an immortal abode space is a rare stroke of fortune indeed. Simultaneously, Xuanji's physical body began to be gradually tempered by the thunder. Each strike of destructive lightning that struck him was absorbed for its annihilative power, transforming into nourishing life energy for his body. His bones shimmered with a jade-like glow, and the flow of blood resonated with the sound of wind and thunder. It would be best if I could directly cultivate to the crossing tribulation stage, Xuanji mused. For an immortal cultivator, the most crucial aspect remains the realm. The gap between each major realm is not easily crossed, even with external aid. While he possesses an immortal artifact, should a crossing tribulation cultivator wielding an immortal artifact appear, he could not guarantee 100% success. Whenever Xuanji made a move, he would typically secure a swift victory. This was due to his profound foundation and an array of magical abilities, coupled with the fact that his realm was not significantly lower. Time quietly passed amidst the roaring thunder. A year slipped by in the blink of an eye. Xuanji had absorbed the majority of the Lei Yuan Dao seed. The spiritual power within him grew increasingly robust and solidified, returning his realm to the 9th layer of integration, leaving him only a step away from complete cultivation and drawing near to the coveted crossing tribulation realm that countless cultivators yearn for. Moreover, upon absorbing this Lei Yuan Dao seed, not only did his cultivation increase, but his comprehension of the Lei Dao principles also improved significantly. When he initially practiced the Lei Fa, he was merely at the Yuan Ying realm, having only grasped the surface of the Lei Dao. Now he could finally be considered to have entered the door, developing his own insights into the Lei Dao principles. It is no exaggeration to say that the Lei Dao practitioner of Shun Xianzong, who has cultivated for nearly 10,000 years, likely pales in comparison to his current mastery of the Lei Dao. Thunder, the authority of tribulation punishment, wielding annihilation, yet also possessing the path of life, is endlessly variable. However, my primary focus remains on the destructive properties of thunder. Xuanji understood this in his heart. Each path encompasses myriad principles. Even the strongest beings in the immortal ascension realm merely master a singular life principle before gradually progressing. Although Xuanji possesses a high level of comprehension and a unique constitution, he does not aspire for unattainable heights. Rather, he primarily contemplates the transformations of the thunder annihilation. Throughout this year, while refining the Dao seed and perceiving the principles of thunder, he seamlessly grasped a formidable divine art of the Thunder Dao. He named it Pomi Leizhong, which, as the name suggests, strikes forth with a single palm, condensing chaotic thunder energy to obliterate myriad laws and extinguish vitality. Its might is exceedingly powerful, constituting yet another formidable offensive divine art. In the outside world, in Beiming's Hao, a figure swept through the sky, arriving in an ancient site shrouded in perpetual gloom. Moments later, this figure gracefully descended. Tall and handsome, he donned a black lotus robe, revealing himself to be Yu Huatian, the leader of the Tianma Jiao. "Old fellow, are you still alive?" Yu Huatian's voice echoed, reverberating continuously. He sought to summon an ancient ancestor of the Tianma Jiao, who was also of the crossing tribulation realm, and had once made a significant name for himself. Chapter 71. The ancestor of the Blood River perfected integration. The grave of 10,000 demons is suffused with a decayed aura. An oppressive chill of malevolent energy swirling in the air, accompanied by the mournful wails of the wind, as if lamenting the countless souls buried within. The words of Yu Huatian resonate in the stillness, akin to stones cast into a deep abyss, awaiting a response that never comes. After a prolonged silence, just as Yu Huatian's brow furrows and his patience wanes, a potent stench of blood slowly emanates from the depths below. This aura induces a sense of trepidation even in Yu Huatian, who has attained the tribulation stage, compelling him to envelop himself in protective dark energy. Soon after, an extraordinarily hoarse voice, as if a cacophony of many overlapping tones, breaks the silence. "Haha, so you have also reached the tribulation stage, little brat?" As the voice emerges, a colossal silhouette bursts forth from the ground amidst a crimson glow. This figure is not that of a typical human, but rather a grotesque amalgamation of countless writhing masses of flesh, barely resembling a humanoid form. The head, a mass of blood and flesh, moves erratically until it finally forms a rough approximation of a human face, as if forcibly molded together. the ancestor of the Blood River. Yu Huatian gazes at this entity, exuding an aura of profound malevolence and chaos. And even with his ironclad resolve and unparalleled demonic prowess, he cannot help but narrow his eyes. His voice tinged with gravity. It appears that you have indeed not been completely consumed by the flesh of the heavenly demon, retaining a sliver of your consciousness. Yu Huatian reflects on this with a sense of melancholy. This monstrous being is none other than the legendary Blood River ancestor, the fearsome progenitor of the heavenly demon Sect, who instigated an ocean of blood thousands of years ago, instilling terror throughout the entire northern underworld. Regrettably, his reckless actions drew the ire of forces far beyond his comprehension, leading him to the brink of annihilation. In a desperate bid to prolong his existence and maintain his power, he voraciously consumed the essence of heavenly demon flesh, resulting in his mind being irrevocably tainted and eroded by the remnants of demonic thoughts, plunging him into eternal madness, while his physical form underwent unspeakable and horrific distortions. Ultimately, the Sect paid a heavy price to jointly seal him here, suppressing his insatiable thirst for slaughter and consumption. Over the years, Yu Huatian has secretly expended vast resources from the heavenly demon Sect in an attempt to awaken a trace of controllable consciousness within him. Haha, you have broken through the tribulation. It seems the ancestor can also emerge now. The grotesque face at the center of the mass contorts slightly, emitting a more jarring, rasping laughter. Fresh blood, powerful blood. Release me, so I may feast. Countless mouths open and close in unison, uttering frenzied whispers as a terrifying aura envelopes the atmosphere. A flicker of apprehension crosses Yu Huatian's eyes. He suspects that should he release this entity, he might be the first to be attacked. However, having already entered the tribulation stage, he feels no fear. He speaks solemnly. I may release you, but you must perform a task for me. The chaotic, blood-red eyes at the center of the grotesque face fixate intently on Yu Huatian. Accompany me as we tread upon the hallowed grounds of the divine, profound Sect. Annihilate their cultivators, and with their essence and souls, nourish your river of blood. Yu Huatian articulated each word with a chilling intent to kill. I believe the million cultivators of the divine, profound Sect will suffice to satiate your hunger. The consciousness of the Blood River ancestor, albeit somewhat obscured and occasionally descending into madness, is nonetheless aware of the weight that this name carries. Fear not, for the divine profound Sect is currently vulnerable, and I have already gathered a considerable following. A cold smirk played upon Yu Huatian's lips, reflecting his unwavering confidence. Although a mysterious cultivator of formidable strength resides within the Sect, their power merely reaches the integration realm, no matter how formidable. They cannot stir the waters against a tribulation transcender. Excellent. Eradicate them all. Their blood shall be mine. A terrifying aura of slaughter and the stench of blood erupted as the Blood River ancestor expressed palpable excitement. Yu Huatian regarded this monstrous entity, seemingly devoid of humanity, maintaining an outward calm while a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. The divine profound Sect possesses profound depths, and though he harbors intense animosity, he would not act recklessly. This Blood River ancestor serves as an exceedingly frenzied blade under his command. How much longer must I wait? The Blood River ancestor inquired, mouth agape. A little longer. Yu Huatian pondered momentarily before responding. To ensure the thorough obliteration of the divine profound Sect, there could be no room for haste. A legacy that has endured for countless years cannot simply be extinguished. Thus, Yu Huatian must prepare meticulously. For this purpose, he requires the alliance of others. This ancestor, whose mind is somewhat clouded, is easily manipulated, but others may prove more challenging. Contemplating this, Yu Huatian departed with an impassive expression. 3 years swiftly passed. An ominous storm brewed within the divine profound Sect, enveloping it in a stifling atmosphere. Informants of the demonic Sect infiltrated the divine profound Sect, and it was inevitable that the demonic Sect would also possess intelligence to sell to them. Now, nearly the entire Sect was aware that the forces of the demonic path were poised to strike. Within the celestial abode, Han Xuanji remained oblivious to the unfolding events outside. In reality, he and the little white tiger were ensconced in their cave dwelling, surrounded by countless formations, should anyone dare to intrude. Even a tribulation transcender would face dire consequences. On this day, Han Xuanji mastered the 7th level of the primordial immortal scripture, the heart of the integration chapter, achieving perfection, and his realm likewise ascended to the pinnacle of integration. He was but a step away from the tribulation. Han Xuanji slowly opened his eyes, the profound lightning within them flickering momentarily as he glanced at the dimly glowing, significantly weakened thunder pool. System sign-in. Upon successfully breaking through his realm, Han Xuanji immediately proceeded to sign in. The rewards for signing in at the thunder pool predominantly consisted of various derivative thunder-type spiritual treasures, which had continuously enhanced his understanding of the thunder path, thus augmenting the power of his self-created divine abilities. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the thunder pool of the Azure Dragon Celestial Abode and receiving the primordial celestial artifact, Thunder Sword. The essence of this place has been completely depleted. The host is advised to seek other locations for signing in. The innate celestial weapon, the Thunder Sword, evokes a subtle stir within Han Xuanji. Perhaps this is the final opportunity for signing in, culminating in the revelation of a grand prize. The term innate celestial weapon refers to those artifacts not forged by cultivators, but rather bestowed by the heavens. The potency of such weapons can vary significantly, entirely dependent on the nurturing of the cosmos. As his thoughts coalesce, an ancient-looking longsword, suffused with a profound violet hue, materializes before him, hovering above the thunder pool. Measuring 3 feet and 3 inches in length, the blade is adorned with naturally formed enigmatic patterns. These markings are not engraved. They appear to be the result of the natural convergence of the laws of thunder and earth. An overwhelming aura emanates from the sword, exuding an intensity so restrained that it seems capable of invoking the wrath of the heavens. What a magnificent sword! Han Xuanji's eyes gleam with astonishment. The quality of this thunder sword undoubtedly rivals that of the celestial sword, imbued with the purest essence of thunder. He extends his hand and gently grasps the hilt. In that moment of contact, the entirety of Thunder God Mountain falls into an eerie silence, the raging lightning pausing momentarily. An indescribable, terrifying sword intent, coupled with the overwhelming might of thunder, seems on the verge of eruption. However, with the next instant, Han Xuanji channels a surge of spiritual energy, restoring tranquility to the tempestuous force. Indeed, he nods slightly. He finds himself perfectly capable of wielding this thunder sword. It's unleashed power sufficient to slay cultivators of the tribulation realm, and he feels confident in facing even the mightiest of ascended beings. Although it is merely equivalent to a mid-grade celestial weapon, he is quite satisfied. Thus, it appears that despite these locations being rated 4 stars, the system attributes a high value to these celestial treasures. Indeed, such celestial resources are typically rare, seldom encountered in a millennium, and not easily claimed by a mere cultivator of the integration realm. The Thunder Source seed, for instance, might elude even ordinary ascended beings. Han Xuanji cannot believe that throughout the years, no one has reached the pinnacle of Thunder God Mountain. The inability to procure the Thunder Source seed likely stems from their sheer powerlessness. Nevertheless, there is no need to linger here any longer. Han Xuanji sheathes the Thunder Sword and casts his gaze deeper into the celestial abode. Simultaneously, he must prepare for the impending tribulation and breakthrough. Chapter 72. Tribulation. The Wrath of the Demon Saint. Unbeknownst to him, he has spent a decade within the celestial abode. With a mere thought, the fantastical imagery of the celestial realm recedes like a tide. The fleeting sensation of disorientation from the spatial transition dissipates, and upon opening his eyes once more, he finds himself back in a long-forgotten reality. Inside the cave dwelling, time seems to stand still. The immaculate stone table and chairs are untouched, and the air is filled with a familiar, refreshing fragrance. His gaze falls upon the corner of the cave. The little white tiger lies quietly, ensconced in a deep slumber. A gentle halo, reminiscent of moonlight, envelopes it, its rhythmic breathing causing the spiritual energy within the cave to ripple with each inhalation. He has reached the 7th layer of the Void Return Realm. Han Xuanji's consciousness swept across the area, revealing a hint of approval in his eyes. Over the course of 10 years, Xiao Bai's strength had indeed progressed remarkably, evidently benefiting greatly from the celestial abode. It appeared that this little creature had encountered significant fortune and was now at a critical juncture of digestion and integration. Han Xuanji refrained from interrupting its process, as such situations are particularly sensitive to external disturbances. Any interruption could yield dire consequences. His only concern was to ensure the safety of the cave dwelling. Returning his gaze inward, Xuanji's thoughts shifted to his own impending tribulation. Having reached the pinnacle of the harmonization realm, his understanding, spiritual energy accumulation, in both physical and spiritual forms had ascended to an unparalleled peak, even surpassing others within the same realm. With a mere thought, he could summon the heavenly tribulation. However, one must approach such an endeavor with utmost caution. The tribulation of the harmonization realm is notoriously fearsome. Many cultivators from large sects often travel far from their homes to avoid collateral damage and repercussions on their sections. Employing the ancient technique of Tianyan, Xuanji contemplated finding an ideal location for his tribulation. His previous breakthroughs had greatly benefited from this technique, having encountered little danger and instead reaping substantial rewards. He wondered what unexpected occurrences this time might hold. Seated cross-legged upon a mat, Xuanji gently closed his eyes, activating Tianyan with full vigor. Time gradually passed. After a considerable duration, his tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open, radiating brilliance. He had found it. This place, at the northwestern edge of Dongcangzhou, was an ancient mountain range known as Tianjue Ridge. Given Xuanji's current speed, the distance was hardly significant. Utilizing the 9 steps of the void, he could not traverse the entirety of the 9 provinces, yet could easily cross the vast expanse of the Great Xia in mere steps. Before long, Xuanji stepped beyond the borders of the Great Xia dynasty and arrived at Tianjue Ridge in just a few strides. As he surveyed the surroundings, the land and mountains were shrouded in mist. He could sense the presence of numerous demon races. It was said that within Tianjue Ridge, demons of the harmonization realm existed, though they had remained silent for many years. Employing the Eye of the Void, Xuanji discovered that indeed, several formidable demons were entrenched here, all of them at the level of Void Return Kings, quite a formidable strength. This revelation startled Xuanji. However, it seemed that something had previously obscured his vision. Given Xuanji's cultivation level, the Eye of the Void was not infallible. Just as the sealed lands could impede his sight, it appeared that Tianjue Ridge also concealed mysteries. Nevertheless, Xuanji had no time to delve into these enigmas. It was imperative to undergo the tribulation and subsequently return to his cultivation. Promptly, Xuanji began to lay down the formation. The primary function of this formation was to gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, facilitating his breakthrough. After a while, Xuanji commenced his tribulation. The tribulation of the transcendent realm remains the formidable 9-9 heavenly tribulation, yet its might far surpasses that of previous tribulations, warranting the utmost seriousness from Xuanji. He meticulously prepared all his divine weapons and treasures: the demon suppression seal, the Lingxiao sword, the Tongtian sword, the thunder sword, the Xianming weak water pearl, and the Lingyun celestial robe. With each additional artifact, Xuanji's confidence grew. These were treasures he had painstakingly acquired. Boom! Shortly thereafter, an overwhelming aura erupted, centered around Xuanji. The skies seemed to be rent asunder by an unseen hand, as the power of the thunder tribulation gathered at a terrifying pace. A majestic celestial might, surpassing all creation, enveloped the entire Tianjue Ridge. In an instant, myriad beasts lay prostrate, forests trembled, and the winds and clouds of 1,000 miles were stirred. Meanwhile, deep within Tianjue Ridge, in a cavern obscured by ancient vines, a figure clad in green slowly opened his eyes while seated upon a massive lotus platform carved from 10,000-year-old warm jade. His appearance suggested a man in his prime, strikingly handsome, yet his pupils shimmered with a deep emerald hue, and his body radiated an extremely low temperature. He was the slumbering great demon king of the tribulation realm, the Qinglin demon sage. The ancient cavern quaked violently as the terrifying celestial might from outside surged. The emerald vertical pupils of the Qinglin demon sage pierced through layers of stone, clearly observing the chaotic tribulation clouds darkening the sky above Tianjue Ridge. In the midst of the thunder tribulation, Xuanji's figure was obscured by formation, preventing him from seeing clearly. However, he could faintly sense the powerful auras enveloping Xuanji. Such audacity! The voice of the Qinglin demon sage was deep, tinged with a hint of ire. He could feel the terrifying power contained within the tribulation lightning. This was no ordinary human cultivator's tribulation, far more fearsome than his own experience. Truly, it was a tumultuous time. The Qinglin demon sage furrowed his brow. His choice to cultivate here was not arbitrary. It was because of the remnants of the demon emperor. If he could unravel the mysteries within, It would be an extraordinary opportunity, justifying his departure from the land of 10,000 demons. It is worth noting that the Demon Emperor was the supreme being of ancient times who commanded all demons and dominated the 9 provinces. Anything left behind by him is an irresistible treasure for the demon race. Not long ago, the heavenly demon Sect approached him, using an artifact of the Demon Emperor as bait, inviting him to join forces to annihilate the Xianxia sect. Though tempted, he had yet to agree. Now, the emergence of a human cultivator undergoing tribulation completely disrupted his plans. The commotion from this tribulation was indeed too great, inevitably attracting attention from all quarters and potentially exposing his hidden presence. After all, if nearby human cultivators were to discover that a demon sage lay in wait here, it would surely incite their suspicions and lead to a united effort to drive him away. Contemplating this, the Qinglin demon sage felt an intense frustration. He could not allow Han Xuanji to undergo his tribulation unscathed. At the very least, he must make him pay a heavy price. A cruel smile curved at the corners of the Qinglin demon sage's lips. He had no intention of personally confronting the tribulation, for such an act would only invite disaster upon himself. However, as a formidable being in the realm of tribulation and the sovereign of this domain, he possessed numerous methods to interfere. Seizing the opportunity, the azure scale demon saint focused his thoughts and raised a hand adorned with delicate blue scales, fingers splayed wide. Instantly, an exceedingly subtle ripple of energy spread forth. At that moment, Han Xuanji, who was undergoing the tribulation, felt a jolt in his spirit. In an instant, the spiritual energy of the world became chaotic, and a powerful aura emerged, wreaking havoc. Han Xuanji quickly comprehended that someone was clandestinely meddling. Moreover, the skill employed was undoubtedly that of a master beyond the fusion stage. Chapter 73. Overcoming the Tribulation, Slaying the Demon Saint from Afar. A surge of murderous intent welled up within Han Xuanji. Did they truly believe him to be an easy target? Although he adhered to the path of survival and avoided unnecessary conflicts, he was by no means a pushover. While the interference might prove fatal for an ordinary fusion stage cultivator, it held little effect on Han Xuanji. The reason was simple. His strength was formidable, bolstered further by numerous celestial artifacts for protection. The tribulation, fierce as it was, did not impose a significant burden upon him. After all, his physical cultivation had already reached the level of tribulation. Han Xuanji's gaze traversed the layers of mountains and soon discerned the source of the aura, a location he had previously failed to fully investigate. Were they attempting to thwart him out of fear of losing their own opportunities? Han Xuanji pondered. He could understand their motives, yet felt no remorse. His sword might struggle to comprehend their intentions. With the principle of all methods returning to their source, he declared, "Grant me the breakthrough." In the face of the descending Chaos Thunder Dragon, whose power was exponentially increasing, Han Xuanji did not falter. Instead, he channeled the Tai Chi Immortal art to its utmost limit, allowing his immortal physique to perfectly absorb the tribulation's energy. The tribulation clouds frantically coalesced, summoning a tumult of spiritual energy, while terrifying thunderbolts descended. Yet, Han Xuanji stood proudly in the void, utterly unafraid of the tribulation. Before long, Han Xuanji successfully overcame the tribulation, his dark hair billowing, his eyes flashing with the brilliance of lightning, resembling a deity descending upon the mortal realm. The breakthrough to a higher realm amplified the aura he emitted, bringing him closer to the profound truths contained within the cosmos. He could distinctly perceive that not only had his spiritual power and physical form grown stronger, but his soul and many divine abilities had also undergone a metamorphosis. His lifespan had significantly increased, granting him several millennia even without further cultivation. However, with each minor breakthrough, he would invoke the tribulation lightning, and only by enduring 9 tribulations could he ascend to a higher realm, becoming a powerful figure in the immortal ascension stage. Thus, the tribulation cultivators of the Jojo continent predominantly sought to enhance their combat prowess and pursue opportunities. The overseas realm of cultivation had become a haven for many tribulation stage cultivators, for it was said to harbor immortals. Deep within the Tianjue Ridge, the Azure Scale Demon Saint discovered that not only had Han Xuanji not failed in his breakthrough, but his aura was gradually stabilizing. Evidently, the moment of transcending calamity was imminent. At this juncture, he felt a twinge of regret, as if he had underestimated his adversary. He had assumed that such a formidable tribulation could be easily disrupted, believing that once he interfered, his opponent would suffer immensely. In that case, even if the adversary sought him out, he would harbor no fear. Moreover, he had intended to strike down this individual directly before making a hasty retreat. For the hidden legacy of the Demon Emperor was deeply concealed, and it would be exceedingly difficult for others to uncover it. Even if discovered, the opportunities it presented could not be seized in a short span of time. However, Xuanji had not contemplated too deeply. After all, should one provoke him, he would act decisively. Any communication could be directed to his sword. Sword, come fort, Xuanji uttered in a low voice, with a resounding clang. A terrifying sword cry that could rend the heavens reverberated across the skies. At the moment the sword was unleashed, time seemed to freeze, and the boundless demonic aura recoiled in terror, as though meeting its nemesis. Above the expanse of Tianjue Ridge, only a dazzling and ultimate beam of destructive sword light remained. Xuanji's eyes burned with murderous intent as he locked onto a location deep within Tianjue Ridge. Slash! Accompanied by a chilling voice, Xuanji wielded the Thunder Sword and, facing the direction of the Azure Scale Demon Saint, executed a strike through the air. There were no intricate maneuvers. At his level of swordsmanship, techniques often transcended mere forms. Merging with his own insights, this strike was a fusion of his comprehension of the Thunder Path and his intrinsic sword intent. The sword light traversed the vast expanse, and in an instant, it pierced through layers of rock, manifesting within the lair of the Azure Scale Demon Saint. Its velocity surpassed even the limits of the Demon Saint's reaction. Wherever it passed, nothing was left unscathed, and the ancient formations set outside the lair were obliterated in an instant. Deep within the lair, upon the emergence of the sword light, the Azure Scale Demon Saint trembled, his scales seemingly on the verge of shedding. An unprecedented wave of terror enveloped him completely. He let out a roar, unleashing his tribulation-level demonic power without reservation, while simultaneously conjuring a shield composed of countless scales to defend himself. Yet all was in vain. With a soft hiss, the scale shield, capable of withstanding the typical tribulation-level assaults, along with layers of demonic protective barriers, were rendered non-existent before the sword light, obliterated in an instant. The sword light precisely penetrated the Azure Scale Demon Saint's forehead. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. The terror and disbelief etched on the Azure Scale Demon Saint's face solidified. In the next instant, his entire form erupted, unleashing an indescribable force of annihilating thunder, akin to a myriad of frenzied thunder dragons, surging explosively through every inch of his flesh and bones. There were no screams, no struggles. His formidable, tribulation-level demonic body, under the shimmering interplay of the thunderous light, collapsed instantaneously. With merely a single sword strike from afar, a dormant and powerful tribulation-level demon saint, who had lain in wait for a millennium, could not muster even a semblance of resistance before being utterly annihilated, his spirit and form extinguished forever. Xuanji gave a slight nod and calmly sheathed his sword, as if he had merely crushed an ant underfoot. He could clearly sense the opponent's aura fading away. Though he had no idea why the other party had attacked him, he couldn't be bothered to ask whether the enemy had come prepared or was simply being reckless. Xuanji didn't mind testing them with a single sword strike. Evidently, the other party couldn't quite take a beating. Perhaps it was also because he had just broken through to a new realm and had yet to precisely control his strength. Let me see what it is that's blocking my vision. With an unhurried expression, Xuanji stepped forward. In a single stride, he arrived at the location where the Azure Scale Demon Saint had once been. Very soon, he noticed something unusual, a hidden passage, though concealed by mechanisms. It still couldn't escape his gaze. This perfectly demonstrated the profundity of divine abilities. With ordinary spiritual perception, it would have been nearly impossible to detect anything amiss here. But relying on the void-seeing divine eye, Xuanji quickly discovered the anomaly. It was a cleverly arranged, illusionary formation, though in the eyes of a grandmaster of formations, it was little more than childish play. After effortlessly dismantling it, Xuanji stepped into an underground space. This was an underground palace, most of its structures already collapsed. At its center stood a towering statue. Though damaged by external forces and no longer recognizable in appearance, it still radiated an ancient, supreme, and noble aura, one so overwhelming that it inspired instinctive fear. What kind of place is this? Xuanji förvånad slightly, plötsligt. In truth, he wasn't even entirely sure what kind of existence he had just slain, only that it was most likely a member of the demon race. If that were the case, could this be a remnant of the demon race? System, can I sign in here? Xuanji asked silently. Yes. This area contains dense Dao resonance and qualifies as a 3-star sign-in location. Only 3 stars? Xuanji shook his head. He had already signed in at 4-star locations multiple times. Compared to that, 3 stars felt rather ordinary. Still, system, sign in. After all, there was no reason not to. He still had a full 20 years of sign-in time remaining within the Immortal resident space. By his estimation, that was more than enough. Congratulations, host. Sign in at the Demon Emperor statue successful. You have obtained the special artifact, Myriad Demon Codex. Chapter 74. The Demon Race Stirs. Re-entering the Immortal residence space, the Dao resonance in this area has greatly diminished. It is recommended that the host proceed elsewhere to sign in. The Myriad Demon Codex? Xuanji focused his mind and located the artifact within the system space. As the scroll unfurled, brilliant light burst forth. Countless demon race figures appeared within, depicting a majestic scene of 10,000 demons charging forward and bowing in worship before their sovereign. A powerful aura faintly emanated from it. Myriad Demon Codex, a supreme treasure forged by the Demon Emperor by integrating the fortune of the demon race to solidify his absolute authority. It possesses absolute suppression over demon race cultivators below the Ascension realm. The holder may command 10,000 demons and also use the Codex's power to rapidly increase cultivation. It contains an independent small world within, capable of storing all things. Not bad at all. Xuanji gently brushed his fingers along the cold edge of the scroll, his eyes thoughtful. The tome itself symbolizes the sovereign power of the Demon Emperor, a sacred artifact capable of inciting madness among the entire demon race. However, for a mere human cultivator, it serves little practical purpose. Nonetheless, in the face of adversaries from the demon race, it could prove to be a formidable weapon against foes. He extended his consciousness into the internal space of the tome, discovering it to be quite expansive, yet the spiritual energy was sparse and the atmosphere oppressive. Xuanji shook his head slightly, pondering. It might serve well for the embellishment of lifeless entities, but it would be futile for cultivation. Perhaps it could be utilized for the instantaneous relocation of vast armies? Still, he felt it somewhat superfluous. After all, in many instances, the battles among the upper echelons are what truly matter. However, should the demon race learn that this artifact is in his possession, it would undoubtedly incite a relentless pursuit. Curiously, the site designated for the 3-star sign-in could only be used once. It seemed that the foundational essence of this place was lacking. Xuanji was not disheartened, for given his current realm, he would not have been able to sign in here for long anyway, and as a domain of the demon race. Much of what he could obtain would likely hold little value for him. Returning to the Immortal Mansion space was a more prudent choice. With a thought, he swiftly departed from this location, re-entering the confines of his own cave dwelling within the divine Sect. After some contemplation, he seated himself upon the Dao comprehension mat and once more entered the Immortal Mansion space. In a land of 10,000 demons, within the kingdom of 10,000 demons, the air was thick with demonic energy. The Demon Emperor's palace loomed, shrouded in a stifling atmosphere. Ancient and primal totems adorned the walls, their eyes wide open. Gathered within the hall were the formidable demon kings and demon saints of the kingdom of 10,000 demons. Their presences fierce and tempestuous, or as deep as the abyss itself. These titans, capable of shaking the very foundations of the 10,000 demons region with a stomp, now bore expressions of shock and gravity. For atop the dark golden dragon throne, the current Demon Emperor had just announced a staggering revelation: the fall of the Azure Scale Demon Saint, a being of the Tribulation realm, endowed with an ancient and unique bloodline, formidable in strength and ruthless in methods, had reportedly been executing a secret mission, lying dormant within the human realm for many years. To think that he had perished so unexpectedly. This news prompted even the usually composed demon masters to seek confirmation from the Demon Emperor. Your Majesty, is this news indeed true? The soul lamp has extinguished completely, without any forewarning, indicating a swift demise. The Demon Emperor's voice was deep and authoritative, akin to thunder rumbling through the hall. His imposing figure, clad in a dark golden robe that concealed sinewy muscles, donned an ancient dragon crown. emanating an aura that signified his unparalleled lineage. Following a brief silence, a wave of hushed discussions surged forth. What transpired in East Xianxia, where not a single tribulation cultivator was present? Could it be that a hidden ancient entity from the human race had made a move? It was difficult to ascertain. Silence. A steady voice arose, quelling the chaotic murmurs. It belonged to a middle-aged man clad in a plain robe, exuding an elegant demeanor. He stood at the lower left of the Demon Emperor's dragon throne, his aura restrained, exuding an almost imperceptible demonic energy, reminiscent of a learned human scholar. Nevertheless, all the demon kings within the hall wisely fell silent, for the speaker was none other than the renowned demon master, an advisor to 3 generations of demon emperors, a strategist whose plans were infallible, truly the intellectual backbone of the 10,000 demons' kingdom. The demon master stepped forward, bowing slightly to the emperor, his voice clear and composed. "Your Majesty." The fall of the azure scales indicates that the strength of the human race in the 9 provinces is far from the frailty we previously assessed. The presence of a being capable of overwhelming a tribulation stage demon saints suggests that their power is at least at the late stage of tribulation. Opposite the demon master stood a towering figure draped in a flowing black robe, hair cascading untamed, his brow hinting at a fierce disposition. He was the Godwind demon saint, a paragon of the 10,000 demons' kingdom's iron-fisted war faction. The ongoing battle between righteous and demonic forces, coupled with the wars of the 2 great empires, presented a splendid opportunity. Though formidable, a late tribulation stage elder should not pose a challenge to you, my lord, especially since you have inherited the divine power of the demon emperor, comparable to a living demon immortal. Can we not conquer a mere Eastern Xianxia? Suddenly, the Godwind demon saint knelt on one knee, clasping his fists in a gesture of supplication. "Your Majesty, I wish to be the vanguard, leading my Peng clan to flatten the human defenses of Eastern Xianxia. Should we encounter this so-called mysterious powerhouse, I implore your assistance to showcase our demonic might. All hail the Godwind. Flatten the humans." The fervor among several war faction demon kings ignited, echoing their support. Within the Grand Hall, a stark dichotomy quickly emerged. One faction, led by the demon master, advocated for cautious investigation and a postponement of plans, while the other, under the Godwind demon saint, urged seizing the opportunity for immediate action. The demon emperor, perched upon his dragon throne, cast a slow, penetrating gaze over both sides of the debate. He refrained from immediate judgment, his fingers gently tapping the cold armrest of the dragon chair, producing a rhythmic sound that resonated in the hearts of the gathered demons, compelling the clamor to subside. Each demon emperor, upon inheriting the power of their forebears, was at least akin to a celestial being. Yet, such power did not equate to invincibility. The 9 provinces were rife with hidden talents, and the previous demon emperor, despite his grand ambitions, had been slain by a swordsman from Central State. Thus, the 10,000 demons' kingdom contemplated a strategic shift. Rather than expelling the humans entirely, they would first expand the territory of the demon race, dispersing their power into the surrounding regions. This did not imply a complete eradication of the human presence, but rather aimed to allow the demon race to flourish in more locales, claiming greater spiritual mountains and blessed lands. Finally, as the hall settled into a suffocating silence, the demon emperor spoke. His voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority. "Godwind." The emperor's gaze settled on the kneeling figure. "Since you're so eager, I shall permit you to take action." A glimmer of understanding flashed in the Godwind demon saint's eyes. "Your Majesty's intention is? In the midst of the human strife, you may discreetly support one faction to disrupt the status quo." The emperor's voice was as frigid as frost. "Merely exhaust the human forces. If you encounter that mysterious powerhouse, ascertain their origins, but do not act recklessly." "Understood." The Godwind demon saint responded in a deep voice, a glimmer of bloodthirsty excitement flashing in his eyes. He commanded a formidable force known as the Tianpong Shadow Guards, who had previously achieved great merit by exterminating the White Tiger lineage of the Tiger clan. 3 days later, the Godwind demon saint arrived at the heavenly Absolute Ridge, where he could only sense the lingering remnants of an overwhelming sword intent. Even after several days, it still stirred something within him. Nearby, lesser demons spoke of a human cultivator who had come to this place to undergo tribulation. Upon entering, he had managed to slay the azure scale demon saint. The thought sent a shiver of fear through the Godwind demon saint. Fortunately, He had not encountered this cultivator. However, this human did not linger, likely having chosen this location for his tribulation at random, and the foolish azure scale had probably clashed with him. Ultimately, there was no useful information left behind. It was best to refrain from meddling in this matter. After some contemplation, the Godwind demon Saint decided against further investigation. What if he stumbled upon an entity he could not contend with? It would only lead to his own demise. Better to first execute the orders of the demon emperor, creating chaos within the human ranks and secretly undermining the strength of the human forces in Xianxia. With this thought in mind, the Godwind demon Saint swiftly established contact with the local demon clans. Learning that the heavenly demon sect had begun to unite forces with the intent of obliterating the divine mysterious sect. This presented an excellent opportunity. A fierce light flickered in the Godwind demon Saint's eyes. Chapter 75. Signing in for the immortal fetus Dao Bone. Meanwhile, as Xuanji stepped once more into the immortal mansion-esque space, the scenery before him shifted dramatically. However, he did not find himself in his previous location. Instead, he stood within a resplendent palace. Where is this place? A sudden chill ran through Xuanji, heightening his alertness as he carefully surveyed his surroundings. The hall was vast, with what appeared to be stars swirling above, and the walls around him were smooth as mirrors, reflecting a ghostly light. Numerous artifacts were arranged in an orderly fashion throughout the hall. The alchemy furnaces, bookshelves, and various magical treasures were all exquisite items that were exceedingly rare in the outside world. Little friend, there is no need for concern. A voice tinged with a hint of antiquity echoed leisurely through the empty hall. Xuanji found this voice somewhat familiar. Accompanying the sound, a middle-aged man dressed in a simple ancient robe materialized before him, his demeanor refined and his gaze profound, as if he sought to uncover the secrets hidden within Xuanji. Xuanji's thoughts raced as he silently activated the system's probing function. Azure Dragon Immortal Mansion Spirit possesses partial authority over the immortal mansion space, is constrained and cannot inflict harm upon entrants, has a gentle disposition, holds a favorable view of gifted and resilient human prodigies, has witnessed countless rises and falls of such talents, is exceedingly surprised and appreciative of your cultivation of the primordial immortal sutra, and harbors a strong desire for exploration with no malice. The realization that it could not harm him and bore no ill intent eased the tension within Xuanji considerably. Yet he maintained an impassive facade, respectfully clasping his hands in greeting and speaking with a perfectly measured tone of curiosity and reverence. Senior, where is this place? How have I come to be here? The immortal mansion's spirit offered a slight smile, akin to a gentle spring breeze. This is the core of the celestial abode, the Tsanglong Hall, which once served as a sanctuary for the esteemed emperor. I am the spirit that governs the operations of this celestial dwelling. Fear not, for you are merely the third visitor to this place in many years. Oh, on the surface, Xuanji appeared bewildered, yet internally he was overwhelmed with joy. The essence of this celestial core, the emperor's residence, speaks volumes about the profoundness of its Tao. This is a 4-star sign-in location. Will the host sign in? Sign in. Xuanji silently intunet. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at Tsanglong Hall, receiving the attribute of Celestial Embryo Dao Bone. Celestial Embryo Dao Bone. The world is a convergence of spiritual essence. The great Tao is birthed from it. You possess an unparalleled foundation, pure and untainted, inherently close to the great Tao, standing at the very threshold of the celestial path. Another exceptional attribute. Xuanji's countenance brightened, though he maintained an outwardly calm demeanor. He did not rush to assimilate the attribute. Meanwhile, the spirit of the celestial abode, observing Xuanji's composed response, was momentarily taken aback. This young one exhibited an unsettling level of composure, far surpassing the boisterous individuals of yore. The celestial spirit broke the silence, voicing its greatest curiosity. Young friend, from where did you learn the primordial celestial art? I comprehended it myself. Xuanji replied decisively, without a moment's hesitation. Surely, he could not divulge that it was bestowed by a system, the origins of which he was unaware. It could not possibly have been taken from the hands of the Tsanglong Emperor, could it? I comprehended it myself. The spirit of the celestial abode murmured softly, a flicker of disbelief crossing its gaze, soon replaced by profound admiration. The emperor had indeed left traces of the great Tao across various realms, perhaps even subtly embedding seeds of the primordial celestial art within certain lineages. This young man, achieving such remarkable feats in merely a decade within the celestial abode, may indeed possess extraordinary insight, grasping the essence of this supreme celestial method from mere threads of evidence. Truly impressive. The celestial spirit expressed heartfelt admiration, gazing at Han Xuanji with appreciation. Over countless epochs, the celestial abode has witnessed innumerable brilliant talents. Yet none have comprehended the celestial arts and transitioned from the harmonization stage to the tribulation stage in merely a decade. Such a feat is unparalleled throughout the ages. You flatter me, esteemed elder, Han Xuanji humbly replied, then, with curiosity, inquired, how does this compare to the esteemed emperor of former times? The smile on the celestial spirit's face faltered slightly, falling into a brief silence. Observing the elder's quietude, Han Xuanji discerned the answer. He then shifted to another pressing question. Elder spirit, has the esteemed emperor successfully ascended to the higher realms? Indeed, the celestial spirit affirmed with a tone of certainty, tinged with pride. The emperor is no mere mortal. He has long transcended this realm, reveling in the higher worlds. Is he still alive? Han Xuanji inquired with curiosity. His knowledge of the upper realm was rather limited. He understood that only those who had transcended to the immortal realm could escape this world and ascend to the upper realm. It was said that the upper realm was teeming with formidable beings, and any cultivation environment there surpassed that of the lower realm, making every breath of air infinitely more fragrant. However, a dilemma arose. For those newly ascended cultivators, could they not easily meet their demise? After all, plummeting from peak strength to the lowest tier, should they inadvertently provoke a powerful figure from the upper realm, it could spell disaster. Of course he is alive. The emperor is no ordinary person. The spirit of the immortal mansion interjected with a hint of disdain. I remain here because this immortal mansion was bound to the fate of this realm from its inception. The world's rules are ingrained in the core of the mansion. As a spirit, my existence relies upon this bond. If forcibly severed, not only would the mansion collapse, but this realm would also suffer consequences. The spirit's voice carried a note of resignation, tinged with pride. As for the emperor, the spirit's tone shifted to one of reverence. His parents are esteemed giants of the upper realm of unparalleled nobility. The emperor descended to this realm primarily for the purpose of honing his Dao heart, experiencing the myriad forms of the mortal world, while simultaneously drawing upon the fortunes of this realm to forge an unparalleled foundation for his path. Ascending to the upper realm is merely a return home for him. With his family's support, he faces no worries. Understanding dawned upon Han Xuanji, illuminating his mind with a newfound clarity. This exemplified the distinction between the children of immortals and grassroots cultivators. Someone like him, lacking any background, would likely have to tread carefully upon ascending to the upper realm. What is the upper realm truly like? He seized the opportunity to ask. The upper realm, the spirit of the immortal mansion pondered momentarily before responding, is vast and boundless, with perfected laws and abundant spiritual energy that far surpasses that of the lower realm. It is a true paradise of immortality, as well as a battleground for myriad races. Subsequently, Han Xuanji took the chance to inquire about various aspects of the upper realm, including cultivation challenges and knowledge. The spirit of the immortal mansion, seemingly fond of him due to the Taichu immortal art and having not conversed with anyone for many years, answered him with remarkable patience and candor. After their exchange, Han Xuanji found his horizons significantly broadened. Senior, may I cultivate here? Han Xuanji asked earnestly. The spirit of the immortal mansion regarded Han Xuanji's clear and resolute gaze, nodding slightly. It is permissible. This place has been desolate for a long time. Your presence would indeed invigorate it. However, the artifacts within the hall are bound by restrictions, so do not act recklessly. Thank you, Senior. Han Xuanji expressed his gratitude with joy. As for the artifacts, he had no intention of disturbing them, trusting in the strength of his elder brother. You may call for me if you wish to depart. Feel free to come and go as you please. The spirit of the immortal mansion spoke lightly before slowly fading like ink in water, leaving only a lingering message in the hall. Cultivate diligently. Do not squander this talent and opportunity. As the spirit beings vanished, the Canglong Hall fell into profound silence, illuminated solely by the softly radiating treasures and the pervasive, rich spiritual energy that lingered in the air. Han Xuanji hesitated no longer, finding a suitable position to sit cross-legged, preparing to merge with the newly acquired entry. Chapter 76. We must rescue the Sword Sovereign. He silently invoked the entry in his heart. Instantly, an indescribable force surged from an unknown origin, washing over every inch of his physical form with an unseen stream, leaving him feeling lighter than ever before. Every sinew, every bone, even every cell seemed to resonate with a joyous harmony, greedily inhaling the abundant spiritual energy surrounding him. What a splendid manifestation of celestial essence. Truly a reward befitting a 4-star sign-in location. Xuanji felt an overwhelming joy within. This entry was akin to a doubling effect, elevating his foundational comprehension and affinity for spiritual energy to an astonishing degree. Xuanji resumed the practice of the Taichu Immortal art, focusing entirely on his cultivation. With the unique environment at his disposal, the scriptures of the Tribulation passage flowed through his mind, swiftly stabilizing his realm and propelling his cultivation at an unprecedented pace. In the central region, at the Tsangming Sword Palace, the central region, the most prosperous of the 9 provinces, is abundant in spiritual energy, filled with countless paradisiacal realms and ancient sects, as well as time-honored families. The Tsangming Sword Palace stands as one of the foremost sects in the central region, presided over by a venerable ancestor of the Tribulation stage. At the Listening Rain Pavilion, the gentle rain outside caressed the spiritual plants by the window. Inside, Nangong Wenjian stood quietly before an ancient painting. The artwork depicted neither mountains, nor rivers, nor figures, but rather intersecting ink strokes, as if hastily drawn. To one who has attained mastery in the sword path, each stroke embodies a unique artistic conception. This was a sword intent diagram left by a sword cultivator of the Tribulation stage, worth a fortune. With a creak, the door swung open. A tall, slender man donned in a dark robe entered, his sharp brows and starry eyes marking him as by Li Ju, the young granduncle of the Tsangming Sword Palace. A sword cultivator of the harmonization stage. Bai Li Ju sauntered to the table, poured himself a cup of spiritual wine from a white jade flask, took a delicate sip, and turned to Nangong Wenjian with a smile. Nangong, it has been 3 days. Why persist in sulking? If you nod your head, the vast compendium of sword classics within the palace surpasses this tenfold, not to mention the direct guidance from my master. Nangong Wenjian's countenance remained serene, though his gaze was as tranquil as a deep pool. Is it the way of the Tsangming Sword Palace to pressure guests? I have stated my disinterest in shifting allegiances. Bali Ju shook his head, setting down the wine cup, his tone tinged with regret. Your talent in the sword path is rare in this world, but the meager inheritance of the Heavenly Sword Sect cannot support you in reaching greater heights. Should you join the Sword Palace, my master would surely impart all his knowledge to you. With your talents, surpassing me would not be a daunting task, and achieving the status of a sword immortal is not mere folly. Nangong Wenjian remained silent. Bailey Ju stepped closer, his gaze intense. Do you comprehend that had you been born in the Sword Palace, you would already be a renowned prodigy across the 9 provinces? Nangong Wenjian's innate talent surpassed his own. He genuinely admired the other, and wished to guide Nangong Wenjian to avoid unnecessary detours. After a moment of silence, Nangong Wenjian turned his gaze to the misty rain outside and suddenly sighed softly. What does my talent amount to? I have encountered true geniuses of the sword path, whose mastery transcends my own. He recalled the moment he faced Han Xuanji's single finger, a mystery he had yet to unravel, and even now, having stepped into the void return realm, he still felt a tremor of apprehension. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Ha! Ling Shuzi could not help but laugh, a hint of mockery in his tone. Young man, are you merely fabricating a tale to placate me? I have journeyed to Dongsong Prefecture in my youth. The spiritual energy there is scant, and the lineage has withered. A sword genius surpassing you? Pray tell, did they spring forth from a stone? Nangong Wenjian replied earnestly. I do not speak falsehoods. Oh, and who might this person be? Bailey Ju's laughter faded, replaced by curiosity. Nangong Wenjian pondered. Have you heard of the demon-slaying sword sovereign of the Xianxia sect? He can vanquish fellow cultivators of the same realm with a single strike. Newly entered into the transformation of deity realm, he could face 3 opponents at once, and even peak transformation of deity cultivators cannot withstand a single exchange with him. He undoubtedly possesses the capability to slay practitioners of the void return realm. Many years have passed, and I do not know to what heights he has ascended, but he must far exceed my prowess. Bailey Ju furrowed his brow, swiftly searching his memory, but found no recollection. The 9 provinces are vast, and the achievements of a transformation of deity cultivator are insufficient to echo throughout the land. Bailey Ju proclaimed proudly, when I first entered the transformation of deity realm, countless souls perished beneath my blade, including many of exceptional standing. I have battled fiercely against those at the peak of transformation of deity. In summary, I do not believe. It is rare for a shallow stream to yield a dragon. How could a true dragon suddenly emerge? Nangong Wanjian's sword talent, which was indeed extraordinary, hardly compared to what he imagined. Was he a reincarnated sword immortal? Seeing the expression on Bailey Ju's face, which suggested a lack of experience, a thought suddenly flickered in Nangong Wanjian's mind. If you doubt me, perhaps you should accompany me on a journey. The demon-slaying sword sovereign, with talents surpassing my own, should align more closely with your expectations. Nangong Wanjian smiled calmly, silently apologizing to Han Xuanji in his heart. Very well. Bailey Ju reflected for a moment. Whether or not this person existed, it would merely be a slight waste of time. However, if he did exist, it would be even better. But should this person be non-existent, you must sincerely pledge your allegiance to my Tsangming Sword Palace. Is that acceptable? Without hesitation, Nangong Wanjian nodded, agreed. It is settled. Bailey Ju's eyes sparkled with intensity as he crossed his arms over his chest. I shall see for myself what manner of divine being this prodigy is. One who inspires such profound admiration in you, that you feel dwarfed in comparison. Upon encountering Bailey Ju, Nangong asked Jian, his tone shifting to one of concern. I have heard that the heavenly demon sect in Beimingzhao is preparing for war, intent on annihilating the divine Xian sect. As a disciple of the divine Xian sect, the demon slayer's sword master will not remain idle. The actions of a demonic path are notoriously ruthless, indifferent to talent or merit. If they truly infiltrate the divine Xian sect, I fear for the safety of those within. At that point, would the Tsangming Sword Palace not suffer the loss of an unparalleled genius? A glimmer of cunning flickered in Nangong's eyes. Upon hearing this, Bailey Ju's bro furubatili. Though he was proud, he was not devoid of reason. The major factions of Zhongzhou had long established an unspoken agreement to refrain from meddling in the disputes of other regions, particularly regarding the sensitive matter of the two sects' conflict. While the Heavenly Demon Sect was once universally condemned, this was largely due to the initial leaders' attempts to usher the demon race into the world, necessitating their eradication. However, the later iterations of the sect had become considerably more subdued, merely adhering to the demonic path. Consequently, although the righteous and demonic paths are at odds, the sect is not universally reviled, with even some demonic sects participating as champions of justice. If what you say is true, we cannot sit idly by and allow such an extraordinary prodigy to fall into the hands of demonic cultivators. Bailey Ju mused, his expression troubled. However, with my current capabilities, it would be quite challenging to withstand the might of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Upon hearing this, the light that had briefly ignited in Nangong's eyes dimmed once more. Is it still not feasible? In the next moment, Bailey Ju patted Nangong's shoulder, assuring him, do not worry, I will inform my master. If he is willing to intervene, saving one person would be a trivial matter. Very well, Nangong nodded, silently apologizing to Han Xuanji in his heart. He could not bear to see such a talent perish. Otherwise, the path of the sword would be all the more lonely. Bailey Ju acted swiftly, his figure moving to a forbidden area within the Tsangming Sword Palace. Master, we need to rescue an unparalleled genius. Meanwhile, in the celestial abode, within the Tsanglong Hall, Han Xuanji remained blissfully unaware that he had been characterized as a prodigious swordsman in need of protection from a transcendent figure. His aura grew increasingly tranquil as he solidified his foundation at the first layer of the tribulation realm. The profound essence of the Tsanglong Hall had allowed him to acquire numerous treasures in recent days, including high-level magical artifacts, advanced spiritual pills, and a plethora of top-tier spirit stones. Han Xuanji felt that his wealth might surpass that of many large sections. Nonetheless, the resources he consumed during his cultivation were also quite extravagant. System, sign in, Han Xuanji silently recited, completing his daily check-in. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in at Tsanglong Hall and received the Xianxia treasure pill. Chapter 77. The Heavenly Demon Sect Strikes. Excellent. Han Xuanji nodded slightly. This elixir is crafted from countless precious spiritual materials of heaven and earth. Upon consumption, even cultivators at the tribulation crossing stage can significantly enhance their cultivation. Soon, Han Xuanji retrieved it and consumed it, then devoted himself entirely to refining it. As time flowed by, 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. In Biming Prefecture, at the headquarters of the Heavenly Demon Sect, the sky stretched endlessly, devoid of clouds, while below lay a sea of crimson palaces. In the square beneath, countless demonic cultivators stood in formation, a dark mass stretching as far as the eye could see. Among them stood many high-ranking members of the Heavenly Demon Sect, including the Deputy Sect Master, the 10 Elders, various Hall Masters, and a cultivator clad in a blue robe, the Sect Master of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Witnessing this scene, the demon Saint Shunfeng could not suppress a smirk. The Heavenly Demon Sect was recruiting forces, and he had disguised himself as a cultivator at the combined body stage, allowing him to gather a wealth of intelligence. Suddenly, a surge of black mist shot into the sky, tearing through the firmament, accompanied by a deafening thunderclap as a bolt of crimson lightning struck down. The demonic energy surged like ink, and a figure stepped forth slowly from the epicenter of destruction. Clad in dark golden battle armor, with snow-white hair cascading over his shoulders and a countenance as cold as ice. He exuded a terrifying aura that sent shivers through the entire square. "Convey my command," the white-haired man announced with a voice as frigid as the winter wind. Piercing the heavens, flatten the Xuanji Sect. A roar akin to a tsunami erupted in response. Flatten the Xuanji Sect. Flatten the Xuanji Sect. The eyes of countless demonic cultivators gleamed with bloodlust and greed, with the Sect Master of the Tribulation crossing stage personally leading the charge. How could the Xuanji Sect possibly withstand such an onslaught? The promise of untold riches lay tantalizingly before them. On that day, Xuanji opened his eyes, feeling the steady growth of his cultivation with great satisfaction. However, he lamented the impending tribulation. "The path of cultivation is fraught with thorns," he sighed. Upon entering the tribulation crossing stage, each minor breakthrough required enduring the baptism of heavenly lightning. The essence of the tribulation crossing stage lies therein. Each tribulation is a necessary transformation from mortal to immortal. Only by enduring the ninefold thunder tribulation can one knock upon the gates of ascension. Although Xuanji possessed a celestial body, he regrettably dwelled in the lower realm. Had he been born in the upper realm celestial domain, he would not need to face tribulation. His daily meditation would likely lead him to immortality. The road of cultivation is indeed a heavy burden. Rising, Xuanji exited the celestial abode. The first thunder tribulation of the tribulation crossing stage was upon him. Returning to reality, he subtly expanded his consciousness. Within the sect, an unusual silence prevailed, with many disciples absent. What could have happened? Xuanji swiftly checked the disciples' jade tokens, a torrent of information flooding in. The Sect Master of the Heavenly Demon Sect had officially emerged from seclusion, leading numerous demonic cultivators to assault the Xuanji Sect. Various sects across the eastern Song Prefecture fought valiantly in resistance, yet to no avail, for the forces of the demonic path were overwhelmingly powerful. With experts aplenty and ruthless tactics, they could only abandon their sects to preserve their lives. The Xuanji Sect could not remain passive, and the atmosphere was fraught with tension. A multitude of disciples from various peaks and sects were summoned, making their way towards the battlefield in Yongzhou. Even prodigies like Lu Fan and Lin Patian were not exceptions. Several disciples who had been out in the world also returned to the sect to join the fray. Xuanji received messages through his disciple token, conveying a general sentiment of caution. The battlefield was perilous, and, as an outer disciple, he was exempt from conscription. Although the true strength of the Heavenly Demon Sect remained uncertain, Xuanji resolved to investigate. Even if they possessed powerful beings in the Ascendant Realm, he felt unperturbed, at least prepared to engage them. With a swift movement, Xuanji traversed thousands of miles, arriving at the frontline city. Yuanian cultivators served as the core of the formation, while Jindan cultivators acted as its foundation, establishing over 1,000 formidable killing arrays. These formations were intricately linked, layer upon layer, intertwining their energies, their might capable of shaking even higher-ranked cultivators. A glance revealed at least 1,000 of such grand arrays. Xuanji privately affirmed the strength of the sect. Moreover, the cohesion among the disciples was remarkable. Most of the high-ranking disciples of the Xuanzang had assembled, demonstrating that they would not abandon the fight in the face of calamity. In truth, Xuanzang did not mandate all disciples to participate in battle. Lower-ranked disciples would be of little use, and those of higher rank who chose not to attend would be quietly regarded as traitors, never to be welcomed back. Of course, if the sect were to perish, there would be no one left to trouble them. Suddenly, Han Xuanji sensed a powerful aura approaching Yongzhou, advancing towards the frontline city. A colossal flying vessel drew near, exuding a chaotic yet formidable presence. Among its energies, the unmistakable aura of a tribulation realm cultivator stood out prominently. The opposing party brazenly radiated their overwhelming energy, evidently intending to intimidate and shatter the psychological defenses of the Xinchuanzong disciples. Han Xuanji felt a surge of curiosity. Was it merely a tribulation realm cultivator flaunting such arrogance? Resisting the urge to strike down the vessel, he decided to observe how many from the heavenly demon sect would arrive, hoping to capture them all in one fell swoop to prevent them from causing further unrest, as he was pressed for time to undergo his own tribulation. On a mountain peak before the city stood a lineup of figures, including the sect master and deputy master of Xinchuanzong, the heads of various peaks, and esteemed elders who had hurried back from outside, all exuding an air of remarkable authority. Zhu and Wheezy stood behind the revered Xuanqin, quietly inquiring, has the opponent truly broken through to the tribulation realm? Xuanqin's expression was grave as he gazed into the distance, responding, it appears so. This aura does not seem fabricated, and there is no hint of instability, indicating that their realm is firmly established. Upon hearing this, many of the great cultivators of Xinchuanzong wore solemn expressions, yet none entertained thoughts of retreat. What the tribulation realm? We have brought our sect's celestial artifacts. Surely we can subdue this fiend. The Grand Elder of Xinchuanzong snorted disdainfully. Indeed, the profound heritage of the sect has begun to unveil itself. Within the celestial weapon lies a restriction left by the ancestors. Once activated, its formidable power is sufficient to resolve their predicament. The others began to murmur. What if the adversary also produces a celestial weapon? Suddenly, someone spoke up, leading to a moment of silence among the crowd. The might of a transcendent being wielding a celestial weapon undoubtedly surpasses that of their combined forces at the nascent level. In the distance, Nangong Wanjian, Bailey Ju, and the esteemed elder Beichen Jinzuan of the Songming Sword Palace were also observing. Master, when shall we intervene? Bailey Ju inquired. No need for haste, Beichen Jinzuan replied with a smile. If we act now, how will it appear that we are offering timely assistance? Moreover, I am curious to see the true caliber and responsibility of the so-called unparalleled genius you speak of. If they do not take action in such a situation, what purpose does it serve to admit him into the sect? Master, your wisdom is clear, Bailey Ju agreed. Only Nangong Wanjian remained fixated on the battlefield, anxious not to miss any significant moment. In such a grand conflict, even a cultivator at the return to void stage like him could not alter the outcome. Although he was a practitioner of the heavenly sword sect, he did not wish to see the divine mysterious sect fall. The loss of one would mean the loss of the other. This time, the heavenly sword sect had also dispatched numerous cultivators to offer support. However, they were met with formidable resistance from the local demonic sects of Dongkangshao. Confronting the full force of the heavenly demon sect was akin to a drop in the ocean. Chapter 78. The Return of the Ancestor, the Strange Individual. Senior, can the divine mysterious sect emerge victorious? Nangong Wanjian could not help but inquire. Victorious? Beichen Jinzuan gently shook his head, his gaze penetrating the horizon. You should contemplate how many will remain of the divine mysterious sect after this battle. Then, Senior, do you have confidence in dealing with these demonic forces? Nangong Wanjian pressed on, hope glimmering in his eyes. Beichen Jinzuan replied nonchalantly, in terms of cultivation, the leader of the heavenly demon sect is naturally no match for me. However, should he employ the heavenly demon sect's ultimate tactics, the outcome could very well be a 50-50 chance. He provided a vague answer, indicating that high cultivation does not guarantee victory. Artifacts, divine abilities, secret arts, and the advantages of time and place can all influence the tide of battle. He was merely here to observe. It was impossible for him to take away the foundational strength of the Songming Sword Palace. A sense of heaviness settled in Nangong Wanjian's heart, deepening his feeling of despair. Meanwhile, rumbling, the colossal flying vessel of the heavenly demon sect hovered in the air before descending. Numerous powerful demonic cultivators disembarked, exuding an overwhelming aura. The disciples of the divine mysterious sect gathered in the city felt their breaths catch, a wave of fear silently spreading among them. Among the crowd, Lu Fan gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his knuckles turning pale. The oppressive demonic energy, as if it were a tangible force, bore down upon the nerves of everyone present. Shortly thereafter, the voice of the demon sovereign echoed in their minds. This wayward disciple has ascended to the tribulation stage so quickly. Given a little more time, it would not be difficult for you to reach the tribulation stage as well. The battle is fraught with peril. At a crucial moment, I shall rely upon your strength. However, if the situation becomes dire, prioritize your survival above all else. With me by your side, even if a convergence realm cultivator intervenes, I am confident in facilitating your escape. Remember, as long as the green hills remain, there is no fear of lacking firewood. The demon sovereign's tone is unusually grave, concerned that the youth might act rashly. After all, it could lead to a tragic outcome for both. Although his heart seethes with resentment, it is imperative to recognize the harsh reality. Lu Fan furrows his brow, enveloped in silence, while beside him, Lin Patillon appears considerably more relaxed. He has enjoyed a rather pleasant existence in recent years. After his breakthrough to the Golden Core stage, he was identified as possessing a dominant body, instantly elevating him to the status of a true disciple. Word spread that his childhood sweetheart, who had abandoned him in the inner sect, sought to rekindle their past. He unceremoniously cast her out, dispelling years of pent-up grievances. Brother Lu, when the fight breaks out, just stay behind me. Lin Patillon thumped his solid chest, brimming with confidence. Now that my dominant body has taken shape, I can withstand the attacks of fellow cultivators of the same rank without a hitch. Enough of that. Lu Fan shot him an exasperated glance. Even a spirit transformation cultivator might not survive. You should focus on your own safety. Their light-hearted banter unwittingly alleviated the heavy tension in the air. Finally, the moment had arrived. Hidden within the void, Han Xuanji's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Before them stood the demon sect leader, Yu Huatian, who stepped forward to confront the sky, clad in celestial demon armor. A towering phantom of a demon god flickered behind him, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that crushed the hearts of all present like an invisible mountain. I have achieved the path of tribulation. Yu Huatian's voice was cold and resounding, echoing through the heavens. Each word struck the hearts of the onlookers. Those who submit to me under the banner of the demon sect shall find a path to survival. Otherwise, the divine mystic sect will be annihilated. Tribulation realm. Zhou Li's pupils constricted. It was his first encounter with a being of such caliber. Despite having entered the void returning stage, he felt an innate fear in the presence of such power. In that moment, Zhou Li resolved within himself that he must ascend to this realm. No, he would surpass it and become a legendary immortal. He keenly observed the battlefield, ready to flee at the slightest sign of danger. Though he found the divine mystic sect commendable, he was not willing to sacrifice his life for it. Yu Huatian, first layer of the tribulation realm, leader of the demon sect, orphaned during the righteous and demonic war in his youth, he harbors a deep-seated hatred for righteous cultivators. After joining the demon sect and becoming a disciple of the night demon sovereign, he swiftly rose through the ranks. Dissatisfied with his current position, he ambushed the night demon sovereign, leaving only a remnant soul behind. Now having entered the tribulation realm, he seeks to amalgamate various forces to besiege the divine mystic sect. Han Xuanji observed this figure clad in celestial demon armor, unable to suppress a hint of disdain. When he initially transcended, he heard that his opponent was on the verge of undergoing a tribulation, which caused him some anxiety. Years have passed, and he is now on the brink of breaking through to the second layer, while the other has only just stabilized their cultivation at the first layer of tribulation. Could a single strike vanquish him? Han Xuanji pondered. Previously, he had dispatched that demon emperor with a single blow, possibly due to the latter's negligence and lack of protective artifacts. The leader of the heavenly demon sect, upon closer inspection, possessed considerable resources. Otherwise, he would not dare to launch an assault on the divine Xian sect immediately after his breakthrough. To be prudent, it would be wise to exert a bit more effort. Han Xuanji resolved to act when suddenly a voice resonated from the horizon. You insignificant wretches of the heavenly demon sect, do you truly believe that the divine Xian sect is without defenders? A clear, cold voice seemed to pierce through the clouds, reverberating across the heavens. Accompanying this voice was a figure leisurely descending from the sky. Clad in a simple azure robe, with long black hair cascading to his waist, his countenance was handsome, and his demeanor ethereal, resembling a celestial being from a painting. One hand rested casually behind him, while the other played with a smooth white jade flute. Without a doubt, This was another enigmatic elder who had mastered the art of preserving youth. A look of joy surfaced on Xianxia's face. As the sect leader, he was well acquainted with the revered elders and formidable figures wandering beyond their domain. It was Elder Tianyu. 3,000 years ago, Elder Tianyu had already reached the pinnacle of integration, and now he must have entered the realm of tribulation. Xianxia revealed a thrilling piece of news. Upon hearing this, the hearts of those on the peak felt a significant weight lift. With a legacy spanning 10,000 years, how could the divine Xian sect lack strong guardians? Most had traveled far and wide, and only a few could return in time. Fortunately, a powerful figure in the tribulation realm had returned just when needed, drastically reducing the pressure from the heavenly demon sect. Oh, it is this esteemed individual. I have heard tales of his thriving exploits on the overseas Immortal Islands. Yet he has chosen to return? The distant observer, Sword Master Beichun, nodded slightly, articulating the truth. At their level, the network of information was vast and interconnected, especially for tribulation realm cultivators from major sects like his. Boom! The terrifying auras of the two tribulation realm experts collided like two invisible mountains. In an instant, the sky above erupted with wind and thunder, the heavy waves of energy sweeping wildly in all directions as various divine abilities flickered in the void. The overwhelming pressure enveloping 1,000 miles. The two tribulation realm powerhouses exchanged no superfluous words. The moment their gazes met, their battle intent surged to its zenith. Even though they fought at an altitude of 10,000 feet, the residual waves cascading downwards were sufficient to shatter mountains and split the earth. Hidden in the shadows, Xuanji witnessed this scene and momentarily suppressed his urge to intervene. This elder had a solid advantage over the demon leader with his second layer of tribulation realm cultivation. Unless something unexpected occurred, victory should be assured. He decided to wait and observe. Xuanji observed the battle unfolding at the horizon while casting a glance at the others from the demon sect. It did not take long before he detected something unusual. A peculiar individual had infiltrated their ranks. Chapter 79. The Capture of the Divine Wind Demon Saint. From a distance, he spotted a figure cloaked in azure, similarly positioned at the battlefield's edge. Peng Tianqing, third layer of the Tribulation Realm, a general from the 10,000 Demon Kingdom, known as the Divine Wind Demon Saint. His true form being a member of the Peng clan, the Qing Peng, with an extraordinary bloodline and formidable strength. He once single-handedly devoured an entire human city of millions. Instructed by the Demon Emperor to disrupt the situation in Dongtsang Prefecture, laying the groundwork for future invasions into Dongtsang. A tribulation-level demon, Xuanji felt a shiver run down his spine. Initially, he had not perceived the threat. Evidently, the adversary's concealment techniques were quite impressive. It was only when he activated the Dong Su Divine Eye for a meticulous investigation that he discerned the true level of the opponent's cultivation. Utilizing the system's features, he confirmed that something was indeed amiss. This demon race appeared to harbor grand ambitions. The Divine Wind Demon Saint? Suddenly, Xuanji recalled something. Wasn't this the nemesis of Little Bai? It seemed they crossed paths. In an instant, Xuanji vanished like smoke, silently merging with the void, and the next moment, he materialized right beside the Divine Wind Demon Saint. Without uttering a single word, he unleashed the Xianming Weak Water Pearl. At the moment of his strike, an invisible concealment formation swiftly unfolded, entirely isolating the area from the outside world, ensuring that no one could pry into their encounter. Coupled with Xuanji's weak water principles, the power unleashed by the Xianming Weak Water Pearl was unfathomable. As a tribulation-level demon, the Divine Wind Demon Saint possessed an exceptionally keen sense, and he detected Xuanji's presence almost instantaneously. However, in the next moment, a terrifying force descended upon him. His once proud speed became utterly futile, and before he could even form a thought, the power of weak water enveloped him. Even a demon of his caliber could hardly withstand such might. No, the Divine Wind Demon Saint roared internally, unable to believe his predicament. He could neither speak nor retaliate. As for attempting to project his primordial spirit, he dared not. It was a fear of death he had never experienced since birth. His once mighty demon body was corroded in an instant, rendering his divine speed and power useless. Impossible. The Divine Wind Demon Saint was on the brink of collapse, utterly powerless against the enigmatic methods of his foe. Terrifying, utterly terrifying, under the gaze of near despair. Han Xuanji produced an ancient scroll, the 10,000 Demon Codex. As the codex unfurled, a deep, ethereal light enveloped the divine wind demon, Saint's tribulation soul. The light flickered and vanished, like a cow sinking into the sea, effortlessly drawn into the codex. The entire process took less than a breath. Han Xuanji observed as a glowing point radiating a soft azure light appeared on the scroll. Focusing his mind, the space within the codex became clear in an instant. A colossal bird, its wings spanning the heavens and adorned with feathers like azure gold, gazed in terror towards the horizon. At this moment, the gaze of the divine wind demon, Saint, was filled with terror. How is it possible that a mere human cultivator possesses the revered treasure of our demon race? The compendium of all demons? I recall that the compendium was lost during a great battle. Over the years, our demon race has dispatched countless experts in search of its whereabouts, and yet it has appeared in the hands of this individual. Could it be that he intends to wield it to dominate our kind? The divine wind demon, Saint, felt a wave of despair wash over him, struggling to comprehend how such a treasured artifact of the demon race could be utilized by a human. The compendium, a sacred relic of the demons, possessed an innate intelligence that could hardly be controlled without the bloodline of a demon royal. Unless, of course, this individual was a celestial being. The divine wind demon, Saint, involuntarily trembled. Meanwhile, a fragment of Han Xuanji's divine consciousness gracefully descended into the space of the compendium, manifesting as a spectral figure. In contrast to the enormous rock that loomed before him, he appeared as insignificant as dust. Yet with just a thought, he could summon the power of the compendium to utterly obliterate its soul. He could even perceive the thoughts of his adversary, discerning truth from deception with ease. Spare me, Celestial Lord. I am willing to serve you as my master for all eternity, without a trace of treachery. The divine wind demon Saint, stripped of the proud demeanor befitting a demon saint, resembled a fledgling bird caught by the throat, his posture now reduced to an abject humility. Han Xuanji's voice echoed coldly. Did the demon emperor send you as a vanguard to sow chaos in East Song Prefecture? The divine wind demon Saint froze. How could the other party be aware of this? He dared not hesitate, promptly bowing his head. Yes. I was sent by the demon emperor with a secret order to infiltrate this place, waiting for the opportune moment to create turmoil and weaken the forces of humanity, paving the way for our future army. How many strong beings does the demon race currently possess? Are there any who have ascended to the immortal realm? Han Xuanji inquired, reporting to the Celestial Lord. As far as I know, the demon race currently has 12 powerful beings at the Tribulation Transcendent stage, with thousands of combined demons. Moreover, the demon emperor possesses the strength of all past demon emperors, capable of unleashing power comparable to that of the immortal realm. The divine wind demon Saint did not dare to conceal any details, spilling the information like bamboo shoots pouring out a tube. 12 at the Tribulation Transcendent stage. Han Xuanji's consciousness stirred, a ripple of surprise surfacing within him. The depth of the demon race's resources exceeded his previous estimations. It was known that in all of East Song Prefecture, no visible beings at the Tribulation Transcendent stage existed. The returning ancestor had just come back from overseas. During his journeys through the Great Xia, he had only sensed the decaying aura of a Tribulation Transcendence, being in the imperial city of Great Xia. Yet the demon race boasted over a dozen, and even a demon emperor who could rival the immortal realm. This was not to be underestimated. It was no wonder they harbored ambitions to invade East Song Prefecture. Does the demon emperor not fear retribution from the powerful beings of the central continent? Han Xuanji tweeted. The human race occupies the majority of the paradisiacal realms across the 9 continents, and in terms of strength, they far surpass the demon race. The central continent is especially teeming with hidden talents. Even the great demons at the Tribulation Transcendence stage merely serve as guardian beasts for various immortal sections. The demon emperor merely seeks to seize this opportunity to step out of the land of 10,000 demons, aiming to negotiate from a position of strength with the humans. The divine wind demon sage responded with utmost sincerity. At that moment, Han Xuanji comprehended that as long as the demon clan exhibited sufficient resolve and strength, the exalted immortal sects of Xianxia would likely opt for compromise to avert a full-scale war and the ensuing calamity of the innocent, sacrificing the interests of Dong Xianxia in the process. A clever calculation indeed. Han Xuanji ceased to speak further, disregarding the divine wind demon sage, and redirected his focus to the celestial battle unfolding above. In the vast expanse of the void, Two figures flickered with intensity. The resonance of spells echoed like thunder, as radiant treasures cleaved the heavens, and a terrifying energy storm raged in the firmament, each clash rendering the world pale. At such a level, unless one possesses overwhelming power, it is exceedingly challenging to discern a victor in a short span of time, unless one side exhibits a glaring weakness or possesses a decisive advantage over the other. At this moment, Yu Huatian felt a tinge of agitation. Where was the Blood River Old Ghost? His cultivation may not rival that of the true man of heavenly jade, yet being of the same tribulation stage, it would be difficult for the latter to eliminate him. This demon indeed possesses formidable strength. The true man of heavenly jade played his jade flute, vast spiritual power transforming into countless ethereal lights that surged towards his opponent. As the one with higher cultivation, he currently held the upper hand, yet an unsettling premonition lingered in his heart. Suddenly, a strange smile curled at the corner of Yu Huatian's mouth. The true man of heavenly jade swiftly sensed the ominous turn of events. A powerful and tainted aura slowly ascended. Chapter 80. A sword to calm the sea of blood. A palm to subdue the tribulation. In the heavens, a terrifying figure raced towards the city where the disciples of the Xianxia sect resided. Perish! All of you shall perish. With your blood and souls, I shall invoke my blood river path. The blood river ancestor roared, his voice echoing in the ears of countless disciples of the Xianxia sect. Accompanying his words, an endless sea of blood surged forth, rising to a height of 1,000 zhang, replete with a horrifying potency to corrode all existence, bearing down upon the city of the Xianxia sect disciples. This sea of blood harbored boundless resentment and immense magical power, its might astonishing. Wherever the blood light traversed, the heavens and earth lost their luster, leaving only a murky crimson in its wake. Upon the city walls, Lu Fan and Lin Patian, along with other disciples of considerable cultivation, gazed upward, witnessing the tumultuous blood qi swirling in the sky, a formidable pressure nearly rendering them breathless. Lu Fan's mind echoed with the grave voice of the demon sovereign. This is bad. This wretched disciple has awakened the consciousness of the Blood River Ancestor. The Blood River Ancestor was once a mid-stage tribulation existence. His current strength is not to be underestimated. If I were at my peak, I could still intervene. Listening to the words of the demon sovereign, Lu Fan internally cursed, a wave of despair washing over him. Before this power, numerous golden elixir, nascent soul, and even transformation stage cultivators appeared as insignificant as a mantis trying to stop a chariot. They could only hope for the intervention of the sect's formidable experts. Meanwhile, the members of the Heavenly Demon Sect revealed sinister smiles at this scene, preparing to strike. Simultaneously, dozens of powerful auras soared into the sky. The formidable powers of the sect could not simply stand by and watch their disciples face annihilation, manifesting collectively in the void before the city. Their appearance ignited a flicker of hope within the hearts of countless disciples. However, the few venerable ancestors at the forefront, those at the fusion realm, exhibited signs of unease. At that moment, an overwhelming sword intent surged forth. The swords of innumerable sword cultivators trembled involuntarily. Could it be the sword sovereign of demon slaying? Nan Gong Wenjian exclaimed in astonishment, as his life sword resonated violently within its sheath, seemingly bowing in reverence to the master of that sword intent. Yet, this sword intent was magnitudes stronger than he had ever remembered. Beside him, the sword sovereign of Beichun furrowed his brow, sensing the might of the sword intent. This was a sword path realm beyond the capabilities of those in the transformation or returning void stages. Simultaneously, an increasing number of individuals began to perceive this formidable sword intent. The expressions of the high-ranking members of the sect, including Xuanji, revealed their astonishment. It was indeed the sword sovereign of demon slaying. Someone could not restrain their excitement. We had searched for the sword sovereign for so long, believing he had departed from the sect, yet here he was willing to intervene. However, could he withstand this tribulation realm demon cultivator? Doubts filled the minds of many. After all, not long ago, Han Shuji was merely at the fusion realm. Now, facing such a tribulation demon cultivator, one could only wonder if he could still manage. Just then, a thunderous roar resounded. The sound of the sword echoed like thunder. It was merely a beam of sword light ascending. It appeared as if myriad sword lights flashed simultaneously. Like the first ray of light that opened the heavens and the earth, it illuminated everything. The colors of the world seemed to be obscured by this singular sword light. In mere moments, the blood sea was suffused with sword intent. Sword energy surged forth, tearing everything apart in its wake. Lu Fan and the others beheld this scene, feeling as if the world had vanished, replaced by a realm of sword light. Within this sword intent, it seemed as if countless spaces were formed. Even those not targeted found themselves trembling involuntarily, their entire essence feeling as though it had been rendered void. The sword intent transformed into a domain. The sword sovereign of Beichen's body trembled as well. With his knowledge and cultivation, he naturally discerned the true meaning embodied by this sword. Initially, he had questioned the claims of his disciple and Nan Gongwenjian regarding the unmatched genius, until he beheld this sword. To hell with the notion of sword path genius. This was evidently a living sword immortal, though he had stepped into the realm of sword intent transformation. It must be understood that entering this realm did not imply equality among all. Just from this sword alone, the sword sovereign of Beichun recognized his inferiority. The displayed might of this sword was merely superficial. The divine intent contained within was beyond his reach. The myriad wills encapsulated within were sufficient to suppress countless grievances. After a few breaths, the sword light dissipated, and the blood sea was laid to rest. The true visage of the blood river ancestor was unveiled. His upper body was bare, marked with countless crimson scars, and his eyes glinted with a hint of madness as he proclaimed, "A fine sword. Alas, it is still insufficient to slay me." The vitality of a transcendent being at the tribulation stage is immensely resilient, and their myriad of techniques renders direct annihilation exceedingly challenging. As his words echoed, Han Xuanji, having unleashed his sword strike, found himself suspended in the void. A gentle smile graced his lips, and he chose not to respond. His previous attack had merely been a casual thrust. This time, he intended to employ his newly conceived thunderous divine technique, demon vanquishing. Raising his palm, bolts of lightning sprang forth from the ether, intertwining within his grasp. He pressed down slowly. A colossal hand materialized, descending from the heavens as thunder roared, unleashing an overwhelming sense of annihilation in an instant. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled. The elite disciples of the Xianxia sect hurriedly shielded their city from the residual shockwaves. Despite their efforts, many lower-tier golden elixir cultivators were left dazed, their scalps tingling from the thunderous resonance. In but a fleeting moment, the lightning coalesced beneath the giant hand, transforming the sky into a churning ocean of thunder. Though the blood river ancestor appeared slightly deranged, his reflexes were remarkably swift. He raised his hands high, bellowing in a frenzied voice, "Block it for me." His eyes burned crimson, his body contorted as the tribulation spiritual energy within him burned ceaselessly. Yet, under the might of this colossal force, all resistance seemed utterly ludicrous. This is impossible. The blood river ancestor's frantic howls were steeped in incomprehensible terror as his entire form blazed with sanguine light. However, in the next breath, his final struggle was shattered as the giant hand descended like an overwhelming deluge. In that moment, even the void itself crumbled and fractured. All life was extinguished, severing any hope of survival for the adversary. Only a vast pit remained on the ground, bearing witness to the preceding events. The power was commendable. Han Xuanji nodded slightly, evidently pleased with the might of this maneuver. Against such tenacious beings, the destructive force of thunder proved exceptionally effective. Silence, an absolute stillness enveloped the battlefield. Upon the city walls, all disciples of the Xianxia sect, including Lu Fan and Lin Patian, stood as if petrified, their gazes fixed in astonishment upon the distant pit. In an instant, the once fearsome tribulation demon who regarded myriad armies with disdain had perished. This was no longer a battle. It was a sheer obliteration. Impressive. A voice broke the suffocating silence, igniting a fervent eruption of deafening cheers akin to a powder keg igniting. "Thank you for your intervention, esteemed senior." The clamor soared to the heavens. Countless disciples were moved to tears, their eyes filled with fervor as they gazed upon the figure suspended in the air. Even the higher echelons of the Xianxia sect, including Xianweizi, were overwhelmed with emotion, their tears flowing freely. The expression on the solemn face of the revered Xuanji finally relaxed, his hand releasing its grip, palms slick with sweat, yet a smile of relief blossomed upon his countenance. "Good heavens, it seems I have fallen behind the times." Meanwhile, the esteemed Beichun sword master gazed at his disciple and Nangong Wanjian with an odd expression, inquiring, "Is this truly the person you summoned me to rescue?" Chapter 81. The Manifestation of the Sword Array, the End of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Bailey Ju found himself at a loss for words. Clearing his throat, he urged, "Speak up, young man." He then reached out to pat Nangong Wanjian's shoulder, abruptly rousing him from his deep contemplation. I am unsure," Nangong Wanjian managed to articulate after a prolonged pause, still savoring the memory of that recent strike. Truth be told, he felt somewhat dreamlike, as if this entire experience were but a figment of his imagination. Everything had transpired in a manner utterly divergent from his expectations. Was it possible that he had been overly optimistic? In the lofty heights, the venerable Tianyu sensed the unfolding events below and couldn't help but chuckle. "So this is your reliance?" In response to the mockery from Tianyu, Yu Huatian's demeanor darkened as he reflected on how the Blood River ancestor, whom he had painstakingly summoned, had been vanquished in an instant, without even a semblance of resistance. When did the Xinchuan sect conceal such a formidable figure? Is this individual truly the ally you sought from the Xinchuan sect? Yu Huatian gritted his teeth, his voice oozing with venom. Damn it, that band of useless wretches failed to deliver any news. As this thought crossed his mind, a realization dawned upon him. So you of the Xinchuan sect have deliberately hidden your strength, intending to bait us into deploying our elite forces for a decisive annihilation, is it? Ha ha ha. Tianyu let out a hearty laugh. Although he was unaware of the full circumstances, it did not hinder him from feigning omniscience. You demonic scoundrels. Your transgressions have led you to this fate, all of it self-inflicted. Do not revel in your triumph. With an enraged snort, Yu Huatian erupted, his entire being enveloped in a surge of purple radiance, akin to a violet sun in the sky, instantly extinguishing the oncoming formidable spells from Tianyu. Feigning resistance. He was acutely aware that today's events were beyond salvage. The swift and utter defeat of the Blood River ancestor had demonstrated the unfathomable power of that mysterious cultivator. Continuing this entanglement would likely lead to his own demise. In a moment of dire clarity, Yu Huatian made a swift decision, transforming into a streak of purple light, tearing through the fabric of space as he sought to escape. Attempting to flee, Tianyu prepared to intervene. Even if he could not slay his foe, he was determined to inflict severe injury. Otherwise, the repercussions would be endless. However, just as he began to channel his energy, an array of brilliantly colored sword lights, capable of piercing the very void, erupted from beside Han Xuanji. As the multitude of sword lights ascended, it felt as though the very rules of heaven and earth were forcibly rewritten, transforming the surroundings into a domain dominated by the essence of the sword. In the realm of existence, myriad phenomena coalesce into what resembles countless long swords, each imbued with unparalleled sharpness. After transcending tribulations, Han Xuanji meticulously organized numerous sword techniques, and, using these three celestial swords as a foundation, comprehended a formidable killing move known as the Myriad Manifestations Sword Formation. Boom! Yu Huatian sensed several menacing auras pursuing him from behind, and a wave of panic washed over him. What? In the midst of his desperate escape, Yu Huatian felt the hairs on his neck stand on end as an unprecedented sense of crisis enveloped his mind. Even at a distance of 10,000 miles, he could not evade the relentless pursuit of the sword intent. In the face of life and death, Yu Huatian held nothing back. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Devil's transformation bell, arise. Buzz. A resounding chime, reminiscent of a grand bell echoing from the depths of the abyss, reverberated through the air. This was an ancient pitch-black bell, inscribed with countless demonic runes and emanating an aura of devouring. As the bell emerged, the heavens and earth transformed in hue. This was the foundational treasure of the heavenly demon sect, the Devil's Transformation Bell. This bell was of exceptionally high grade, comparable to celestial artifacts, and wielded tremendous power. Yet even a tribulation stage powerhouse like him had to expend an immense amount of spiritual energy to activate it, risking backlash and depletion of his essence if overused. After all, not everyone could claim dominion over such a magnificent treasure. The flying sword soared through the air, traversing 100,000 miles. Block it for me. Yu Huatian's complexion paled slightly, clearly aware of the enormous drain activating the bell entailed. He formed hand seals, recklessly channeling his inner spiritual energy into the bell's body. Thud! The devil's bell emitted another deep, resonant sound, its mouth aimed at the several oncoming terrifying sword lights, spewing forth a horrific demonic light capable of devouring all. The numerous sword lights, potent enough to easily slay tribulation stage beings, crashed violently into the all-consuming demonic glow. Boom! In an instant, the world seemed to lose its color. The space shattered like fragile glass, revealing a tumultuous void of chaotic currents. A terrifying shockwave spread outwards like a tsunami, causing mountains to crumble and the earth to tear apart in its wake. Puff! Even with the protection of the bell, Yu Huatian, positioned at the epicenter, felt as if struck by a heavy blow, violently spitting out a mouthful of blood, his vitality instantly waning. Did I manage to block it? A flicker of relief momentarily surged within Yu Huatian. However, in the next instant, his pupils constricted in horror. He beheld the several flying swords, momentarily hindered by the demonic light, merely pausing for an instant. Xuanji pointed his fingers like a sword and gently swept downwards. Go! In the blink of an eye, accompanied by flashes of flowing light, the air currents dissipated, the clash ceased, and tranquility returned. The flying swords returned, swirling around Xuanji as if seeking his praise. Xuanji noticed that a small bell had also been sent to him atop one of the swords, though it was already damaged. He nodded slightly, casually collecting it as a keepsake, and then revealed a smile. Not bad. It took merely 3 breaths. Xuanji felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. After all, the leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect possessed a trump card that rivaled even celestial artifacts, and the might unleashed through the burning of his essence blood was not to be underestimated. Fortunately, he held the upper hand. Meanwhile, the many masters of the Heavenly Demon Sect gazed upon this scene with profound terror. What exactly had transpired? The changes were so rapid that many were unaware that Yu Huatian had already perished. Above the heavens, the true man of Tianyu channeled his spiritual energy. His voice calm and detached. The leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect is dead. Disciples of the divine mysterious sect, heed my command and eradicate all demon cultivators. His words resonated throughout the heavens and earth, causing an uproar among the crowd. The disciples of the divine mysterious sect were exceedingly exhilarated, rushing out of the city as if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline. In stark contrast, the morale of the Heavenly Demon Sect crumbled, with their leader deceased. What was there left to fight for? They hastily sought to flee. The high-ranking members of the Heavenly Demon Sect exchanged anxious glances, none daring to step forward. Run. It seems the leader is truly dead. Damn it. How could the divine mysterious sect possess such formidable power? I warned against being reckless. Even a leader in the tribulation stage is no match. Enough talk. Let us flee. The Heavenly Demon Sect is doomed. The demon cultivators of the Heavenly Demon Sect fled in a frenzy. However, the divine mysterious sect advanced with the momentum of a raging storm, leaving no room for escape. Xuanji did not pursue further. Those of great skill seldom engaged in such endeavors. The true man of Tianyu remained observant, not hurried to act. He moved closer to Xuanji. My friend, how shall I address you? Until now, he had not comprehended Xuanji's true identity, but it was clear he was an ally, not an adversary. Regardless, it was essential to cultivate this connection. Such a favor was hard to repay. Chapter 82. From outer sect to Patriarch of the sect, my esteemed senior. You jest, Xuanji replied, his tone tranquil and unruffled. I am merely an ordinary disciple of the sect. What? The smile on the true man of Tianyu's face abruptly froze, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. He instinctively regarded Xuanji, whose expression remained serene, as if he were not lying. Moreover, with such formidable strength capable of effortlessly dispatching a tribulation stage opponent, there was no need to deceive him regarding such matters. The true man of Tianyu was struck by an ineffable sense of absurdity, equal in shock to the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect below. However, he quickly regained his composure and spoke earnestly. My friend, the divine mysterious sect owes you a debt of gratitude. Without your assistance, I fear I would have been unable to manage the situation. On the other side, as news of the Heavenly Demon Sect leader's demise spread, the will of the sect and its affiliated demon cultivators disintegrated in an instant. Not long ago, they had swept through the lands with overwhelming arrogance, viewing the divine mysterious sect as mere lambs awaiting slaughter. Yet now, with their support in the tribulation stage reduced to ashes, all that remained was an abyss of fear and the impending reckoning from the divine mysterious sect. The peak masters and elder superiors of the divine mysterious sect, filled with righteous fury, struck without mercy. Waves of powerful spells and luminous energies intertwined, effectively sealing every possible escape route. Once a formidable demonic cultivator rose in rebellion, the esteemed Master Tianyu would decisively quell the insurrection. Moments later, the cacophony of the battlefield fell into an eerie silence. The once menacing demonic cultivators were either dead or captured, with none managing to escape. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood, and remnants of shattered flesh and broken artifacts littered the ground. Numerous experts from the divine, profound sect, including a host of venerable ancestors, hovered in the air, gazing down at the chaotic battlefield and the jubilant disciples below. Yet, their faces bore little semblance of victory. Instead, they were marked by an overwhelming sense of unreality and profound confusion. Was it truly the end of a calamity that could have toppled the sect? The higher echelons of the divine, profound sect felt as though they were ensnared in a dream. Only moments ago, they had been prepared to fight to the death alongside their disciples, but unexpectedly, a reversal had occurred. Master began the peak master of Tianlei Peak, breaking the silence. He instinctively turned his gaze towards the sect leader, Xianxia, his eyes filled with inquiry. What on earth had transpired? This normally fiery peak master now spoke with an unprecedented tone of reverence. In an instant, the attention of all peak masters and esteemed elders converged upon Xianxia. In their hearts, he was the embodiment of an inscrutable and strategic leader. After a brief silence, a rare wry smile flickered across Xianxia's face. I, too, am in the dark regarding this matter. At that moment, he could no longer maintain the gravitas of a sect leader. Had he known earlier that such a formidable deity resided within the sect, he would never have faced death with such resolve and tension. Did they truly believe he was feigning his demeanor? Ultimately, regardless of their origins, they were all part of the divine, profound sect, were they not? Xianxia perceived this clearly. Xuanji's willingness to reveal himself and act before the world demonstrated his allegiance to the sect. Naturally, it would have been even more advantageous had he chosen to disclose his identity and intentions. At this juncture, everyone's gaze shifted towards the distance where Master Tianyu was engaged in conversation with Xuanji. A group of individuals bravely approached, resembling the eager disciples of years past who had encountered a great power within the sect, treading cautiously. After all, this was a being capable of effortlessly vanquishing those in the tribulation stage. They exchanged glances, taking note of Xuanji. This time, Xuanji did not conceal his visage. He appeared remarkably youthful, his aura restrained, entirely unlike a peerless warrior capable of cleaving through tribulation with a single sword strike. We have encountered the sword sovereign of demon slaying. Xianxia and the esteemed elders slightly bowed and spoke in hushed tones. Little Xuanji, you have arrived? Master Tianyu remarked with a smile. Xianxia, looking somewhat helpless, replied, Master Ancestor, you appear even younger than I. Let us refrain from such remarks. Among the esteemed elders, Master Tianyu consistently presented a youthful countenance and relished in the joys of life, having been the subject of many a jest in his time. Subsequently, Master Tianyu jested, had I known that such a formidable expert was safeguarding the sect, I would not have felt compelled to rush back. Xuanji found himself in a state of bemusement, helplessly stating, I'm unable to make contact either, and furthermore, I was unaware of the profound prowess possessed by Senior Zhanma. Xuanji expressed his own sense of innocence, having been engrossed in secluded cultivation, oblivious to the turmoil within the sect, who would take the initiative to inform a mere outer disciple. It could be said that the Xinyuan sect was rather fortunate, managing to endure until his emergence from seclusion. Ahem, Master Tianyu interjected, interrupting Xuanji's lamentation, and promptly proclaimed, From this day forth, Daoist Han shall serve as the Grand Elder of our Xinyuan sect. Upon hearing these words, many high-ranking members of the Xinyuan sect were visibly moved, bowing deeply in unison, exclaiming, We pay our respects to the Grand Elder. Xuanji regarded the deeply bowing assembly before him and did not decline their reverence. They could never fathom that he had previously been merely an outer disciple. I must be experiencing the most remarkable elevation in status in history, rising directly from an outer disciple to the sect's revered ancestor, Xuanji mused to himself. However, his true power had become evident. Xuanji felt little discomfort. After all, there was no longer any need for concealment. His current strength, while it may be an exaggeration to declare him invincible, ensured his own safety amidst the world. Even if confronted by a powerful being of the Ascension realm, he believed he could evade capture, even in defeat. According to Master Tianyu, even among the overseas hegemonic forces, those of the Tribulation Crossing realm were considered top-tier experts, while Ascension realm beings were mere legends, their presence almost mythical. It was clear how exceedingly rare such Ascension realm experts were. The demon race possessed a single demon emperor comparable to the Ascension realm, allowing them to dominate a state and even aspire for expansion. Nonetheless, the existence of just one being of such caliber did not instill in him a sense of overwhelming threat. However, this served as a reminder. He was not yet invincible and could not afford to be reckless. The path of survival resonated within him. Grand Elder Han had previously informed me, unless the sect faced dire straits, he would remain in seclusion. Thus it was natural for you not to have noticed. Master Tianyu clarified, this will remain true in the future. Rest assured, we shall not disturb the Grand Elder's cultivation. All mundane affairs of the sect will be managed by us. Xuanji and the other high-ranking members hastily assured him. Simultaneously, they refrained from inquiring into Han Xuanji's origins, understanding that everyone harbors secrets. Han Xuanji nodded slightly at this, desiring only to focus on his cultivation, disinterested in managing sect affairs unless faced with an existential crisis. Moreover, he had to undergo the tribulation himself. Achieving the Ascension realm and attaining true invincibility in the world was the righteous path. Chapter 83. The second layer of Tribulation Crossing Realm. Following this battle, the heavenly demon sect was utterly annihilated. After all, the demise of 2 Tribulation Crossing experts and numerous powerful entities, alongside the loss of several elite disciples, constituted a catastrophic blow. Even in the absence of annihilation, one finds themselves in a state of half-life. In the northern underworld, the demonic path flourishes. Should one weaken, their fate is truly sealed. Although the heavenly demon sect may still possess some heritage, it is unlikely to stir any significant upheaval in the near future. The crisis within the sect has been thoroughly navigated. Han Xuanji intends to attend to serious matters. His initial purpose for emerging from seclusion was to seek a breakthrough. Upon learning that Han Xuanji was to undergo tribulation, many suggested that he should do so within the confines of the Xianxia sect, sparing him the need to venture elsewhere, and they would prepare a suitable place for him. On another front, a sigh escaped, for it seemed that fate had ultimately eluded them. Bai Li Ju expressed a hint of regret, having hoped to entice 2 prodigies of the sword path, only to discover that one of them had exceeded expectations. Meanwhile, the sword sovereign of Beiqian was lost in contemplation, articulating his thoughts with a sense of profound understanding. Truly, the land of the 9 provinces is a cradle of hidden talents. The myriad transformations of this sword reflect an unparalleled mastery of the sword path. In silence, Nangong Wenjian closed his eyes and, after a considerable pause, declared his unwavering resolve. I am willing to join the Songming Sword Palace. His tone was resolute, clearly indicating a firm decision. Should this continue, he might forever remain unable to surpass, perhaps even unable to catch a glimpse of that figure receding into the distance. Upon hearing this, Bai Li Ju nodded with satisfaction, acknowledging, it is good that you have come to this realization. Given time, there may yet be opportunities to pursue him. At Xianxia Sect, the leaders of various sects were still engaged in discussions regarding Han Xuanji. The demon-slaying sword sovereign is extraordinarily powerful. Could he possibly be the offspring of a prominent figure from the higher realms? Perhaps a great being has descended to the mortal plane for training? Opinions varied widely. Xuanji slowly interjected. The demon-slaying sword sovereign clearly embodies the essence of a great practitioner who seeks neither fame nor fortune and would undoubtedly prefer to remain undisturbed. However, we must vigorously promote his deeds, and we should strive to meet his needs, enhancing his sense of belonging to the sect. Otherwise, over time, he may choose to depart, feeling that our constant pursuit of his protection is more of a burden than a benefit. Many peak masters, elders, and even some returning supreme elders nodded in agreement. After delivering these words, Xuanji hastily departed, for Han Xuanji had just indicated his intention to undergo tribulation, and he needed to act promptly. Soon, at Xianxia Sect, in a secluded valley on the outskirts of the sect, which was seldom visited, a thunderous roar echoed. The skies suddenly darkened, and storm clouds swirled ominously, permeating the air with a sense of impending destruction. The sect leader, Xuanji, along with the peak masters and supreme elders, gathered to witness the event. Below the ominous tribulation clouds, a solitary figure sat cross-legged. It was none other than Han Xuanji, who had commenced his tribulation. The overwhelming pressure of the heavens and earth bore down upon him. It felt as gentle as a breeze caressing the hills, not even stirring the hem of his garment. Lightning raged and gathered tumultuously within the clouds, heralding the imminent descent of thunder capable of obliterating all. Yet below, Han Xuanji remained as tranquil as a mountain. Hours passed. Han Xuanji successfully overcame his tribulation, stepping into the second layer of the tribulation realm. This time, no one disturbed him. For him, the tribulation posed little challenge. After all, he practiced celestial arts, possessed an immortal body, and was protected by celestial artifacts. Even if his spiritual energy were to be exhausted, he had an abundance of elixirs at his disposal, rendering failure a mere concern of the past. After breaking through a layer of realm, Han Xuanji felt his strength surge once more. At this stage of cultivation, each layer typically requires a protracted period of accumulation. Thus, every breakthrough signifies a substantial enhancement of power. Host: Han Xuanji, Cultivation, second layer of the Tribulation Realm. Techniques: Taichu Immortal Sutra, Ling Xiao Sword Technique, Zhen Mo Sword Technique, Fei Xian Sword Technique, Zhen Mo Golden Body, Taisu 9 Steps, 1 Xiang Sword Array Divine Abilities, Dongsu Divine Eye, 1 Jiesil, Tian Yan Technique, Fa Tian Xiang Di, Xuan Wang Chi, Pomietanderpan Satributes, Van Fa, Immortal Body, Bayu Spirit Protection, Dao Art, Immortal Fetus Dao Bone, Divine Weapons and Treasures, Zhen Mo Seal, Superior Celestial Artifact, Ling Xiao Sword, Inferior Celestial Artifact, Tong Tian Sword, Medium Celestial Artifact, Thunder Sword, Medium Celestial Artifact, Xianming Weak Water Pearl, Inferior Celestial Artifact, 7-star Xianwu Shield, Tribulation Treasure, Tian Mo Battle Armor, Tribulation Treasure, Ling Yun Immortal Robe, Inferior Celestial Artifact, Wan Yao Catalog, Special Treasure, Invincible. Han Xuanji sensed that within the entire spiritual realm, none possessed greater cultivation than him, nor did they have superior equipment. After successfully navigating his tribulation, Han Xuanji took some time to solidify his realm before returning to his cave abode. Observing the little white tiger's aura stabilizing, he transmitted a thought to awaken it. What is the master doing? The little white tiger opened its eyes groggily, as if just roused from slumber. Moving house, Han Xuanji replied. Oh, the small white tiger, no larger than a cat, leaped onto Han Xuanji's shoulder and boasted, Master, I am now terrifyingly strong. Han Xuanji cast a glance at it, noting that the creature had broken through to the 8th layer of the returning void stage. Its progress was indeed rapid, though it paled in comparison to his own. He did not wish to dampen its spirits, merely gathering the items he had previously arranged. Afterward, Han Xuanji made his way to the designated area allocated by the Sect, the Sect's main peak, the Supreme Hall. This was the sanctuary where the esteemed elders of the Xianxia sect had cultivated throughout the ages, and he had been assigned a magnificent palace within. The spiritual energy here was remarkably abundant, and upon becoming a supreme elder, the sect provided a generous supply of spirit stones periodically. The treasures from the sect's treasury were also readily accessible. With a simple application, they would be delivered to him. Han Xuanji was quite satisfied with this arrangement. Although he had previously enjoyed a comfortable life, this place was undoubtedly an improvement. However, he realized that the formations in this area might require his reconfiguration. The little white tiger looked around, sensing that Han Xuanji had indeed transformed. Master, have you taken control of the sect? What does it mean to have secured my position as the supreme elder of the sect? Han Xuanji retorted with a hint of annoyance. Upon hearing this, the little white tiger was momentarily taken aback. So what am I? Merely a guardian beast of the sect? Han Xuanji pondered for a moment before providing an answer that seemed somewhat satisfactory. The little white tiger nodded in agreement. At that moment, Master Tianyu arrived. Han Xuanji rose to greet him. Master Tianyu spoke directly. The members of the Heavenly Demon Sect have revealed all their intelligence. Who would have thought there were still traitors within our own ranks? They deserve to be punished. It is fortunate that we can trace them. Han Xuanji found this quite normal. Cultivators are not saints, after all, and they're driven by desires. Previously, the Heavenly Demon Sect was quite powerful, and it was only natural that some would seek to take advantage of that. Now that they have lost their gamble, they must face the consequences. Suddenly, Master Tianyu noticed the little white tiger and remarked in surprise, I didn't realize you had a spirit pet. This little fellow seems to possess considerable potential. The little white tiger lifted its head and huffed. I am of the white tiger bloodline. I am anything but ordinary. Master Tianyu smiled faintly, choosing not to engage further, and continued, the crisis with the heavenly demon sect has been temporarily averted, but completely eradicating them will prove to be a challenge. Why is that? Xuanji inquired with curiosity. As far as I know, the main headquarters of the heavenly demon sect is now deserted. Yet there are likely still some ancient beings lurking within. It will not be easy to eliminate them completely, Master Tianyu lamented. In truth, even if the Xianxia sect were to struggle against the heavenly demon sect, it would not easily face annihilation. As long as there are individuals remaining, the sect will not perish so swiftly. At worst, it may simply change its name. Xuanji was indifferent to this notion, as he had no intention of destroying the heavenly demon sect. If they remained quietly in the northern underworld, he certainly had no time to seek them out. There were potential dangers involved, as well as a waste of time. Suddenly, Xuanji recalled the matter concerning the demon race and proceeded to share the intelligence he had previously gathered. Upon hearing this, Master Tianyu frowned, sensing the gravity of the situation. After all, if the demon race were truly to invade, it would pose a far greater threat than that of the heavenly demon sect. As the leader of Dongsong Prefecture, the Xianxia sect could not simply stand by idly. I shall take note of this and inform the other sects, as well as seek assistance from the righteous sects of Zhongzhou. Master Tianyu sighed. He had no solutions of his own, lacking sufficient strength. He could only request aid from others. Xuanji nodded, not dwelling on the matter any further. Suddenly, Master Tianyu asked, since you have reached the tribulation transcending stage in your cultivation here at the sect, you won't be leaving anytime soon, will you? No, if I truly intended to leave, I would surely inform the sect, Xuanji replied calmly. After all, as long as he remained diligent in his practice and benefited from the resources available to him, there was no need to venture to distant lands in search of opportunities for advancement. Tianyu Jinren slowly nodded, expressing his sentiments. Although opportunities abound overseas, dangers are equally significant. Many cultivators, even those in the integration stage or undergoing tribulation, have fallen. It is said that the spiritual energy of the Jiuzhou continent has revived. Perhaps it was unwise to leave in the first place. After conversing for a while, Tianyu Jinren took his leave. Xuanji realized that this location was previously unexplored by him, a missed opportunity to experience the essence of Dao. He silently inquired, System, what is the level of Dao essence in this place? This is a 3-star sign-in location. 3 stars will suffice, Xuanji mused, slightly nodding. However, he had no intention of signing in here. Instead, he took out the compendium of myriad beasts and gazed at the little white tiger. Chapter 84. Revenge and Cultivation. The little white tiger, sensing a formidable enemy, widened its eyes in alarm. It fixated on the slowly unfurling compendium of myriad beasts in Xuanji's hands, instinctively taking a step back, emitting a trembling whimper from its throat. Master, what do you intend to do? The little white tiger's voice shifted in pitch, laced with terror. Observing its frenzied demeanor, Xuanji merely smiled faintly, effortlessly lifting the little creature into the air and casting it into the space of the compendium. Why are you so fearful? Your master would never harm you. Xuanji chuckled, subsequently sending a fragment of his consciousness into the compendium as well. Within the space of the compendium, a world of its own existed. As soon as the little white tiger landed, still shaken, it quickly detected an aura it had recognized for countless years. Let's see who this is, Xuanji's calm voice resonated. The little white tiger suddenly raised its head, its gaze sharp, instantly locking onto the feeble and disheveled figure of that aura. In an instant, forgotten memories surged forth like a breached dam. With a roar filled with boundless grief and murderous intent, the tiger's cry echoed throughout the space. The little white tiger instantly transformed into a colossal figure, its expression contorted with ferocity. Shenfeng, I demand retribution for your life. Upon seeing the white tiger before him, the demon Saint Shenfeng was struck with terror. How is this possible? There are still remnants of the white tiger lineage. A wave of horror washed over him, and despair engulfed him further. This white tiger had evidently allied itself with this unfathomable and terrifying entity. He had believed he still held some value, enough to survive. But now he realized that Xuanji had imprisoned him here solely to grant another the opportunity for vengeance. What extraordinary fortune this white tiger must have to accompany such a powerful being. Spare my life, I beg you. Shunfeng demon, Saint could no longer concern himself with anything else, his voice a desperate wail. The events of the past were never my intention. It was the order of the current demon emperor. It was he who sought to eradicate the white tiger lineage. I was merely following orders. Even without me, other demon saints would have acted. Spare my life, and I shall serve you as a slave and a servant. Thus, this became a disgraceful episode for the nation of myriad beasts. In the beginning, the white tiger lineage was the esteemed noble of the 10,000 demons kingdom, holding a position of great significance closely tied to the lineage of the demon emperor. However, following the sudden demise of the previous demon emperor, a brutal struggle ensued for the throne. Ultimately, the position of demon emperor fell to the seventh son of the former ruler, while the white tiger lineage, which had supported the emperor's eldest son, was systematically purged, paving the way for the ascendance of the golden tiger lineage. Nevertheless, despite the lengthy discourse of the divine wind demon sage, the little white tiger's expression remained icy. You shall perish. I will ensure that this demon emperor meets his demise in due time. The words had scarcely left its lips when its formidable body lunged fiercely towards the divine wind demon sage, who was restrained and unable to move. Regardless of right or wrong, it was unwilling to dwell on the past. In any case, every grievance would be avenged without exception. No, accompanied by a desperate roar. Moments later, the space within the tome fell silent once more. Only the immense white tiger remained, standing where the divine wind demon sage had dissipated, panting heavily. The little white tiger, as if awakening from a dream, felt a portion of its hatred dissipate. Turning to Han Xuanji, it began to weep profusely. I'm sorry, master. What is wrong? Han Xuanji raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback. I should not have concealed this from you. The little white tiger's voice quavered with sobs, fragmented and intermittent. I never disclosed my origins to you. I feared it would implicate you, and I was even more terrified that you might find me troublesome and no longer want me. Woo! As it continued, its sorrow deepened, along with a hint of trepidation. I just took it upon myself to kill him. Master, will you blame me? Truthfully, it still felt as though it were in a dream. After all, the divine wind demon sage was a figure of great authority and unparalleled strength, and the desire for vengeance had been buried deep within, never once considered to be vocalized. Now that the vendetta was fulfilled, it was an achievement beyond its wildest imaginings. Han Xuanji listened quietly until the little white tiger finished its lament, responding with indifference. I merely acted on impulse. He spoke the unembellished truth. Yet, the little white tiger did not perceive it that way. How could such coincidences exist in the world? It stared blankly at Han Xuanji, its little tail involuntarily wagging. However, I shall not intervene further in your matters. Remember that strength is paramount. Han Xuanji rose, stating calmly, from now on, I hope you can seek your own retribution. Of course, if you wish to pursue vengeance, I shall accompany you to observe. The little white tiger nodded vigorously. Continue your training in the Immortal Palace space. Han Xuanji commanded. Soon, both the individual and the tiger re-entered the Immortal Palace space. Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in at the Azure Dragon Hall and receiving a drop of true dragon blood. True dragon blood? Han Xuanji was momentarily taken aback. True dragon blood. This is a drop of essence blood from a true dragon at the Earth Immortal level, containing immense energy capable of refining the body and enhancing cultivation. Impressive. Even with Han Xuanji's current level of insight, he could not help but be astonished at this moment. At his stage, the assistance from external objects diminishes considerably. However, this single drop of true dragon blood was clearly an exception. Once refined, it would not only elevate his cultivation, but fundamentally enhance his vitality, tempering his physique to an unimaginable degree. It is essential to realize that this is the true dragon blood of a celestial being, and ordinarily, one might search the entire spirit realm without finding a single true dragon, let alone defeating it to obtain a drop of its precious blood. Even those who have ascended to the celestial realm would surely covet such a treasure. Han Xuanji felt a surge of anticipation, pondering how formidable his physical form would become after refining it. Nonetheless, he understood that the process of refining this true dragon blood would not be a simple endeavor. He needed to elevate his body refining techniques. Simultaneously, the divine mysterious sect began to recuperate its vitality. After years of conflict, the sect had suffered considerable losses among its disciples, and several cities and facilities had been damaged, necessitating the expenditure of human and material resources for reconstruction. However, within both the inner and outer doors of the divine mysterious sect, an atmosphere of excitement prevailed. It was rumored that a peerless powerhouse capable of effortlessly slaying tribulation-transcending beings had emerged within the sect. The peak masters of the 13 peaks and the elders, while reassuring the disciples and organizing the reconstruction efforts, recounted some details of the battles. Although there was little elaboration on Han Xuanji's identity, everyone knew who had turned the tide in the conflict. Moreover, the Sword Sovereign of Demon Slaying had been officially recognized as the supreme elder of the sect. The Sword Sovereign of Demon Slaying. Following this battle, the title had undoubtedly become the most coveted among the disciples of the divine mysterious sect. Furthermore, news of this terrifying achievement began to spread beyond the borders of East Song Prefecture. The Sword Sovereign of Demon Slaying had seemingly become the foremost sword cultivator in East Song, with some even asserting that he was the greatest sword cultivator of the contemporary era. Of course, this was also due to the efforts of individuals such as Nangong Wenjian, who had established a significant reputation in Zhongzhou by defeating many prominent figures known for their ostentation. Each time he emerged victorious, he would recall the words Han Xuanji had once spoken to him, often adding that these were the words of an unparalleled sword cultivator. Whenever inquiries persisted, he would eloquently recount Han Xuanji's glorious achievements, emphasizing that he had withstood a single strike, an impressive feat considering that tribulation-transcending experts could scarcely endure even one blow. Chapter 85. Signing in for the Tsanglong Dominance Body Technique. Overseas sword cultivators come to challenge. On this day, the system announced, "Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the Tsanglong Hall, acquiring the Tsanglong Dominance Body Technique." As the system's voice faded, a memory of a martial arts legacy surged into Han Xuanji's mind. The Tsanglong Dominance Body Technique, when cultivated to perfection, could rival a true dragon, possessing the might to shake the heavens and swallow the mountains and rivers. Indeed, Han Xuanji felt a surge of delight. Initially, he had been practicing the top-tier body refining technique known as the Demon Suppression Golden Body. This cultivation technique is indeed the most formidable body refining method he possesses, its intricacies surpassing even the numerous celestial-grade body-enhancing techniques he has mastered, aligning it more closely with the realm of immortals. However, the Tsanglong Dominance technique appears to be even more powerful, or perhaps it is simply better suited for his current stage of cultivation. After all, he has a drop of true dragon blood to refine. Initially, he intended to enhance his physical prowess before the refinement, but with this technique at his disposal, he might be able to commence the process ahead of schedule. Days passed. With remarkable insight and innate talent, Han Xuanji successfully mastered it to perfection. He exhaled deeply, ready for the next step. Opening his mouth, he inhaled, and the drop of golden-red true dragon blood transformed into a streak of luminous energy, swiftly entering his mouth. Boom! An unimaginable surge of energy erupted, instantly flooding Han Xuanji's limbs and bones. His skin turned a vivid crimson, like molten iron, as a dragon-shaped phantom, composed of overwhelming vitality, began to manifest around him. His bones resonated, producing a grand sound akin to thunderclaps or the roars of dragons soaring through the skies. If an ordinary tribulation stage cultivator were in his position, they would likely be overwhelmed by this ferocious energy, either bursting apart or having their souls obliterated by the will of the true dragon contained within. Yet, Han Xuanji merely furrowed his brow slightly and activated the Tsanglong Dominance technique. Before long, he seemed to transform into a celestial furnace, forcibly refining the tumultuous energy. Time slipped by unnoticed. After an indeterminate duration, the radiance enveloping Han Xuanji grew extraordinarily dazzling. As his blood coursed, it resonated with the sound of rushing rivers. Were one to peer within, a golden dragon shadow could be seen swirling. However, the tumultuous dragon roars gradually subsided, ultimately evolving into a long, powerful rhythm, as if a true primordial celestial dragon lay dormant within him. Han Xuanji's vitality underwent a metamorphosis, his already formidable physique becoming even more exaggerated. It is no exaggeration to say that even without the aid of defensive artifacts or spiritual energy, an ordinary second-layer tribulation stage cultivator would find it exceedingly difficult to breach his defenses. As Han Xuanji opened his eyes, feeling the explosive power within, he couldn't help but muse, with just my physical form, I should be capable of defeating tribulation stage cultivators. If the former leader of the heavenly demon sect were to confront him, he believed that even without relying on celestial artifacts or esoteric spells, He could vanquish the opponent using merely his fists and feet. His strength and defense were undeniably at a perfect level for his realm. In the pursuit of immortality, one must strive to become a versatile warrior. Han Xuanji was determined not to become the type of individual with high offense, but low defense. The real world is not a game. Who says sword cultivators cannot possess physical might or allocate points to body refinement? As an immortal, one should aspire to become a paragon of perfection. All of this was observed by the spirit of the immortal abode, which was utterly perplexed. The young man's methods eluded its understanding. From its perspective, Han Xuanji had simply engaged in silent cultivation and then inexplicably achieved a breakthrough. Truly strange indeed. The spirit of the celestial abode shook its head, giving it little thought. After all, the physical form of the Zonglong Emperor was equally formidable. Perhaps it is the nature of prodigies. In the days that followed, Han Xuanji continued his cultivation diligently, having refined the blood of the true dragon. Although it did not elevate his cultivation level, it significantly reduced his efforts, bringing him halfway closer to the third layer of tribulation crossing. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 2.5 years had elapsed. On this particular day, Han Xuanji reached the pinnacle of the second layer of tribulation crossing, poised for a breakthrough at any moment. Naturally, he had no intention of suppressing his realm. He departed from the celestial abode, returning to reality with the intent to cross the tribulation. He believed it would be safer to do so within the sect. Although the art of heavenly evolution had not led him into peril, each attempt had been fraught with unforeseen complications, making him feel that his innate divine ability was far from mastery. It was better to proceed with caution. With this in mind, Han Xuanji informed Xianxia of his intention to break through at the sect's border, ensuring a clearing of the crowd to avoid endangering innocents. Upon learning of Han Xuanji's impending tribulation, Xianxia was taken aback. However, he quickly sent a message urging Han Xuanji not to rush. Confused, Han Xuanji wondered why. Soon, Xianxia arrived at the palace where Han Xuanji resided. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke. Han Taishang, you may be unaware, but significant events have transpired during your years of seclusion. Oh, Han Xuanji inquired, what events are those? Xianxia promptly elucidated the situation. In recent years, Han Xuanji sighed, gaining insight into the changes in the external world through Xianxia's words. Numerous foreign powers had arrived on the Jiuzhou mainland. With the rise of spiritual energy, many blessed lands and secret realms had emerged, and even some ancient legacies had resurfaced. Not only had several formidable figures from Jiuzhou returned, but outstanding talents and powerful individuals from overseas had also come to the Jiuzhou mainland. These overseas cultivators carried an air of arrogance, often looking down upon the cultivators of Jiuzhou. Amidst this assembly of strong individuals, one had heard of the renowned demon-slaying sword sovereign and had come to the Xianxia sect to challenge Han Xuanji. Indeed, fame brought its own set of troubles. Han Xuanji shook his head. Previously, he had mentioned being in seclusion, and with Taishang Tianyu's intervention, the challenger had refrained from any extreme actions. Xianxia continued. The challenger has been in the tribulation crossing realm for many years, possessing at least the strength of the third layer of tribulation crossing. Is that all? Han Xuanji exhaled with relief, having expected a more formidable opponent. I feared it might be some ancient immortal, which would be troublesome. He sighed again and remarked, however, I cannot be held back by his lack of tribulation. I shall proceed with my own crossing first. Upon hearing Han Xuanji speak of the tribulation with such nonchalance, Xianxia was initially taken aback, before instinctively replying, all right. In truth, Han Xuanji was indifferent to the title of the world's foremost sword cultivator. It was not for others to decree, but rather for one's own strength to determine. Furthermore, he did not consider himself truly invincible. His sole desire was to pursue a tranquil path of cultivation. Xianxia acted swiftly, soon preparing a location for Han Xuanji to undergo his tribulation. This place was remote and sparsely populated, with several elders standing guard. Although this did not assist Han Xuanji in the tribulation itself, it was at least a gesture of goodwill. Han Xuanji gave it little thought, and soon he attracted the thunderous tribulation. Several hours later, he successfully navigated the tribulation, advancing to the third layer of the tribulation realm. The elders of the Xianxia sect celebrated Han Xuanji's successful breakthrough. His strength equated to the sect's strength, and they shared in the glory. At that moment, however, a voice pierced through the air, shattering the collective joy. So you are here. Upon hearing this voice, Xianxia's face darkened with concern. Alas, it is him, a tribulation-level expert, who did nothing but linger at the sect, seemingly enjoying his idleness. Lu Tianqing scoffed, snorting disdainfully. What the Penglai Immortal Mountain? Does he truly believe that I, the sword master of demon slaying, can be rivaled? As the master of Tontian Peak and a sword cultivator himself, Lu Tianqing had been thoroughly impressed by Han Xuanji's prowess after witnessing his capabilities on several occasions. He had become a fervent admirer of the sword master of demon slaying, even claiming that the sword master was once a disciple of Tontian Peak, which irked the other peaks, as Han Xuanji had never claimed allegiance to any particular peak. Han Xuanji, too, sensed a formidable presence approaching and raised an eyebrow to look. A man clad in black floated towards him, tall and handsome, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. With his white hair dancing in the wind and a dragon-shaped jade pendant gleaming at his waist, Han Xuanji discreetly utilized his investigative abilities. Alibankon, fourth layer of the Tribulation Realm, chief disciple of Penglai Immortal Mountain, naturally gifted with celestial spiritual roots, unwavering in his Dao heart, established foundation at 10 years old, transformed into spirit at a century, has been in secluded cultivation at Penglai for centuries, his reputation obscure. Hearing of the impending Great Era, he has emerged to traverse the world, coming to challenge after learning of the sword master of demon slaying, seeking to validate his own teachings. Are you also gifted with celestial lineage? Indeed, heroes of the world are as plentiful as the fish crossing a river, Han Xuanji mused, acknowledging the individual's notable background. He slightly nodded. Penglai Immortal Mountain was renowned as a sacred site for cultivation. However, unlike the Xianxia sect, which welcomed all, they only accepted prodigies, either possessing extraordinary comprehension or exceptional spiritual roots. Li Wenkong's sustained position as chief disciple for so many years attested to his remarkable capabilities. Han Taisang. The other party seems intent on battling. What shall we do? Xian Weizi's voice came through, tinged with a sense of helplessness. The mysterious Penglai Immortal Mountain, where Li Wenkong resides, possesses unfathomable power. Given the formidable strength of his opponent, he has previously challenged numerous strong adversaries and emerged victorious. Yet, he harbors concerns about whether Han Xuanji can prevail. Should harm befall him, it would spell significant trouble for the entire Xianxia sect. At this moment, Li Wenkong gracefully descended before Han Xuanji, mere paces apart. He scrutinized him closely, sensing a profound aura as deep as the ocean, with an inscrutable radiance that left him in awe. Could this individual be the renowned sword master of demon slaying? While he pondered this possibility, his countenance remained imbued with the gentle demeanor of an immortal descendant. I am Li Wenkong from Penglai Immortal Mountain. I have long heard of the sword master of demon slaying's unparalleled swordsmanship within the Xianxia sect. Might I request an introduction? The sword master of demon slaying had no desire for senseless combat. Han Xuanji spoke plainly, expressing his reluctance to engage in a fight without cause. The last thing he wanted was to inadvertently cause harm, leading to unforeseen complications. Upon hearing this, Li Wenkong's fighting spirit surged even more. After a brief contemplation, he produced an exquisite jade-bone folding fan, its ribs as smooth as cream, and the fan-esque surface adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to resonate with the sound of wind and thunder. I wager this 8th-tier spiritual treasure, the Sun Lei fan. Should you triumph, it shall be yours. If I, by chance, emerge victorious, you need only to convey the outcome of this battle truthfully. His tone was calm, as if he regarded such a treasure with indifference. Such confidence. Although Han Xuanji possessed his own celestial artifacts, he recognized the rarity of an 8th-tier treasure. Typically, a tribulation-transcending cultivator might be fortunate to possess even one, unless they hail from a remarkably powerful lineage. Crafting one independently would require centuries of effort. The Penglai Immortal Mountain certainly had substantial resources, perhaps an opportunity to sign and would arise. As myriad thoughts flashed through his mind, Han Xuanji glanced at the radiant fan and then at Li Wenkong's determined demeanor, realizing that evasion was futile. This fellow seemed to have been pent up for too long, needing an outlet for his frustration. With a hint of resignation, Han Xuanji remarked, "If I defeat you, I hope you won't hold a grudge. Also, I tend to be rather indiscriminate in my attacks, so please bear with me." Li Wenkong chuckled lightly. "From your tone, it appears you are even more audacious than I. Am I truly audacious?" Han Xuanji shook his head, stepping forward with hands clasped behind his back, the surrounding space seemingly solidifying as he ascended to great heights. "Come fort." What a remarkable agility. Li Wenkong leaped into the air, swiftly reaching the cloud sea above. Witnessing the spectacle, the elders of the Xianxia sect exchanged glances filled with concern. After all, they could not comprehend the battle between tribulation transcending experts. Meanwhile, Master Tianyu had also arrived at the scene, and upon witnessing the impending clash, furrowed his brow. The four great Immortal mountains held a formidable reputation in the overseas cultivation realm, and their disciples were undoubtedly exceptional individuals. Li Wenkong's position as the foremost disciple of the Immortal Mountain attested to his worthiness. He is truly the paragon among paragons. From the moment of his birth, he attained the realm of tribulation, a feat that can only be described as terrifying. Above the sea of clouds, in the vast expanse of the void, Han Xuanji and Li Wenkong locked gazes. Since this was a friendly spar, neither would employ their ultimate techniques nor strike first. "Please do proceed," Han Xuanji stated calmly. Before his words faded, an invisible and sharp sword intent quietly permeated the air. The sword intent transformed into a domain of its own. Li Wenkong's pupils constricta, and then a remarkable brilliance erupted within him. What a splendid sword intent! May I receive your guidance, Sword Master? The sacred Mount Penglai harbors myriad legacies, and Li Wenkong had comprehended many of the divine arts contained therein. With a thrust of his hand into the void, a colossal hand of solidified energy manifested, embodying both the gentlest and the most formidable of forces. Boom! The clouds churned, sweeping over 100 miles. The robes of both combatants billowed, for the power of the tribulation realm was immensely formidable. Even though both were merely testing one another, the surrounding space began to distort. Li Wenkong furrowed his brow. The opponent is rather strong. He had initially believed his own cultivation to be superior and had restrained some of his power, only to find that it yielded no advantage. It seems he possesses considerable strength, Han Xuanji mused, somewhat astonished. The opponent's spiritual energy was remarkably dense, likely due to the cultivation methods he practiced, rivaling his own despite being at a higher level of cultivation. Then I shall escalate my efforts. Both Han Xuanji and Li Wenkong silently concurred. As their movements intensified, the entire divine mysterious sect was stirred. Countless disciples gazed into the distance. Although they could not discern the figures engaged in battle, they could feel the overwhelming force, which was astonishing. It is the sword master of demon slaying. With whom is he engaged? Many were perplexed. Someone explained. The other individual is a formidable being from Mount Penglai, also at the tribulation level, here to challenge the sword master of demon slaying. Li Wenkong had spent some time at the divine mysterious sect and occasionally provided guidance to his disciples, so few did not harbor much animosity toward him. However, facing the sword master of demon slaying, the disciples of the divine mysterious sect unconditionally supported their esteemed master. In the boundless void, the two remained locked in a stalemate for several exchanges. Han Xuanji, unwilling to squander more time, decisively unleashed a palm strike. Boom! Li Wenkong's expression shifted drastically as he summoned all his power to resist, his entire being trembling. This power is too overwhelming. Li Wenkong was taken aback. He had not anticipated Han Xuanji's sudden surge of such formidable strength. Instantly, his spiritual energy was crushed, the terrifying force sending him hurtling back 100 miles, causing chaos within his vital energies and resulting in a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. How is this possible? Li Wenkong could hardly believe it. Han Xuanji's palm strike contained little complexity. It was a straightforward blow delivered with incredible speed, akin to a clash between a brawny giant and a frail man. He lost due to an absolute disparity in strength. Chapter 87. No need for extra effort in cultivation. You have lost, Han Xuanji said, nonchalantly waving his sleeve. Or do you wish to continue? He hoped the opponent would take the hint. An 8th-tier magical artifact was merely something he could earn in a mere second of his daily sign-ins. It was not worth continuing the charade. Li Wenkong, still in a daze, was evidently struck by a heavy blow. Despite his resolute heart, he never anticipated such a devastating defeat. He would not stubbornly claim he had been unprepared. In a life-and-death battle, he might have been struck down with a single blow. He sensed that Han Xuanji had ultimately restrained some of his strength, fearing he might accidentally kill him. This realization filled Li Wenkong with a mixture of relief and shame. After all, he had approached Han Xuanji first, audaciously spending money to seek out a beating. What is your cultivation level? Li Wenkong could not help but ask. He had never been able to discern Han Xuanji's true power, yet he had heard about the demon-slaying sword sovereign, who was said to have only recently broken through the tribulation. Xuanji hesitated for a moment before offering a small consolation, a bit higher than yours. In reality, he had only reached the third layer of the tribulation. But who could blame him for being kind? A white lie, after all. Upon hearing this, Li Wenkong felt slightly reassured. It was not that he was too weak. Rather, his opponent was too formidable. You are indeed impressive. I concede my defeat. Though somewhat arrogant, Li Wenkong acknowledged his loss and inquired, "How have you cultivated to such a level?" Xuanji pondered for a moment before replying, "I practice diligently every day without faltering." Your talent is also quite high. If you were to channel your thoughts into improving your cultivation, you might yet surpass me. I see. Li Wenkong suddenly felt enlightened. He had believed himself to be exceptionally talented and industrious, unmatched in the world. Clearly, however, the person before him surpassed him. Do not worry. I will not seek you out for the time being. Within 1,000 years, I shall surely have my revenge, Li Wenkong resolved, setting a timeline for himself. After all, he possessed a rare, celestial spirit root, destined to ascend. One day, he would catch up. Subsequently, he felt too embarrassed to remain in the Xianxia sect, transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the horizon. Such confidence? Xuanji shook his head, noticing that these prodigies of the cultivation world were filled with an unwavering belief in themselves. They seemed convinced that a few years of practice would allow them to surpass him. A millennium? By then, they would seek him out in the celestial realm. With Li Wenkong's departure, everyone present knew who had emerged victorious. The demon-slaying sovereign was indeed formidable. I knew he would win. The praises of the crowd echoed continuously. Xuanji listened quietly, maintaining an impassive demeanor as he returned to his demon-slaying hall, which was now named after him, carrying significant prestige. At this moment, a faint smile aggressed Xuanji's lips. However, he did not linger idly. He promptly entered the celestial realm. Upon his return, it was evident that he had successfully achieved a breakthrough. The spirit of the celestial abode was no longer surprised, having grown accustomed to such occurrences. It calculated the time taken for the breakthrough, noting that it was even swifter than that of its master. It pondered which celestial being had descended from above this time. Sensing that the impending calamity of the world had been stabilized, the spirit shook its head, experiencing an unprecedented lack of pressure. Suddenly, Han Xuanying invited, "Elder, are you familiar with the Penglai Immortal Mountain?" The spirit of the celestial abode replied, "Of course, I am well aware. The Penglai Immortal Mountain has a significant legacy." Intrigued, Xuanji encouraged it to elaborate. The Penglai Immortal Mountain is the inheritance of the Penglai Immortal Lord from the upper realm. This being resides at the level of the Tai Golden Immortal. Even if it is merely the lineage of one of their disciples, it remains formidable. Ascending to that realm would undoubtedly provide a solid foundation. At these words, Xuanji felt a jolt within his heart. A Tai Golden Immortal? To him, even the concept of immortals seemed distant and unattainable. The might of a Tai Golden Immortal was beyond his imagination. He estimated that such a powerful entity could easily obliterate this realm with a mere gesture. Instantly, the fleeting joy from defeating Li Wenkong dissipated. What if he inadvertently offended someone with a golden immortal backing? He needed to cultivate diligently. The news of his victory over Li Wenkong stirred a significant commotion within the Xianxia sect. After all, the arrival of overseas cultivators had caused quite a stir on the Jiuzhou continent. Several prodigies from abroad had repeatedly challenged the local talents of Jiuzhou, with most emerging victorious. Li Wenkong was undoubtedly among the elite of these overseas prodigies. His power was so formidable that one could scarcely label him as merely a prodigy. The dissemination of this achievement was, of course, orchestrated by the sect leader, Xianxia, who sought to elevate the sect's prestige. With such a powerful figure at the helm, many overseas forces would inevitably harbor trepidation. Moreover, Xianxia's perception of Xuanji underwent a remarkable transformation. He unconsciously began to place greater importance on his disciple, especially since Xuanji had previously identified him as the hero of the sect. Additionally, Li Shanhai's character was commendable. He did not indulge in misdeeds simply because he had become a disciple of the sect leader. Instead, he focused diligently on his cultivation and occasionally assisted Xianxia with tasks. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of 10,000 demons, the atmosphere within the demon emperor's palace was considerably heavy. In contrast to the ever-increasing vigor of the Xianxia sect, the arrival of overseas cultivators had begun to impact their grand plans, and the mysterious fall of the sacred demon of the divine wind added to their troubles. The demon emperor spoke slowly, his voice laced with irritation, while none of the gathered demons dared to utter a word. The death of the divine wind demon saint has rendered the demon emperor's temperament even harsher. If one were to provoke his ire, it would be a perilous situation from which no one could extricate themselves. A robust man adorned with bull horns remarked, "At present, there are numerous tribulation-crossing cultivators in the eastern Xianxia, and the demon-slaying sword sovereign of the divine mystic sect is particularly enigmatic. The endeavor to annex eastern Xianxia will not be a simple task." Another sinister figure, bearing a wolf's tail, added, "The demon-slaying sword sovereign is undoubtedly the greatest obstacle in our quest to conquer eastern Xianxia. His strength is at least at the mid-tribulation stage, if not potentially the late stage." Upon hearing this, several demon kings and demon saints concurred with the assessment. At the tribulation stage, the disparity between each minor realm becomes starkly apparent, with significant gaps in the critical minor realms. For someone newly entering the tribulation phase, the fourth layer is nearly insurmountable, unless there is a vast difference in divine powers or magical artifacts. However, at this level, such discrepancies are rare. With the demise of the divine wind demon saint, the question arises as to who will take the lead. Previously, with the divine wind demon saint as a trusted confidant, the demon emperor's words held considerable weight. Now, many demons are less inclined to obey. Although they may not dare to openly defy him, their efficiency has notably diminished. At this juncture, the previously silent demon master finally spoke. The human factions of eastern Xianxia are not a monolithic entity. Hearing this, the demon emperor subtly nodded, encouraging the demon master to continue. Among the nations of eastern Xianxia, only the great Xia and the great Ming possess formidable strength and the ability to unify. However, these two nations have been at war for many years, and all we need to do is give them a gentle nudge. The demon master's words were light, yet they carried an undercurrent of lethal intent. Indeed, Chapter 88, Sign in Elixir, Crossing the Tribulation to the Seventh Layer. Upon receiving news from the celestial realm, Xuanji found himself unsatisfied with his current level of cultivation, prompting him to diligently pursue further sign-ins and training. The Xianglong Palace is steeped in profound Dao, offering extraordinary daily sign-in rewards. These rewards include elixirs, rare materials, and some divine weapons and artifacts collected by the Xianglong Emperor, all of which are treasures of great significance. Even if not classified as celestial artifacts, they possess unique and invaluable uses. For instance, Xuanji once signed in for a top-tier flying vessel, whose speed rivals that of tribulation-crossing cultivators and can withstand multiple full-force strikes from them, boasting an impressively formidable appearance. As time gradually passed, a decade swiftly elapsed. Throughout these 10 years, Xuanji traversed the fourth and fifth layers of the realm, achieving the remarkable feat of reaching the sixth layer of tribulation at an almost unimaginable pace. Despite the seemingly modest leap of merely 3 minor realms, each crossing of a lightning tribulation results in comprehensive enhancement, refining one's physical body, soul, and even innate talents. Even the most extraordinary prodigies from revered cultivation sanctuaries often require decades, if not centuries, to achieve such breakthroughs. Over these years, he has nearly exhausted the Dao resources of the Xianglong Palace. It can be said that he has acquired virtually everything available, as well as relics from the past. This includes the Xianglong Emperor's intrinsic artifact, the Xianglong Imperial Seal. The Celestial Dragon Emperor Seal is a divine artifact forged from the fortunes of the spiritual realm and several mystical metals, attaining the esteemed classification of a top-tier celestial instrument. Endowed with immense power. In addition, Xuanji has acquired several celestial swords of this caliber, amassing a total of 9 celestial blades. When he invokes the myriad sword formation, its might is exponentially amplified compared to before. In terms of swordsmanship, although Xuanji has yet to step into the realm of sword intent, he is nearly at the pinnacle of the sword intent domain. He inquired with the spirit of the celestial abode, but regrettably, the Celestial Dragon Emperor himself lacks proficiency in swordsmanship, rendering him uninformed on this path. Nevertheless, the spirit indicated that certain factions within the spiritual realm possess legacies from the celestial realm, and some ancient sanctuaries may harbor such traditions, albeit exceedingly rare, making them largely inaccessible to most cultivators. While the divine profound sect boasts considerable heritage, it pales in comparison to those factions with upper realm lineages, often resulting in an inability to consistently produce transcendental beings, with even tribulation realm experts becoming increasingly scarce. Furthermore, The intervention of upper realm powers in the lower realm incurs significant costs, burdens that ordinary celestial beings cannot bear. However, Xuanji does not feel disheartened. After all, he has spent many years within the divine profound sect, which has guided him through his most challenging developmental phase. Approximately 6 months have passed. Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in at the Celestial Dragon Hall and receiving the Celestial Pill, Taichu Ichi Golden Pill. The system's notification resonated, instantly capturing Xuanji's attention. A Celestial Pill? His expression brightened with joy. Despite the multitude of treasures within the Celestial Dragon Hall, Celestial Pills are among the rarest of types. Over the span of more than a decade, he has only signed in for such pills 3 times, each consumption granting him substantial benefits. The first pill significantly enhanced his primordial spirit's power and even slightly improved his comprehension. The second was a cultivation-enhancing pill that allowed him to break through a minor realm and accelerated his subsequent training speed for an extended period. The third was a life-saving celestial pill that, upon consumption, could restore a cultivator's physical body and spirit, heal all toxins, and reverse the tides of life. The Taichu Ichi Golden Pill is concocted from primordial Taichu energy combined with various spiritual materials. Xuanji felt a surge of delight. It is well known how precious primordial Taichu energy is. It is likely that a single strand is nearly impossible to find throughout the entire spiritual realm. Xuanji surmised that this pill was likely procured through the personal channels of the Celestial Dragon Emperor. This pill is probably beyond the reach of ordinary transcendental cultivators to refine easily. Fortunately, as he practices the Taichu celestial technique, he can absorb it effortlessly, free from any adverse effects. For Xuanji, the value of the celestial pill far surpasses that of the celestial artifact he previously signed in for. The enhancement of his cultivation is of utmost importance. He retrieved the Taichu Ichi Golden Pill from the system space and cradled it in his palm. The elixir resembled the size of a longan, exuding a deep, dark hue, its surface swirling with an indescribable aura of the Tao. At times, it manifested various wondrous phenomena. Merely a wisp of its fragrance caused Xuanji to feel a shift in his cultivation. Without a moment's hesitation, he opened his mouth and swallowed the celestial pill, brimming with boundless energy. The pure, indescribable energy erupted within him. An ordinary tribulation transcending cultivator would surely be unable to withstand such force. Yet Xuanji, possessing not only an immortal body, but also the essence of celestial Dao bones, swiftly suppressed and refined this power through the operation of the Taichu Immortal technique. His cultivation, physique, and even his primordial spirit experienced continuous growth. After a considerable time, Xuanji slowly opened his eyes. Each of his bones had become increasingly translucent and radiant under the elixir's influence, emanating an inexplicable aura of the Tao. A celestial energy radiated from him, evoking an involuntary sense of admiration. With the aid of the Taichu Ichi Golden Pill, Xuanji's cultivation swiftly reached the pinnacle of the 6th layer of tribulation transcending, merely a step away from the 7th layer. Whenever he chose, he could invoke the thunder tribulation to break through. Moreover, this elixir's power had only been partially refined. A significant portion of its potency lay dormant within him, waiting to be unearthed in future cultivation. The Taichu Ichi Golden Pill truly lived up to its reputation as a celestial elixir. Xuanji mused, marveling at the effects of this pill, which far exceeded his expectations, saving him countless years of arduous training while solidifying his foundation without a trace of superficiality. It was time to venture forth and face the tribulation. Over the past decade, Xuanji's rare excursions had primarily been for this purpose. Each time, Xuanji would almost instantly summon him, the esteemed sect master seeming to act as his secretary. Furthermore, Xuanji would occasionally share news from the outside world. With various opportunities emerging, an increasing number of powerful beings and factions had arrived on the Jojo continent, including legendary figures from millennia past who began to make their grand appearances. The actions of these individuals complicated an already tumultuous situation. The Daxia and Daming, as the 2 dominant powers of the Eastern Sangzhou, had nearly become chess pieces in the hands of others, all seeking to utilize the royal power to explore and uncover auspicious opportunities. 3 years prior, an ancient cave dwelling had appeared at the border of Daxia and Daming, drawing countless strong cultivators to contend for it and sparking a great battle. Since then, the situation had spiraled beyond control. Han Xuanji regarded this turmoil with indifference. It has nothing to do with me. Chapter 89, Years Apart. The ebb and flow of the world's great powers inevitably leads to unification after division and division after unification. Han Xuanji had no intention of intervening in such matters. However, the Xianxia sect, being situated in Daxia, had disciples hailing from prominent families within Daxia, including members of the royal lineage, who could not simply turn a blind eye. Within the upper echelons of the divine profound sect, numerous disagreements have arisen. Ever since the sword master of demon slaying subdued the leader of the celestial demon sect, his fame has spread far and wide, coupled with the return of several ancestral figures from the sect. Even practitioners from overseas dare not provoke the disciples of the divine profound sect lightly. This remarkable spectacle has solidified the sect's position as the foremost celestial gate in eastern Xianxia, attracting a multitude of aspiring cultivators seeking to affiliate themselves, resulting in an intense competition that dwarfs the circumstances of several decades prior. The present-day divine profound sect boasts a grand aura, with disciples aplenty and formidable experts in command. To assert that it is experiencing its most prosperous era in millennia would not be an exaggeration. Some contend that in this golden age, the sect should strive for bold advancements to firmly establish itself as a super sect, even aspiring to catch up with the sacred grounds of the central continent. To achieve such ambitions, it is essential to continue expanding territory and seize opportunities. This impending war presents an opportune moment for such expansion. Conversely, others believe that the sect should not take such large strides. The last conflict with the demonic path resulted in considerable losses that necessitate recuperation before further ventures. Ultimately, it was Xuanji who made the final decision, noting that the sect's most formidable pillar, the sword master of demon slaying, remains in seclusion. Should conflict arise, what will happen if the ancestors are still in retreat? The assembly fell silent at once. Han Xuanji departed from the immortal manor, returning to reality, his aura steady and unyielding. As he exited the hall of demon slaying, he basked in the sunlight and gentle breeze, inhaling the fresh air from the outside world. Simultaneously, he subtly sent a message to the sect leader, Xuanji. Upon receiving the transmission and learning that Han Xuanji was about to face tribulation, Xuanji felt no surprise, even growing somewhat numb to the news. His explanation within the sect had shifted as well, now stating that a master of the Thunder Path was cultivating divine powers. Shortly thereafter, Xuanji arrived in person, accompanied by a disciple. At this moment, Xianxia felt a surge of anxiety. He understood that the sect leader had taken him on as a disciple due to a word from the sword master of demon slaying. In truth, the sword master likely no longer remembers this nameless individual. Nevertheless, Xianxia harbored immense respect and gratitude for the sword master. Without him, he would merely be an ordinary golden core disciple, utterly devoid of the abundant resources he currently possesses. Do not be anxious. The sword master is known for his gentle demeanor, as long as you do not trouble him, Xuanji reassured, noting Xianxia's tense expression. As someone who had interacted with Han Xuanji frequently, he had a good understanding of his temperament. In the midst of their conversation, the two arrived at the entrance of the hall of demon slaying. Xianxia took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil within, his gaze directed toward the figure that stood with its back to them. Disciple, greetings to the sword master. Upon seeing Han Xuanji's silhouette, Xianxia's heart trembled, and he hastily bowed, not daring to be remiss. His face radiated with sincerity. Just then, the figure before them slowly turned around. Sunlight cascaded down, clearly illuminating Han Xuanji's visage. Senior Brother Li, this is unexpected. The moment Xianxia beheld Han Xuanji's countenance, his face was etched with shock. Huh? It's Han. His mouth instinctively opened, yet no sound emerged. The subsequent two words eluded his tongue. Han Xuanji bore no offense, for in the realm of cultivation, the stark disparity in strength spoke more profoundly than any title or social standing. Standing beside them, Xuanji observed Xianxia's reaction with keen interest, a flicker of understanding crossing his eyes. Indeed, his disciple recognized the enigmatic, slaying demon sword sovereign. Over the years, he had subtly probed, but Xianxia appeared to be entirely oblivious. Now, it seemed that Han Xuanji had concealed his identity exceedingly well. Thus, it could be surmised that the slaying demon sword sovereign was likely a disciple of Lingxi Peak. Xuanji mused silently. When next meeting with the other peak masters, he intended to wager on the origins of the slaying demon sword sovereign. After discussing the matters concerning the tribulation, Xuanji addressed Han Xuanji earnestly. Han Taishang, the Daming offensive is ferocious, and the world is in turmoil. Some sect from Daming have begun to invade Daxia. Although our Shanhui sect has not yet been disturbed, it is only a matter of time. I wish to hear your thoughts. Han Xuanji responded with a calm demeanor. My perspective is quite straightforward. We should focus on our own development. The current capabilities of Shanhui sect do not allow us to provoke trouble indiscriminately. The overseas immortal sects and the sacred lands of Zhongzhou are forces beyond our comparison. What purpose would it serve to forcibly intervene in the affairs of the world? It is far more prudent to devote ourselves to cultivation. Of course, should they come knocking, I will not hesitate to take action. After hearing this, Xuanji nodded slightly, aligning with Han Xuanji's sentiments. Han Xuanji's continual breakthroughs were a tremendous boon for the sect. Although his precise strength remained unknown, Xuanji sensed that he was growing increasingly formidable. On the borders of Daxia, countless cultivators and soldiers clashed in battle, unleashing a cacophony of spells and artifacts. These troops were no mere mortals. They were seasoned cultivators, most adept in specialized techniques and spells, forming formidable formations that exhibited immense power, leveraging their home field advantage and the support of sect members. The Daxia forces had gradually gained the upper hand, pressing the Daming army into a retreat. Just then, a resounding roar pierced the heavens, imbued with wildness and ferocity, erupting from behind the Daming ranks. The cacophony of countless ferocious beasts roared forth, accompanied by an overwhelming aura that instantly captured the attention of many. Simultaneously, the earth began to tremble violently, as a surge of demonic energy erupted from the distance, swiftly enveloping the entire battlefield. What is that? A Daxia nascent soul cultivator exclaimed in horror, gazing into the distance. Behind the Daming army, clouds of dust billowed, obscuring the sun. Within that haze, numerous grotesque titanic figures surged forth. Boom! In an instant, earth and stones were hurled into the air, and dust clouds surged forth. Dozens of resolute cultivators from the Great Xia, along with the array beneath their feet, were instantaneously reduced to mere flesh and blood, unable to withstand the terrifying force of impact. Soon, the forces of Great Xia began to retreat in disarray. Whenever a senior cultivator from Great Xia attempted to intervene, they were swiftly intercepted. Clearly, the champions of the Great Ming were in greater abundance. The amalgamation of demons and cultivators proved to be truly extraordinary. A satisfied expression graced the face of the national master of Great Ming, while a rugged man standing beside him wore a smile. At that time, what you promised us cannot be retracted. Indeed, the national master of Great Ming nodded slightly. After all, those sacrificed will be the cultivators and citizens of Great Xia, entirely unrelated to us. Before long, the battlefield was left remarkably clean. Chapter 90. Pioneering one's own sword path on the outskirts of the divine mysterious sect. In a secluded valley rarely trodden by human feet, the deafening roars of heavenly tribulations resounded for several hours, causing the valley to tremble and the heavens and earth to lose their color. Finally, as the last bolt of thunder that rent the skies dissipated, the ominous clouds dispersed, and tranquility returned to the valley. A radiant light, infused with the vitality of heaven and earth, pierced through the clouds, cascading down like a gentle rain. Beneath this illumination, Han Xuanji's aura became increasingly profound and inscrutable. Before long, Han Xuanji began to channel his cultivation technique, and the slightly turbulent energy from his breakthrough stabilized. Akin to an unfathomable ancient abyss, his realm had ascended to the 7th level of the tribulation crossing stage, a level that, as the world would say, represents the latter phase of tribulation crossing. At this juncture, even within the ancient sacred lands and secluded immortal sects, he would stand proud among the elite. Furthermore, compared to them, aside from his age, he vastly outshone them in other respects. Naturally, Han Xuanji was not content with merely being at the 7th level of the tribulation crossing stage. In the days that followed, he continued to sign in and cultivate at the Zonglong Hall. With each breakthrough, he would refine various divine abilities, enhancing their potency once more. This time, he intended to dedicate some time to his sword path. After my breakthrough, I should be able to wield 9 celestial swords simultaneously, Han Xuanji mused inwardly. In truth, celestial artifacts are typically wielded only by those at the ascendant or even immortal stages. For an ordinary tribulation crossing cultivator, It would be impressive to exert even 1/10 of a celestial artifact's power. Yet, Han Xuanji was no ordinary tribulation crossing cultivator. His foundations were extraordinarily deep. Even the usually well-informed spirit of the celestial artifact was secretly astonished. He had been able to harness some celestial power back in the spirit transformation stage. And now, at the 7th level of tribulation crossing, it was naturally well within his capabilities. However, during the earlier phase of tribulation crossing, utilizing 3 celestial artifacts was nearly his limit, and wielding a high-grade celestial artifact like the Demon Suppression Seal left him somewhat fatigued. Now, at the 7th level of tribulation crossing, Han Xuanji attempted to simultaneously command 9 celestial swords while executing the heavenly tier sword technique, forming a sword array. Multitasking is not particularly challenging for me. Rather, the true difficulty lies in the necessity for the 9 sword techniques to seamlessly integrate and harmonize with one another, thereby unleashing a more profound power. Han Xuanji began to ponder deeply, intending to forge a sword technique that would be more suitable for himself. His mastery of the sword had long since reached the pinnacle of the spirit realm, rendering him a formidable swordmaster. Establishing his own path, given his discernment and experience, was not a daunting task. Moreover, within the Canglong Palace, there existed a trial space that would allow him to unleash his abilities and creativity without reservations. Time flew swiftly. On a particular day, while Han Xuanji was diligently cultivating in the Immortal abode, a significant event transpired within the Great Xia's cultivation realm. Due to the fall of many territories in Great Xia, the formidable practitioners of the Ming dynasty began to target the cultivation families and sections. In an instant, the flames of war spread, leaving sorrow in their wake. In just a few months, many sects of Great Xia had been looted, and even the esteemed Xiantian Dao sect, one of the 4 great sects of Great Xia, suffered severe losses and struggled to endure. Had it not been for the invocation of the sect's foundational resources, they might have followed in the footsteps of some smaller sections. The mighty cultivators of the Ming dynasty openly challenged the 4 great sects of Great Xia. In response, the powerful figures of Great Xia began to unite, forming the Great Xia Dao Alliance. The position of alliance leader was widely desired for the renowned demon slayer swordmaster of the Xianxia sect, whose achievements were undeniably formidable. However, after the sect leader Xian Weizi declined the offer, the position was assumed by the esteemed Tanyu Zhenren of the Xianxia sect. Although Han Xuanji had expressed his desire for a non-aggressive stance, the sect is not merely a place of consensus. Even with the high esteem of the demon slayer swordmaster, when enemies have breached their gates and some disciples' families have been obliterated, how could they remain indifferent? After thorough deliberation, the Xianxia sect dispatched numerous disciples to resist the invasion of the Ming dynasty's cultivation realm. In Sangzhou of Great Xia, ominous clouds loomed low, the heavens shrouded in darkness, and amidst the ruins stood a scene of utter devastation. Silence reigned, the air thick with the stench of blood and death. Yet, within the dilapidated structures, not a single corpse was to be found. Only bloodstains and tattered garments littered the ground. Nangong Wenjian stood amid the rubble, his face a stormy shade of blue, fury igniting in his eyes as he gritted his teeth and declared, "These wretches, for their own selfish gains, they conspire with the demon race, bringing calamity upon the living." The grim sight before him clearly indicated that the souls of this place had all fallen victim to the demon's insatiable hunger. Upon learning of the plight of the Tianjian sect, Nangong Wenjian hastily returned from the Sangming Sword Palace in the Central Continent, eager to offer his support. Though he had joined the Sangming Sword Palace, he had never intended to sever ties with the Tianjian sect, a sentiment understood by the sect leader. Upon his swift return to the sect, Nangong Wenjian fervently recounted his observations along the way. However, the sect leader merely waved his hand wearily, already well aware of the situation. Although the Ming dynasty's cultivation realm was indeed formidable, it could not surpass a certain threshold. Otherwise, the equilibrium of power between the 2 dynasties would not have endured for so long. In this current era, it is the arrival of the demon race that has utterly shattered the delicate balance. Their formidable physique, combined with the capricious and ever-changing spells of the cultivators, renders it nearly impossible to confront them directly. At times, even fleeing becomes a daunting task. The collusion between the Great Ming and the demon race has likely been underway for quite some time. The master of the Heavenly Sword sect sighed heavily, his brow furrowed with worry. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes, and urgently inquired, "Disciple, Are there any sacred grounds in the central plains willing to extend their assistance? Nangong Wanjian fell silent for a moment, sorrowfully shaking his head. The sacred sects of the central plains claim to have no time to spare. Moreover, on the surface, those demons are merely referred to as the demon pets of the great Ming cultivators. It is hardly appropriate to compel them to fight as mere pets. At this juncture, they can only rely on themselves. With a heavy heart, the master watched the light in his eyes extinguish completely, murmuring, "Perhaps only the one from the divine profound sect can offer a glimmer of hope." Yet, he soon offered a bitter smile, one that was more sorrowful than tears. That individual, who lives in seclusion and has transcended the mundane, has long since seen through the tumult of the world. It is unlikely they would easily involve themselves in such conflicts, although some harbored dissatisfaction towards the indifference of the demon slayer swordmaster. The master could comprehend their sentiments. Cultivators of such a high realm are invariably in pursuit of the path to immortality, where the great Tao stands as the sole truth. Even the venerable ancestors of the Central Plains sects seldom appear unless their sect faces ruin or humanity stands on the brink of calamity. One must do their utmost and leave the rest to fate. Taking a deep breath to suppress the turmoil within, Nangong Wanjian's gaze sharpened once more. If we can endure for a day, it shall be a day. I believe a turning point shall eventually present itself. 3 months later, outside the gates of the divine profound sect, the biting cold wind swept through. A figure, exuding unabashed arrogance, ascended the cloud steps, dressed in a resplendent crimson robe adorned with gold. His imposing stature and powerful aura commanded attention as he leisurely approached the grand hall of the divine profound sect's main peak. "I am Peng Yin, an elder of the divine fire sect." His voice resonated loudly, reverberating within the hall with an air of condescension. "I have come to your esteemed sect to discuss matters of paramount importance regarding your very existence. Where is your sect master?" His demeanor openly displayed disdain towards the sects of the great Xia. Witnessing such arrogance and rudeness, a hot-tempered elder could no longer contain his outrage and barked, "Impudent! Your sect master does not come, and you expect ours to lower themselves to meet you? You, a mere elder. What authority do you have to represent the divine fire sect and the great Ming's cultivation world?" "Humph!" Peng Yin sneered, his gaze sharp as a frostbitten blade, dismissively sweeping over the enraged elders. "Allow me to clarify further. Although my divine fire sect may not represent the entirety of the great Ming, do you know who stand behind my sect?" He deliberately paused, creating an atmosphere of pressure. The elders, suppressing their fury, fell into silence, unwilling to engage with his cryptic provocations. Upon witnessing the scene, Peng Yan's lips curled into a smug smile, his voice suddenly rising in pitch as if proclaiming a grand announcement. "Overseas Immortal Sect, the Absolute Sky Alliance. Have you heard of it? With 8 formidable tribulation experts and 100,000 disciples, our revered Godfire sect counts among them, and the Absolute Sky Alliance seeks a foothold in the 9 provinces." His gaze, sharp as lightning, swept across the magnificent hall. "I see your divine mysterious sect has quite the suitable location. Be wise and pack your belongings to depart. Perhaps you may yet preserve your lives." At his words, ire ignited in the eyes of many elders from the divine mysterious sect. How outrageous! Do you truly believe our divine mysterious sect is so easily bullied? Such foolish delusions. We shall never acquiesce. In response, Peng Yin merely shook his head, a smile playing upon his lips. "Let me be frank with you. The Xiantian Dao sect has already caught the attention of another immortal sect from overseas and has become a stronghold. Their patriarch was grievously injured and fled. Their sect leader has perished in battle, and that once great sect has now been reduced to ashes." He surveyed the room, observing the suddenly grim expressions of those present, and leisurely added, "Should your divine mysterious sect wish to meet a similar fate, I shall not offer further counsel." His feigned benevolence incited an overwhelming sense of humiliation and chilling dread among the audience. The Xiantian Dao sect, one of the 4 great immortal sects of the great Xia, possessed strength and depth that rivaled that of the divine mysterious sect. Indeed, without the presence of the demon slayer swordmaster, the divine mysterious sect might even be inferior. The thought that such a formidable sect could be annihilated overnight filled them with trepidation. "Enough!" A commanding voice shattered the silence in the hall. The sect leader, Xianxia, appeared at the main seat, his gaze piercing like a bolt of lightning aimed at Peng Yin. "I am Xianxia, the leader of the divine mysterious sect. If your visit is solely to deliver such outrageous words, you may take your leave. Moreover, do you not fear for your life, trespassing in my divine, mysterious sect?" His calm words belied a pressure akin to a mountain. "Heh!" Facing the weight of Xianxia's presence, Peng Yin scoffed derisively, unyielding in his demeanor. "I represent the Godfire Sect, the Absolute Sky Alliance, and indeed the entirety of the Great Ming's cultivation world. Should anything befall me, I am eager to see what fate awaits your divine, mysterious sect. There is still room for negotiation now, but soon, I fear there will be no opportunity left for discussion." With that, Peng Yin proudly surveyed the surroundings, his eyes disdainful, as though he were assured that the divine, mysterious sect would not dare lay a finger on him. Concealed within the voluminous sleeves of his robe, his fingers discreetly tightened around a talisman, radiating an obscure yet potent energy. "Robe, I shall witness the true might of your absolute Sky Alliance. Do you truly think our divine, mysterious sect lacks the means to deal with you? Leader, seize this scoundrel." In an instant, the atmosphere within the hall became charged with tension, as several elders in the Void Return realm summoned their spiritual powers, locking onto Peng Yan's presence. Prepare to strike down this audacious interloper. How dare a mere Void Return cultivator brazenly make such a ruckus in the heart of the divine, mysterious sect? It was nothing short of seeking one's own demise. Silence. Xuanji's countenance was as dark as water, his inner fury surging like a tempest. Yet, as the leader of a sect, he maintained his final semblance of calm and grace, forcibly suppressing the murderous intent that almost erupted forth. He raised his hand, signaling the agitated elders to momentarily quiet their restlessness. This matter need not be elaborated upon. Xuanji's voice was resolute, his gaze unwavering. "No one within the ranks of the Xianxian sect shall depart. The ancestral heritage, the sanctity of our mountain gate and doctrines cannot be coveted by others. I care not whether you are from the Divine Fire Sect or the Absolute Sky Alliance." Each of his words rang like the clash of metal, imbued with a sense of determination. If war is to be waged, then so be it. Indeed, if it is war, let it be war. The elders spoke in unison. With Xuanji's declaration, their lingering fears were swiftly dispelled. "Excellent. Very well." Peng Yan's expression darkened completely, as if he could draw water from it. He had not anticipated the Xianxian sect to be so resolute. Faced with the ire of the crowd, he dared not linger longer, leaving behind a venomous and threatening remark before sweeping away in a flash of crimson light, hurriedly fleeing the grand hall. "In 7 days, I shall see if you can maintain this fortitude. Await the shattering of your mountain gate and the severing of your doctrines." Watching Peng Yin retreat in disarray, his silhouette vanishing beyond the hall, the anger on the faces of the gathered gradually dissipated, replaced by an inescapable gravity of concern. That was a formidable force, bolstered by 8 transcendent beings. Should they truly advance, how could they possibly contend? Xuanji discerned the unease among the crowd, inhaled deeply, and proclaimed with clarity, "They boast of 8 transcendent beings. Do they truly possess 8? These overseas sects may appear formidable, yet they are not a monolith. Rather, they resemble a coalition, not a singular sect, and cannot mobilize entirely merely for the sake of seizing opportunities on the Jojo continent. United in our purpose, what we have to fear from them." Xuanji's words were steady and powerful, infused with a calming authority. The elders nodded in agreement, their spirits considerably lifted. After inspiring the hearts of many, Xuanji slightly inclined his head, his demeanor as unyielding as a mountain, seemingly untroubled. As the elders gradually dispersed, the vast hall was left with only him. A profound seriousness etched upon Xuanji's face. TMD, 8 transcendent beings. Who could remain calm upon hearing such news? The next moment, he vanished from his original position, appearing outside the Demon Slayer Hall, his steps heavy. Although he wished to avoid disturbing Han Xuanji's cultivation, the circumstances left him no choice. Grandmaster of Demon Slayer, Xuanji gazed at the tightly shut doors of the hall, his voice low and urgent, imbued with unprecedented gravity. Agave situation room. Chapter 92. With a single strike, he shall perish 9 times. What is it? Han Xuanji had sensed Xuanji's presence long before. Although most of his thoughts were concentrated on the celestial abode, he remained acutely aware of the external circumstances. He knew that if there were not significant matters at hand, Xianxia would not have come to disturb him. "Come in," he said, and as the words left his lips, the doors of the hall swung open. Xianxia let out a sigh of relief. Since Han Xuanji took residence in the Demon Slayer Hall, he had rearranged a set of formations. Although Xianxia was unaware of the power of this formation, he often felt a sense of life-threatening danger whenever he approached. Hastily entering the hall, Xianxia's face lit up with a smile reminiscent of a blooming chrysanthemum, completely shedding the dignified demeanor befitting his status as a sect leader. Supreme Elder Slayer of Demons, you are unaware of the grievous oppression inflicted by the Divine Fire Sect and the Absolute Heaven Alliance, Xianxia exclaimed, immediately pouring out his grievances with urgency. He then succinctly recounted the content relayed by Peng Yan. Is the Absolute Heaven Alliance that formidable? Han Xuanji inquired, his tone remarkably calm. It is said to be a powerful force guarded by 8 transcendent beings, boasting a disciple count in the hundreds of thousands, renowned across the seas, and controlling over 10,000 islands of various sizes. Xianxia cautiously responded, pausing to add, I have consulted with Supreme Elder Tianyu, and he confirmed this information to be true. Moreover, among those 8 transcendent beings, there is one at the later stages of transcendence, the leader of the Absolute Heaven Alliance, whose identity and origins remain shrouded in mystery, indicating an extraordinary background. At this point, Xianxia could not help but sigh. Even during the zenith of the Xianxian sect's history, it had never simultaneously housed 8 transcendent beings. After finally welcoming a peerless talent like the Sword Master of Demon Slaying, it was believed that the sect could develop steadily and reclaim its former glory, perhaps even advance further. However, fate had other plans, and the world's situation had dramatically shifted. It was thought that eliminating the Divine Demon Sect would alleviate the sect's most pressing concerns, allowing the Xianxian sect to rest easy. Who could have predicted the subsequent coveting from the vast powers of the Ming cultivation world and other overseas behemoths? Xianxia expressed his sense of helplessness. He had originally hoped to leave a significant mark in the sect's history, yet it appeared he might bear the infamy of leading the sect to ruin. Upon hearing this, Han Xuanji gently shook his head and asked, are there any ascended beings? This was the only point that mattered to him. No, even in the overseas cultivation world, ascended beings are exceedingly rare. Only those ancient sects with remarkable legacies possess unique means, seemingly allowing ascended beings to linger for extended periods in the lower realms. And rumors suggest that there are indeed living immortals, Xianxia quickly replied. Hearing this, Han Xuanji nodded slightly. I see. As I suspected, this world indeed harbors hidden talents. There are those above in the ancient sects, and there are also those below. If there truly are living immortals, earthly immortals, or even more powerful entities, I cannot ascertain whether I can contend with them. However, mere transcendent beings do not pose a threat to me. Xianxia cautiously inquired, what do you mean? Let them come. I am eager to see how many will gather. Han Xuanji's tone was calm, yet it brimmed with confidence. Throughout his journey, his imagined adversaries had always been the old monsters of the immortal ascension realm and the terrestrial immortals of hidden sections. Were these mere few in the tribulation crossing realm? Let them come. I could take on 10. Coincidentally, Han Xuanji had perfectly mastered 9 celestial swords and, based on various sword techniques, had created a formidable move, perhaps to test it on them. Upon hearing this, Xuanxi's expression brightened. He knew that Han Xuanji was not one to boast. His confidence likely indicated a high probability of success. If that old monster in the late tribulation crossing stage were to come, would you be able to handle it? Xuanxia inquired tentatively. Han Xuanji pondered for a moment before responding. The late tribulation crossing stage? Not an issue. He silently added in his heart. Perhaps with a single strike, the opponent would perish 9 times over. By the way, given their arrogance, I doubt they will conceal their movements. Inform me when they're nearly prepared. Han Xuanji stated calmly. He preferred not to act repeatedly, as that could be somewhat troublesome. It would be far more efficient to resolve the matter all at once, akin to gathering enemies in a game before unleashing a powerful attack. Efficiency is paramount. Understood, Xuanxia replied, invigorated, as he swiftly exited the demon-slaying hall. The moment he stepped out, he felt 1,000-fold lighter. His previously heavy steps transformed into a buoyant stride. Once Xuanxia departed, Han Xuanji once again entered the celestial abode. Just a few in the tribulation crossing realm dare come to their demise. Han Xuanji had no time to concern himself with worldly matters. His focus remained on cultivation and signing in. In this time of great upheaval, enhancing his strength was the true path. While he felt secure, every bit of strength gained was precious. Who knows what hidden power the so-called Absolute Heaven Alliance might possess? He must remain prudent. With these thoughts in mind, Xuanji immersed himself in the system space, sorting through the treasures he had acquired over the years of signing in. He had been signing in at the Azure Dragon Hall for over a decade, and it was undeniable that this place was replete with treasures. Not only were there various immortal artifacts, but also some life-saving elixirs, along with powerful disposable items. These would prove invaluable in critical moments. Among the numerous treasures, one particular chest was set aside by Xuanji. Within it lay 100 celestial spirit stones. These were far more precious than top-grade spirit stones, imbued with celestial energy. They served as currency in the upper realms and were fundamental to cultivation. In the spirit world, celestial spirit stones were exceedingly rare, found only in certain special locations. He had inquired with the celestial jade real person, who had never even laid eyes on them, having only encountered references in the Sect's ancient texts. Overseas, such items were generally hoarded by those major powers in the upper realms with established lineages. With this item, ascending cultivators can swiftly enhance their cultivation and increase the probability of successfully transcending the tribulation to become immortal. It is also an essential material for refining celestial artifacts. Xuanji intends to accumulate these 100 celestial spirit stones for use when he reaches the ascending immortal stage. Within a resplendent palace, dozens of powerful cultivators are seated. At the head of the assembly sits the venerable Red Lianjinren, the founder of the Divine Fire Sect. He is tall and robust, clad in a robe of molten gold, his skin tinged with an unhealthy dark red hue, and his brows carry a hint of severity. Beside him are 4 formidable beings, 3 men and 1 woman, exuding an aura of profundity. Red Lianjinren surveys the esteemed cultivators from various sects of the Great Ming, introducing them in a booming voice. Esteemed guests, allow me to present the esteemed members of the Absolute Heaven Alliance, Tianwen Jinren, Wanchong Zuanzhong, Fuhai Jinren, and the enchanting Miaoying Fairy. Among them, Fuhai Jinren is the mightiest, possessing the strength of a 5th-layer tribulation transcender. He appears middle-aged, with a square visage and an imposing demeanor. Tianwen Jinren resembles an elder, his eyes closed in serene contemplation. Wanchong Zuanzhong is slender and stooped, wearing an eerie mask that causes those present to avert their gazes. Lastly, Miaoying Fairy is a striking beauty, seemingly in her late 20s, with skin as fair as snow and features as exquisite as a painting. Despite her delicate appearance, none dare to underestimate her. After the introductions, Red Lianjinren's tone turns icy, brimming with confidence in his control over the situation. The 4 esteemed ones are all great cultivators of the Absolute Heaven Alliance, and they have come to our Great Ming to assist us in decisively eliminating the arrogant Shengwenzong. Currently, Shengwenzong is guarded by 2 tribulation cultivators, Tianyu Jinren, who has just entered the mid-tribulation stage, and Zhanma Swordzun, who, though newly initiated, possesses exceptional swordsmanship and strength surpassing that of an early tribulation cultivator. As for the other ancestors of Shengwenzong, they're being held back by the powerful members of the Absolute Heaven Alliance and will face their own troubles, making a swift return to the Great Ming unlikely. Red Lianjinren's words instantly evoke excitement among those present. These cultivators are all esteemed figures from the various sects of the Great Ming, having come at the invitation of the Divine Fire Sect. Upon realizing the thorough preparations made by the Divine Fire Sect, they feel a sense of reassurance. Immediately, someone stands up in excitement, exclaiming, "Indeed, Elder Red Lian's foresight is unparalleled. With you and the esteemed members of the Absolute Heaven Alliance present, crushing that insignificant Shengwenzong will be as effortless as a mere child's play." Precisely. Indeed, a chorus of agreement fills the hall. The Absolute Heaven Alliance, renowned as the overlord of the seas, boasts an unfathomable foundation, capable of effortlessly inviting for esteemed beings to their presence. For a time, the air is filled with praises and admiration. Chapter 93. The army approaches the city. Red Lianjinren secretly revels in his triumph, a glint of ruthlessness flickering in his eyes. Zhanma Swordzun, is it? I shall see just how capable you truly are. To ensure absolute certainty this time, there will be more than just the 5 of us tribulation transcenders. There exists an esteemed ancestor of the Ming dynasty royal family, possessing formidable strength at the mid-stage of the tribulation realm. He plans to have this ancestor secretly lie in wait, poised to deliver a lethal strike against the so-called demon-slaying sword sovereign. Naturally, having summoned numerous allies, it is imperative to distribute some benefits. Those cultivators from various factions who come to assist in battle will receive a share of the wealth from certain cities within the outer realm of the divine mysterious sect. Meanwhile, the Absolute Heaven Alliance seeks to seize these spiritual veins for themselves. As for the Divine Fire Sect, amid their bustling activities, they too will gain access to numerous legacies from the Divine Mysterious Sect, along with half of the sect's wealth. Upon the Divine Fire Sect declaring war against the Divine Mysterious Sect, an uproar erupted in all directions. After all, the Divine Mysterious Sect has firmly established itself as the preeminent power in the Great Xia for many years, with many believing it ranks among the top 3 forces in Eastern Xianxia. While the Divine Fire Sect is not without strength, its foundation pales in comparison to that of the Divine Mysterious Sect. Within the Divine Fire Sect, only the founding Patriarch has reached the celestial realm, and occasionally 1 or 2 tribulation realm experts have emerged. Yet none could have anticipated such audacity in confronting the flourishing Divine Mysterious Sect. However, following the appearance of numerous powerful figures from the Absolute Heaven Alliance, many began to reassess their views. The Absolute Heaven Alliance has dispatched 4 tribulation realm experts, including 1 at the mid-stage of tribulation, indicating their resolute intention to expand their influence across the 9 provinces. How could the Divine Mysterious Sect possibly withstand such an onslaught? The renowned sword sovereign of the Divine Mysterious Sect appears unable to turn the tide. The Elder of the Divine Fire Sect, bearing the sect's legendary celestial artifact, has also extended invitations to formidable experts from other sects of the Ming dynasty. Upon receiving this news, the South Palace Sword inquired about the situation and fell into despair. A decade ago, Han Xuanji had just attained the Tribulation Realm. Despite his prodigious talent in vanquishing the nascent Tribulation Realm leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect with a single strike, he would likely struggle against so many Tribulation Realm experts. As far as he knows, there are already 5 Tribulation Realm experts and over 100 Integration Realm cultivators gathered to oppose the Divine Mysterious Sect. The South Palace Sword Sect has only managed to return 1 elder from the Tribulation Realm, and even he is merely at the 3rd level of Tribulation, unable to ensure his own safety, let alone provide support to the Divine Mysterious Sect. Not only is South Palace Sword apprehensive, but other sects in the Great Xia share similar concerns. They all wish to see whether the Divine Mysterious Sect can rise to the occasion. The Ming Dynasty's cultivation world is overwhelmingly powerful, nearly suffocating everyone. If the Divine Mysterious Sect truly possesses the means to resist, it would indeed be a blessing for them. In the Imperial Palace of the Great Xia, the Emperor and his ministers wore grim expressions. The princes had gathered together, with half of the territory of the Great Xia already fallen. Initially, they had hoped that the Divine Mysterious Sect could withstand the might of the Ming Dynasty's cultivators. But it seems that the Divine Mysterious Sect may also be struggling for survival. The Absolute Heaven Alliance, after all, is a significant hegemon from overseas. Li Yintian spoke in a low voice. Previously, he had served as an advisor to the 3rd prince, earning considerable merit and reputation, and now holds a high position in the Great Xia. Daoistly, I wish to know, does the Divine Mysterious Sect have any chance of victory? Can the Dao Tian Alliance provide support? The Emperor of Xia wore a heavy expression. Although they had previously reached a consensus that the overwhelming strength of the Xianxia sect might hinder the development of the Great Xia, at this moment, they could only hope for the victory of the Xianxia sect. If the Xianxia sect were to triumph, the billions of citizens in Great Xia would be saved. The chances of victory? Li Yintian pondered for a moment before speaking. In my humble opinion, they are less than 10%, and that 10% relies entirely on the Demon Slayer Swordmaster. As for our Dao Tian Alliance, Li Yintian fell silent, ultimately shaking his head and stating, "We are powerless." Initially, he had considered strategizing early on to secure benefits for himself, but he had not anticipated the swift actions of the Absolute Heaven Alliance, which left him caught off guard. As a newly risen hegemon overseas, the Absolute Heaven Alliance had made their intentions clear. Even the Dao Tian Alliance, to which he belonged, was reluctant to confront them. What should be done? The Emperor of Xia sighed deeply, his face ashen. Since ascending the throne, he had diligently attended to state affairs without a moment's negligence. Yet now he faced the peril of national destruction. A wave of helplessness washed over him. Perhaps it would be best for me to abdicate. Time flew by swiftly. 7 days later, the real man of red silk, along with practitioners from the Absolute Heaven Alliance and numerous cultivators from the Great Ming, gathered at a distance of 10,000 miles from the Xianxia Sect. The grand formation of the Xianxia Sect will be entrusted to Brother Tianwen. The real man of red silk remarked with a smile. The real man of Tianwen remained with his eyes closed, nodding indifferently. He was a rare master of formations. Although he was merely at the second level of tribulation crossing, his status often surpassed that of many mid-tribulation cultivators. Hence, whenever an assault on a sect was planned, he would naturally be invited to take action. The Xianxia Sect indeed deserved its reputation as a time-honored celestial gate. Their formation possessed considerable prowess. Even from countless miles away, the real man of Tianwen, without opening his eyes, had a thorough understanding and merely nodded slightly. However, it was not overly difficult to decipher. When the time comes, I shall naturally step forth to break the formation. Indeed, the real man of red silk nodded, organizing the tasks with meticulous precision. I will summon the 9 dragons' divine fire shield of my divine fire sect, compelling the demon slayer sword master to act. And I implore all esteemed masters to join forces in subduing this enemy. The others nodded in agreement. The only female cultivator present at the tribulation stage, the enchantress of melody, slightly parted her crimson lips and said, I have heard that the demon slayer sword master possesses unparalleled swordsmanship and formidable strength. Perhaps we could persuade him to surrender. Should he serve our absolute heaven alliance, it would be exceedingly beneficial. As the enchantress spoke, an enchanting allure flowed through her words. The real man of red silk's gaze flickered, and he contemplated what the enchantress suggests is indeed a commendable strategy. If we could gain such a strong ally, it would be all the better. To subdue an enemy without battle, or to win them over, would save our divine fire sect a considerable amount of effort. Within the grand hall of the Xianxia Sect, the brilliant pearls illuminated the space, yet they could not dispel the gloom that pervaded the hearts of the elders. Is the sect master truly unharmed? An elder's voice trembled, unable to suppress his concern as he inquired once more. Xuanji has recently exhibited an extraordinary composure, even appearing somewhat at ease. Meanwhile, the revered demon slayer swordmaster, regarded as the pillar of the sect, seems to have vanished without a trace. It appears that Elder Tianyu is attempting to establish contact overseas, yet no valuable information has emerged. What a disgrace. Xuanji's expression remained steady as he furrowed his brow and remarked, My Xuanji sect has stood for 10,000 years. What tempests have we not weathered? Yet, this is the first time that 5 tribulation beings have come knocking at our door. The straightforward master of Tianlei, Peak murmured, It's quite the situation. Chapter 94. It matters not. I shall intervene. A light cough escaped Xuanji as he asserted, Haven't we already faced this? He decided to lay his cards on the table. The demon slayer swordmaster will take action. Although he spoke with resolute determination, a hint of uncertainty lingered in his heart. Nevertheless, witnessing the chaos among the crowd, he maintained a facade of calm. Indeed, with the swordmaster present, we are quite secure. Lu Tianxing, the master of Tongtian Peak, echoed his sentiments, declaring, regardless of the outcome, we shall fight to the bitter end. At that moment, several elders returned from overseas and began to voice their support, reassuring the hearts of those present. Just then, a figure silently appeared at the entrance of the main hall. It was Xuanji. For some within the hall, it was the first time witnessing the legendary demon slayer swordmaster, and they could not help but feel a surge of astonishment. Rumors spoke of his unparalleled grace, and upon seeing him today, it was evident that such claims were not unfounded. Yet could he truly resolve all these troubles? Xuanji concealed his cultivation, rendering him undetectable to all present. Some harbored doubts, while others placed their faith in him. On the other side, after the master of the Crimson Serpent concluded his plan, he stepped forward, proclaiming loudly, 9 dragons divine fire, incinerating heaven and boiling the seas. As his words fell, a colossal bell adorned with 9 ferocious dragon patterns erupted into the sky, dyed a fiery red. It was none other than the 9 dragons divine fire cover, a celestial artifact of the divine fire sect. In the next instant, a resonant hum reverberated across the heavens and earth, a sound that shook the very foundations of existence. An oceanic torrent of spiritual energy surged forth from the divine fire cover, instantly transforming into 9 colossal fiery dragons. Their bodies entwined with flames hot enough to melt golden iron, their scales and claws soaring, while their dragon eyes emitted rays of annihilation. As they emerged, the air ignited instantly, and the temperature soared. The vast expanse seemed to be placed within a furnace. This apocalyptic power could effortlessly reduce the fertile lands of Xuanji sect to scorched earth in an instant. Witnessing this spectacle, the disciples of the Divine Fire sect erupted in fervent cheers, resembling a frenzy. Divine Fire is invincible. Their voices surged like tides. Even several tribulation lords from the Absolute Sky Alliance nodded slightly in acknowledgement of such might. The activation of a celestial artifact by a tribulation realm cultivator held the potential to easily obliterate a major sect lacking the foundation of such artifacts. Under the blazing light, the sky appeared to hang with 9 suns of annihilation, overshadowing the brilliance of the Xuanji Sect's protective mountain array. However, they did not perceive the situation as easily conquerable, for the Xuanji sect surely possessed celestial artifacts of their own. What could be? Within the sect, Zhou Li, who had ascended to the Void Return realm, felt a surge of alarm within his heart. He sighed internally, contemplating the perilous nature of this world. The Xuanji sect was already the most formidable sect in eastern Sangzhou. Why did they continually face such crises? He began to ponder whether it might be prudent to seek refuge elsewhere, fearing that one day he might be struck down before he even had a chance to react. It was not just him. The 13 main peaks of the sect, along with the inner and outer disciples, had all sensed the ominous presence. What could it be? Could it be some malevolent creature? As the disciples whispered in terror, the elders swiftly activated the protective formation of the sect. Their gaze then turned to Han Xuanji. Faced with a cataclysmic strike capable of burning mountains and boiling seas, Han Xuanji remained as tranquil as still water, merely uttering a single word, "Go." In an instant, a pure and unfathomable sword intent surged forth, 9 beams of sword light flashing brilliantly, illuminating the heavens and the earth. A resounding sword cry echoed throughout the cosmos. In the next moment, all present witnessed 9 beams of sword light erupting from the main hall of the sect, piercing the sky. Many disciples instinctively shut their eyes against the blinding brilliance, yet the magnificent spectacle was forever etched in their hearts. It was the sword sovereign of demon slaying. The sword sovereign had made his move. Lu Fan and the other prodigious disciples were filled with fervor and longing, their spirits stirred. In Lu Fan's consciousness, the voice of the remnants of the demon sovereign resonated with unprecedented shock and gravity. This sword is something I have never witnessed in my lifetime. The sword sovereign of demon slaying has grown even stronger. How does he compare to your peak? Lu Fan silently questioned, acutely aware that he was still far from the level of transcending tribulations, unable to comprehend the chasm of power among such formidable beings. Yet, he understood that this strike was undeniably more potent than what he had witnessed years prior. Such was the certainty. The demon sovereign quickly responded, recalling that at his pinnacle, he had reached the 6th layer of tribulation transcendence, merely a step away from the late stage. However, if he were to face this sword, he would undoubtedly be unable to withstand it. When the sword sovereign of demon slaying had eliminated Yuhua Tian, it had served as a form of vengeance for me. Should you one day attain the sword sovereign's current achievements, it would validate the countless years of my teachings. Lu Fan was left speechless by this revelation. In but a fleeting moment, the sword light had already pierced the heavens, wielding an unstoppable force directed at the towering fire dragon. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, a blinding light consuming all in its path. The 9 fiery dragons, imbued with the power to scorch the heavens and boil the seas, shattered like bubbles upon contact with the sword light. Yet, the destruction of the 9 fire dragons was not the end. The 9 flying swords traversed the skies, racing towards the gathering of the Divine Fire Sect's followers. As if struck by a heavy blow, the Master of the Crimson Serpent felt his connection with the 9 dragons' divine fire shield severed forcefully, causing a torrent of blood to erupt from his mouth. And his spirit immediately waned. His eyes widened with rage and alarm. This is bad. The situation has changed. Everyone acts swiftly before his words could fully resonate. The many tribulation crossing cultivators present had already begun to employ various defensive measures, acutely aware of the impending terror. In this critical moment, no one dared to exhibit negligence. They exerted their utmost efforts. The revered Master of the Sea, being the most powerful among them, summoned a deep blue triangular flag. Its pole appeared to be forged from the cold jade of the abyss, with intricate water patterns flowing across its surface. He poured forth his entire reservoir of magical energy into it, and as the flag unfurled, towering waves erupted from thin air, instantly coalescing into a celestial canopy that obscured the sky, adorned with enigmatic water patterns. Each of the others employed their unique techniques. The Master of Heavenly Inquiry activated a formation disc, which unfolded into a massive disc engraved with the constellations of the heavens, drawing upon the forces of nature to create an invisible barrier. The Celestial Maiden of Melody summoned her celestial garment, emanating a resplendent rainbow glow that enveloped her being. The revered one of insects let out a low roar, and countless hardened insect carapaces materialized, forming yet another layer of protection. Boom! In the next instant, the light of a sword descended. There was no earth-shattering collision, yet the dazzling sword light swiftly consumed everything. The defenses painstakingly established by the 5 tribulation crossing cultivators crumbled before that sword light, as fragile as paper. The essence of the sword permeated the air, filling the realm, transforming it into a domain of swordsmanship. What could be seen, heard, and felt, all was torn asunder by the invincible and relentless sword energy. It seemed as though only one hue remained in the heavens and the earth, that singular sword light that annihilated all. In a fleeting flash, as the suffocating sword intent and brilliance gradually dissipated, silence fell upon the ground. Within 1,000 miles, everything had transmuted into a desolate expanse. The 5 tribulation crossing cultivators, along with the thousands of elite cultivators from the Divine Fire Sect, the Absolute Heaven Alliance, and various sects of the Great Ming, all had vanished without a trace. There were no severed limbs, no fragments of treasures, and not even a speck of dust was stirred. The air was thick with a palpable aura of death. All the thousands of cultivators who had invaded the divine mysterious sect were utterly annihilated. This horrifying spectacle sent shivers down the spines of the other factions observing from the shadows. Chapter 95, Absolute Power. In the grand hall atop the main peak of the divine mysterious sect, ancient trees swayed in the wind, shedding their leaves. Gazing at Han Xuanji's retreating figure, countless faces displayed astonishment and reverence. What unfathomable strength was this? Witnessing such a miraculous scene, cheers erupted throughout the sect. The demon-slaying sword sovereign is invincible. Heaven bless our divine, mysterious sect. I told you those great Ming cultivators were not to be feared. Ha! I remember you were so frightened you could barely stand. Even the venerable Tianyu, an ancestral figure of tribulation, could not keep his mouth closed, though he wore a smile. Originally, he harbored concerns that Han Xuanji might be overly confident. However, it seems that his imagination fell short. The others present were oblivious to the true strength of Han Xuanji's sword. Only he, a practitioner of the tribulation stage, could truly comprehend its might. This strike was not one that a mere mortal could wield. Han Xuanji resembled a genuine celestial being among men. Although Master Tianyu had never witnessed a celestial being in action, the numerous accounts he had read suggested that their prowess was indeed of this caliber. No one in attendance felt a sense of cruelty. They all understood that if these adversaries were not exterminated, countless disciples of the Xianxia sect would face a far grimmer fate. The survival of the fittest has always been the prevailing theme in the realm of cultivation. Fortunately, with a single stroke, the matter was nearly resolved. Han Xuanji gazed at the distant scene and remarked nonchalantly that this technique possessed earth-shattering power, and even he could unleash it only 7 or 8 times at most. Were it another practitioner at the 7th level of tribulation, they would likely exhaust their strength after a single attempt, unable to manipulate 9 celestial swords. His words, though softly spoken, resonated profoundly within the ears of the assembly, leaving them in utter awe. The transition from peril to safety occurred in an instant. By the time Xuanji and the others regained their composure, the invading foes had vanished without a trace. Lu Tianxing could not restrain himself from inquiring, "Sword Sovereign, what is this divine ability?" Han Xuanji cast him a sidelong glance and replied, "The 9 tribulation extermination sword formation. Would you like to learn it?" "Indeed, I would," Lu Tianxing exclaimed. "I can place this divine ability in the Sect's scripture repository. If you can learn it, then by all means, do so." Han Xuanyi smiled, for he was not a miserly person. Having mastered various secret arts and divine abilities of the sect, he intended to contribute some of his own insights. Naturally, it would be exceedingly difficult for others to replicate his feats, as not everyone could wield 9 celestial swords, let alone possess the spiritual energy to command them. However, a sword master, upon grasping the fundamentals, could similarly unleash tremendous power using 9 quality flying swords, making it a formidable technique worthy of the title of a true sword art. Yet, there remained an overlooked threat. Han Xuanyi murmured. his gaze piercing through the miles to perceive a figure concealed in the void at the horizon. Is there still someone there? The crowd was astounded. How could anyone survive such a formidable strike? Contrary to what others believed, Zhu Wudao had survived merely by keeping his distance. His initial role in the plan was to launch a surprise attack, so he had naturally kept himself apart from the others. When the Nine Dragons' divine fire shield was breached, he sensed something amiss. As the sword light descended upon him, he nearly met his demise, fleeing in haste. The few tribulation stage practitioners present were no weaklings. Among them, Master Fuhai was of comparable strength, yet they failed to discern how their companions perished, indicating that the assailants might surpass their own. However, all of Zhu Wudao's actions had long been foreseen by Han Xuanji. Han Xuanji would never allow the tiger to return to the mountain. Having already unleashed a massacre, it would be illogical to spare anyone. The 10,000 tribulations seal. Han Xuanji's thoughts coalesced as he formed a mystical incantation with his hands. In the next moment, an enigmatic seal shot forth from a void, piercing swiftly into the fleeing Zhu Wudao. It was done. Observing that his opponent remained oblivious, Han Xuanji had silently condemned him to death. The 10,000 tribulation seal was inherently a malevolent divine ability, imbued with numerous tribulation seals. Once the adversary returned to his homeland, it would erupt in a moment of reckoning, delivering a bloody lesson. Tired of being attacked in his own domain, Han Xuanji wished for these individuals to bear some cost. The subsequent matters would be for you to manage. Casting a glance at those present, Han Xuanji took a step forward and vanished from sight. Do collect that celestial artifact of his. It should still be of use. The Nine Dragons' divine fire shield was a treasure crafted by the divine fire sect based on ancient legacies, and although it was merely a low-grade celestial artifact, its power was considerable. Under normal circumstances, even the divine Xian sect could only muster its foundational strength to withstand it. However, Han Xuanji was already in possession of ample treasures, rendering this low-grade, celestial artifact of little value to him. It would be better to leave it for the sect as a form of heritage. Upon hearing this, the esteemed Tianyu Zhenren flickered and appeared 1,000 miles away, retrieving the now dimmed shield. He couldn't help but mutter, why didn't these people bring more treasures? Then, he gazed ahead, shaking his head. Han Xuanji's sword had wielded such tremendous might that no spoils remained. Only treasures of celestial artifact caliber could be preserved. Within the hall, the sect leader Xuanji also cleared his throat, a broad smile adorning his face. I told you not to panic. He firmly believed in Han Xuanji and did not falter in the face of the formidable cultivators from the Great Ming and overseas. Relay my orders. If any Great Ming cultivator dares to strike at places protected by the divine Xian sect, let them be slain without mercy. Let us see how many dare to provoke us. Upon hearing this, the elders of the divine Xian sect displayed fierce expressions. During this period, the sect had maintained a low profile. Although they had not suffered significant losses, it had indeed been quite stifling. Now, with a figure akin to a sea god within their ranks, what was there to fear? The only regret was that the Divine Fire sect and the Absolute Heaven Alliance did not establish their strongholds in the Great Xia, making it difficult to entirely eradicate them. However, with the demise of the Divine Fire sect's ancestor, other sects would surely not overlook this lucrative opportunity, and it would be a matter of time before the Divine Xian sect claimed a share of the spoils. Returning to the demon-slaying hall, Han Xuanji entered the celestial realm, seamlessly signing in and cultivating. The divine ability he comprehended this time was remarkably powerful, leaving him quite satisfied. Yet, to be honest, he had perhaps overstated his own prowess. This technique might only be capable of slaying the weakest of celestial beings. He needed to strive harder, aspiring to eventually become the true embodiment of the celestial slaying sword array, without claiming to reach the level of the saints. One must at least wield a sword that could cause the fall of the golden immortal. Contemplating this, Han Xuanji continued to cultivate the Taichu immortal art, focusing intently. With so many cultivators from the Great Ming perishing, they should now be more subdued, and it was unlikely they would dare to provoke the Xian sect again. As for his family in this lifetime, he had retained a strand of divine consciousness to ensure their safety, guaranteeing their well-being. Chapter 96, the Bodhi Contemplation Sutra. The monarch of men seeks to pay homage. The following day, in the Canglong Hall, Han Xuanji did not dwell on the events of the previous day. His mind was tranquil as he began his usual routine of signing in. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at Canglong Hall, acquiring the secret method of the Bodhi Contemplation Sutra. The name Bodhi Contemplation Sutra sparked a flicker of surprise within Han Xuanji. It was said that, in the distant past of the Zhuzhou continent, a high monk had traversed the boundless seas to propagate Buddhism, only to be met with resistance from the local sections. Ultimately, he could only find refuge in the cold, desolate western reaches of Zhuzhou, leading to a gradual decline of the Buddhist teachings in the region. The Buddhist arts, renowned for their ability to refine the physical body and temper the spirit, were now in his grasp. At this moment, Han Xuanji received the transmission of memories from the system, with countless profound scriptures flooding his mind. Indeed, this was an unparalleled secret method of Buddhism. The Bodhi Contemplation Sutra directly aimed at the essence of the soul. Its core principle involved visualizing an ancient Bodhi tree, imbued with supreme wisdom. Deep within the sea of consciousness, guided by divine thought, it connected to the innate Buddha nature, allowing the soul to become as pure and resilient as the Bodhi itself, impervious to corruption. To visualize the Bodhi with divine thought was to touch the very source of the Tao. And the potential of this technique likely surpassed even that of the Taichu Immortal art. Han Xuanji understood this intuitively. The Bodhi tree, also known as the Tree of Wisdom, was said to awaken one's divine nature and illuminate the path of the Tao. The venerable Buddha attained enlightenment beneath the Bodhi tree, achieving the supreme pathway. Han Xuanji's soul was naturally formidable. With each elevation of his cultivation realm, his soul, physical body, and spiritual power would grow stronger, especially since he had consumed numerous miraculous elixirs and rare treasures. Yet, who would ever resent becoming stronger in this regard? A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Han Xuanji's eyes. He ceased his thoughts and immersed himself in the profound scriptures. Deep within the sea of consciousness, a vague yet vibrant image of the Bodhi tree began to take shape. In the Daxia Imperial Palace, victory, the Emperor of Xia suddenly rose from his dragon throne, disbelief and elation flooding his heart. The shadow that had long loomed over him dissipated at this moment. Your Majesty, it is absolutely true. The news has been repeatedly confirmed. A divine transformation cultivator bowed deeply to report, his voice trembling with uncontainable excitement, his face filled with shock and dread. It was indeed the demon slayer sword master. With just one sword, he turned the 4 esteemed elders of the Divine Fire Sect and over 10,000 elite cultivators of the Great Ming into nothing but ashes. He took a deep breath and continued. Moreover, according to reliable sources, the army of the Great Ming has also begun to show signs of turmoil. At this moment, Li Yintian and the third prince exchanged a glance, and within each other's eyes, they discerned a profound sense of shock and shame. In hindsight, their previous attempts to recruit or even scheme against such formidable figures now appeared utterly foolish and laughable. Before the absolute power, their machinations seemed trivial and absurd. Presently, a singular thought consumed their minds: to exert every effort to cultivate goodwill. Even if such goodwill proved elusive, they must resolutely avoid enmity. Good, good, good. The Emperor of Xia could no longer contain himself, displaying a momentary loss of composure. After a prolonged pause, he steadied his emotions and restored his regal demeanor, though the excitement in his heart remained undiminished. The divine profound sect is indeed the pillar that upholds our great Xia, the Emperor exclaimed with heartfelt admiration, his voice imbued with an unprecedented gravity. The sword sovereign of demon slaying has, with a single stroke, altered the fate of the realm and turned the tide of disaster. Truly, he is a celestial sword immortal, nay, he is the guardian sword immortal of our great Xia. His gaze, ablaze with fervor, swept across the gathered ministers as he issued his decree with unwavering resolve. Convey my edict. Mobilize the entire nation's resources, at any cost. We must forge a benevolent bond with the divine profound sect and the sword sovereign of demon slaying. All royal offspring with aptitude shall be prioritized for admission to the divine profound sect for training. The national treasury shall provide whatever treasures the sword sovereign requires. Additionally, prepare the highest caliber of national gifts. I shall personally visit the divine profound sect to express my gratitude to the sword immortal. The ministers responded in unison, affirming the emperor's command without a hint of dissent. Many high-ranking officials even volunteered to accompany him to the divine profound sect, eager to catch a glimpse of the unparalleled sword immortal. News spread like wildfire, prompting the prominent cultivation families within Great Xia to spring into action. Ancestors who had long remained in seclusion emerged from their retreats, issuing stern orders to their clans. Those with talent must be sent immediately to the divine profound sect. This decision pertains to the fate of our family for generations to come. Swiftly, the news of the 5 who perished during the tribulation reverberated across the world. It is noteworthy that the Divine Fire Sect was one of the most formidable sects within the territory of the Great Ming Dynasty. Their full-scale assault, allied with the 4 tribulation masters of the Overlord Alliance from overseas, as well as numerous high-ranking cultivators from the Great Ming, resulted in a lavish array of forces that met total annihilation at the gates of the Divine Profound Sect, with no survivors. In the shadows, countless pairs of eyes, utilizing secretive artifacts, glimpsed fragments of that battle. The sword light that rent the heavens and obliterated all creation, the terrifying scene where life was extinguished for 1,000 miles, was indelibly etched into the souls of every observer. Previously, certain overseas sects had behaved with arrogance in Great Xia, but upon learning of this event, they began to temper their hubris, particularly those who traversed the lands of Great Xia, who no longer dared to act with such reckless abandon. In a matter of days, the prestige of the Divine Profound Sect soared to unprecedented heights, reaching a pinnacle never before seen. Countless individuals began to liken it to the ancient sacred grounds and immortal sects of the Central Plains, which had endured for millennia. Even those deeply rooted overseas sects had heard of the Overlord Alliance's significant losses and quietly committed the names of the Divine Profound Sect and the Sword Sovereign of Demon slaying to memory. The source of all this reverence stemmed from a might of that one sword. In the grand palace of the Ming Dynasty, within the opulent Golden Wan Hall, an oppressive atmosphere enveloped the space. Urgent reports from the front lines flooded into the palace, each word striking like a heavy hammer upon the heart of the current Ming Emperor. Seated upon the dragon throne, he lacked the vigor of his former self. His eyes were hollow and devoid of spirit, his face shrouded in an inescapable veil of sorrow and despair. Overnight, his temples had turned frosty white. Just a day prior, only a handful of royal descendants were privy to the devastating news that the eternal soul lamp safeguarding the Ming Dynasty had extinguished. It must be noted that this esteemed ancestor was a practitioner of mid-level tribulation. Now, he, along with the national master and numerous adept followers of the imperial faction, had all perished. With such a significant loss of elite combatants, the prospect of continuing the assault on the Daxia kingdom was but a distant dream. At this moment, the court was rife with undercurrents of turmoil. Various factions stirred restlessly, deprived of so many loyal confidants. Even the Ming Emperor felt a sense of hopelessness. The Demon Slayer sword master, he murmured to himself, his voice hoarse and dry. He gazed towards the direction of Daxia, his eyes filled solely with profound awe and trepidation. The power exhibited by that unparalleled sword cultivator of Daxia transcended human comprehension. Not to mention the Ming Dynasty. How many could stand against such might across the vast oceans? Truly, it seemed heaven had forsaken him. Chapter 97. The Bodhi Seed in the Sea of Consciousness, the 6 Paths of the Demon Sect. In the celestial abode space. Within the Azure Dragon Hall, Han Xuanji sat cross-legged in tranquil meditation, his eyes gently closed, exuding an aura as deep and still as the abyss, subtly radiating a mysterious energy. Suddenly, a boundless golden light erupted from the center of his brow. Within his sea of consciousness, it was as though chaos had just begun to unfold. An endless cascade of golden divine brilliance surged forth. In an instant, wondrous phenomena manifested around him, resembling golden lotuses sprouting from the earth and celestial flowers cascading from the heavens. As this unfolded in his heart and deep within his sea of consciousness, thunderclaps erupted and towering waves surged, for he was undergoing an unprecedented transformation of the soul. Han Xuanji remained resolute, entirely immersed in the profound mysteries of the Bodhi Contemplation Sutra. To comprehend such supreme secrets, both enlightenment and opportunity were indispensable. With a rumble, it was as if an invisible shackle had been shattered, and Han Xuanji instantaneously entered a state of profound realization, transcending the duality of self and object. With a single thought of Bodhi, a single insight of the blossoming lotus. In the depths of his mind, Han Xuanji attained clarity. The next moment, within his sea of consciousness, auspicious colors descended from the heavens, and divine springs erupted from the earth. A robust and ancient Bodhi tree, its branches twisting and leaves shimmering with the luster of wisdom, vividly manifested from his sea of consciousness, taking root in this golden pure land. Simultaneously, An indescribably resplendent radiance erupted from the top of the Bodhi tree, illuminating the entirety of his sea of consciousness. This was the light of Bodhi wisdom, the very essence of enlightenment. Under the brilliance of this illumination, Xuanji found that everything in the universe appeared unprecedentedly clear. Today, I shall plant the Bodhi in the sea of my heart, he whispered to himself. The Bodhi wisdom light seemed tangible, transforming into countless divine rays that penetrated the barriers of his sea of consciousness, flowing through his limbs, bones, and internal organs. The fusion of spirit and flesh, the resonance of the celestial body, enveloped him in an indescribable sense of comfort. This transformation persisted for a full 3 months. When Xuanji gradually opened his eyes, 2 beams of light, as concentrated as essence, erupted from his gaze. Soaring towards the heavens, as if to pierce the very dome of the hall, he calmly reined in all his energies and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. This must be the longest period of seclusion I have ever experienced, Xuanji mused. 3 months of seclusion bestowed immeasurable benefits upon him. Although it did not manifest in his cultivation level, various divine abilities began to undergo a metamorphosis. Notably, the Eye of Void, which Xuanji frequently employed, had seamlessly advanced to the 3rd level of the realm of Heaven's Glimpse. This significantly enhanced his perceptive abilities, allowing him to trace causality and glimpse the profound mysteries of the universe. What delighted him even more was the newfound purity of his myriad methods within his celestial body, drawing ever closer to the state of being untainted and impervious to all forms of interference. Fortunately, I had the system sign in automatically for me, Xuanji reflected, not having missed the opportunity to sign in. This seclusion had consumed an immense amount of his mental energy, leaving him disinclined to spare even a fragment of thought for signing in. Thus he allowed the system to handle it. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in at the Songlong Hall, earning 10 celestial spirit stones. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in at the Songlong Hall, acquiring the diagram of the annihilation array. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in at the Songlong Hall, obtaining the divine ability of the universe in a sleeve. The essence of this place has significantly diminished. It is advised that the host sign in at another location rich in essence. Is it over? Xuanji sighed. There is no feast that lasts forever. The higher his realm, the greater his requirements for places rich in essence. Even such a 4-star sign-in location could not sustain him for long. Elder, are there any other places within the celestial mansion worthy of my exploration? Xuanji inquired, directing his gaze towards a certain area of the hall. The entity presiding over the celestial mansion, having done so for many years, should be privy to some secrets and perhaps know of undiscovered treasures. The spirit of the celestial mansion soon materialized, observing Xuanji's profound aura, and spoke in an unusual tone. You certainly know how to employ an old man. Isn't it because you possess such vast knowledge? Xuanji replied with a smile. Cough, cough. Flattered by the compliment, the spirit felt a surge of delight in its heart, though it maintained a facade of seriousness as it continued. Given your current realm, there are few beneficial places left within this celestial space. However, there exists a remarkable inheritance of extraordinary origin that my master merely relocated to the celestial mansion. You might consider exploring it. Oh, intrigued by the mention, Xuanji was drawn in. An inheritance deemed extraordinary even by someone of the stature of the Songlong Emperor must surely be a place of great merit. Zhongzhou, the demon land. Jiangjiao is vast, divided into the 4 realms of heavenly mystery, earthly origin, myriad forms, and the ultimate path. In the realms of the celestial sect, where the spiritual essence flourishes across 4 domains, the demonic sect lurks like a parasite, occupying certain areas, including the ominous expanse known as the demon soil. This chaotic and disorderly land conceals the practitioners of the 6 paths of the demonic sect. Amidst the desolate mountain range, dark energy billows like a thick fog. A tall figure navigates cautiously through this treacherous terrain, acutely aware of the predatory gazes that surround him, akin to being targeted by venomous serpents. Should he fail to locate the demon emperor, dire consequences await. This figure is none other than the once mighty leader of the heavenly demon sect, Yu Huatian. In his current state, he is diminished, existing only in the void return realm. Although Xuanji had vanquished his true form years prior, he had not eradicated this particular incarnation. With but a fragment of his power, fueled by immense resentment, he has ventured into the demon soil of Xianxia, seeking the legendary demon emperor, who once led the heavenly demon sect to sweep across North Mingzhou, instilling fear far and wide. However, the emperor mysteriously vanished at the height of his power. Through exhaustive research of the sect's secret texts, Yu Huatian discovered that the emperor had journeyed to Xianxia in search of the demon race and the true inheritance of demonic power. Subsequently, he has spent many years in Xianxia's demon soil, paying a heavy price to gather intelligence. And finally, through the core secret techniques of the heavenly demon sect, he has pinpointed this very region. Yu Huatian halts at the edge of a bottomless abyss emanating an eerie aura. Taking a deep breath, a glimmer of resolve flashes in his eyes as he calls out, "I, Yu Huatian, leader of the heavenly demon sect, humbly request an audience with the esteemed demon emperor." His voice reverberates in the silence of the abyss. After a prolonged silence, a hoarse voice, seemingly emerging from the depths of the underworld, echoes back, "A disciple of the heavenly demon sect?" Before Yu Huatian can respond, a colossal hand, formed entirely of pure demonic energy, suddenly reaches from the abyss and seizes him. In a whirlwind of motion, he is drawn deep into the abyss, arriving in a realm starkly different from the outside world. Here, the dark energy is so dense it almost takes on a liquid form. The sky is eternally crimson, and the ground is pitch black. A towering figure clad in black robes sits upon a throne of darkness, though he emits no overwhelming aura. A mere glance from him causes Yu Huatian's very soul to tremble. "Disciple Yu Huatian, I pay my respects to the demon emperor." Yu Huatian's heart races, and he prostrates without hesitation, his voice quivering. "Demon emperor?" The figure on the throne speaks slowly, a hint of nostalgia gracing his features. It is indeed a long-awaited title. His profound gaze fixes upon Yu Huatian, his voice deepening. "Speak, what has transpired with the heavenly demon sect?" In this ancient demonic ancestral realm, he has remained in meditation for millennia, refining his demonic body with the essence of dark energy and contemplating supreme demonic arts, nearly losing track of time. Yet, he understands that had the heavenly demon sect not encountered significant turmoil, this disciple would likely not have sought him out. Chapter 98, The Hall of 10,000 Stars. Introducing a new term, the North Star Fate. Senior Demon Emperor, my heavenly demon sect is on the verge of extinction. Yu Huatian raised his head, sorrow etched upon his features. Extinction? The Demon Emperor shook his head, softly replying, "What concern is it of mine?" To the Demon Emperor, everything concerning the heavenly demon sect had long ceased to hold any relevance. His pursuit lay in seeking the true path of the demonic arts and ascending to greater heights. The rise and fall of the heavenly demon sect was but a fleeting moment in time. Yu Huatian found himself momentarily at a loss for words, despair swelling within him. Those of the demonic sect were inherently heartless, especially this demon emperor, who had long detached himself from the sect in his quest for a higher realm. It was likely that the emperor's closest friends had perished long ago. Hoping for him to take vengeance for the sect was akin to a fool's errand. After a brief contemplation, Yu Huatian settled for a lesser plea, bowing once more as he implored, "Senior Demon Emperor, I beseech you to take me in. My heart cannot find peace until this grudge is avenged." The Demon Emperor's eyes, which seemed capable of penetrating the very souls of men, fixed upon Yu Huatian's gaze. After a long silence, he finally spoke, "Among the 6 paths of the Central Continent's demon sect, the heavenly evil sect is under my jurisdiction. If you are willing, you may temporarily take my place and govern the heavenly evil sect." Upon hearing this, Yu Huatian was taken aback. The 6 paths of the demon sect had managed to stand firm in the stronghold of the Central Continent, occupying a place of significance due to the presence of 6 unfathomably powerful figures. He had never anticipated that the enigmatic evil emperor, who stood behind the heavenly evil sect, was none other than the demon emperor of his own heavenly demon sect. Even more astonishing was the fact that this unparalleled powerhouse would so readily bestow such immense power upon him. However, he dared not inquire about the emperor's cultivation level, nor whether he had attained the legendary immortal ascendance. By the decree of the demon emperor, without hesitation, he knelt once more, his voice trembling with excitement. To wield control over the heavenly evil sect held far greater value than reviving a shattered heavenly demon sect. With the demon emperor as his backing, he could not only swiftly regain his peak cultivation, but also harness unimaginable resources and power. "Jean, my sword sovereign, wait for me. This grudge shall be repaid 100-fold." Yu Huaiyan's heart swelled with elation, envisioning the moment of his future triumph. As he departed, barely able to contain his ecstatic joy, the demon emperor slowly closed his eyes, murmuring in a somber tone, "Soon, it shall be soon." He needed to wait. In due time, the demonic tide would inevitably surge once more. When that moment arrived, the balance of power would shift, marking the opportune moment for his emergence. For now, it was perhaps best to observe what tricks Yu Huatian might conjure. Meanwhile, in the celestial abode, Han Xuanji and the spirit of the celestial abode exited the Canglong Hall, the heart of the celestial estate, arriving before a grand edifice that shimmered with the profound brilliance of countless stars, the Hall of 10,000 Stars. Han Xuanji gazed up at the three ancient characters inscribed upon the entrance, feeling a vast and boundless aura wash over him. Indeed, it was extraordinary. The spirit of the celestial abode explained beside him. This place inherits its legacy from the celestial palace above, shrouded in profound mystery. Only those endowed with a star fate may gain its recognition and unlock the door to this inheritance. He paused momentarily, his tone tinged with a hint of helplessness, noting that those without a star fate, including my family's master from years past, were equally at a loss. Han Xuanji nodded slightly, understanding the situation within. Exceptional inheritances often hinge upon fate and affinity. Although the Azure Dragon Emperor possessed extraordinary talent, without the innate star fate, he could not access this celestial gateway. Star fate is a natural endowment. For instance, those born under the auspices of the greedy wolf, 7 killings, or breaking army star fates are inherently gifted. Yet their presence may incite chaos, often leading to widespread turmoil, the downfall of dynasties, and the suffering of countless beings. Even if such individuals do not embark on a path of cultivation, they remain paragons among men, blessed with celestial fortune. It seems you are not destined to be among them. The spirit of the immortal abode, observing the continued silence of the Hall of 10,000 Stars, could not help but shake its head and sigh, acknowledging that this was fate. An imposition cannot be forced, and there is no need for disappointment. Upon hearing this, Han Xuanji remained unperturbed, instead silently inquiring, "What is the star sign-in level of this place?" "This location is designated as a 4-star sign-in site. Would you like to sign in?" 4 stars. Han Xuanji nodded lightly and then mentally urged, "System, sign in." Congratulations to the host for signing in at the Hall of 10,000 Stars and obtaining the entry for the Big Dipper Star Fate. Big Dipper Star Fate, soul bound to the Big Dipper with the 7 stars shining brightly. You possess the innate ability to harness the power of the Big Dipper for cultivation, showcasing exceptional talent in the path of the stars. As the system's prompt resonated, Han Xuanji's expression brightened with joy. As expected, the 4-star sign-in site had indeed bestowed upon him a delightful surprise. Among star fates, distinctions of high and low exist. Undoubtedly, the most noble is the Purple Tenuity Star Fate. Even an ordinary person of humble origins can ascend to the throne. For cultivators, the protection of the Purple Tenuity Star Fate enables them to cultivate effortlessly to remarkable heights. Below this are the Yin, Yang, and Big Dipper Star Fates. Possessing the Big Dipper Star Fate ensures a smooth journey in the cultivation of the star path, once one achieves mastery. Attaining the fruit of the Big Dipper path grants longevity akin to the heavens, with near immortality as long as one can connect with the power of the Big Dipper. Even if one does not pursue the star path, the speed of cultivation would be greatly accelerated, and if one were to practice certain star secrets, the ability to harness stellar power in combat would significantly enhance their prowess. The downside, however, may be that some individuals might covet those endowed with a star fate, attempting various means to usurp it. Moreover, this could provoke hostility from others of the same star fate. Claiming the entry, Han Xuanji did not hesitate and promptly accepted the reward. In an instant, 7 radiant beams of starlight, traversing the boundless rivers of stars, suddenly descended upon him. The resplendent light enveloping Han Xuanji with precision. The starlight flowed like mercury, seamlessly merging into his limbs, bones, soul, and consciousness. Deep within the recesses of his consciousness, an ancient and enigmatic star platform gradually took shape. Meanwhile, the Bodhi tree in his heart, bathed in the luminous glow of the stars, swayed gently, flourishing remarkably and appearing ever more extraordinary. Simultaneously, countless fundamental secret arts and insights regarding the celestial movements and the manipulation of stellar forces became instinctively etched into Han Xuanji's soul, an innate understanding. As if born with this knowledge, Suddenly, a low rumble echoed as the long-sealed gates of the Hall of 10,000 Stars erupted with a deep, resonant sound. Ancient starry runes upon the gates began to illuminate sequentially, radiating brilliant starlight. A myriad of stellar brilliance surged forth, transforming the entire celestial abode into a realm reminiscent of a starry ocean. The spirit of the celestial abode, originally poised to console Han Xuanji, was left utterly astonished by this unforeseen transformation. Could it be that you truly possess a stellar fate? Murmured the spirit, astonished. Having lived for countless years and witnessed numerous prodigies, it had rarely misjudged over the millennia. Yet, Han Xuanji remained entirely inscrutable to it. Alas, alas, the spirit sighed. I should take my leave elsewhere. Young one, the Hall of 10,000 Stars is now open to you. Enter at your leisure. I bid you farewell. Before the words had fully escaped its lips, its form dissipated like smoke into the void. Farewell, esteemed elder. Han Xuanji nodded slightly in the direction of the spirit's disappearance, then turned and stepped into the hall suffused with swirling starlight. Upon crossing the threshold, it felt as though he had pierced an unseen veil of stars. The scene before him shifted dramatically. Instead of the anticipated opulence, he found himself enveloped in an infinite, profound expanse of starry sky. Beneath his feet flowed ethereal star clouds, while above him, a resplendent river of stars glimmered, with countless celestial bodies twinkling like scattered diamonds against the dark tapestry of the cosmos, close enough to touch, yet forever out of reach. What an overwhelming concentration of stellar energy. It is astounding. Han Xuanji inhaled deeply, his expression reflecting profound wonder. He could sense every pore of his being rejoicing in the vastness of the surrounding stellar power. This was a paradise for those destined with a stellar fate and an unparalleled sanctuary for practitioners of the celestial path. The star energy felt as if he were submerged in an ocean, inexhaustible and boundless. Han Xuanji found that he need not consciously absorb it. The immense stellar force seemed to gravitate towards him spontaneously. This purest essence of stellar energy effortlessly merged with his limbs and bones, transforming into a refined spiritual power that nourished him and propelled his cultivation forward. In this place, the speed of advancing toward the immortal realm would be at least several times faster. Han Xuanji's heart was stirred profoundly. Upon reaching the late stage of tribulation, each advancement was fraught with difficulties, with even ordinary geniuses often spending a millennium to achieve a single step. Even with his exceptional celestial roots, cultivating in some blessed lands with abundant resources typically required decades of effort. Within the Hall of 10,000 Stars, the passage of time could be condensed to mere years with the aid of external elements. It was truly remarkable. A faint smile crept across Han Xuanji's face. With such opportunity, it was highly probable that he would ascend to the immortal realm within 30 years in the celestial abode. At that point, his power would render him invincible throughout the spirit realm. However, how could he acquire the inheritance of his place? Han Xuanji surveyed his surroundings, contemplating for a moment before abandoning his thoughts. After all, if he could sign in, why adhere to conventional procedures? While other cultivators might ponder day and night on how to unravel the situation, Han Xuanji decided it was more prudent to focus on his cultivation. On the following day, Han Xuanji continued his signing in routine. Congratulations, the host has signed in at the Hall of 10,000 Stars and received the profound technique, the Supreme Mysterious Spirit Star Sutra, a star-related cultivation method. Han Xuanji's heart stirred, and he promptly accepted the inheritance. Instantly, a torrent of information surged into his mind. Soon, Han Xuanji grasped it completely. Indeed, this was a celestial method from the Star Palace, considered a superior technique even in the upper realms. Reflecting on the Supreme Mysterious Spirit Star Sutra, he realized it directly aimed at the golden immortal level, with subsequent transmissions even more enigmatic, rivaling the primordial immortal art. This technique was particularly suited to his current environment. Han Xuanji began to comprehend the Supreme Mysterious Spirit Star Sutra, even if he did not primarily cultivate it. Understanding its intricacies would facilitate his absorption of stellar energy. Furthermore, he contemplated the possibility of dual cultivation. Possessing both the myriad laws of the immortal body and the star destiny by his side seemed entirely feasible. On the third day, Han Xuanji diligently signed in once more. Congratulations, the host has signed in at the Hall of 10,000 Stars and received the Stellar Origin Crystal. Stellar Origin Crystal, a celestial wonder formed from pure star energy, containing traces of stellar laws. Not bad. Xuanji gazed at the fist-sized stellar origin crystal in his hand, sensing the immense energy it contained. In terms of value, this crystal was exponentially more precious than top-tier spirit stones, comparable to celestial spirit stones, although it lacked their versatility. It was extraordinarily valuable for those cultivating the path of stars, yet of lesser worth to other cultivators. Thus, there was no reason to retain it. Xuanji did not hesitate and attempted to refine it. Instantly, the stellar origin crystal erupted with endless, resplendent starlight. The remarkably pure star energy surged towards Xuanji like a tidal wave. Observing this, he quickly activated his cultivation method to refine the star energy. Although vast, the star energy was remarkably easy to convert into cultivation progress. After a considerable time, feeling a noticeable enhancement in his cultivation, Xuanji could not help but smile. Just as he began to enter seclusion for further cultivation in the Myriad Demon State at the Myriad Demon's Palace. The war between the Great Ming and Great Xia concluded swiftly, with the dispatched demon clan serving as undeniable sacrifices. The demon emperor reclined upon a throne forged from obsidian, his visage shrouded in shadows, betraying no hint of emotion. The assembled demons bowed their heads, hesitant to speak, for their worthlessness was a foregone conclusion in his eyes. The demon emperor scoffed, declaring that the grand array for the summoning of 10,000 demons was nearly complete. Soon, he mused, the great sage from a celestial demon realm would traverse the boundaries to lend his strength to the kingdom of 10,000 demons. His voice reverberated through the vast hall, instilling a sense of trepidation. The celestial demon realm, upon hearing these words, the demon kings abruptly lifted their heads, their eyes filled with disbelief and astonishment. Unlike the void spirit realm, the celestial demon realm was a domain of the demon race, teeming with formidable beings. The original demon emperor hailed from this eminent lineage. Yet, establishing a passage between the two realms was fraught with challenges. The unexpected success of the demon emperor astounded them all. At the sacred Xuan Zone, where tranquility once reigned, an air of solemnity enveloped the sect. Outside the mountain gate, a colossal golden dragon carriage emerged from the dense clouds, gradually making its approach. Surrounding the carriage were hundreds of royal attendants, each possessing at least the cultivation of the nascent soul, standing vigilant in formation. At this moment, the sea of clouds roiled, as if echoing the roar of dragons. At the center of the carriage stood Emperor Xia, clad in imperial robes, his hands clasped behind him. His countenance was serene, yet his gaze ran deep as the abyss, tinged with an imperceptible tension. Half a step behind him, numerous core members of the royal family held their breath, not daring to utter a sound. Your Majesty, we have arrived at the sacred Xuanzong's mountain gate, an elderly man, his hair white and aura reaching the pinnacle of the transformation stage, respectfully informed, his voice trembling slightly with reverence. Before this sacred land, he felt a profound sense of awe. Emperor Xian nodded slightly, his gaze penetrating the clouds to rest upon the towering summit that exuded an ancient and ethereal presence. The dragon carriage did not ascend directly to the peak, but gracefully descended upon the expansive cloud terrace outside the mountain gate. Welcome, Emperor Xia, the sect leader, Xianxia, and a multitude of elders and core disciples had long awaited this moment, bowing deeply in unison. No need for formalities, the emperor replied, stepping forward to assist Xianxia. His tone sincere. I come today, not as a sovereign, but with a heart full of gratitude, to thank your esteemed sect for its monumental contributions, and to express my profound appreciation to the Swordmaster for saving my great Xia from impending doom. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of all present. Those accompanying the royal entourage, as well as the disciples of the sacred Xuanzong, felt a jolt in their hearts. Witnessing the emperor of Great Xia, who commanded countless beings and bore the fortune of kings, humbling himself to express gratitude to a single individual was an unprecedented spectacle. The sovereign, who governed over myriad lives, now lowered himself, granting the sacred Xuanzong the honor it deserved. Chapter 100. A second acquisition of a superior celestial artifact, Fortune. In the Azure Dragon Immortal Mansion, within the Hall of 10,000 Stars, Xuanji discovered some of the remarkable aspects of this place amidst the boundless sea of stars. Here, it seems to mimic the structure of a certain Beidou star domain, where remnants of celestial bodies can be found on various stars. Practitioners must comprehend the numerous star maps within these relics, delving into their profound mysteries. However, Han Xuanji chose not to ponder the star maps. Instead, he journeyed to a star rich in celestial energy to cultivate. He was enveloped in the dense force of the stars, as strands of starlight permeated his being, nourishing every inch of his flesh and soul. This place is remarkable, he thought to himself. System, I wish to sign in. The system's prompt resonated calmly. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the Hall of 10,000 Stars, receiving the celestial artifact, Star Crown. Star Crown, a top-tier celestial artifact. A treasure of the celestial envoy Xuanmiao. It aids in absorbing celestial energy, accelerating the refinement process, and can activate celestial prohibitions during combat to enhance one's strength. A top-tier celestial artifact. Although it was not Han Xuanji's first time acquiring such a treasure, he still felt a surge of excitement. A low-tier celestial artifact is already regarded as a foundational treasure by many ancient sects in the lower realms, reserved for critical moments. A top-tier celestial artifact, on the other hand, is likely to be exceedingly rare even throughout the vast spirit world. Only those of exceptional lineage possess such treasures, which are typically taken to higher realms upon ascension. This Hall of 10,000 Stars is likely a legacy established by the celestial envoy Xuanmiao during his descent. According to the introduction of the artifact spirit of the celestial abode, the Star Palace is an ancient power, even in the higher realms. And the celestial envoy is certainly not a mere character, as those who possess top-tier celestial artifacts must hold considerable cultivation, likely at the level of a profound immortal, if not a golden immortal. That is a realm he can only gaze upon in admiration at present. However, this does not hinder him from claiming the treasure of another. With a mere thought, a crown, archaic in design and seemingly composed of flowing starlight, materialized before him. As soon as the crown appeared, it emanated an ancient and enigmatic aura. Han Xuanji extended his fingers like a sword and placed them upon the crown. With a gentle hum, the star crown trembled slightly, its swirling starlight suddenly becoming docile and affectionate, as if it had found its true master. A powerful wave of celestial energy radiated outward, causing the star projections within the Hall of 10,000 Stars to resonate in unison, a surge of starlight illuminating the space. Han Xuanji donned the star crown upon his head, and in that instant, he felt an unprecedented closeness to the vast sea of stars. The celestial energy that had been continuously flowing into him now seemed to have found the perfect conduit, and the speed of absorption and refinement surged severalfold. As for the enhancement in combat, Han Xuanji's thoughts stirred as he activated a celestial prohibition contained within the star crown. An invisible force enveloped him entirely. Without invoking any earth-shattering powers, he merely tapped lightly. Boom! A beam of light tore through the void, piercing the star river. Activating the first layer of the prohibition alone granted an enhancement of 30% to his strength. Han Xuanji's heart was filled with understanding. This was by no means a trivial amount. At the level of tribulation crossing, the slightest enhancement in power was immensely challenging. In critical moments of life and death, even a fractional increase in strength could tip the scales. Moreover, this was based on his own formidable prowess. Furthermore, should he activate the complete 7-layered restriction, the augmentation of power would be even more formidable. However, given his current cultivation, he could at most activate 3 layers, which would likely amplify his strength severalfold. This was no small feat, considering that it was an invaluable treasure for aiding cultivation, its worth being incalculable. What a remarkable item. Han Xuanji nodded slightly and continued his practice. As for the happenings outside, he remained blissfully unaware. The visit from the Summer Emperor held no significance for him. For cultivators above the tribulation level, the changes of dynasties were merely fleeting illusions. Although Han Xuanji still harbored some feelings for his sect, having lived there for many years, he was not particularly acquainted with the Xianxia. Though he was born within its territory, he was under the protection of the Xianxia sect, and even officials of the Xianxia had little authority over that region. His intention in intervening was not to safeguard the Xianxia. In the outside world, upon learning that Han Xuanji was in seclusion, the Summer Emperor, though disappointed not to have met him in person, discussed various cooperative matters with the high-ranking members of the Xianxia sect. He even referred to the Demon Slayer Swordmaster as the Xianxia Sword Immortal, to which Xuanji neither opposed nor promoted. The Summer Emperor's actions were evidently aimed at binding the Demon Slayer Swordmaster and the Xianxia sect to the Xianxia. Xuanji, however, foresaw further implications. He understood that with Han Xuanji's prodigious talent, it would not be long before he ascended to the upper realms. Thus, they needed to contemplate future developments, and establishing a friendly relationship with Xianxia was indeed a wise choice. Beyond the 9 provinces in the boundless seas lay a colossal island, tens of millions of miles from the mainland. Surrounded by a myriad of islands, it resembled the back of a slumbering giant. At the heart of the island stood an immense palace, resplendent with gold and jade, adorned with numerous spirit-gathering formations that continuously siphoned the island's spiritual vein energy. A tall and robust figure, with muscles coiling like a dragon, sat cross-legged within. This was Lin Jingxiu, the leader of the Absolute Heaven Alliance. At this moment, dark red currents enveloped him, crimson secret patterns surfacing upon his skin, his aura steadily ascending, indicating he was practicing an exceptionally domineering technique and making progress. Master of the Alliance. The silence within the palace was disrupted as a tall, slender figure approached the entrance, the air rippling with an eerie undertone. His voice carried a hint of barely perceptible trepidation. Lin Jingxiu did not open his eyes, but emitted a muffled grunt through his nose, indicating for the other to enter. The slender man stepped into the palace, took a deep breath, and solemnly declared, "The elders dispatched to the 9 provinces have confirmed that there are no survivors," and they were utterly powerless to resist. The demon-slaying, sword-sovereign strength is entirely inconsistent with the intelligence we have gathered. He is certainly not a mere newcomer among the tribulation-crossing powerhouses. The opponent must possess at least late-stage tribulation strength, and within that realm, he undoubtedly ranks as a formidable figure. We have all been deceived. Lin Jingxiu abruptly opened his eyes, disbelief etched on his face. "What did you say?" His voice brimmed with astonishment and fury. "I merely took a brief nap, and such an oversight occurred? Was it not claimed that the Xinyuan sect was of shallow foundation, with a 99% certainty of success?" His massive frame leaned forward, an oppressive gaze locking onto the tall, slender man before him. The man broke into a cold sweat, feeling the weight of terror bearing down upon him. Were it not for his modest cultivation, he might have fainted on the spot. With a bitter tone, he replied, "Alliance leader, I did not know either. The intelligence we previously gathered was obtained through several major information factions. Could it be that these factions colluded to mislead us?" His voice was laced with absurdity and dread. In truth, their choice of the Xinyuan sect as a target was not a whimsical decision. They had diligently amassed a wealth of intelligence. How could the demon-slaying sword sovereign, thought to be merely at the initial stages of tribulation, have grown to such a level in such a short time? When did cultivation become so facile? Damn it! This jeopardizes my grand plan. Lin Jingxiu rose with a force that shook the entire stone hall. He had received news of an ancient immortal legacy set to emerge in the East Sangzhou of the 9 provinces. This was the crucial opportunity for him to advance further and glimpse the realm of immortals. Just as his scheme was about to come to fruition, it was shattered by a figure who should have posed no threat. The demon-slaying sword sovereign. Lin Jingxiu repeated the name, each syllable seeming to be forced from between clenched teeth. After a long silence, the fierce glint in his eyes coalesced once more, now tinged with a calculated ruthlessness. A person capable of ensuring the demise of mid-tribulation cultivators must surely be a powerhouse, even among those at the late tribulation stage. Even with his 8th-tier tribulation cultivation, achieving such a feat would not be guaranteed. With spiritual energy on the rise and a great era about to unfold, if he could not seize the initiative, he would inevitably lag behind, unable to compete for greater opportunities. Lin Jingxiu silently resolved within himself. He would ensure that this individual paid the price. Although unaware of the opponent's origins, a deep enmity had already been forged, and resolving it would not be an easy task. When the time came, he would seek to understand the true nature of this so-called demon-slaying sword sovereign. He pondered whether the old codgers of the Dao Heaven Alliance would be willing to intervene, and whether the real man of the East Sea would be swayed by the allure of immortal fortune. Surely, the master of the Miao Yin Fairy would seek vengeance for her disciple. Lin Jingxiu calculated his next steps, knowing he would not pursue revenge alone. He would relish the moment to witness how the demon-slaying sword sovereign would turn the tides. Chapter 101. 8th Tier of Tribulation. Time flowed slowly. For years passed. In this celestial realm, time seemed to stand still. Han Xuanji now finds himself seated upon an ancient star in the star sea, where the celestial trajectories shift above him, following an age-old and profound path that unfolds slowly. The abundant power of the stars naturally converges around him, nurturing every fiber of his being and refining his soul. The rhythms of the celestial movements intertwine with his long and tranquil breaths, creating a mysterious tableau. At this moment, 9 source crystals of the stars are arrayed before him. With a crack, the 9 source crystals shatter, transforming into 9 streams of starlight that surge into Han Xuanji's body. Concurrently, his aura steadily ascends, ultimately reaching a pinnacle. He opens his eyes, revealing a smile. At last, it is complete. In this moment, Han Xuanji also perceives the arduousness of cultivation. Although the celestial techniques he practices are exquisite, advancing to a new realm demands far more resources than before. After years of diligent accumulation, even with his exceptional talent, the path for an ordinary cultivator is fraught with challenges. Fortunately, this place is endowed with nearly limitless star power, imbued with the enigmatic laws of the stars, providing ample sustenance for his cultivation for an extended period. Han Xuanji nods slightly. Over the past 4 years, most of his sign-in rewards have been the source crystals, a specialty of the 10,000 stars hall, varying in quantity, sometimes merely 1, at other times, even up to 10 or more. Despite the seemingly simple act of sign-in yielding numerous rewards, within this legacy, the source crystals are indeed a precious resource, and those who enter the inheritance must exert considerable effort to acquire even a handful. Furthermore, the sign-in rewards also include several remarkable techniques related to the stars. The Big Dipper 7 Stars Fist is a martial art that harnesses the power of the Big Dipper, which governs death. This fist technique even entwines with the principles of mortality in the unseen realm. When mastered, it strikes at the invisible lines of death, disregarding defenses and various protective techniques. Additionally, there is a body-refining method known as the true formula of the 10,000 stars, which opens celestial acupoints and condenses a star core within the body, bestowing boundless strength upon the flesh. In terms of swordsmanship, there exists a sword formation technique called the 7-Star Sword Classic, whose power is unpredictable, requiring 7 flying swords forged from star-grade gold. Han Xuanji fortuitously acquired 7, which, when considered separately, are somewhat weaker than inferior-grade immortal artifacts. Yet, when combined, their explosive might rivals that of mid-grade immortal artifacts. Moreover, there is a technique for deducing celestial mechanisms called the Purple Micro Dipper, which, when paired with his innate ability, the Heavenly Evolution technique, yields extraordinary results. Each of these techniques is an unparalleled marvel seldom found in the lower realms, and they are undoubtedly remarkable even in the upper realms. Having accumulated sufficient foundation in his realm over these years, Han Xuanji concludes that a breakthrough is within reach. It is time to venture out and face the tribulation. With a shift in his consciousness, he exits the immortal abode. As per custom, he first contacts the sect leader, Xianxia. In the grand hall of the Xianxia sect, Xianxia is diligently attending to sect affairs, while outside, the flourishing scene of the Xianxia sect unfolds. As Han Xuanji's familiar and tranquil voice echoed within his consciousness, Xuanji's hand holding the brush hesitated momentarily, yet his countenance betrayed little astonishment. Received, Xuanji promptly replied, methodically orchestrating the ensuing arrangements with a fluid grace. He felt a surge of joy at Han Xuanji's breakthrough, mingled with a tinge of melancholy. For he understood that the swifter Han Xuanji ascended, the sooner he would depart from the divine Xuanzong. While the sword's sovereign remains, it is imperative to cultivate more formidable practitioners, Xuanji mused inwardly. In recent years, the divine Xuanzong had flourished remarkably. The illustrious title of the demon-slaying sword sovereign attracted numerous powerful figures from the realms of cultivation, including several at the tribulation crossing stage. Yet, most of these individuals sought merely to gain insights and align themselves with stronger entities. Initially, Xuanji felt the weight of pressure from those whose prowess surpassed his own, but he quickly steadied his spirit. He was acutely aware that as long as Han Xuanji presided, these individuals would dare not act recklessly. He merely needed to maintain his composure and wisely harness this power to strengthen the sect. Before long, Han Xuanji ventured into a remote area to undergo his breakthrough. As he relinquished his constraints, the bottleneck of the 8th layer shattered instantaneously, his aura surging dramatically, summoning ominous tribulation clouds. Striking bolts of crimson lightning coalesced, radiating an extraordinarily terrifying presence. Witnessing this spectacle, many powerful guests at the divine Xuanzong displayed expressions of profound shock. What realm of tribulation is this? How can the aura be so fearsome? An elder exclaimed, in a millennium, I have never beheld such a formidable heavenly tribulation. Could this esteemed individual be on the verge of transcending to immortality? Is this truly the legendary Ascension Tribulation? How terrifying! These proud and self-proclaimed erudite figures, usually aloof and disdainful, now resembled naive youths embarking on their first journey into the immortal realm. They could scarcely fathom that a breakthrough at the tribulation crossing stage could evoke such a cataclysm. In truth, the might of Han Xuanji's eighth tribulation was already comparable to that of an ordinary Ascension tribulation. However, his meticulous preparations and the protection of various celestial artifacts ensured that even such formidable tribulation lightning posed no threat to him. Observing the astonished reactions of these powerful individuals, Xuanji and the elders of the divine Xuanzong exchanged knowing glances, their lips curving upward slightly, betraying a barely perceptible sense of superiority. They had grown accustomed to such displays, even feeling that the tribulation crossing stage ought to wield such power. "What a fuss over nothing," murmured an elderly figure, stroking his beard, his voice low but distinctly audible to all. "Indeed, they appear to be quite inexperienced," another elder chimed in, his tone laced with playful mockery, frequently boasting of his origins from some overseas immortal isle. Chapter 102: The Demon Realm and the Descent of True Demons. In a desolate mountain range on the outskirts of the divine Xuanzong, amidst the earth-shattering roars and the suffocating pressure of the heavens and earth, as the final crimson thunder dragon, imbued with the essence of the thunderfire law, descended, it was utterly shredded by the swirling starlight emanating from Han Xuanji. At last, the terrifying vortex in the void began to slowly dissipate. The calamity clouds receded, and the heavenly light re-emerged. Han Xuanji hovered in the air, surrounded by celestial radiance. His eyes closed in focused concentration as he swiftly stabilized his newly attained realm. He had reached the 8th layer of tribulation transcendence. He could feel a powerful surge of energy coursing through his entire being, capable of invoking the stars and shaking the mountains with a mere gesture. Han Xuanji gradually opened his eyes, contemplating within. "With my current strength, how far am I from the immortal ascendancy?" The immortal ascendancy marks the transition of mortals into immortals. Those who have just entered this realm may not be vastly different from those who have perfected their tribulation. Yet, the spirit realm is vast and unfathomable. Who can assert that there are no ancient beings who have long since transcended to immortality and remain hidden from the world? Therefore, despite his breakthrough, Han Xuanji felt no trace of complacency. At the divine mysterious sect, when Han Xuanji's figure appeared before the temple gates, all the waiting elders, including the sect leader, Xianxia, felt an invisible pressure wash over them, even though Han Xuanji seemed to possess no cultivation in their eyes. They all congratulated Han Xuanji on his successful breakthrough, exclaiming, "Congratulations, esteemed sir, on your ascension to a higher level of cultivation." A subtle smile graced Han Xuanji's face. "Your kindness is appreciated." The sunlight outside the temple illuminated the genuine joy on everyone's faces. Since the demise of the 5 great tribulation practitioners and Emperor Xia's visit to express gratitude, the reputation of the divine mysterious sect had soared to unprecedented heights, establishing it among the top forces in the world. Moreover, as the spiritual energy of the 9 provinces grew ever denser, opportunities and blessed lands emerged like bamboo shoots after rain, leading to a significant enhancement in the overall strength of both disciples and elders alike. All of this, of course, was inextricably linked to Han Xuanji. However, Xianxia and the others were well aware of the need for discretion and did not disturb Han Xuanji's quietude. Nevertheless, the sect would send rare treasures and spiritual items that were beneficial to high-level practitioners into Han Xuanji's demon-slaying hall. Han Xuanji was fully aware of this goodwill. Recently, to bolster their influence, the sect had recruited several guest elders of the tribulation realm. Xianxia, speaking in an opportune moment with a light tone, noted that while some of these individuals were initially somewhat arrogant, witnessing the might of the Sword Sovereign's breakthrough today had shifted their perspectives. The prosperity of the sect was indeed a good thing. Han Xuanji nodded slightly in agreement, understanding that in the current environment, it was customary for the powerful to band together for mutual benefit. Recruiting these guest elders would undoubtedly enhance the sect's high-end combat capabilities, making it easier to contend for opportunities and manage external affairs in the future. After all, he could not be expected to handle everything himself. Yet, Han Xuanji then shifted his tone, infusing it with a note of caution. However, a towering tree attracts the wind. Standing out too much may invite envy. One must not be overly eager for quick success and create numerous enemies. He will eventually depart, and should the sect flourish under his protection, accumulating numerous grievances, it may face catastrophic repercussions upon his exit. Xuanji promptly nodded, elucidating, indeed, while our sect benefits from your presence, we have not exploited this to oppress other forces. Furthermore, I have gathered some intelligence regarding the matters you previously instructed. As his words faded, Xuanji produced a jade slip and handed it to Han Xuanji. Oh! A flicker of intrigue passed through Han Xuanji's eyes as he accepted the jade slip. Delving into its contents, information flowed into his mind like a gentle stream. These details pertain to the locations and legends of ancient relics and perilous realms, as well as intelligence regarding formidable factions with deep roots, seemingly linked to the upper realms. This was precisely what he had previously asked Xianxia to observe and collect. Indeed, the information was quite comprehensive. Han Xuanji nodded in satisfaction, securing the jade slip. The Canglong Immortal Mansion would inevitably close, and the resources within the sect were nearly exhausted. It was prudent to prepare targets in advance. Such factions, possessing inheritances from immortal beings, surely had substantial Taoist essence. Han Xuanji even contemplated visiting those extraordinary forces with connections to the upper realms. However, his immediate priority was to break through to the immortal ascension realm, as that would bolster his confidence. Noticing Xuanji's peculiar expression, as if he wished to speak but hesitated, Han Xuanji directly urged, "Please, do not hold back." Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to Xuanji. He hesitated before speaking. Not long ago, disciples who traveled to the central continent reported that the Xianxia sect seems to be probing for your information, though they have not taken any significant actions. The mention of the Xianxia sect caused Han Xuanji to raise an eyebrow, slightly surprised. He recognized the name, being one of the prominent demonic sects in the central continent. Does our sect have any grievances with them? There are indeed some, but Xianxia furrowed his brow and contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. There were minor frictions, but those occurred a century ago, or even longer. However, the central continent has been restless lately. It is rumored that the six paths of the demonic sect are planning to breach a demonic realm, which would likely result in the emergence of many true demons. Consequently, the major sects of the central continent have begun to eradicate demonic cultivators and rally the world's cultivators against the demonic sect. Upon hearing this, Han Xuanji could not help but frown. The so-called demonic realm refers to a world occupied by demonic cultivators. True demons are those beyond the immortal ascension realm, akin to the aspirations of cultivators to ascend to immortality. It is said that the place where demonic cultivators ascend is another world, not the realm of immortals. If the six paths of the demonic sect truly manage to open the demonic realm and true demons descend, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for the Jiuzhou continent and the entire Taisu spiritual realm. However, Han Xuanji felt little concern. This matter should be of concern to the immortal sects of the central continent. He would remain at ease. Let's not worry about it, Han Xuanji stated calmly. By the way, have there been any developments concerning the demon clan? It appears that there have been no significant movements from the 10,000 Demons Kingdom. However, that realm is the ancestral home of countless demons and has always been a forbidden territory for the human race, replied Xianxia. Is that so? Ansuanyumuset neveteles. We should remain vigilant. After the group began discussing sect affairs, Han Xuanji chose not to linger further. With a flicker, he departed from the Grand Hall and returned to the Demon Slayer Hall. The doors closed silently, isolating him from the clamor of the outside world. With a slight shift in thought, he re-entered the Canglong Immortal Mansion. Upon returning to the Starry Hall, the vast expanse of stars enveloped him in tranquility, allowing his mind to settle swiftly. The Starry Hall should suffice for my cultivation for many years. I hope to achieve a breakthrough to the completion of the tribulation within the next decade. His primary focus would be on advancing his realm. The quicker he could break through, the more stability he would attain. Han Xuanji quickly solidified his objective. He had fully mastered the 8th layer of the Taichu Immortal Formula. All that remained was to elevate his cultivation, and the breakthrough would follow naturally. In Chapter 103, 9th Layer of Tribulation, Celestial Fate within the Starry Hall, the stars flowed seamlessly, as if eternally unchanging. Soon, 2 years slipped by unnoticed. On this day, a calm notification from the system resonated. Congratulations, host. For successfully signing in at the Starry Hall and receiving the celestial artifact, the 9 Heavens Star-Treading Boots. Another celestial artifact? Han Xuanji pondered, his expression unfazed. A pair of ancient-styled boots materialized before him, crafted from a remarkably unique fabric that seemed woven from radiant starlight. Given his immense wealth and the multitude of celestial artifacts in his possession, he felt no elation at acquiring yet another one. However, upon learning the specific capabilities of the 9 Heavens Star-Treading Boots, a flicker of surprise crossed his gaze. 9 Heavens Star-Treading Boots, a mid-grade celestial artifact, capable of significantly enhancing the wearer's speed. It contains a unique restriction that, once activated, allows the wearer to traverse immense distances, even crossing the boundaries between realms. To traverse between realms? Han Xuanji contemplated. The myriad realms spread infinitely, with worlds like the Void Spirit Realm being immeasurable. Beneath the Spirit Realm, countless mundane worlds existed, characterized by fragmented laws and sparse spiritual energy. Whether ascending from the lower realms to the higher or crossing barriers between worlds of the same tier, formidable world barriers typically stood in the way, necessitating the usage of inter-realm teleportation arrays, sporadic spatial passages, or mastery of spatial techniques capable of tearing through such barriers. The ability contained within these boots to traverse realms held significance far beyond that of a mere artifact for enhancing speed and power. In other words, if his spiritual energy were sufficient, he might force his way across world barriers, potentially smuggling himself into the higher realms. However, there is also the risk of veering off course and ending up in the demon realm. Ultimately, unless absolutely necessary, such an action would be ill-advised. Nonetheless, it provided him with an additional means of safeguarding his life. Han Xuanji felt a surge of joy. He was also nearing the 9th layer of the Tribulation Realm. He continued his cultivation while diligently signing in. Within the Hall of 10,000 Stars, time flows like a gentle stream. 3 years have elapsed. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the Hall of 10,000 Stars and receiving the Star Core Essence Elixir. Star Core Essence Elixir. A treasure crafted from a strand of essence from the Star Core, supplemented with innate spiritual energy, containing boundless pure energy and a trace of celestial primordial force. What a remarkable item! Han Xuanji's spirit surged as he instantly recognized the rarity of this substance. In the system space, the Star Core Essence Elixir appeared as a solidified miniature star. The droplets shimmered with clarity, as if it encapsulated a flowing river of stars, with radiant starlight swirling endlessly upon its surface. As Han Xuanji withdrew it, it emanated a tremendous wave of energy. Even the faintest whiff of its aura stirred the surrounding star force into activity. Without hesitation, Han Xuanji activated the true art of star refinement acquired from his previous sign-in. In the next instant, the droplet of Star Core Essence Elixir was drawn by an invisible force, transforming into a condensed beam of starlight that penetrated his brow. The essence of the stars flowed between his flesh and soul, repeatedly cleansing his body's myriad acupoints, each now illuminated by starlight, akin to twinkling stars. Han Xuanji had no inclination to proceed slowly. He yearned to hastily elevate this upper realm body refinement technique to its first tier. Opening 360 star acupoints would signify reaching the first tier. Within him, the star acupoints continuously coalesced. His vitality surged like a roaring tsunami, bones resonating, causing the entire star sea to tremble slightly, as if the celestial trajectories were disturbed. Time slipped by unnoticed. The deafening roar gradually subsided. Han Xuanji slowly opened his eyes, his gaze reflecting the birth and demise of galaxies. At this moment, the 360 star acupoints within him were remarkably stable, ceaselessly inhaling and exhaling star force, providing him with boundless vitality and celestial energy. Both the totality of spiritual energy and physical strength experienced an unfathomable enhancement. The first tier of the true art of star refinement, with its 360 star acupoints, was achieved. As Han Xuanji felt the surging power within him, clarity dawned upon his mind. The next step was to condense the star core, akin to opening a second core within his body, resembling a second Dantian, a perilous and arduous endeavor. In truth, were it not for his unique constitution and the assistance of such a treasure as the Star Core Essence Elixir, an ordinary cultivator attempting to forcibly refine would likely have failed at the acupoint opening stage. However, with great risk comes great reward. By harnessing the vast energy of the star core essence elixir, Xuanji's cultivation level surged, instantly reaching the limit of the 8th layer of the tribulation crossing realm. The bottleneck to the 9th layer felt non-existent. He merely needed to endure the thunder tribulation to ascend to the 9th layer. Not too shabby. A breakthrough every 5 years. Xuanji felt a sense of satisfaction regarding his cultivation progress. He was one step closer to ascending to immortality. With a shift of his mind, Xuanji exited the celestial abode space, preparing to face the baptism of the heavenly tribulation. Meanwhile, on another front, in a certain maritime expanse near the continent of Jiuzhou, formidable figures cleaved through the firmament, stirring up fierce winds. Below, the tumultuous waves of an endless sea stretched far and wide, where the azure sky met the ocean's edge, faintly revealing the sinuous coastline of Jiuzhou. They were nearing the continent. A young cultivator, bearing a long sword and possessing a stern countenance, spoke, his piercing gaze sweeping towards a robust silhouette cloaked in an expansive black robe beside him. Lin, the leader of the alliance. Are you certain there exists the immortal legacy you mentioned? Pray do not jest with us. The figure in the black cloak was none other than Lin Xianxia, the leader of the Zhu-Tian alliance. His expression remained obscured beneath the hood, yet his voice resonated with a suppressed excitement. Fear not, esteemed cold moon sword master. I swear on my Dao heart that the news is unequivocally true. Moreover, this is no ordinary immortal relic, but a cave left by a banished celestial from the upper realm, its worth far surpassing that of the abodes of mere ascended beings. Nearby, a woman garbed in elegant palace attire, her demeanor as serene as the moon, furrowed her brows slightly as her cool voice emerged. My request is modest. I only hope that once the cave is opened, you all might lend me your strength to resolve a personal vendetta and avenge my fallen disciple. Her gaze flitted over the remaining 3, her tone resolute. Upon hearing this, an elderly man with a youthful visage, wielding a whisk, unconsciously twirled the jade handle of his tool, a flicker of reluctance crossing his eyes. He instinctively wished to evade entanglement in such personal matters. Yet ultimately, he refrained from voicing any opposition. The cold moon sword master nodded slightly, indicating tacit approval. Rest assured, Fairy Sushin, Lin Xianxia declared. This individual has slain 5 formidable masters of our alliance. I shall not let him escape unscathed. When the time comes, we shall join forces to ensure he has no means of evasion. His words were fervent, yet his thoughts harbored ulterior motives. The reason he was willing to share this precious information about the immortal opportunity was twofold: to utilize the vengeful Li Sushin as a pawn against the demon-slaying swordmaster, and to have these capable allies venture forth first, braving the potential lethal dangers that might lie within the banished Celestial's cave. Although the allure of the immortal legacy was enticing, one must possess life to enjoy it. The others were not naive, well aware of Lin Xianxia's intentions. However, with the prospect of celestial fortune ahead, they chose to endure. Those ancient powers that left behind their legacies were often unpredictable, imposing harsh conditions, and some even set traps in wait for reincarnation. To seize such opportunities, one must inevitably face risks. They believed their strength was considerable, confident that as long as no ancient beings from the ascended realm appeared, their combined efforts would suffice to tackle most crises. When might this celestial opportunity arise? Lin Xianxia pondered for a moment before responding. It should manifest within 3 years. We shall first seize the opportunity and then exact our vengeance. By that time, the demon-slaying sword master may very well come. Chapter 104. The Star Palace Token, the Emergence of Opportunities. In the Xian Divine Sect, the skies above were shrouded in dark clouds, with thunderous dragons swirling. The overwhelming celestial might weighed heavily upon the surrounding expanse of 1,000 miles. Confronted by a terrifying tribulation capable of annihilating even the most ordinary cultivators in the Transcendence realm, Xuanji floated in the boundless void, his robes billowing fiercely in the gale. Though his demeanor remained tranquil, a flicker of grave intensity flashed within the depths of his eyes. The 9th thunder tribulation was indeed extraordinary. Xuanji's voice was drowned out by the cacophony of thunder. The thunder dragon had nearly materialized into a tangible form, transcending mere lightning to embody the divine authority of the laws of thunder, as if intent on obliterating heaven and earth. This could not be trifled with. Initially, Xuanji contemplated emulating the protagonists of fantastical novels, intending to withstand the tribulation with his mortal body. However, after some reflection, he wondered why he should risk such folly. Should he be struck down, who would he turn to for justice? In the next moment, the ancient crown atop his head erupted with a myriad of starlight. Its radiant brilliance cascading down like a tangible essence, enhancing every inch of his vitality and escalating his formidable presence. The star-treading boots upon his feet shimmered with ethereal light, and the seemingly ordinary Taoist robe he donned suddenly blazed forth with celestial luminescence, while a multitude of magical artifacts enveloped him in a protective embrace. Boom! The thunder transformed into a colossal thunder dragon, surging violently toward Xuanji. Everything around was illuminated by the blinding light of lightning, rendering the surroundings a hazy white, concealing the events transpiring within. Observing this, Xuanji's spirit stirred. Countless streams of light erupted from behind him. In an instant, a myriad of flying swords, as if imbued with sentience, pierced through the dim heavens, weaving into an intricate array of chilling, arcane sword light. The flowing sword energy, sharp and fierce, cleaved and shredded the thunder dragon. Even a mere strand of lightning striking the ground would create a vast pit, incinerating the surrounding trees to ash. Yet, at the center of the storm, Xuanji stood firm as a rock. His physical form already transcended the ordinary limits of the Transcendence realm, and with numerous celestial artifacts shielding him, the lightning tribulation, upon striking him, provided a substantial influx of pure energy. 2 hours later, the roiling tribulation clouds, which had churned for so long, finally emitted a reluctant, low growl before gradually dispersing. A radiant, seven-colored light, brimming with boundless vitality, descended from the heavens. Transcendence realm. 9th layer. As he sensed the power within him surging to several times its previous strength, a subtle smile crept upon Xuanji's lips. He now stood merely a step away from the highest realm of the mortal world, the Ascendant realm. However, upon reaching the Ascendant realm, it would be wise to cultivate a deeper foundation. After the fleeting joy, Xuanji regained his composure, pondering silently. The more profound the foundation laid before ascension, the more solid the roots, the greater the immeasurable benefits that could be reaped after transcending, allowing for a more extensive journey along the path of immortality. This also explains why some ascendants still linger in the spirit realm. Many likely seek to accumulate experience in the lower realms for an extended period before invoking their ascension tribulation. Moreover, in the lower realms, those in the ascendant realm exist at the pinnacle, gazing down upon the myriad beings, living carefree lives, revered by all. Once ascended to the fabled celestial realm, one finds oneself merely a novice spirit, starting anew from the very beginning. Imagine having commanded the winds and rains in the mortal realm, revered as a paragon of excellence, only to arrive in the heavens as a mere foot soldier. It is enough to shatter the resolve of even the most steadfast. For the majority of cultivators, the optimal moment to knock upon the gates of immortality is when there is no further path to advance. Xuanji harbored a simple thought: to accumulate ample sign-ins in the mortal realm before his ascension. Upon reaching the higher realm, the opportunities to discover places rich in Tao essence would not be as readily available as they are now. After completing his breakthrough, Xuanji's figure flickered as he returned to the demon-slaying hall and then entered the space of the immortal mansion. In just a few days, he meticulously refined the power of the 9th layer of the tribulation crossing stage, achieving an exceptionally stable realm. In the ensuing time, Xuanji continued his sign-ins and cultivation within the watching hall. He refrained from seeking any inheritance, dedicating himself solely to the practice. Time flowed gently, and 3 years swiftly passed. During this period, Xuanji immersed himself wholeheartedly in his training for cultivator at the tribulation crossing stage. With a lifespan extending to tens of thousands of years, 3 years was but a fleeting moment. At this point, his cultivation was nearing perfection in the tribulation crossing stage. On this day, Xuanji proceeded with his usual sign-in. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in at Watching Hall and receiving the Star Palace token. The Tao essence in this location has significantly diminished. It is advised that the host seek an alternative site rich in Tao essence. The Star Palace token? A flicker of curiosity stirred within Xuanji. Star Palace token, a unique item left by the Star Palace. After ascension, the token grants entry to the palace without the need for trials. Ah, so that is the case. Xuanji nodded slightly, toying with the ancient token, neither gold nor jade, smooth to the touch, adorned with intricate starry patterns. He probed it with his spiritual sense, but found no discernible clues. It seemed that its hidden powers could only be activated upon reaching the higher realm. Had he followed the conventional path, he could scarcely fathom the effort required to obtain this token within the secret realm. Its worth is considerable, for an ascendant lacking any foundation is akin to a precious ticket of entry. It indeed presents an additional option for me. Xuanji tucked the token away, his gaze flickering thoughtfully. Thus, should he find himself without a destination after ascension, he could contemplate signing in at the Star Palace. After all, leaving an inheritance in the mortal realm signifies profound strength and depth of heritage. However, the Dao essence in Wanqing Hall had already diminished significantly, necessitating a relocation. Xuanji. He was but a step away from achieving perfection in the tribulation crossing stage. Yet within this immortal mansion, it seemed increasingly difficult to find a place abundant in 4-star Dao essence. He surveyed the familiar starry hall, letting out a soft sigh. Although the Songlong Immortal Mansion brims with opportunities, many are tailored for lower-tier cultivators, rendering places with Dao essence below 4 stars of little use to him now. Perhaps one might venture to explore the realms of profound truths beyond our own. Xuanji is now nearing the completion of his tribulation. In the vast expanse of the world, only those hidden ascendants pose any threat to him, albeit merely a potential threat. In the heat of battle, the outcome remains uncertain. Meanwhile, in the Daxia region, within the Taicang mountain range, a few days prior, a remarkable phenomenon erupted deep within this sprawling wilderness of ancient trees. A beam of celestial light pierced through the clouds, soaring into the heavens. This radiant light illuminated the surroundings, and simultaneously, the spiritual energy within the forest surged, spreading through the valleys and mountains. The flora flourished at an observable pace, becoming increasingly lush, while the streams in the mountain gorges grew ever clearer and more vibrant. Certain wild beasts, previously languid, began to gather instinctively in areas rich with spiritual energy, engaging in self-cultivation, creating a spectacular scene. Such extraordinary events naturally stirred many human cultivators, signaling the manifestation of auspicious opportunities. News of this phenomenon spread swiftly, as if it had grown wings, causing a renewed frenzy throughout the Daxia cultivation community. Chapter 105. The Celestial Sword Immortal above the Taicang mountain range. Countless divine rainbows emerged from all directions. Cultivators, wielding various magical artifacts and flying swords, traversed the mountainous terrain in search of the source of the celestial light. As time went on, friction and conflict among cultivators escalated in their competition for celestial materials or potential clues, with the sounds of sword clashes and shouts echoing through the forest. As a most recognized sect in Daxia, the Xianxia sect naturally dispatched disciples to investigate. Among them were Lu Fan and Lin Patian. Both had attained great fortunes within the Songlong Immortal Mansion, reaching the peak of the nascent soul stage, with but a breakthrough opportunity separating them from the divine transformation realm. With the Immortal Mansion soon to close, they were unwilling to remain idle in solitary cultivation, and thus ventured forth together to seek the chance for advancement. By a stroke of fortune, they found themselves amidst this celestial event. At this moment, the two stood atop a cliff with a broad view, gazing at the ethereal, celestial light faintly visible in the sky. The commotion surrounding this light was substantial, yet it remained elusive, like a flower obscured by mist. Lu Fan furrowed his brow, a hint of perplexity crossing his face. "Brother Zhou, do you have any insights?" he inquired, turning to a seemingly unremarkable disciple. This individual, possessing the strength of the void return stage, should have a clearer understanding. As for Lin Patian, there was no point in asking. A body cultivator would grasp little of such matters. Zhou contemplated for a moment before shaking his head, secretly astonished. He practiced a unique eye technique that usually guided him through many dangers, yet this time, its origins eluded him entirely. He resolved to continue its development. He never fought battles without certainty. At that moment, the long silent voice of the demon lord suddenly echoed in Lu Fan's mind, imbued with unprecedented gravity and urgency. "Lu Xiaozai, the inheritance has yet to truly manifest, thus it is difficult for you to trace its whereabouts. However, observing the aura of this place, it is highly plausible that it is indeed the legacy of a genuine immortal. This pertains to a significant opportunity for ascension. Hasten to inform the divine Xian sect, for this is not a matter in which one of your nascent soul cultivation can meddle. Once the inheritance appears, this place will inevitably transform into a battlefield of chaos. An immortal legacy? Lu Fan's heart shook violently, and his countenance grew grave in an instant. Over the years, news of various cave dwellings and relics surfacing has been incessant, yet those that can genuinely be associated with immortals are exceedingly rare. The legacy left by a powerful being of the integration realm is sufficient to incite countless cultivators to fight fiercely. How much more so for a true immortal destiny? If the news is accurate, it could drive even those who have transcended tribulation to madness. At that time, individuals like him, a mere nascent soul cultivator, might not even qualify as cannon fodder, and even the legendary old monsters of the Ascendant realm might be stirred. Recognizing the peril inherent in this situation, Lu Fan dared not delay even for a moment. He promptly transmitted the information regarding this location and the conjecture regarding the demon sovereign to his master through the Sect's secret methods. Upon learning of the immortal legacy, the higher-ups of the Divine Xian Sect immediately convened to deliberate. In the Grand Hall of the Divine Xian Sect, the atmosphere was solemn and grave. Within the chamber, powerful figures congregated like clouds, with several being of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Among them were the long-returned Tian Yuzhenren and the recently returned Qing Hishangren, an elder of the Tribulation Transcendence. The mention of a suspected immortal legacy elicited a low, fervent voice from a guest elder of the Tribulation Transcendence realm, his eyes glimmering with disbelief. This was an immortal opportunity, one that many cultivators of the Tribulation Transcendence realm might encounter only once in their lifetime. Qing Hishangren stroked his long beard, his gaze profound. If it is indeed an immortal opportunity, it is likely beyond our Sect's capacity to claim alone. Perhaps we should invite Master Jianzun to assist? Another guest elder of the Tribulation Transcendence realm's eyes sparkled with intensity. Although he had not witnessed Han Xuanji in action, he knew that the individual was undoubtedly a master of unparalleled skill. Xian Weizi contemplated for a moment before slowly replying. The news is yet to be fully confirmed. It would be unwise to disturb this esteemed individual. The pressing matter is to ascertain what inheritance lies within the Tai Tsong mountain range. He turned his gaze towards Tian Yuzhenren. Old ancestor Tian Yu, you hail from Songzhou and are most familiar with this area. Would you kindly lead a few guest elders to investigate? Tian Yuzhenren nodded slightly in response. Soon after, the Divine Xian Sect dispatched 4 powerful figures of the Tribulation Transcendence realm to Songzhou. Given the swiftness of their pace, they arrived at the Tai Tsong mountain range in no time. The commotion immediately attracted the attention of many. The Divine Xian Sect had sent 4 Tribulation Transcendence experts. It seemed they were determined to seize this opportunity. Indeed, it is an immortal opportunity. Just the other day, I also saw a Tribulation Transcendence expert arrive. Sighing, others concluded that such fortunes had little to do with wandering cultivators like themselves. They sensed the ethereal aura and confirmed that this place was certainly no fabrication. The gaze of the individual atop the clear river shifted toward the young man clad in a blue robe, exuding an air of refined elegance. Junior brother Tianyu, hailing from Songzhou, you are most familiar with the legends of this land. What insights do you possess? The esteemed Tianyu, lost in contemplation, gradually lifted his head, his expression marked by an unprecedented gravity. After a brief moment of closure of his eyes, as if he were delving into the recesses of ancient texts, he finally opened his eyes, a flicker of enlightenment and astonishment illuminating his gaze. My esteemed friends, Tianyu's voice trembled ever so slightly. If my conjectures hold true, what is about to emerge from Mount Taitsong is likely the legendary abode of the Qinglian Sword Immortal. The mention of the Qinglian Sword Immortal caused a palpable stir among those present. Even the 2 overseas guests displayed expressions of shock. Those who bore the title of Sword Immortal were invariably formidable beings, transcending the tribulation stage of swordsmanship. Taking a deep breath, Tianyu's tone grew increasingly resolute. A millennium ago, there indeed existed an unparalleled sword immortal known as Qinglian, who descended from the heavens, vanquishing demons and purging evil in this realm for a millennium, thus accumulating immeasurable merit. His ascension took place in Songzhou, accompanied by resplendent rays of light and the reverberation of swords echoing through the skies, blessing all beings within a myriad of miles. Even to this day, many mundane families in Songzhou continue to venerate the tablet of the Qinglian Sword Immortal, their incense offerings never ceasing. His words resonated like thunder, causing the breaths of all present to quicken involuntarily. If this were indeed the case, it would be an extraordinary opportunity. Furthermore, Legacies left by righteous cultivators typically bore little peril. However, if it were a remnant of demonic cultivation, they would need to remain wary of any hidden dangers. 1,000 miles away, at the Xianxia Sect, Xuanji received the news from Tianyu and others, learning of the imminent emergence of the Immortal's cave. He felt an irresistible allure drawing him in. If it were the legacy of a fallen immortal, perhaps it could unveil insights into the transformation of sword intent into realms. Invincible. His current mastery of swordsmanship had reached the pinnacle of sword intent, yet he always sensed a lingering gap preventing him from advancing further. Acquiring the legacy of such an esteemed figure would certainly be advantageous, even if it did not grant him immediate access to a higher realm. It would still bestow upon him certain benefits. However, as the legacy had yet to manifest, Xuanji did not rush to approach. There were still places within the sect and the Canglong Immortal Mansion where he could continue to sign in. Although the likelihood of obtaining anything remarkable was slim, it was certainly better than having nothing at all. Chapter 106. The confidence brought by 4 late-stage tribulation transcenders. Deep within the Taicang mountain range in Sangzhou, Daxia, as evening descended, the remnants of the setting sun painted the horizon in hues of orange and red. The air was suffused with a refreshing spiritual essence. Suddenly, 4 figures tore through space, appearing without warning atop a lofty peak. They hovered in the air, their auras restrained, akin to ancient wells, evoking a sense of trepidation. This is the place. Lin Jingxiu, clad in a billowing black robe, revealed a glimmer of fervor upon his countenance. A century ago, he paid a tremendous price to receive guidance from the reclusive sage of the Heavenly Mechanism Tower. It is crucial to recognize that this individual is a formidable being of the Ascendant Realm. Yet, the sage imparted a cryptic phrase: fate and calamity. Consequently, he enlisted the aid of 3 exceptionally powerful cultivators who had reached the later stages of tribulation. With the combined strength of 4 late-stage tribulation experts, he was confident they could overcome this so-called tribulation. Lin, the friend, spoke the truth. This place indeed harbors astonishing opportunities. The Cold Moon Sword Master stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his stature as erect as a pine tree, his piercing gaze penetrating the void. Fixating intently on the source of the celestial light, his fingertips unconsciously trembling. As a sword cultivator of the tribulation realm, he possessed an acute sensitivity to the faint essence of sword intent lingering in the air. This revelation filled his heart with ecstasy, for this location was likely the hidden abode of an unparalleled sword immortal. The East Sea Master, with his youthful visage and hair as white as snow, radiated an intense brilliance, his avarice nearly unmasked. His voice carried a barely perceptible thrill, were it not for the intervention of the Ascendant Realm. The 4 of us would have the strength to dominate this place and claim this divine opportunity. Even a venerable being who had lived for millennia could not maintain his composure in the face of such celestial fortune. Days later, the celestial light grew increasingly resplendent, akin to a blue lotus blooming, illuminating the heavens and the earth. The mountains reverberated, the earth trembled, and a dense mist silently emerged, spreading through the valleys. The time had come. The secret abode was on the verge of revealing itself. The Cold Moon Sword Master's eyes sparkled with fervor, his voice brimming with uncontainable excitement. Lin Jingxiu's gaze swept through the multitude of cultivators, each with varying strengths, a chilling smile gracing his lips, from my observations. This place has merely attracted some early to mid-stage tribulation cultivators. Since no beings of the Ascendant Realm are present, this opportunity cannot be thwarted. Indeed, this fortune was destined to belong to them. The East Sea Master clapped his hands in delight, his greed intensifying. At that moment, under the imposing presence of the divine mysterious sect, the gathered cultivators reached a fragile equilibrium. The divine mysterious sect chose not to monopolize the opportunity. Establishing a rule, before the array of the secret abode is unraveled, no private conflicts are allowed. We must unite to discover a way in. Thus, while each cultivator harbored their own thoughts, they temporarily restrained themselves, some engaged in calculations, others in whispered discussions. The Heavenly Jade Master, clad in a blue robe, stood at the forefront of the crowd, his brow furrowed as he gazed intently at the thick mist that isolated everything. This mist was cohesive and ever-changing, not the work of ordinary arrays or restrictions. He murmured to himself, feeling an unprecedented challenge as a master of formations. Any cultivator who entered would find themselves ensnared, unable to discern the way out. Regardless of the methods employed, they ultimately discovered they had returned to their starting point. This, indeed, was the array set by the abode's master. The heavenly Jade Master furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating strategies against the nearly all-consuming mist enveloping the mountains. He possesses the mastery of a grandmaster in formations, yet remains unable to decipher it. I wonder if Elder Han might have a solution. He would surely be intrigued. Meanwhile, on one side of the mountains, 4 figures appeared without warning, their formidable presence startling the multitude of cultivators atop Taitsong Mountain. Countless gazes converged upon these 4 figures. A slender-faced man, suppressing the tumult in his heart, bravely stepped forward and, with a measured tone, addressed the 4 in the air, attempting to maintain his composure. Esteemed seniors, your faces are familiar. You must hail from beyond the Great Xia. This place indeed holds unclaimed opportunities, and the Xianxia sect has established rules for all sects to collaborate in dismantling the barriers. Might I inquire if the 4 of you are willing to join us? This slender-faced man is a local cultivator from Cangzhou, having reached the later stages of integration, holding a respectable standing among the numerous practitioners present. Under the imposing influence of the Xianxia sect, no faction dared to incite conflict or attempt to seize control for themselves. It is precisely for this reason that he sought to caution them, in order to prevent any misunderstandings. Shengxuan sect. Lin Jingqiu's icy voice interrupted the man's words. He slightly turned his head, his disdainful gaze sweeping over the slender-faced man. What is that, to presume to establish rules? The Absolute Heaven Alliance had suffered greatly due to Han Xuanji losing its prestige. Were it not for the significance of the celestial fortune at stake and lacking absolute certainty, he would have long sought vengeance. Are you unaware of the Xianxia sect's might? The slender-faced man's expression darkened abruptly, his eyes reflecting a hint of warning and hostility. The reputation of the Xianxia sect and the sword sovereign of demon slaying was already the backbone of the cultivators of the Great Xia. Previously, when the Ming dynasty invaded, had it not been for the sword sovereign's intervention, many sects in the Great Xia would have perished. Now, even the royal family of Great Xia holds the Xianxia sect in high regard, and even the unruly overseas cultivators and demonic practitioners must behave themselves. The audacity of the individual before him suggested a lack of understanding of the situation. One must realize that the Xianxia sect is guarded by the Sword Sovereign, a peerless powerhouse capable of slaying 5 tribulation-level beings with a single strike. The words of the slender-faced man were undoubtedly salt on a fresh wound, inciting Lin Jingqiu's fury. The Xianxia sect is merely a group of frogs in a well. And you annoy me greatly. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Jingqiu's gaze sharpened, the cold, palpable killing intent instantly locking onto his target. Boom! The slender-faced man felt a jolt in his mind, stumbling back several steps, violently spitting out blood, his aura visibly waning. Who are you? He gasped, half kneeling on the ground, his eyes filled with terror and disbelief. A mere glance had inflicted such severe injury, and feet beyond the capabilities of an ordinary tribulation-level cultivator. Lin Jingqiu couldn't be bothered to cast another glance at this insignificant insect. His chilling voice resonated throughout the valley, laced with unmistakable arrogance. From this moment forth, the opportunities here are intertwined with you all. He casually raised his right hand, directing his focus towards the severely injured, emaciated cultivator, and with a gentle press in the air, it was as if the very heavens and earth stirred. Boom! The ethereal essence of the universe surged violently, and the invisible palm imprint traveled at an astonishing speed. It was inconsequential. As the voice echoed, the ground trembled violently, and clouds of dust surged into the sky. Once the dust settled, only a bottomless palm-shaped pit remained at the site. All the cultivators present were struck with shock upon witnessing this scene. A late-stage cultivator of the integration realm had been so effortlessly dispatched, far beyond their wildest imaginations. Someone is causing chaos. It is a formidable cultivator beyond the integration realm. What instilled panic in many was that only one among them had acted, while the others stood shoulder to shoulder, clearly of equal standing. Moreover, they were likely not mere tribulation-stage cultivators. To dare disregard the divine Xian sect indicated an even greater confidence. These individuals must have hailed from overseas. At this moment, a cultivator from the Great Xia murmured. Beside him, a wandering cultivator from overseas paled, recognizing one among them. This is the leader of the Absolute Sky Alliance. and the person beside him appears to be the cold moon sword master of the Flying Star Sect. These are all legendary figures who have survived multiple tribulations. Now joining forces. Even the Demon Slayer Swordmaster may not be able to contend with such a multitude of high-level experts. The Demon Slayer Swordmaster, after all, is a newly ascendant power. While these individuals are all renowned for millennia as peerless forces, it is difficult to discern who is stronger and who is weaker. However, one thing is certain. This will inevitably lead to a great battle. In an instant, numerous cultivators fell silent, retreating in trepidation, none daring to advance even a step closer. Countless gazes turned towards the depths of the mountain range, where the divine Xian Sect and the others were, awaiting their response. Deep within the Taizong mountain range, the members of the divine Xian Sect also beheld this scene. What should we do? A terrified tone emerged from a foreign guest elder of the divine Xian Sect. This is the leader of the Absolute Sky Alliance, the Eastern Sea True Person, along with the Pure Heart Fairy, both of whom are powers of the late tribulation stage. The strength disparity after each tribulation is monumental. I fear even the Demon Slayer Swordmaster may struggle. The words left unspoken conveyed an unmistakable meaning. Tianyu True Person and Qinghe Ascendant exchanged a glance, both recognizing the weight in each other's eyes. Although they had anticipated that the Absolute Sky Alliance would not let this matter rest easily, they had never imagined that 4 late-stage tribulation giants would arrive. This far exceeded their prior estimates. Do not worry. I've already notified the Swordmaster. Tianyu True Person stated calmly. Upon hearing this, many disciples of the Divine Xian Sect breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, the 2 late-stage guest elders were filled with concern, doubting that the arrival of the Demon Slayer Swordmaster would alter the outcome. Will the Swordmaster even come? One of the guest elders furrowed his brow and inquired. To be candid, when faced with 4 late-stage tribulation powers, even if the Demon Slayer Swordmaster possesses remarkable strength, without stepping into the immortal realm, it is likely he would struggle against such a multitude. In that moment, uncertainty loomed. The few esteemed guests from overseas found their spirits plummeting to an abyss. And at this juncture, attempting to flee seemed a futile endeavor. These 4 formidable beings, at the late stage of tribulation, possessed the capability to ensnare them all without exception. With matters having escalated to this point, they could only place their faith in the legendary sword sovereign of demon slaying. Meanwhile, the disciples of the divine mysterious sect brimmed with confidence, particularly Lu Fan and Lin Patian, whose eyes sparkled with fervor. This time, they were determined to witness the sword sovereign in action. Should an opportunity arise, they would certainly seek an audience with this esteemed swordsman, eager to learn from his mastery. Both harbored the same ambitions, sharing a mischievous grin in unison. Beside them, another gifted individual felt a weight of despair. I can only entrust my fate to the sword sovereign, Jolie mused, filled with a sense of helplessness. In the lower realms, a golden core cultivator could still rely on external aids to contend with nascent soul practitioners. But in the spirit realm, the disparity in strength rendered many schemes utterly impotent. Only one's own prowess held any true significance. Chapter 107. Let me indulge. The sword sovereign of demon slaying. Upon overhearing the discussions of the cultivators below, the cold moon sword sovereign raised his sharp brows slightly, a hint of a smirk gracing his lips. I wonder how much truth there lies in the rumors surrounding this individual. To have slain my disciple and several other tribulation cultivators, his power must not be underestimated. Li Suxin remarked with serene indifference. Her exquisitely beautiful visage betrayed no turbulence, yet deep within her eyes surged a tide of murderous intent. The celestial melody fairy was not only her cherished disciple, but also her bloodkin. Nevertheless, her hatred did not obliterate her reason. It would be best if this could truly allow me to indulge. The cold moon sword sovereign scoffed lightly, unconcerned. Even among sword cultivators, there existed hierarchies, and his Flying Star Sect had produced numerous terrestrial sword immortals, with him mastering the sect's most elite sword techniques to perfection. Few in the world could rival his swordsmanship. Yet he sensed that the master of this cave possessed transcendent sword skills. Obtaining their legacy would be immensely beneficial to him. Observing the group boldly making their way deeper into the mountains, none dared to impede their advance. The atmosphere was so tense that no one even dared to breathe. They could only pray that the divine mysterious sect could withstand these formidable beings. Meanwhile, within the celestial abode, although there was no longer a need to sign in at the Hall of 10,000 Stars, the opportunity for cultivation here was indeed precious. Han Xuanji sat cross-legged amidst the sea of stars, enveloped in a rich celestial radiance, his internal spiritual energy flowing like an endless cosmic river. Each day, he felt the progression of his cultivation. Such was the advantage of exceptional talent. The feedback was remarkably positive. If one struggled for years or even centuries without advancement, even the most steadfast heart could succumb to inner demons. Before long, he should achieve perfection in his tribulation and prepare to ascend to the realm of immortality. Although the tribulation of ascension was formidable, his equipment was far from ordinary, and his physical body had been tempered through countless trials. Having practiced various body-refining techniques, he was not inferior to any ascendant expert. Suddenly, at that moment, Han Xuanji felt a shift in his mind. He received a message from the likes of the celestial Jade True Person. A fortuitous opportunity had emerged, and someone was causing trouble. A hint of astonishment appeared on Han Xuanji's face. After all, based on his previous achievements, it would be audacious for ordinary Tribulation Realm practitioners to act so recklessly. Could it be an ascendant? Han Xuanji speculated inwardly. If it were indeed an Immortal-esque opportunity, it would not be surprising to attract such formidable opponents. However, having nearly reached perfection in the Tribulation Realm, he believed it would not be difficult to contend with ascendant experts, given his numerous celestial artifacts and hidden cards. I shall see what transpires. Han Xuanji slowly rose, akin to a slumbering dragon stretching its limbs. A series of crisp cracking sounds echoed from his bones as an invisible aura instantly permeated the surroundings, causing the starlit projections within the hall to sway. In the next moment, his figure vanished from the ancient sea of stars, deep within the Taizong mountain range. 4 late-stage tribulation experts from overseas had arrived at the edge of the dense fog. Feeling the mist that could even obstruct the divine senses of late-stage tribulation practitioners, these Sea True Persons spoke with palpable fervor. This formation is indeed remarkable, worthy of an Immortal-esque handiwork. Indeed, the Cold Moon Sword Master also sensed the faint sword intent more clearly, his gaze burning with intensity. It is rare among the overseas celestial sects to find even one terrestrial sword immortal. Is this the Xianxia sect that you, Brother Lin, have always feared? I find it quite unremarkable. The 4 engaged in their discussion, completely disregarding the pale-faced celestial Jade True Person and the other Xianxia sect experts nearby. This was a blatant act of disdain, leaving the celestial Jade True Person and his companions feeling humiliated. Gentlemen, could we not work together to unravel the formation-esque restrictions before deliberating on this opportunity? The celestial Jade True Person intoned gravely. Yet Lin Xianxia did not even spare him a glance as he coldly responded. Where is the Demon Slayer Sword Master? I wish to see if he possesses the ability to slay the 5 esteemed members of my Absolute Heaven Alliance. Li Suxin also spoke icily. I too wish to see who it is that could ruthlessly kill my disciple. Am I not right here? In that stifling moment of oppressive tension, a soft sigh resonated, as if it emanated from the heavens above. Yet it also seemed to echo in the depths of each person's heart. As the sound faded, a figure materialized in the void like ripples on water. Silently and without warning. It was as though he had always been present, previously unnoticed. It was Han Xuanji. His gaze calmly swept over Lin Xianxia and the other 3, easily discerning their strengths. 2 at the 8th layer of tribulation and 2 at the 9th layer. Han Xuanji remained utterly unfazed, even finding the situation somewhat tedious. Is this it? No transcendental realm? How dare you? When did you arrive? Lin Xianxia and the others also sensed something amiss, their pupils narrowing suddenly. Though they appeared arrogant and relaxed, their minds were in a state of heightened vigilance, encompassing the surroundings. However, it was only when the opponent revealed their form that they realized their presence. This indicated that the opponent's concealing methods were extraordinarily sophisticated. Had they launched a surprise attack earlier, the consequences would have been dire. With a sigh of relief, real man Tianyu felt the tension in his heart ease significantly. Although he understood that the 4 formidable beings before him were far from benevolent, the sight of Han Xuanji instilled a sense of stability within him. The Sword Sovereign of Demon Slaying had also arrived. At that moment, numerous cultivators observing from beyond the mountain swallowed hard. Ever since Han Xuanji had exterminated the 5 great tribulation passers with a single sword strike, he had not made another move, leaving countless admirers and disciples without a glimpse of him. Some speculated that the Sword Sovereign of Demon Slaying might have entered seclusion, while others conjectured that he had departed from the Shenhui sect altogether. After all, for such a powerful figure, remaining in the sect seemed unnecessary. Yet unexpectedly, he had still come. The most astonished were Lu Fan and Lin Patian. For this time Han Xuanji had not concealed his face. "Is that really Senior Brother Han?" They exchanged incredulous glances, both perceiving the same disbelief in each other's eyes, as if they had seen a ghost. In their memories, this Senior Brother Han had evidently still been at the Foundation establishment stage, especially for Lu Fan, who frequently visited to offer cultivation resources and occasionally shared insights with a sense of care, while Lin Patian would boast of his own prowess. The thought of those memories filled them with a profound sense of shame, their cheeks instantly burning. Enough of this charade. Lin Xianxia was the first to act, his terrifying aura radiating like a blazing sun. He raised his right hand, the full force of his 9th tribulation cultivation erupting, as he unleashed a punch that connected with the power of heaven and earth, instantly carrying boundless might towards Han Xuanji. Great Sun Dragon Elephant Fist. Chapter 108. The Death of the Big Dipper Master. As Lin Xianxia launched his assault, the boundless murderous intent that had long been festering within Li Suxin also ignited in an instant. A chilling voice echoed, "Thief, meet your end." Li Suxin's stunning visage was shrouded in frost, her sleeves billowing without wind, fluttering fiercely. With a flick of her delicate hand, a warm jade bracelet at her wrist suddenly burst forth with blinding brilliance. The bracelet flew from her grasp, swelling in the wind, and in an instant transformed into an enormous ice phoenix, exuding an aura of bone-chilling coldness. This ice phoenix, carrying the power to freeze the void and crush all existence, thundered down towards Han Xuanji. Upon witnessing this, the other two refrained from rushing into action. In their view, the involvement of two late-stage tribulation cultivators was nearly foolproof. Not to mention, both were exceptional within the late tribulation realm. Though Lin Xianxia had only reached the 8th layer of tribulation, he possessed the formidable body of the Hell Suppressor, granting him an almost perfected physique and the power to shift mountains and drain seas. Li Suxin, a seasoned 8th layer tribulation warrior, had once acquired the legacy of the ancient sect, the Moon Inviting Gate, and wielded a potent immortal artifact, a jade bracelet, that had previously enabled her to vanquish several tribulation experts in the blink of an eye. Both she and Lin Xianxia harbored a deep-seated enmity towards Han Xuanji. Thus devoid of any intent to probe, they launched their lethal strikes with the intent to eliminate him in one fell swoop. Lin Xianxia's towering physique was enveloped in a faint blood mist, and demonic phantoms materialized behind him as he unleashed a punch, causing the very void to resonate with a thunderous roar. The vast imprint of his fist shimmered with golden light, its overwhelming force akin to a great sun descending to crush all living beings into mere pulp. This terrifying power shook the mountains and rent the earth asunder, leaving the surrounding disciples of the divine mysterious sect pale with fear, sensing that they might be torn apart by the oppressive aura. The combined might of two late-stage tribulation masters was cataclysmic, and even those cultivators hiding far beyond a mountain range felt their scalps tingle with dread, hastily retreating further away. "Fall back. Protect the disciples," shouted the celestial jade true person, his complexion drastically altered. He and the other divine, mysterious sect tribulation experts, without hesitation, summoned their treasures, erecting layers of protective barriers to shield their disciples and the nearby weaker cultivators. In such a battlefield, those in the early stages of tribulation found themselves more of a hindrance than a help. All they could do now was trust that Han Xuanji could turn the tide. "That punch is quite commendable," Han Xuanji remarked indifferently as he observed the oncoming blow. It was evident that Lin Xianxia was a rare body-refining cultivator who had achieved the 8th layer of tribulation. In terms of explosive power, he was even comparable to some 9th layer tribulation cultivators. This punch was indeed formidable, imbued with the force of the laws of heaven and earth, clearly a notch above the foes Han Xuanji had previously encountered. However, Han Xuanji himself had grown exponentially stronger since their last confrontation. The ice phoenix spread its wings, emitting a resounding cry as it rushed toward Han Xuanji. In the face of such a colossal creature, Han Xuanji appeared almost insignificant, yet his expression remained unperturbed. Suddenly, a small seal manifested before him. With a roar, a dragon's cry erupted, shaking the heavens with an overwhelming and tyrannical will. Crack! The imposing ice phoenix shattered like fragile glass, dissipating in an instant. Meanwhile, as her life-bound artifact was destroyed, Li Suxin staggered. a violent tremor coursing through her body as she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her complexion turned as pale as paper, and her aura quickly waned. Upon witnessing this, the many disciples of the divine mysterious sect rejoiced, but their expressions soon shifted as they urgently cautioned, "Sword Sovereign, be careful." One opportunity. Lin Jingqiu's eyes gleamed with delight as he took a step forward, positioning himself behind Han Xuanji, a radiant golden flame. Imbued with Lin Jingqiu's lifelong cultivation and capable of shattering celestial bodies, gathered tremendous force, poised to unleash a cataclysmic blow. A cruel delight flickered in Lin Jingqiu's eyes, as if he could already envision Han Xuanji being obliterated into a mist of blood by this fist. The frail physique of a sword cultivator, renowned for its high offense and low defense, was well known. Once Lin Jingqiu closed the distance, victory appeared to be assured. However, just as the fist imprint was about to connect with Han Xuanji, a slender, pale hand materialized before the devastating punch, as if foreseeing the impending doom. In the next instant, the anticipated scene of Han Xuanji being pulverized did not unfold. There was no earth-shattering collision. Only the sickening sound of bones fracturing echoed through the air. Crack! Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Lin Jingqiu's maniacal grin instantly froze on his face, his eyes wide with utter shock and disbelief. He remained suspended in his full-force strike, as if bound by invisible chains. Han Xuanji did not even glance back. His frail form effortlessly grasped Lin Jingqiu's fist, which possessed the power to topple cities and annihilate nations. "Is this your alliance?" Han Xuanji's calm voice resonated, tinged with a hint of disappointment. "I must admit, I find this quite disappointing." He summoned the strength of all 360 stellar acupoints, his fingers gently contracting. A pained groan escaped Lin Jingqiu's lips. The fist shattered, fingers splaying open, blood gushing forth. The once formidable fist, veined with sinewy muscle, grotesquely deformed. As blood erupted like a fountain, the resilient bones emitted a lament under the unbearable strain, twisting and breaking inch by inch. Then, with a resounding boom, the entire fist exploded like a crushed, overripe fruit. The horrific force even obliterated half of his forearm. Han Xuanji observed Lin Jingqiu, who clutched his severed arm, crumpling to the ground, his face a mask of terror and disbelief, yet his tone remained unchanged and nonchalant. "No, it's impossible." Lin Jingqiu's face was awash with horror, his voice trembling violently from the excruciating pain. Clutching his blood-soaked arm, he let out a wretched wail. Having ascended to the 8th level of tribulation, endowed with the body of a prison suppressor, he was virtually unmatched among his peers. Otherwise, he could not have secured a foothold in the perilous overseas realms teeming with formidable adversaries. Yet in that fleeting moment, he felt as if he were attempting to shake the very ancient divine mountain that supported the heavens and the earth with his bare hands. The opponent was no mere sword cultivator. Rather, their realm transcended his own. "Now, it is my turn," Han Xuanji said, his gaze lowering to Lin Jingqiu. Without further ado, he raised his right hand, forming a fist. The Northern Dipper 7 Stars fist, a martial art passed down from the upper realms, appeared simple in execution. Yet the profundities contained within were elusive to the average cultivator. With Han Xuanji's exceptional insight, he dedicated a period of time to cultivate a particular technique in a secluded corner of the vast star palace until he fully mastered it. This punch appeared unremarkable, devoid of any audible wind. Yet, upon its trajectory, an ineffable aura of profundity swirled, as if it encapsulated the essence of life and death. Han Xuanji's gaza dapanat, piercing through the illusion, fixating on the most formidable thread emanating from Lin Jingqiu. This was the thread of demise, and this punch was a lethal strike. Chapter 109, Crushing Destruction, for deities perishing in tribulation. No, Lin Jingqiu felt a surge of terror, an overwhelming sensation of death rising from the depths of his soul. The reversal technique. Swiftly, Lin Jingqiu invoked his secret arts, vitality surging once more, as if he had returned to his zenith. Even the bones that had fractured earlier began to mend. As a formidable being of the tribulation realm, his life force was immensely potent. Even if beheaded or his body shattered, he would not perish. Moreover, at such a level, who among them lacked a few life-preserving techniques? To completely extinguish his life was no simple feat, however. When Han Xuanji's fist struck Lin Jingqiu's chest, a muffled thud resonated. Lin Jingqiu's towering form trembled violently, his expression freezing instantly. The once blazing vitality akin to a sunlit furnace illuminating all around, was consumed in an instant by an invisible black hole, extinguished in a heartbeat. The terror in his eyes faded at a visible rate. This punch shattered all of his defenses, infusing him with the aura of death. In the next moment, Xianxia plummeted from the air, akin to a kite severed from its string. In that fleeting instant, all signs of life within him vanished. His corporeal form lost its vitality, and his spirit lost its essence. Everything transpired too swiftly for the onlookers to react. Lim, my friend, Lisujin Kalachharchist. Blood trickling from her lips, gazing at Xianxia's lifeless body, her eyes brimming with resentment and bitterness, yet a bone-deep chill surged within her. She was gripped by fear. Was he truly dead? The Grand Master of the Eastern Sea felt a prickling dread. Although Xianxia's cultivation was not the highest, his physical prowess was unmatched. Equipped with numerous means of survival, how could he perish so easily? The Grand Master was acutely aware of his own capabilities. Reaching the 9th layer of tribulation was his limit. And compared to the likes of the Cold Moon Sword Sovereign and Xianxia, he was merely a figure of higher seniority, lacking their combat strength. Having arrived, there was no turning back. Xuanji's gaze turned icy, slowly sweeping over the remaining 3. It was as though the Grim Reaper was staring down upon them. Instantly, the previously casual observers, the Grand Master of the Eastern Sea and the Cold Moon Sword Sovereign, felt a chill seize their hearts. I shall make the first move. Eastern Sea friend, seize your opportunity. The Cold Moon Sword Sovereign, a person of sharp intellect, swiftly suppressed his fear, his eyes igniting with a fierce determination. He understood that fleeing or pleading for mercy at this moment would lead to certain death. Only through a desperate struggle could there be a glimmer of hope for survival. Moreover, surrendering would likely not spare them from their fate. A resounding and melodious clang of a sword echoed throughout the universe. The Cold Moon Sword Master wielded a 3-foot-long sword, its azure hue adorned with ancient runes. The radiant sword light shimmered, illuminating the heavens. An icy stillness enveloped the land, rendering it desolate. He directed his sword towards the location of Xuanji, channeling all his might into a single strike. The frigid sword intent erupted instantaneously, casting a bright moon across the sky. A chilling aura permeated the surroundings, causing countless cultivators to feel the temperature drop, the air they inhaled turning frigid. While the earth was rapidly blanketed in thick, dark ice, countless trees, stones, and plants transformed into ice sculptures upon contact with the sword intent, only to shatter into powder moments later. A terrifying sword wave, seemingly forged from millennia of glacial ice and capable of freezing all vitality, tore through the heavens, slashing towards Xuanji. The Cold Moon Sword Master had undoubtedly reached the realm of sword intent manifestation, and with his strike, the very heavens and earth trembled. The East Sea Master gritted his teeth, a flicker of pain flashing in his eyes, soon replaced by madness. He forcefully struck his chest, expelling a mouthful of vital blood into his handheld whisk, which instantly transformed into a roaring blue dragon, emanating a ferocious aura. Trailing the icy sword wave as it lunged forward. Faced with the combined might of a 9th layer tribulation sword cultivator and a spellcaster, Xuanji finally revealed a faint smile. This sword was indeed commendable, yet he grasped the air with his right hand. My sword is far superior. With a hum, 7 dazzling sword shadows, seemingly formed from the essence of stars, materialized around him. The sword light danced and swiftly coalesced into the profound and inscrutable formation of the Big Dipper. Simultaneously, the realm dimmed, day turning to night. The vast clear sky, once shrouded in the icy sword intent, was suddenly replaced by an expansive, unfathomable starry expanse. The heavens sparkled with stars, the Big Dipper hanging high, radiating an unparalleled authority that suppressed all. The chilling aura dissipated instantly beneath the resplendent starlight. How could this be? The resolute expression on the Cold Moon Sword Master's face transformed into one of astonishment. His prideful Cold Moon Sword domain felt as insignificant as dust before this magnificent stellar domain. The overwhelming disparity instilled a sense of despair within him. The chasm between them seemed unfathomably deep. Xuanji uttered a single word. The 7-star sword formation began to rotate violently, unleashing a terrifying beam of sword light, as if gathered from the rivers of stars, embodying the essence of the universe's creation and destruction, cascading down towards the 3 with the Supreme will to judge all beings. The sword light surged forth, and wherever it passed, space silently vanished, time seeming to freeze. In the cold moon swordmaster's eyes, the starry sword light filled his entire vision. The azure sword he had so proudly wielded emitted a mournful cry of despair. Resistance? Evasion? All thoughts crumbled into nothingness before such absolute power. An unprecedented chill, bone-piercing and filled with death, instantly froze his very soul. His body began to tremble instinctively. I'm going to die, but even so, it was worth it. His mind turned utterly blank, leaving behind only that single thought. Sword Venerable Cold Moon's consciousness wavered. For a brief moment, he forgot everything, allowing the sword light, brimming with boundless killing intent, to howl toward him unhindered. The next second, that heaven-piercing sword light passed straight through Sword Venerable Cold Moon's body without the slightest resistance. On his face was frozen an expression of absolute shock, mixed with a trace of relief. The azure blue Dao sword in his hand shattered inch by inch. Then his powerful late-stage tribulation realm body cracked apart instantly. Countless fractures spreading across it before collapsing soundlessly into nothingness. The scattered sword light flashed once more. The other two did not escape either. Just like that, 4 late-stage tribulation realm powerhouses died, casually, almost effortlessly. Silence, absolute silence enveloped everything. Whether it was the members of the Xianxia sect or the cultivators watching from afar, all stared dumbfounded at the slowly dissipating starry void. Their minds were completely blank. Only that sword, brilliant as a galaxy, was deeply branded into the soul of every witness, destined to be remembered forever. When it finally came back to their senses, they realized that all 4 tribulation realm powerhouses had fallen. One had to understand. These were 4 peerless experts at the late stage of the tribulation realm, each a top-tier figure renowned across the overseas cultivation world. Yet now, they had died so simply. After a long silence, to be born in the same era as him is truly this era's tragedy. A tribulation realm expert sighed in disbelief. How many years has it even been since the rise of the demon-slaying Sword Venerable? At first, I thought he was merely a peerless genius. Who would be thought he as practically an immortal descended to the mortal world? Could it be that the Xianxia sect has produced yet another Ascension Realm powerhouse? A wave of uproar followed, as experts from all factions revealed expressions of deep shock. Sword Immortal. That title was reserved only for Ascension Realm sword cultivators, figures who shook the world by their mere presence. And without exaggeration, Xuanji's battle record was more than worthy of that title. After all, no one could have imagined that among cultivators of the Tribulation Realm peak, the battle could end so easily. This was no longer a fight on the same level. Yet Xuanji himself felt no particular excitement. With the foundation he had accumulated through years of sign-ins, if he couldn't instantly kill opponents of the same realm, or even lower, then something would truly be wrong. After that, Xuanji turned his gaze toward the dense fog deep within the mountain range, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. This restriction was extraordinarily profound. But as a grandmaster of formations, and with a void-seeing divine eye, it shouldn't be too difficult to break. Chapter 110. Breaking the Restriction. Entering the cave abode the Tai Tsong mountain range churned violently with mist. The thick fog, isolating everything within, exuded an ancient aura that made one's heart tremble. Xuanji's gaze was calmly cast upon the billowing thick fog, and within his eyes, it seemed as though the trajectories of stars were flickering in existence and extinction. The strength of the master of this cave was far beyond that of an ordinary ascendant. Fortunately, his cave void divine I had undergone an advancement. Otherwise, relying solely on his capabilities as a master of formations, he might not have been able to unravel the mystery. Xuanji pondered silently. Divine powers are inherently profound, and many practitioners have not cultivated to a highly advanced level. Now, with his cave void divine, I reaching the 3rd tier of the heaven-peering realm, he was finally able to discern the fog's restrictions. As the onlookers observed Xuanji in contemplative silence, seemingly deciphering the restrictions, they too snapped back to reality. The elders of the Xianxia sect, including Master Tianyu and the Clear River Sage, had long shed the gravity that once adorned their expressions, replaced instead by shock and elation. Master Tianyu, however, quickly regained his composure, for he had witnessed Xuanji's prowess firsthand. The Xianwei often spoke of Xuanji as breakthroughs, leaving Master Tianyu somewhat vexed by his own stagnation. Was the tribulation realm truly so easy to transcend? Initially, He had doubted whether Han Xuanji was practicing some arcane thunder arts, especially since Han Xuanji had previously unleashed a formidable thunderous divine power, which had now been enshrined in the Sect's repository, drawing many elders and disciples from Thunder Peak to seek its wisdom. This Han Xuanji must surely be a reincarnation of an ancient powerhouse. Otherwise, how could one possibly account for such astonishing progress in cultivation? His determination solidified. He resolved to cling to this formidable ally at all costs. Conversely, the Clear River Sage, who had only recently returned to the Sect, felt a whirlwind of complex emotions. Over the years, he had heard countless tales of the Demon Slayer Sword Sovereign, yet they had always felt distant, merely echoes of a legend. At times, he found himself grappling with the discomfort of being overshadowed by a junior, feeling a pang of embarrassment. Yet, in this moment, clarity dawned upon him. The fervent admiration for the Demon Slayer Sword Sovereign stemmed from genuine prowess. He too must retreat for focused cultivation. His face flushed with warmth. He clenched his fist, vowing that while he might not catch up with this figure, he must ensure that the name of the Xianxia sect would not be brought to shame in the future. Meanwhile, the previously pessimistic guest elder, who believed the Demon Slayer Sword Sovereign was doomed, now felt his face flush with embarrassment, wishing he could vanish into the ground. He stammered, attempting to articulate something, but found his throat parched and his body trembling with excitement. Gazing at the tranquil figure, he was left with nothing but boundless reverence and trepidation, inwardly exclaiming, "Thank goodness he did not betray us." He made the right bet. Noticing Han Xuanji intently observing the fog's restrictions, Master Tianyu quickly cleared his throat, reining in his thoughts, and respectfully stepped forward to explain. "Elder Han, this cave dwelling was established by the ancient exiled Immortal, the celestial swordmaster of Qinglian, whose methods are indeed remarkable. Should we venture into the mist, even we, as tribulation transcendents, would be unable to discern our direction and would ultimately be teleported away. Forcing the mist away would prove futile, as it would merely restore itself in an instant. Although I'm a master of formations, I still cannot see through this restriction. To unravel it, I fear would not be so simple. According to the Grand Master of Formations, one must seek the sacred places and immortal sects in the central plains to find solution." The true man of Tianyu elaborated on the information he possessed. Upon hearing the first sentence, Han Xuanji felt a surge of joy within. An ancient exiled immortal's cave dwelling? In that case, the essence of the Dao here should be considerable. Perhaps this is yet another site worthy of 4-star sign-in. With this thought, Han Xuanji began to diligently search for any loopholes in the misty restriction. Soon, he made a new discovery. Han Xuanji spoke softly. "I have found a solution." No sooner had the words left his mouth than he did not summon any magical artifacts or flying swords. He simply raised his right hand slowly and extended a finger towards the dense, substantial mist. At the tip of his finger, there was no dazzling light, nor was there any terrifying pressure, only a single glimmer of sword radiance, refined to its utmost brilliance. This sword radiance contained boundless power. "Break," he uttered lightly, as if his words were a command of the law. Buzz. The sword radiance pierced through the thick mist, and at the moment of contact, a sudden transformation occurred. Concentric ripples, visible to the naked eye, began to undulate across the surface of the mist. It appeared to have a genuine effect. The true man of Tianyu stared intently at the ever-expanding ripples, his eyes nearly bulging with astonishment. As a master of formations, he understood better than anyone the profound mysteries of this misty restriction, which was far beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals to decipher. He had spent several days immersed in thought, barely scratching the surface, even doubting that a typical master of formations could crack it. Yet Han Xuanji, having arrived not long ago, was already attempting to break the formation, which transcended his comprehension. Under the watchful gaze of all, the commotion caused by that point of sword radiance intensified, the ripples transforming into waves, and the entire Taitsong mountain range resonated with a deep rumble, akin to a dragon stirring. In just a few breaths, the mist dissipated. The scene within the depths of Taitsong Mountain now lay before everyone's eyes. Han Xuanji swiftly located the source of the celestial light, revealing an ancient and elegant cave dwelling, quietly nestled atop a mist-shrouded immortal mountain. Surrounding the cave, ethereal images of Qinglian bloomed in abundance, swaying gracefully, exuding the eternal essence of the sword path. At the entrance of the cave, the ancient seal of Qinglian was inscribed, each stroke resembling iron and silver, as if imbued with the supreme sword intent capable of severing all laws. A prolonged gaze induced a stinging sensation in the eyes and a trembling of the soul. Has it truly been broken? The immortal restriction succumbed so easily? After a brief silence, a wave of astonishment erupted. Incredible! The expression of the esteemed Tianyu Zhenren shifted dramatically, yet he could only muster 2 words. While he had previously slain those in the late stages of tribulation, the ease with which this figure effortlessly dispelled the restrictions left him utterly awestruck. The barriers were lifted, granting the disciples of the Xinxuan sect priority access. His calm voice shattered the oppressive silence that enveloped the scene. Upon hearing this, the members of the Xinxuan sect were filled with elation, while those from other factions rejoiced even more. After all, they had not anticipated being granted entry. Yet this individual had unexpectedly allowed them a taste of the experience. Nevertheless, after his words echoed for some time, not a soul dared to move. All present regarded him with reverence, unwilling to overstep in the slightest. Observing this, Han Xuanji spoke little more, stepping forward and leading the way towards the Qinglian cave abode. His eagerness for the potential legacies within the abode was far less fervent than that of others. After all, signing in was far less taxing than seeking out any inheritance. Before long, Han Xuanji arrived at the entrance of the cave. The entrance shimmered with a flowing azure light, imbued with a hint of spatial fluctuation. This was hardly surprising. For those who had reached the immortal ascension realm, comprehending the laws of heaven and earth became significantly easier. The laws of the spiritual realm were no less complete than those of the lower realms, making the creation of paradisiacal domains a common endeavor. Han Xuanji stepped into the swirling azure light, as though passing through a cool water curtain. In the next moment, his surroundings opened up before him, revealing a space unto itself. The spiritual energy here was exceedingly abundant, rivaling that found within the Songlong immortal abode. Those with slightly lower cultivation might even feel overwhelmed by the sheer density of spiritual energy. Chapter 111. Signing in for the Qinglian Sword Canon. Entering the realm of sword intent transformation. Han Xuanji's gaze swept across this realm. Above him was a clear sky, casting gentle luminescence that illuminated the entirety of the space. Beneath his feet lay a pathway paved with jade-like azure stones, winding like a dragon or serpent, extending forward into the mist-shrouded contours of distant mountains, suffused with ethereal light. In the distance stood a peak, not particularly towering, yet radiating a soft azure glow. Its ethereal palaces and jade towers were partially veiled by delicate clouds and mist. The entire celestial mountain exuded an aura of purity and antiquity. Han Xuanyi nodded subtly, sensing the cave's exceptional nature. As he walked along the path, wherever his gaze landed, be it the smooth cliffs or the colossal stones by the brook, he could perceive a unique sword intent resonating within. Some flowed like clouds and water. Others struck like thunderous might, while some remained profoundly enigmatic. Clearly, every blade of grass, every stone, and every trace in this place had once basked in the sword intent of the Qinglian sword immortal, leaving behind an indelible mark over the years. If one were to linger here and contemplate the Dao for an extended period, perhaps the mysteries of the sword intent transformation could be grasped. Han Xuanyi pondered fully, acutely aware that the mastery of the Qinglian sword immortal in the realm of swordsmanship was far beyond his current reach. It was a return to simplicity, a realm where the essence of the sword was integrated into the fabric of heaven and earth, establishing a unique set of rules governing the path of the sword. However, he did not linger here for long. With a steady gait, he advanced forward. This was an expansive dojo, with palatial structures sprawling across the landscape, enveloped in mist and illuminated by shimmering patterns. The ground was inscribed with a colossal azure lotus sword formation. Han Xuanji arrived at a hall named Daoqing Hall, a place where the azure lotus sword immortal often imparted teachings to his disciples. This location was undoubtedly remarkable, likely a repository of profound insights. In his heart, Han Xuanji silently inquired of the system. This location is a 4-star sign-in spot. Would you like to check in? Sign in, Han Xuanji mentally affirmed. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the Daoqing Hall in the Azure Lotus Sword realm, receiving the Technique Azure Lotus Sword Classic. As the system's notification echoed, Han Xuanji did not hesitate, promptly accepting the technique. Soon, the grand and enigmatic verses of the sword path flowed into Han Xuanji's mind, each word a gem, pointing directly to the very essence of the sword, Elucidating the supreme realm where the sword intent coalesces, the sword heart becomes clear. And the sword intent transforms the world, giving birth to myriad laws through a single strike. Xuanji was utterly engrossed, unable to extricate himself. The Azure Lotus Sword Classic was undoubtedly the most profound sword legacy he had inherited thus far. Techniques like Facian sword art paled in comparison, merely representing the initiation into the sword path. Xuanji had already brushed against the edge of the sword intense transformation, and with his exceptional comprehension, he quickly found inspiration. Grasping many subtleties within, in an almost mystical manner, he touched upon that layer of realm. At this moment, his sword intent resonated with the dojo. The traces of the Dao within the space manifested, activating the legacy that had remained concealed within the Grand Hall. This was not a mere textual inheritance. It was a fusion of the Azure Lotus Sword Immortal's insights into the principles of heaven and earth, an interpretation of the ultimate truths of the sword path, and the imprints of his lifelong sword experiences. Xuanji's sword intent grew ever more potent and profound, soon enveloping the entire mountain and even the whole Azure Lotus Sword realm. Shortly after Xuanji stepped into Daoqing Hall, the esteemed figures of the divine mysterious sect, including the revered Tianyu Jinren and several core disciples, cautiously entered the Azure Lotus Sword realm, their hearts brimming with excitement. Upon entering this realm of celestial beauty, they immediately sensed a formidable sword intent rising into the air. This commotion startled many. What was happening? Had the sword sovereign already obtained the legacy? Numerous speculations arose regarding whether Xuanji had triggered this phenomenon. In the next moment, the ancient sword scars, imprinted upon the mountains and vegetation throughout the cave dwelling, seemed to awaken from millennia of slumber, igniting in unison. Each type of sword scar bore distinct sword intent, now transforming into pure beams of light and shadow, akin to subjects summoned by an emperor, reverently bowing towards the Daoqing Hall. Upon the peak of the Azure Lotus path, the ethereal silhouette of the Azure Lotus manifested, suddenly radiating an overwhelming brilliance. Petals unfurled gracefully, and from the heart of the lotus, a pure sword light erupted, merging into the vast torrent of sword intent. The massive Azure Lotus sword formation on the ground, once a silent imprint, now came alive. The stars scattered across the sky blazed with newfound intensity, as if countless invisible strands of sword energy descended from the celestial bodies, intertwining and resonating with the surging sword intent below. In that moment, the entire Azure Lotus Sword realm was filled with crisscrossing sword chi, a symphony of myriad swords ringing in harmony. Every sight was adorned with resplendent sword light and surging sword intent. This marked the moment when the myriad swords bowed in reverence, heralding the arrival of the sword sovereign into the realm of sword immortality. The eminent heavenly Jade Master, a formidable figure who had traversed tribulations, felt a wave of trepidation wash over him, his body bristling with an involuntary chill. Though he had witnessed grand spectacles before, in the face of such monumental sword intent, he felt profoundly insignificant. Could it be that Sword Sovereign Han had indeed entered the realm of sword intent transformation? Lu Fan, also a practitioner of the sword, could only speculate that Xuanji might have stepped into the legendary domain of sword intent transformation. This was the supreme realm that sword cultivators yearned for, said to be attainable only by the celestial sword immortals above. Among the earthly sword immortals, few had comprehended its essence. Within the Daoqing Hall, Xuanji closed his eyes, his mind completely immersed in the vast profundities of the Azure Lotus Sword Classic and the omnipresent sword intent permeating the realm. The techniques bestowed by the system allowed him to swiftly grasp this originally profound sword scripture. By a fortuitous coincidence, he activated the traces of the Dao left by the Azure Lotus Sword Immortal, assisting him in comprehending the intricacies of this realm of sword intent transformation. Time passed unmeasured. The expansive torrent of sword intent that filled the heavens began to recede like a tide. The celestial sword light and phenomena gradually subsided. The scene of myriad swords bowing dissipated, and the sword marks etched upon stones and vegetation retracted their brilliance, returning to tranquility. Yet, the residual sword intent in the air of the entire Azure Lotus Sword realm became even purer. Inside the Daoqing Hall, Xuanji slowly opened his eyes. Within the depths of his gaze, it seemed as though millions of stars flickered and extinguished, ultimately settling into a profound stillness. An ineffable aura circulated around him. His greatest achievement, undoubtedly, was successfully stepping into the realm of sword intent transformation. Although he had merely entered this realm, the significance of this transition was monumental. From this point forward, his sword would no longer merely extend the essence of techniques. It would possess the preliminary ability to establish rules and wield the supreme power to forge a realm. This experience had been immensely rewarding. Xuanji felt an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. However, he was also acutely aware that his understanding of this level was greatly influenced by his environment. In the external world, even with the comprehension of the Azure Lotus Sword Classic, it would be exceedingly difficult to attain this level. At this moment, he understood why it was said that only by becoming an immortal could one grasp the power of sword intent transformation, due to the constraints of the spiritual realm's hierarchy. Even if one comprehends the path of the sword through the essence of heaven and earth, they can only touch upon the realm of sword intent. To truly grasp the power of the sword's essence, one would typically need to ascend to the upper realms. The Qinglian sword realm is undoubtedly a unique location, allowing him to perceive this extraordinary power. Chapter 112. Not a fated person. With a breakthrough in his swordsmanship, Xuanji was in high spirits. Meanwhile, the members of the Xianxia sect proceeded cautiously to the temple's entrance. Xuanji stepped out of the Qing hall. At that moment, his aura was calm and restrained. The terrifying sword intent that could shake the heavens had vanished, as if the recent celestial phenomena had not been caused by him at all. Eldaran. The first to approach was the real man Tianyu, who asked cautiously, his eyes still reflecting the residual shock. Did you just experience a breakthrough? Xuanji's demeanor did not resemble that of someone who had just attained a new height. Just a small gain. He nodded slightly, his tone unassuming. Is that so? Real man Tianyu's lips twitched as he forced a smile of understanding. The commotion from that minor gain nearly frightened them to death. As real man Tianyu's mind was tumultuous, two figures in the crowd could no longer contain themselves. Lu Fan was making exaggerated facial expressions toward Xuanji, his handsome face contorting into a myriad of shapes as he silently mouthed, "Brother Han, you are incredible, truly remarkable." This title was his last vestige of defiance. Lin Patian, on the other hand, was rather more direct. This robust and boisterous physical cultivator completely disregarded the awed gazes of the surrounding elders and swiftly approached Xuanji. He extended his hand like a giant fan, but halfway through, he abruptly halted, transforming the gesture into an awkward attempt to grasp at thin air. He was eager to express his dissatisfaction at being deceived. Ultimately, Lin Patian adopted a pitiful expression, his eyes tinged with a hint of grievance. "Brother Han, you have deceived me most terribly." Xuanji regarded this pair of lively characters, one resembling a 200-pound child in distress, and the other fanning the flames of mischief with glee, an amused glint flickering in his eyes. He feigned a stern expression and earnestly countered Lin Patian. "When have I deceived you? Pray tell, what did I mislead you about?" Lin Patian was momentarily taken aback, scratching the back of his head as he strained to recall. It seems you never explicitly stated." Because Xuanji had concealed his true abilities so well, their suspicions remained mere doubts. He had never claimed to be weak. When invited to join Xuanji, he merely declined, not out of inadequacy, but simply out of disinterest. Scratching his head, Lin Patian remarked, "Brother Han, you previously told me you were just an outer disciple. Look at you, does this seem like an outer disciple?" "I was indeed an outer disciple." Xuanji replied in a calm tone. "Is it really so?" Lin Patian observed Xuanji and sensed no hint of deception, causing his own demeanor to soften. "Would I deceive you?" Hansuan shruged, feigning innocence. "I have been in seclusion and have not revealed my cultivation. How could I possibly conceal anything from you?" He paused, his gaze sweeping over the elders and disciples eavesdropping nearby, before returning to Lin Patian, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. "Junior Lin, you never inquired, did you?" Laughter erupted from Lu Fan, unable to contain himself, though he quickly stifled his amusement. Indeed, it seemed that Lin Patian had not asked. After all, Xuanji's cultivation was evident, easily recognizable as foundational. Was there any need for inquiry? Seeing Lin Patian's flustered and speechless expression, even the austere figures of Tianyu Jinren and Qinghe Shangren could not suppress their smiles, the tense atmosphere lightening considerably. "Enough," Xuanji said, reverting to seriousness as he turned his attention to the Daoqing Hall. This hall is the site where the Qinglian sword Immortal imparted teachings, imbued with supreme sword principles and multiple inheritances. The sword marks on the mountain walls outside can facilitate the comprehension of sword intent. Each inheritance is contingent upon one's fortune. Remember, act within your means, do not force matters, and under no circumstances should you engage in violent disputes over them. This place is fraught with numerous restrictions. A moment's carelessness could spell doom, even for cultivators at the tribulation stage. Upon hearing this, the crowd first rejoiced, then nodded in agreement. Han Xuanji's final remark was not mere embellishment. The Qinglian sword realm indeed concealed many restrictions. Should one engage in combat within the Daoqing Hall, there would be no favorable outcomes. Lin Patian swiftly cast aside his earlier grievances, rolling up his sleeves and declaring, "Brother Han, rest assured, anyone who dares to cause trouble will be the first I cast out." He emphasized his point by shaking his bronze-colored fist. Soon the group dispersed, some wandering about in search of inheritances, while others contemplated sword intent, steadily improving without taking unnecessary risks. Han Xuanji did not play the role of a caretaker, as he had his own matters to attend to. As a celestial being from the upper realm, the Qinglian sword Immortal had left behind a wealth of legacies and treasures in this small world. However, Han Xuanji sought the core of it all. Before long, he discovered the area in the entire Qinglian sword realm with the most concentrated spiritual energy. Such places commonly bore profound Dao essence. At the back mountain of Qinglian Daofeng lay a lake stretching over 10 miles, its waters crystal clear, with a faint blue mist hovering above the surface, refreshing to the spirit with each breath. The lake was adorned with numerous green lotuses, and at its center stood an elegant bamboo and wooden pavilion. Han Xuanji approached the shore, surveying the lake before him. Should one tread recklessly, the outcome would likely be death. Utilizing his void vision, he thoroughly surveyed the area and discerned a potent force concealed deep within the lake, imperceptible to ordinary senses. Entering without knowledge could trigger this hidden power, leading even seasoned cultivators to despair. It appears that the esteemed Qinglian sword Immortal desires solitude during his cultivation. Han Xuanji shook his head slightly, acknowledging the rationale behind this. Moreover, it is likely that a significant artifact has been left within. Han Xuanji sensed a barrier resisting his further probing, even with the third level of void vision. He cannot penetrate it. Should he attempt to force through, he might not only find himself in peril, but also fail to acquire the true treasures within, potentially offending the Qinglian sword Immortal. A frown creased Han Xuanji's brow. It seemed he was not the destined one. Such core legacies are typically reserved for the children of fate, much like the myriad star hall of the Canglong Immortal Mansion, without a stellar destiny. One could not even enter, let alone breach its gates. Such aspirations would be futile. Perhaps the creators of these legacies still live. Han Xuanji had no desire to ascend only to offend an elder, especially when he had received kindness from them. Nonetheless, he was content not to be the chosen one. His heart was not greedy. "System, what tier is this place for signing in?" Han Xuanji inquired with curiosity. This location is designated as a 5-star sign-in site. The following day, with the sign-in opportunities refreshed, Han Xuanji silently recited System, Sign In. Chapter 113, 5-star sign-in location. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in at the 5-star site, Qinglian Immortal Lake, and receiving the 9th grade Qinglian. 9th grade Qinglian? Han Xuanji's spirit stirred, and he quickly located the item within the system space. After some contemplation, he decided to take it out. Instantly, a fragrant aroma enveloped the air. Before him appeared a Qinglian radiating a faint azure glow, with a lotus pedestal comprising 9 layers, totaling 81 translucent petals, each crafted as if from the finest azure divine jade, naturally inscribed with profound and inscrutable runes. Han Xuanji sensed that this Qinglian had formed a connection with him. 9th grade Qinglian, acquired spiritual root. This extraordinary entity originated from the lotus seed of the 12th grade innate spiritual object, the transformative Qinglian, nurtured by the fortunes of a given realm, absorbing the essence of millennia, ultimately undergoing metamorphosis to ascend to the 9th grade. Within it lies a trace of innate spiritual insight. Though it does not belong to the innate category, it contains a thread of primordial wisdom, profound and boundless, with endless applications. Acquired spiritual root. Han Xuanji's heart trembled with exhilaration. One must understand that innate spiritual roots are unparalleled treasures birthed at the dawn of chaos, containing the essence of the Tao, exceedingly rare in the world. For instance, the legendary primordial peach tree and the ginseng fruit tree, both held by an unparalleled master. While the acquired spiritual roots may be somewhat inferior, they are capable of stirring a tempest of blood and gore within the spiritual realm, driving many ancient doctrines to madness. Even within the rumored upper realms, such spiritual roots are not possessions of ordinary celestial beings. Thus it becomes clear, Xuanji's gaze swept across this azure lotus sword realm, and a revelation dawned upon him. The azure lotus sword immortal, in his willingness to descend to the mortal realm, likely had the fundamental purpose of nurturing this 8th grade azure lotus, utilizing the fortune of a realm and the passage of time to aid its ascension to the 9th grade. Moreover, he succeeded. Yet, it seems this 9th grade azure lotus remains concealed within this lake, and the azure lotus sword immortal has yet to retrieve it. No wonder such formidable restrictions were set in place. Xuanji could comprehend this now. The 9th grade azure lotus possesses boundless applications. It can serve as a spiritual material for elixirs or be cultivated to gather a locale's spiritual energy, creating a paradise of transcendence. The simplest application involves refining it into one's being, transforming it into an unparalleled foundation of the Tao, suppressing one's fortune, and rendering oneself impervious to all evils. The vast vitality and pure primordial spiritual energy contained within can significantly enhance one's cultivation speed, nourishing both body and soul. This is undeniably a magnificent gift. It is no wonder this is a 5-star signing location. If I could sign before the peach tree, might I too acquire a complete peach tree? Xuanji could not help but indulge in fanciful thoughts. However, approaching such divine entities seems quite challenging. Perhaps he could consider becoming a guardian of the peach orchard, or perhaps serve as a disciple in a Taoist temple, though it feels like such opportunities may not be afforded to him. With distractions cast aside, his thoughts returned to the present. His method was naturally straightforward. To refine it, one's own strength is fundamental. Xuanji sat by the lakeshore, gradually enveloping the 9th grade azure lotus with his spiritual power. Buzz. The 9th grade azure lotus seemingly sensed its master's aura, emitting a joyful, melodious chime. Its entire form radiating with brilliant azure light. It began to rotate gently, its lotus petals unfurling layer by layer, revealing a core point of brilliance akin to stars, containing boundless creative vitality at the center. As Xuanji refined it, this acquired spiritual root began to transition from solid to ethereal, transforming into a gentle yet powerful azure torrent, flowing from his palm into his being. Simultaneously, monumental changes were occurring within Xuanji's body. The azure lotus's ethereal projection rotated slowly within his Dantian sea of qi, showering him with an endless stream of creative spiritual light. The originally vast and pure spiritual power, under the cleansing integration of the 9th grade azure lotus's primordial essence, experienced a qualitative leap. The once pure azure hue gradually took on a layer of azure golden sheen, and the purity and quality of the spiritual energy within him surged several levels instantaneously. Furthermore, Xuanji could distinctly feel a wave of comfort coursing through his entire being. His physical form became more refined, while his soul was cleansed by the innate spiritual essence of the azure lotus, becoming more condensed and transparent. With his comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth skyrocketing, perfect, Xuanji knew excellently, with the presence of the azure lotus, his cultivation speed saw yet another remarkable enhancement. It appeared that the realm of immortality was drawing ever closer. Contemplating this, Xuanji promptly commenced his training. Although he had effortlessly vanquished 4 adversaries of equal standing, he still felt that reaching the immortal state was not yet assured. Development remained imperative. In the region of Wanyao Prefecture, ominous clouds loomed like ink, heavily shrouding the heavens and concealing the light of day. On the vast expanse of earth, the undulating mountains stretched endlessly, appearing infinite. At the heart of a treacherous mountain range, a colossal altar rose majestically. Its surface was engraved with ancient runes, emanating a faint luminescence. Surrounding the altar were meticulously arranged celestial treasures that radiated various hues, alongside peculiar crystalline stones imbued with spatial power. The demon master stood with hands clasped behind his back at the altar's edge, gazing at the gradually stabilizing spatial node. A profound smile finally gracing his features. It is done. Given the current stability of the passage, even beings of the saint level should be able to traverse it safely. Soon, The space surrounding the altar began to fluctuate violently. Moments later, the tumultuous spatial disturbances subsided rapidly, akin to receding tides, and the brilliance dimmed accordingly. Concurrently, four figures materialized silently at the center of the altar. Is this the void spirit realm? The first to speak was a young man clad in a golden jade robe, draped in luxurious garments, tall and strikingly handsome, with an almost ethereal quality. His golden eyes exuded an air of superiority that seemed to disdain all that lay before him. Following closely was a towering figure, a muscular man whose bare torso was adorned with bizarre, crimson markings, radiating an intense aura of ferocity. Next was a slender youth with a pallid complexion, his lips devoid of color. Finally, stepping forth from the passage was a woman of extraordinary beauty. Her graceful form and captivating visage were accompanied by a smile that could enchant the world, her gaze mesmerizing. "Welcome to the Void Spirit Realm," the Demon Master said, nodding slightly, his voice smooth as silk. The young man in the jade robe scanned the bounteous lands of Wanyao Prefecture, his eyes seemingly piercing through the fabric of space. And with a slight parting of his lips remarked, "This fertile land is indeed splendid." Ha ha ha. The muscular man suddenly clenched his fist, the sound of cracking knuckles resonating like firecrackers as he grinned. It is said that the essence of the great cultivators in this realm is a tremendous tonic. I can hardly wait to savor it. The slender youth remained silent, his dark eyes glimmering with an enigmatic light. Giggle. The enchanting woman covered her lips, her laughter like the sound of silver bells. "Brothers, do not let the allure of delicacies cloud your judgment. As my sister has informed me, the prowess of the human race in this realm should not be underestimated." Chapter 114. Transcending Tribulations, the Azure-clad Sword Hero. Azure Lotus Sword Realm. After completing the sign-in at the 9th rank Green Lotus, Xuanji showed no inclination to linger. He had discerned that the initial sign-in with the system would typically yield one of the finest rewards. Thus, he resolved to sign in at various locations of Daoist essence within the Green Lotus Sword Realm. In a fleeting thought, Xuanji's figure appeared outside a peculiar bamboo grove. This grove had once served as the enlightenment ground for the Green Lotus Sword Immortal. Over the passage of 10,000 years, the sword intent that had settled here had long since transformed from the ethereal into the tangible, rendering the entire grove a realm of swordly opportunity. The dense sword intent had nearly solidified, with an invisible sharpness permeating the air. Those with lesser cultivation felt a stinging pain even in their breaths. At that moment, numerous cultivators were seated in meditation at the periphery of the bamboo grove, absorbing the ancient sword intent that wafted about, hoping for insights and gains. Yet, no one dared to venture into the depths of the grove, where the sword intent saturated every corner. To tread carelessly within would result in being pierced by myriad swords, reduced to mere dust. Xuanji paid this no heed. He walked with composure, as if strolling in a tranquil courtyard. The terrifying sword intent capable of shredding ordinary tribulation cultivators could not harm him in the slightest. Immersed in the overwhelming and pure sword intent, Xuanji felt his own sword intent strengthen incrementally. However, his primary purpose for this journey was not to comprehend the sword but to sign in. Xuanji silently chanted in his heart, "Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the Sword Intent Bamboo Grove in the Green Lotus Sword Realm. Receiving the Immortal Artifact, the Green Lotus Dao Sword. Green Lotus Dao Sword. A superior immortal artifact, the personal flying sword of the Green Lotus Sword Immortal. Renowned for its unparalleled sharpness, having once slain a demon saint of the immortal realm, wielding immense power. Such a treasure. It truly lives up to the system's premier sign-in reward, indeed a gem among gems." Xuanji had not anticipated that a mere sign-in would procure him another's personal flying sword. Although he already possessed 3 superior immortal artifacts, this was his first flying sword of that grade, undeniably more beneficial for him. Often, the key lies in how well one can wield an item and whether it suits them. For instance, while the Demon Suppression Seal is a superior immortal artifact, its efficacy against human cultivators pales in comparison to that of a typical superior immortal artifact. This explains why Xuanji could obtain such a grand prize at the 3-star sign-in location. Without hesitation, Xuanji retrieved the Green Lotus Dao sword from the system space. Is this the Green Lotus Dao sword? Xuanji scrutinized it closely. The sword was crafted from the finest green jade, adorned with 9 intricate lotus patterns along its blade, with a lifelike budding green lotus at the hilt. The sword intent was contained, its brilliance subdued, revealing its extraordinary sharpness only when summoned. Xuanji could distinctly sense the terrifying energy contained within this superior immortal sword, a force unmatched by any other. Were it not for the system's assistance, with his current strength, not only would he struggle to claim mastery over a superior immortal sword, but even to preserve his life beneath its might would be a daunting challenge. Xuanji reflected with a sigh. His strength at the 9th layer of tribulation was still too feeble. As his fingertips gently brushed against the icy blade, an ethereal connection was instantaneously forged. In that moment, a clear and resonant sword cry erupted without warning, tearing through the vast expanse of the sky, akin to a dragon's roar echoing through the heavens, instantly overpowering the murmurs of sword intent resonating within the bamboo grove. Subsequently, above the bamboo forest, an immense phantom of a blue lotus materialized from thin air, its petals unfurling, radiating boundless rays of brilliance, casting the entire grove of sword intent and the distant sky in a sacred azure golden hue. Amidst the bamboo thicket, thousands of resilient sword bamboos suddenly seemed to come alive, bowing their stalks in reverence, as if humble subjects paying homage to their supreme sovereign. Countless resplendent golden specks converged from all directions, forming magnificent torrents that surged into the azure lotus sword held by Xuanji, akin to rivers returning to the sea. Upon the sword's surface, 9 profound lotus patterns flickered to life, winding up Xuanji's arm as if they had come to life. A vast and pure energy surged into Xuanji's being. What an unexpected delight! A tremor of realization coursed through Xuanji. It seemed that the azure lotus sword had sensed its master's urgent need to rapidly enhance his cultivation and devised a means to accomplish that. Seizing this rare opportunity, Xuanji immediately activated the Taichu Immortal Sutra, transforming this energy into cultivation. Time passed, though he could not tell how long. Xuanji slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a long breath of turbid air, which lingered, faintly imbued with the glow of dawn. The joy in his eyes brimmed to the point of overflowing. To his astonishment, he had achieved complete mastery of the 9th layer of tribulation. This was indeed a tremendous surprise. Originally, Xuanji had anticipated that even with his innate talent, it would take years of arduous effort to fully cultivate the 9th layer of tribulation. Little did he expect that this signing in would not only bestow upon him an extraordinary celestial sword, but also such a generous gift, saving him invaluable time. With everything prepared, he was now merely awaiting the tribulation. Xuanji's heart surged with excitement, harboring no concerns about the impending tribulation. Given his unfathomable foundation, if he could not succeed in transcending the tribulation, it would seem no one in this realm could achieve immortality. However, he did not allow joy to cloud his judgment. The tribulation was a matter of life and death, and thus required utmost caution. This was the perfect time to thoroughly refine the attained divine abilities to the pinnacle of tribulation level, while also continuing to sign in, preparing additional contingencies to ensure absolute certainty. Xuanji tightened his grip on the ancient, unadorned jade-green sword, feeling the pulse of their bloodline connection, his gaze profound. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the azure lotus sword realm, disciples of the Xianxia sect, clad in uniform attire, exuded a solemn aura as they guarded the entrance with unwavering vigilance, strictly prohibiting any unauthorized individuals from intruding. Though the Xianxia sect did not seek to monopolize all opportunities, it would certainly not open its doors without restrictions. Those demonic cultivators would never be allowed to slip in. As for sects that had long been at odds with the divine mystic sect, they were naturally excluded as well. At that moment, a figure clad in azure robes drifted gracefully through the air. The newcomer possessed an extraordinary bearing and handsome features, with an ancient, unadorned long sword strapped to his back. He was none other than Li Tai-Ching, the azure-robed sword hero. The azure-robed sword hero? Among the disciples guarding the entrance, someone recognized him at once, their tone filled with respect. Li Tai-Ching cupped his fists in greeting, his voice clear and composed. That is indeed me. I humbly ask your sect to grant me passage, that I may enter and take a look. He was an open and forthright man, stating his purpose without concealment. The guarding disciples dared not delay. They immediately sent a message to inform the elder stationed here. Li Tai-Ching had already reached the void-returning realm, and was renowned throughout the cultivation world for his chivalry and hatred of evil. On many occasions during conflicts between the divine mystic sect and the heavenly demon cult, he had stepped forward righteously, slaying demonic cultivators and rescuing trapped disciples of the divine mystic sect. Because of this, a deep bond of goodwill had long been formed. Before long, an elder with an unfathomably profound aura appeared. His sharp gaze swept over Li Tai-Ching like lightning. Then, a gentle smile appeared on his face. So it is the azure-robed sword hero. I have long heard your name. Sword Venerable has once said that opportunities should belong to those of virtue. You carry the world in your heart and uphold righteousness through chivalry. You are truly a man of virtue. The entrance to the sword realm lies here. Please. Li Tai-Ching felt a weight lift from his heart, gratitude evident on his face. Many thanks, Elder. Many thanks to the Sword Venerable. He knew full well that without the divine mystic sect's approval, he would likely have missed out on this great opportunity. More importantly, deep down, he sensed that this place was of immense importance to him. Unconsciously, Li Tai-Ching developed a sincere admiration and respect for the demon-slaying Sword Venerable, whom he had never even met. Such breadth of mind and bearing was truly admirable. Chapter 115. Reincarnation of a sword. Immortal. Time slowly passed. More than 10 days had gone by since Xuanji successfully completed his tribulation. During this period, aside from daily sign-ins, he focused on cultivation, occasionally offering casual guidance to the disciples and elders of the divine mystic sect. Within the Azure Lotus Sword realm, he signed in at many Dao-imbued locations, obtaining numerous treasures, divine abilities, and cultivation techniques. Host: Xuanji. Cultivation, Tribulation Realm, Great Perfection, Cultivation Techniques, Primordial Immortal Art, Azure Dragon Tyrant Body Art, Void Step of the Nine Realms. Supreme Profound Stellar Scripture, Big Dipper 7-Star Divine Fist, Myriad Star Body Refining Art, Void Azure Lotus Step, Azure Lotus Sword Scripture, Divine Abilities, 9 Tribulations Immortal Slaying Sword Formation, Void Seeing Divine Eye, Myriad Calamities Seal, Heavenly Deduction Art, Law of Heaven and Earth Manifestation, Primordial Yellow Chi, Annihilation Thunder Palm, Universe in the Sleeve, World Purifying Immortal Art, Traits, Myriad Laws Immortal Body, White Tiger Spirit Blessing, Dao Seeking Heart, Immortal Embryo Dao Bones, Big Dipper Star Fate, Divine Weapons Treasures, Azure Lotus Dao Sword, High-Grade Immortal Sword, Azure Dragon Emperor Seal, High-Grade Immortal Artifact, Demon Suppressing Seal, High-Grade Immortal Artifact, Stellar Dharma Crown, High-Grade Immortal Artifact, Heaven Piercing Sword, Mid-Grade Immortal Artifact, Thunder Sword, Mid-Grade Immortal Artifact, 9 Heaven Star Stepping Boots, Mid-Grade Immortal Artifact, Azure Lotus Sword Gourd, Mid-Grade Immortal Artifact. Among them, the Azure Lotus Sword Gourd was a treasure Xuanji had obtained by signing in at a mysterious gourd pool. Ordinary celestial artifacts rarely evoke any sense of wonder in Xuanji. However, this particular item possesses a certain intrigue. The sword gourd is crafted from extraordinary materials, comparable to mid-grade celestial artifacts. Should one infuse it with sword energy in advance and nurture it over time, this energy would undoubtedly grow in strength, exhibiting remarkable explosive power. Xuanji diligently infuses it with dozens of sword energies each day, and given sufficient time, it may evolve into a formidable weapon under his command. Furthermore, he possesses a unique technique known as the Void Blue Lotus Step. While it appears to be merely a method of movement, it is, in fact, a secret art that amplifies combat prowess. With each step taken, a blue lotus blossoms beneath his feet, and each additional lotus enhances his strength. Xuanji has already mastered the ability to take 3 steps, thereby augmenting his power by at least 30%. The Purifying Celestial Art is another remarkable ability. It possesses exceptional purifying powers against curses, filth, and poison. With this technique at his disposal, should he encounter the sinister tactics of demonic cultivators, he would be significantly equipped to counter their underhanded schemes, particularly curses, which are notoriously difficult to guard against. However, with this divine art, Xuanji no longer need worry excessively. One day, as Xuanji prepared to venture out to face tribulations, he suddenly sensed an unusual disturbance. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that someone had triggered the opportunity at the Blue Lotus Celestial Lake. Intrigued, he employed his probing abilities on this individual. Li Tai-Ching, 2nd level of Returning Void. Reincarnation of the Blue Lotus Sword Immortal. In a previous life, he was assaulted by a powerful entity of the demon race, resulting in the destruction of his physical form and severe injuries to his soul. His master, the pure, young, golden immortal, cast him into reincarnation. In this life, he is in his 9th incarnation, possessing unparalleled natural talent, and he is subconsciously aware of the opening of the Blue Lotus Sword realm, seeking opportunities. Note, he will regain his memories upon ascending to immortality. Han Xuanji was taken aback. He is the reincarnation of the Blue Lotus Sword Immortal. His master is a golden immortal. The thought that he nearly faced annihilation left Han Xuanji feeling a chill. Indeed, this seemingly minor spiritual realm harbors hidden talents beyond imagination. Who knows what caliber of experts lie concealed among the past descendants? Turning his attention back to Li Taiqing, Han Xuanji couldn't help but acknowledge that the young man's beauty was only slightly inferior to his own, a true testament to his identity as a sword immortal reincarnate. He pondered, given that he had replicated all of Li Taiqing's abilities, including his life-bound flying sword, how would he react if he were to discover this? Just as Han Xuanji contemplated how to handle the situation, an unexpected change unfolded in the distance. Before the Blue Lotus Celestial Lake, radiant light cascaded like a waterfall, and sword energy surged like a tide. Li Taiqing sat cross-legged atop a stone resembling a lotus pedestal, his eyes tightly shut. Yet his aura resonated with the intensity of an imminent volcanic eruption, oscillating violently. After entering the sword realm, an unseen force had guided him to this location. There, he began to comprehend the Tao, instantly entering a state of profound enlightenment. Half a month later, the celestial lake bubbled with energy, and a blue lotus phantom suddenly materialized above its surface. Amidst the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, the azure lotus transformed into a radiant streak and vanished into Li Taiqing's body. At the center of his brow, a celestial seal of the azure lotus materialized, propelling his cultivation to unprecedented heights. The third layer of the void returned, the fourth layer, the fifth layer. He shattered 3 realms in rapid succession. This extraordinary spectacle drove the multitude of cultivators, drawn by the phenomenon, into a frenzy. Among them were several formidable figures clad in the robes of the divine profound sect, their eyes ablaze with fervor. We have lingered here for days without any gain, only to see him seize such a tremendous opportunity, exclaimed a hawk-nosed cultivator with a sinister gaze, embodying the void return stage. His words ignited immediate agreement among the crowd. Indeed, it is profoundly unjust. Shortly thereafter, a cultivator of the tribulation crossing stage from the divine profound sect arrived, swiftly grasping the unfolding events. Li Taiqing exhaled in relief. For the sect had established a doctrine that fortune belongs to the virtuous, and discord was not to be incited. Yet in the next moment, a sudden turn of events transpired. The tribulation crossing cultivator, without a word, extended his right hand, shaping it into a colossal spiritual grasp aimed at Li Taiqing. Clearly intent on seizing this opportunity for himself, Li Taiqing was taken aback and enraged. Just as he prepared to retaliate, time seemed to freeze. The menacing hand halted a mere foot from Li Taiqing, unable to advance any further. The tribulation cultivator's body stiffened, as if crushed by an ancient divine mountain. Unable to move a single finger, his eyes filled with an overwhelming terror and astonishment. Unbeknownst to him, a figure had quietly materialized in the void before Li Taiqing, Han Xuanji. Standing with hands clasped behind his back, he surveyed the covetous cultivators below with indifference, his gaze finally settling upon the tribulation cultivator. The latter was a member of the divine profound sect, a guest elder who had joined a few years prior. I have stated, disputes are forbidden. Do you treat my words as mere whispers in the wind? Han Xuanji's voice was not raised, yet resonated clearly in the ears of every cultivator present, like thunder that threatened to shatter their very souls. The tribulation cultivator, rendered immobile, could only stammer, failing to articulate a complete sentence. Han Xuanji's gaze was as cold as steel. As an elder, to openly defy my decree and engage in such despicable acts. Before the elder could offer any defense or plead for mercy, Han Xuanji's thought shifted, and an invisible, overwhelming force descended. The elder's body was struck as if by an unseen hammer, exploding into a mist of blood, his cries stifled before they could escape his lips, obliterated in both body and spirit. All who bore witness to this scene, whether disciples of the divine profound sect or other cultivators, were seized by a chilling dread, cold sweat cascading down their backs. Chapter 116, Taiqing drifting through half a life. The azure lotus immortal lake, suffused with a fragrant aura, appeared to be in perfect harmony. Li Taiqing stood there, utterly astounded, disbelief filling his eyes. A life-threatening crisis dissipated in an instant, leaving him in a daze. He had steeled himself for a desperate struggle. For in his view, the intervention of an elder from the divine, profound sect implied that he was isolated and without aid, with no one daring to assist him for fear of offending the Sword Sovereign. To his astonishment, it was Han Xuanji himself who stepped forth to resolve this predicament for him. At this very moment, those cultivators who had previously harbored malicious thoughts appeared pale, drenched in cold sweat, their eyes reflecting profound relief. For that was a formidable being at the tribulation stage, a pillar of any sect, revered by thousands. Yet, before Han Xuanji, they were crushed with the ease of ants. The entire scene unfolded unexpectedly. When Lin Patian and Lu Fan, along with others, arrived, they had already missed the most exhilarating moment. However, upon learning the full story, they were immediately filled with righteous indignation. Lin Patian candidly remarked, "Without the Sword Sovereign, how could we have entered? They deserve it." Lu Fan wholeheartedly agreed, asserting that such individuals were deserving of their fate, seeking to monopolize the benefits while allowing the divine, profound sect to shoulder the burdens. In the end, it would be Han Xuanji who bore the blame. Master Tianyu personally apologized to Han Xuanji, feeling a sense of guilt, for he too had participated in the recruitment of the guest cultivators. "Alas, we failed to choose the right candidates. I am truly ashamed," he lamented. Han Xuanji shook his head, saying, "To know a person's face, but not their heart. Dear brother Tianyu, there is no need for you to feel remorse. However, you should convey an apology to this friend. Young one, it is my failure to discern character that caused you alarm." Master Tianyu nodded, humbling himself as he approached Li Taiqing with sincerity. This scene left Li Taiqing both surprised and honored. "Not at all. This is not your fault, senior. I do not attribute blame to the divine profound sect," he replied earnestly. He was not one to see only in black and white. In truth, the reputation of the divine profound sect had always been commendable. Occasionally, a few bad apples might appear, but such occurrences were unavoidable. After pondering for a moment, Li Taiqing raised his gaze to the figure exuding an aura as deep as the ocean. He took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult of emotions within him. Straightening his attire, he bowed deeply to Han Xuanji, his voice filled with genuine reverence. "I, Li Taiqing, humbly thank the Sword Sovereign for your life-saving grace." For reasons unknown, the moment he beheld Han Xuanji, a surge of emotion coursed through him, instilling a sense of inexplicable closeness. Witnessing this, Han Xuanji felt a flicker of embarrassment. The individual before him was, after all, the genuine reincarnation of the Qinglian sword Immortal. He had indeed received numerous benefits from this individual, and while his intervention was intended to uphold order and cleanse the ranks, it also bore a hint of reciprocation. The unfortunate guest cultivator who had collided with the situation was merely a victim of circumstance, caught in the crossfire. After all, Han Xuanji was troubled about how to establish a good rapport with him. Of course, the other party had brought this upon himself, and his demise was hardly regrettable. Han Xuanji had long established rules. If they were easily broken, it would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation. When it was time to employ a firm hand, Han Xuanji would not show any mercy. Kindness invites deceit. Han Xuanji was no saint and saw no need for excessive courtesy. With a calm voice, he lightly waved his robe sleeve, and a gentle stream of spiritual energy materialized, gently lifting Li Taiqing. This man was merely seeking his own demise. This seemingly casual gesture ignited a warm surge within Li Taiqing's heart. "Swordmaster." Li Taiqing's gaze was fervent as he looked directly at Han Xuanji, speaking earnestly. "Having drifted alone for half a lifetime, I am now graced with the Sword Master's kindness. I wish to follow you closely to repay this favor." His posture was respectful, and his tone resolute. Han Xuanji was not only immensely powerful and highly skilled in the sword arts, but his character was also exceptional. He was truly his idol. Having enjoyed a solitary existence for so long, Li Taiqing had encountered many profound cultivators who wished to take him on as a disciple, yet he had always declined. He believed that he would soon surpass them, so why bow to a master? However, he felt that with Han Xuanji, it would be quite difficult for him to surpass the other in a short span of time. Upon hearing Li Taiqing's words, Han Xuanji's lips twitched. There's truly no need for that. After a moment of contemplation, he realized that directly refusing would make him seem disdainful. With your innate talent, to follow me would indeed be a waste. However, Han Xuanji shifted his tone. I will be cultivating in this realm for some time. You may accompany me in your training. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek my guidance. Li Taiqing was initially taken aback, but then an overwhelming joy surged within him. After all, in his eyes, Han Xuanji was a lofty sword immortal, with cultivation that reached the heavens. An opportunity to receive his guidance was enough to cause countless cultivators to vie for it. Li Taiqing had even prepared himself for rejection, thinking he was merely an ordinary returning void cultivator. He had indeed wished to become a disciple, but having heard that the demon slayer sword immortal never accepted disciples and was notoriously a solitary practitioner, he resorted to this lesser approach. He never expected Han Xuanji to be so agreeable. Now, he regretted not asking directly to be a disciple. Yet fortunately, there was still a chance. As time slowly passed, the atmosphere within the Qinglian sword realm became markedly more solemn following this incident. Many cultivators from the Xianxia sect reigned in their arrogance, while the guest elders were particularly cautious in their words and actions, realizing that it was not their strength that the Xianxia sect relied upon, but rather their need to borrow the sect's influence to uphold the might of the demon slayer swordmaster. On this day, amidst a lush, vibrant grassland rich in spiritual energy within the Qinglian sword realm, Han Xuanji was instructing Li Taiqing in the ways of sword cultivation. Li Taiqing, with his extraordinary talent, was on the cusp of comprehending the domain of sword intent. Han Xuanji, with just a few poignant words, pointed directly to the crux of the matter, illuminating his understanding like a ray of light piercing through clouds. Certainly, this is also due to Li Taiqing's inherent intelligence. With just a little guidance, he swiftly attained clarity and made remarkable progress. This brought a sense of enjoyment to Han Xuanji as he imparted his wisdom. It is no wonder that many esteemed cultivators tend to favor their astute disciples. To mentor a prodigy who grasps concepts with ease, requiring no repetition, is a universally cherished experience. Furthermore, Han Xuanji is also capable of providing insights into the realm of cultivation, as Li Taiqing primarily practices the Qinglian sword canon, and it appears he has been training for quite some time. Curiously, Li Taiqing inquired, "Senior, do you also practice the Qinglian sword canon?" "Indeed," Han Xuanji replied, explaining that he had learned it at the Daoqing Palace. Frankly, it would be hard for anyone to imagine that the Qinglian sword immortal would receive instruction in the Qinglian sword canon. Li Taiqing pondered this revelation, and Han Xuanji, intrigued, asked, "For where did you learn the Qinglian sword canon?" "I have a companion jade pendant that has transmitted this technique to me since I began my cultivation at the age of 10, Li Taiqing answered candidly. It was precisely due to this technique that he felt confident in not needing a master or joining a sect. "Oh," Han Xuanji responded, finding no surprise in this revelation. After all, he was the reincarnation of the Qinglian sword immortal, starting with an innate top-tier technique. Those who reincarnate with their memories or even cultivation intact are truly fortunate, not knowing how to fail. Moreover, this marks Li Taiqing's 9th life, with the previous 8 likely having perished before ascension. It can only be said that ascending is no easy feat suddenly. Han Xuanji considered that the jade pendant was likely a token. During his recent travels, he seemed to have missed a significant opportunity. Chapter 117. Accepting Disciples. Crossing tribulations a few days later, above the Qinglian sword realm, a magnificent and clear sword intent erupted. The sound of the sword rang out melodiously, resonating through the heavens, evoking the swirling glow of clouds and the blooming of 3,000 Qinglian flowers in the void. This was the unique manifestation of sword intent inherent to the Qinglian sword canon, marking the successful transformation of sword intent into a domain. "It's done." Li Taiqing sheathed his sword, standing with a harmonious aura, his eyes sparkling with brilliance, his demeanor increasingly transcendent. He solemnly bowed to Han Xuanji, filled with genuine gratitude. "Thank you, Sword Master, for your guidance." Over these days, his respect for Han Xuanji had only deepened. Since he began his training under Han Xuanji, both his swordsmanship and cultivation had soared to new heights. Throughout this time, Li Taiqing had repeatedly expressed his desire to take Han Xuanji as his master. Yet he was gently declined each time. Although puzzled, Li Taiqing did not press the issue, occasionally bringing it up. On this particular day, Han Xuanji returned to the Qinglian fairy lake, this time accompanied by Li Taiqing. He remembered that at the center of the lake stood an elegant bamboo and wooden pavilion. Han Xuanji was curious about what treasures might reside within, and he felt that it should also be a place of considerable Dao essence, worthy of a visit. Soon, as Li Taiqing stepped forward, a remarkable phenomenon unfolded over the fairy lake, as if heralding the return of its master. Blossoming blue lotuses adorned the water's surface, creating a floral pathway leading to the heart of the lake. Han Xuanji and Li Taiqing walked upon the lotuses, swiftly arriving within a pavilion. Inside the loft, ancient artifacts and paintings were displayed, appearing unremarkable at first glance. Although infused with a hint of spiritual energy, they did not seem to possess any true treasures. Li Taiqing felt a wave of disappointment, having anticipated a more remarkable destination. However, when he inadvertently touched an ancient painting hanging on the wall of the loft, an unexpected transformation occurred. A torrent of overwhelming energy surged forth from the painting, causing Li Taiqing to spin into darkness, his body collapsing to the ground with a muffled thud. Han Xuanji was startled, fearing for Li Taiqing's safety. Yet, he soon discerned that Li Taiqing's breath remained steady, devoid of any mortal peril. Instead, his body was gradually being transformed by a mysterious energy emanating from the painting. Clearly, this was a fortuitous opportunity. This place must be a chance left by the Qinglian sword Immortal for himself. Others would not reap any benefits here, Han Xuanji mused. He was not overly concerned, as a system prompt resonated in his mind. Detected that the host is in a place of Dao essence. Would you like to sign in? Without hesitation, Han Xuanji mentally commanded, "System, sign in." Congratulations, host, you have successfully signed in and received the entry Eternal Spirit. This place's Dao essence is depleted. Unable to continue signing in. Another new entry? Han Xuanji felt a surge of joy. Eternal Spirit. Within the sea of consciousness, a timeless blue lotus resides. Impervious to all evils. Your soul, Yuan Shun, is innately powerful and difficult to extinguish. An entry related to the soul? Splendid. As I understand, one of the tribulations of ascending to immortality tests the soul, attacking the cultivators Yuan Shun. Many who have undergone tribulations have faltered at this stage. Hansuan Yipundere tukt furi. Observing the still unconscious Li Taiqing, Han Xuanji silently claimed the entry. In the next moment, Eternal Spirit was successfully acquired. Deep within Han Xuanji's sea of consciousness, it felt as though chaos was unfurling. An ethereal blue lotus, embodying the essence of time immemorial, slowly ascended, radiating a serene luminescence. The lotus leaves unfurled, their veins resembling divine patterns of the great Tao, while the petals gently swayed, scattering flecks of pure light imbued with indescribable power. An unprecedented sense of clarity filled his soul. Han Xuanji felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction as his Yuan Shun became exceptionally rejuvenated under the illumination of the ancient blue lotus's ethereal form, and the impurities that had plagued his Yuan Shun quietly dissipated. Excellent. Han Xuanji felt content. The function of this entry was straightforward. It enhanced his Yuan Shun and significantly improved his survival capabilities. On a day when his physical form might be obliterated, this entry could very well provide a means of escape. Like the celestial sword Immortal, one must possess such innate talent to be granted the opportunity for reincarnation. Furthermore, the ability to continually cycle through lifetimes allows for the healing of past wounds. At this moment, Li Taiqing lay enveloped in a rich, azure cocoon of light. Intricate runes swirling upon its surface, emanating vibrant vitality. His awakening would not come swiftly. After some contemplation, Han Xuanji decided to take Li Taiqing with him, practicing his cultivation while signing in at various locations. 3 days later, Li Taiqing gradually regained consciousness, his gaze initially clouded with confusion. Before he turned to Han Xuanji and inquired, "Senior Sword Master, what transpired just now?" Han Xuanji cast a fleeting glance at him, noting that Li Taiqing's cultivation had silently ascended to the 6th layer of returning void, a remarkable advancement. "No matter, this is your fortune." "Fortune?" Li Taiqing akua, quickly probing within himself, and immediately sensed a profound transformation akin to being reborn. Not only had his cultivation surged, but his thought processes were now unprecedentedly clear and sharp. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he gazed at Han Xuanji, and promptly knelt, speaking earnestly, "Senior Sword Master, please accept me as your disciple." Han Xuanji felt a pang of helplessness and replied, "Even if I accept you as a disciple, I may not have much time to guide you." Yet Li Taiqing remained on the ground, steadfastly kneeling. Observing this, Han Xuanji let out a soft sigh. "All right, rise." It appeared that this reincarnated sword Immortal had misunderstood something, perhaps believing he had relinquished his opportunity. Disciple Li Taiqing pays respect to master. Upon hearing this, Li Taiqing was filled with immense joy. "I hope that when you ascend, You won't disdain your humble master. However, Han Xuanji reconsidered. By the time his pupil ascended, his own cultivation might have significantly advanced as well, perhaps even surpassing expectations. Another month passed, and Han Xuanji felt that his condition had reached perfection. His numerous divine abilities and techniques had been cultivated to the limits of the transcendent stage. The next step was to face the heavenly tribulation. The tribulation of ascension is a pivotal moment for cultivators to defy fate and shed their mortal forms. Serving as a terrifying trial imposed by the heavenly Dao, the might of the tribulation lightning is immense, targeting not only the cultivator's physical body, but also unleashing even more terrifying assaults on their soul. However, Han Xuanji had made thorough preparations and was not concerned about failure. With his resolve firmly set, Han Xuanji rose, exchanged a few brief words with Li Taiqing, and transformed into a streak of luminous light. Soaring away from the azure lotus sword realm, he arrived at a remote, uninhabited location several tens of thousands of miles from the Tai Song mountain range to prepare for the tribulation. With a thought, numerous protective treasures appeared before him, each radiating a brilliant light, the least among them being spirit artifacts suitable for the transcendent stage. All of these were the fruits of his gradual accumulation. Chapter 118. A thought emerges, and the vastness of the world unfolds. Han Xuanji counted his treasures, realizing he possessed over a dozen at the celestial artifact level, though few were of the defensive type. After all, the majority of a cultivator's innate celestial artifacts are either offensive or possess unique functions, such as comprehending the Tao or gathering spiritual energy. Defensive celestial artifacts are indeed rare. First, the formation must be set. Han Xuanji retrieved numerous formation flags from his system space. For this ascension tribulation, he intended to arrange a 5 elements heavenly transformation calamity formation. With a mere thought, a set of shimmering formation flags floated before him, exuding their distinct elemental resonances: Li fire, Wu earth, Gung metal, Yi wood, and Gue water. Go! Han Xuanji pointed his finger like a sword, striking the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 5 main flags fell into place with a resounding echo. With a solemn expression, he executed the intricate mystical techniques, his movements so swift that they left behind a trail of afterimages. As the luminous energy flickered at his fingertips, hundreds of secondary formation flags and various materials inscribed with peculiar runes were meticulously arranged. The cycle of the 5 elements commenced. With a low exclamation, Han Xuanji commanded, and the 5 colors of light instantly intertwined. Li fire generated Wu earth nurtured Gung metal condensed Gue water nourished Yi wood, and Yi would flourish Li fire. The grand formation was complete. Of course, Han Xuanji's greatest asset remained himself, his determination unwavering. Both his primordial spirit and physical body had undergone countless transformations. Once everything was prepared, Han Xuanji sat quietly, calming his mind and spirit, awaiting the arrival of the thunderous tribulation. About half an hour passed, and suddenly the winds and clouds converged, darkening the sky. Slowly, he raised his gaze to the heavens, where dark clouds continued to gather, flickering with ominous lightning. Heaven is envious of remarkable talent. Those with exceptional aptitude and profound foundations often face more arduous trials. He could sense that the power of this thunder tribulation far surpassed any he had faced before, and it would be far more terrifying than that encounter by others. It was here. Han Xuanji gradually rose to his feet. This ascension tribulation was distinct from previous ones. The first wave of the thunder tribulation targeted the cultivator's primordial spirit. To achieve ascension, the primordial spirit must endure the baptism of thunder. For many cultivators, although the first wave of thunder may not possess the greatest might, it is often the most challenging to navigate. After reaching the fusion stage, while the strength of the primordial spirit significantly increases, withstanding the thunder tribulation directly becomes nearly impossible. Thus, many tribulation-crossing cultivators seek to enhance their spiritual strength through various means. Before long, 9 resplendent golden divine thunders, resembling colossal dragons, surged forth, disregarding all obstacles, and struck directly at Han Xuanji's third eye. Their target was not the physical body, but aimed straight for the primordial spirit. Boom! The terrifying sound of thunder seemed to erupt directly within the depths of his soul. Even Han Xuanji felt a jolt, leaving him momentarily dizzy. This thunder seemed intent on shattering his consciousness entirely. This was the terrifying nature of the primordial spirit calamity. There was no evasion. One could only endure. For an ordinary peak tribulation cultivator, facing such formidable purple-gold divine thunders would likely result in an instant collapse of their primordial spirit, leading to death and obliteration. As the golden divine lightning fell in succession, Xuanji's primordial spirit seemed to be subjected to relentless forging within a divine furnace. However, due to years of cultivation and refinement, his primordial spirit did not succumb easily to fragmentation. Each time the injuries of his spirit reached a critical threshold, a phantom of an ancient blue lotus would quietly manifest, suddenly radiating a brilliant light. As this luminous aura flowed, it transformed into a gentle warmth, swiftly restoring the primordial spirit to its pristine state, even more resilient and potent than before. Painful yet exhilarating at this moment, every thought of Xuanji trembled in the thunder, yet solidified under the radiant glow as every pore of his primordial spirit inhaled and exhaled electric brilliance. The initial wave of tribulation lightning persisted for a full hour, comprising 9 waves and a total of 81 bolts of thunder. This was undeniably a tormenting ordeal. Yet, when the final bolt of tribulation lightning dissipated, the pain receded like a surging tide, and an unprecedented clarity surged from the depths of his primordial spirit. His spirit was no longer merely golden. It was now imbued with a regal purple hue, with faint traces of blue lotus patterns shimmering upon its surface, resembling an unparalleled divine iron, refined through the baptism of divine lightning, purged of impurities, and rendered more solid and translucent, containing a hint of true celestial essence. Xuanji's primordial spirit had undergone a fundamental metamorphosis. With this transformation, a single thought could traverse millions of miles, and even destruction would not affect his essence. With a slight shift in thought, his consciousness spread like an invisible tide, effortlessly covering hundreds of thousands of miles. In an instant, he could manipulate a flying sword to strike down foes from a million miles away. However, Xuanji did not indulge in joy. The ominous tribulation clouds above him had not dispersed, but instead intensified ominously. Suddenly, the entire expanse of the tribulation clouds transformed into a blood-red hue. In mere breaths, the surrounding thousands of miles appeared as an endless abyss, as if doomsday had arrived. This sight startled many powerful beings of the great Xia, who, filled with uncertainty, soared from their abodes, eager to discern the identity of the one provoking such a tribulation. The might of this lightning tribulation was more exaggerated than any they had witnessed before. Curiosity enveloped them as they pondered who was enduring this trial. Concurrently, a thick, blood-red bolt of lightning plummeted downward, its terrifying force shaking the sky for thousands of miles, as if intent on obliterating everything in its path. How could this tribulation be so formidable? Witnessing this scene, countless cultivators felt a chilling sensation creep up their spines. Horrified at the thought that should they face such a tribulation during their own ascension, they would be left with no choice but to wait for death. Only a few could surmise that this was the immortal tribulation. Even Xuanji's pupils constricted as he grew serious. I shall see how formidable it truly is. With a thought, the 5 elements heavenly transformation tribulation formation materialized, its patterns swirling as the power of the 5 elements surged endlessly, forming a gentle yet immense 5-color glazed shield that enveloped Xuanji. Within the formation, the power of the 5 elements flowed ceaselessly, embodying the essence of perpetual vitality. Boom! The crimson thunderstorm descended violently, causing the ground of the tribulation site to tremble fiercely, stirring up tumultuous waves as if a mountain had plummeted into a lake. The thunder struck fiercely against the barrier of the formation, dimming its brilliance and tearing it apart. Only then did it strike Xuanji, jolting him to his core. Was that all? Xuanji discerned that the heavenly tribulation inflicted no harm upon him. Rather, it fostered the growth of his physical form and deepened his understanding of the laws of lightning. Such is the nature of heavenly tribulation. It bears both benefits and drawbacks. If one can endure, one shall reap rewards. If one cannot, death is the only outcome. Xuanji's ability to effortlessly glean advantages from the tribulation was largely due to his cultivation of the lightning path, which mitigated the power of the thunder. Otherwise, enduring it head-on would pose considerable risks. As his thoughts swirled, the tribulation lightning seemed determined to deny him respite, and in an instant, another bolt struck down. However, during the brief interval, The 5 elements heavenly transformation great formation had automatically restored itself, and the 5-color barrier once again diminished the might of the thunder. This time, the power of the tribulation lightning was even greater than before. Although Xuanji feigned disdain, his body was quite honest. He did not withstand it directly, but instead cast a spell, summoning various celestial artifacts to help alleviate some of the pressure. Chapter 119. Ascending to Immortality Among Mortals. The sword Immortal of Central Continent. The sky flickered continuously with blood-red lightning, accompanied by a deep, rumbling sound. With each strike of thunder, the distant onlookers, powerful beings themselves, were left in a state of trepidation, exchanging glances. Can this fellow truly endure? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. It is indeed difficult. Such power in tribulation lightning is unprecedented. Without extraordinary means, he may very well meet his end here, speculated another. Throughout history, countless prodigies have perished due to formidable thunder tribulations. Many strong individuals have vanished, not having ascended, but rather having succumbed beneath the wrath of the lightning. As the thunder seemed to pause, a cultivator from overseas spoke confidently. I once heard of an ancestor from a great sect who, at the pinnacle of his tribulation, sought to break through and was ultimately struck dead by the thunder. Yet, no sooner had he spoken than dazzling light illuminated the 9 heavens, revealing 3 enormous buds slowly blooming amidst the 5-colored radiance. 3 flowers converging at the apex, 5 energies converging towards the origin. This elder has ascended to immortality. Instantly, the speaker's face turned crimson with embarrassment, and he fell silent. Meanwhile, Xuanji cleaned the slight traces of blood from his surface. The power of this crimson tribulation lightning was overwhelmingly immense. When the final bolt descended, even with numerous celestial artifacts summoned for protection, he still tasted blood. Yet, the injuries were superficial, causing him no real harm. In fact, even with just a recent breakthrough, his strength surged rapidly. At last, he had succeeded. After years of arduous cultivation, he had finally reached the pinnacle of the spiritual realm, the realm of immortality. He could feel the spiritual energy within him transforming into a portion of immortal power. His myriad methods, celestial body, began to manifest greater efficacy, allowing him to convert celestial energy at a pace far exceeding that of ordinary ascendants. Should he fully transmute his spiritual energy into celestial energy, transform his corporeal form into a celestial body, and entirely convert his spirit into a celestial soul, he could be deemed a terrestrial immortal. At this juncture, the spells empowered by celestial energy could rightfully be referred to as celestial arts, imbued with a consciousness that enables them to unleash tremendous potency with ease. Furthermore, the unity of celestial body and soul allows for the regeneration of flesh and blood, enabling one to resurrect from a single drop of blood, rendering mortality a rare occurrence. However, transcending from a terrestrial immortal to a celestial immortal is no trivial matter. Practitioners must not only continuously absorb and refine celestial essence to enhance their cultivation, but also grasp the laws of heaven and earth to perfection, subsequently merging various laws to forge their own celestial immortal laws, thus attaining the realm of celestial immortality. In the lower realms, comprehending these rules is exceedingly challenging. Virginie non possible. Consequently, even if practitioners do not face the tribulation of ascension, they often choose to ascend nonetheless. Most practitioners opt to undergo the ascension tribulation around the 7th level of ascendance, often referred to as false immortals. Xuanji, however, was not in a hurry to ascend, unlike many other ascendants, for he recognized his significant advantages. Typically, ascendant practitioners require the power of celestial stones to swiftly convert to celestial energy, refining the celestial essence within, or they must consume rare treasures of heaven and earth. Otherwise, they can only endure the passage of time, gradually transforming. Yet, Xuanji possessed the myriad methods, celestial body, and the celestial embryonic bone, granting him a transformative speed far surpassing that of others, an achievement unattainable by anyone else. Returning once more to the azure lotus sword realm, Xuanji, now an ascendant, gazed upon this realm and was overwhelmed by profound insights. Aspects that had previously eluded his understanding now appeared strikingly clear. Li Taiqing, observing the enhanced demeanor of Xuanji, immediately recognized a successful breakthrough and hurriedly extended his congratulations. "Congratulations, master. At this moment, Xuanji felt an immense sense of joy. After decades of relentless effort, he had finally attained immortality. Nonetheless, he remained composed, maintaining his equanimity while continuing his cultivation. Simultaneously, news of the Azure Lotus Sword Immortal's legacy emerging into the world began to proliferate. Tales of celestial treasures, unparalleled immortal techniques, and the myriad benefits of the Immortal's abode spread wildly. It was evident that those who had not entered the Azure Lotus Sword realm were instigating curiosity among the interested parties. Furthermore, news of the demon-slaying Sword Sovereign's slaying of 4 late-stage tribulation practitioners began to circulate across the land, with cultivators from the 9 provinces hearing of an extraordinary sword cultivator in eastern Xianxia. Some even proclaimed him the foremost sword cultivator in the world, renaming him the demon-slaying Sword Immortal. Outside the Azure Lotus Sword realm, numerous structures had been erected not far from the entrance. The remnants of Xuanji's astonishing sword strike had drawn countless practitioners seeking enlightenment, transforming the location into a sacred ground of swordsmanship. Moreover, this place, having inherited a legacy from the world, has become rich in spiritual energy. Even some disciples of the divine mysterious sect choose to seek enlightenment here. The demon-slaying sword master indeed ranks as the foremost sword cultivator in the Eastern Song realm, yet he falls short of being the supreme in the world. The speaker is a man clad in white, bearing an ancient long sword upon his back, exuding elegance. A disciple from the inner sect of the divine, mysterious sect, dressed in blue, spoke solemnly, "Oh, pray tell, who do you deem to be the greatest in the world?" Presently, Xuanji, known as the demon-slaying Sword Immortal, has become a source of pride for all disciples of the divine, mysterious sect beyond reproach. The man in white replied, "In the land of Xianxia, the strong abound, and formidable sword cultivators are numerous. Among them, those worthy of the title Sword Immortal are few and far between. Millennia ago, a Sword Immortal from the Shushan sword sect in Xianxia slayed a demon emperor whose might was akin to ascending to immortality. Indeed, the Shushan Sword Immortal was formidable, renowned across the realm, yet that was thousands of years past. Surely, one cannot assert that he has not ascended." A voice interjected, prompting all to turn. They beheld Nangong Wenjian striding forth. Upon seeing Nangong Wenjian, the man in white said with calmness, "Ah, it is Brother Nangong. I did not expect you to be here." He smiled gently, his tone amicable, clearly recognizing Nangong Wenjian, who had made quite a name for himself in Xianxia. "Do you know me?" Nangong Wenjian furrowed his brow, for he did not recognize the man. Yang Peng nodded and continued, setting aside figures from millennia past, merely 300 years ago. A peerless sword cultivator in Xianxia broke through to immortality, vanquishing an ancestor of the demonic sect with a single strike, earning the title of the Absolute Sword Immortal. "I am but a humble disciple of the Absolute Sword Immortal, Yang Peng." Yang Peng chuckled lightly, then raised his voice, gazing towards the entrance of the Qinglian sword realm. His eyes filled with profound meaning. "Soon, my master will emerge from seclusion. At that time, he shall personally come to inquire about the sword techniques of the demon-slaying Sword Immortal. The victor will naturally inherit the legacy of the Qinglian Sword Immortal. Would you not agree?" His voice resonated through the air, audible to all present. Is someone daring to challenge the demon-slaying Sword Immortal? It is known that he has recently slain 4 formidable beings at the late stage of tribulation, his reputation soaring. To rise now is surely a sign of considerable strength. However, as tales of the Absolute Sword Immortal's achievements were recounted, many could not help but click their tongues in admiration. The Absolute Sword Immortal, a renowned master of the sword for many years, has surely grown even mightier during his 100 years of secluded cultivation. A cultivator who had ventured to Xianxia remarked. Yet, some began to question this man's identity, as Yang Peng appeared rather unremarkable in strength. Is he truly a disciple of the Absolute Sword Immortal? At this moment, Nangong Wenjian furrowed his brow, sensing that this individual was not lying. The Absolute Sword Immortal had taken numerous disciples throughout his life. While their talents may not have been the very peak, most hailed from respectable backgrounds, likely providing him with considerable advantages. The Yang Peng before him, exuding such confidence, likely hails from a distinguished lineage. Even as a mere named disciple, he possesses the opportunity to engage with the renowned Sword Immortal. Contemplating this, Nangong Wenjian felt a stir of unease regarding Xuanji. Having spent many years in Xianxia, he was well acquainted with the reputations of numerous formidable figures. among which the name of the sword Immortal resonated like thunder, albeit with a notorious reputation. The pretense of seeking guidance through challenge was a facade, transparently aimed at seizing the legacy of the Qinglian sword Immortal through sheer force. With this thought, Nangong Wenjian turned to depart, intent on alerting the Xuanji sect of this development. Regardless of the circumstances, it was prudent to be prepared for any eventuality. Chapter 120. Feather Transformation Pill. The Malevolent Sword Immortal. Qinglian Sword Realm. Just having broken through the transformation into the God Realm, Lu Fan was in high spirits. However, his gaze drifted toward Li Taiqing, who was diligently practicing swordplay in the distance, and he couldn't help but touch his nose. The fact that this disciple of Master Han had a cultivation level surpassing his own was utterly outrageous. How embarrassing. It felt akin to encountering an old acquaintance, only to find that their child had outstripped him in prowess, leaving him somewhat red-faced. The demon lord residing within his consciousness echoed his disbelief. Indeed, outrageous. Initially, I regarded him merely as an ordinary disciple with pleasing aesthetics, yet now you dare to refer to him as junior brother? The demon lord's tone was laced with mockery. With a grin, Lu Fan replied, somewhat smugly, I'd always sensed that Master Han was extraordinary. It was simply a matter of lacking evidence. The initial flicker of resentment had long since been eclipsed by immense pride, for how many could claim camaraderie with such a legendary figure in this vast world? In this era of competition, prodigies abound. The demon lord's voice carried a sense of profound reflection. Li Taiqing is not much older than you, yet his cultivation now surpasses yours. Moreover, with a living sword Immortal imparting the sword path to him, he is destined to soar to unparalleled heights. He had once believed that nurturing Lu Fan would lead to his emergence as a luminary of this age, but recent events had nearly upended his understanding. Having rivals is a boon. Lu Fan's eyes ignited with determination, undeterred by the challenge. Rather, he found excitement in the prospect of having such a goal to pursue. At that moment, a tall figure bearing a long sword caught his eye. Squinting slightly, Lu Fan recognized him as the prodigy from the Tianjin Sect, who had been bested by his junior brother Han in the Grand Sword competition years ago. They had shared a measure of camaraderie, and he had not anticipated encountering him again today. Nangong Wenjian was clearly seeking Lu Fan, the true disciple of the Xuanji sect, and approached with urgency. Quickly informed, the demon-slaying sword Immortal, a top-tier expert in Zhongzhou, has declared his intent to come here and challenge him. What? Lu Fan exclaimed. Is this person seeking death? Nangong Wenjian rolled his eyes in exasperation. Do you think someone bold enough to challenge the sword Immortal of this age would be benign? That was the renowned old monster of Zhongzhou, known as the sword Immortal of Absolute Blade. This time, he likely aims to flaunt the title of the newly ascended sword Immortal, while harboring covetous desires for this bountiful land. Lu Fan had not anticipated that such a formidable expert would emerge. There is but one name that can be miscalled, yet no nickname is ever mistaken. Those who can be deemed sword Immortals are invariably extraordinary masters of the sword. The sword Immortal of Absolute Blade, within the sea of consciousness. The voice of the demon's sovereign abruptly darkened. A millennium ago, I had heard whispers of an unparalleled sword cultivator at the peak of tribulation in Zhongzhou, titled the Absolute Sword Sovereign. I never imagined he had successfully ascended to immortality. Lu Fan felt a sudden chill in his heart, ceasing any further words, and promptly led Nangong Wenjian toward the location where Han Xuanji engaged in his daily cultivation. This news swiftly spread, and along the way, numerous elders from various sects, including the still training Li Taiqing, became aware of it and hurriedly gathered. The assembly was rife with concern, congregating outside a grand hall. What? A powerful figure from Zhongzhou intends to issue a challenge? This sword Immortal of Absolute Blade, despite being a senior, clearly seeks to suppress us and seize control over the Qinglian sword realm. Others express their trepidation. I wonder if the sword Immortal can prevail. My master will undoubtedly triumph. Li Taiqing rappelia confidently. Master? Nangong Wenjian gazed intently, taken aback. For Li Taiqing's cultivation level was not beneath his own. He had assumed this was an elder of the Xianxia sect. In the Danqing Hall, Han Xuanji sat cross-legged upon the enlightenment mat, his aura harmoniously subdued, as though he had become one with the surrounding cosmos. System, sign in. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in at the Danqing Hall of the Qinglian Sword Realm and receiving a vial of Ascension Elixir. The Ascension Elixir, a potion capable of accelerating the conversion of immortal energy for those in the realm of immortality. Han Xuanji's expression brightened. After stepping into the realm of immortality, his cultivation speed had markedly slowed compared to his time in the tribulation stage. This ascension elixir would save him considerable time. In high spirits, Han Xuanji was pleasantly surprised to discover such treasures in this place. He resolved to sign in here for an extended period. Suddenly, he sensed the presence of many individuals outside and calmly declared, "Enter." At this moment, Nangong Wanjian finally beheld Han Xuanji's true visage. Gazing upon that remarkably youthful face, he was overwhelmed by a tide of emotions. In bygone years, he had been a contender against Han Xuanji. Time had passed, and now the challenger had transformed into a sword immortal, while he and the latter's disciple stood on equal footing. Regaining his composure, Nangong Wanjian swiftly recounted all that he knew. The sword immortal of absolute blade? Han Xuanji raised an eyebrow. To be called a sword immortal certainly implies a certain level of prowess. However, if this person perceives him as a mere soft target just after his breakthrough, is that not a touch naive? That sword immortal of absolute blade has previously exploited the guise of seeking advice to brazenly seize opportunities from others, even resorting to lethal measures. He is no benevolent figure. Nangong Wanjian recalled some rumors he had heard. This renowned sword immortal had once resorted to forceful acquisition of others' ancestral skills, even going so far as to eradicate entire families to prevent retribution, displaying methods that could only be described as ruthlessly cruel. However, such occurrences have been quite common throughout history. The realm of cultivation is ultimately governed by the law of the jungle. Many so-called righteous cultivators engage in acts no better than those of demonic practitioners. The pretext of eliminating evil and safeguarding the path is a tactic frequently employed by many. Those with the ability to intervene often wish to avoid unnecessary trouble, while those lacking such power can only endure in silence. Shameless. Beside him, Li Taiqing, having emerged from the ranks of loose cultivators, harbored a deep disdain for such behavior. Han Xuanji listened quietly, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. Oh, so he's a habitual offender. His voice was calm and unperturbed, imbued with a hint of amusement. If that is the case, should I kill him, it could be seen as acting on behalf of justice, ridding the world of a menace. If the opponent genuinely sought to engage in a discourse on swordsmanship, Han Xuanji would not mind a friendly exchange to validate his insights. However, if one were to invade his territory, he was accustomed to eradicating such foes entirely, leaving no future threats. His words were delivered with a nonchalance that made it seem as though he was discussing a trivial matter. Yet to those present, it appeared profound and all-encompassing. Li Taiqing could not help but inquire, "Master, what realm have you attained?" In his eyes, Han Xuanji's strength was unfathomable. Previously, he believed himself to be unparalleled in talent. But upon learning of Han Xuanji's cultivation speed, he was left astounded. In terms of innate ability, he realized he was not merely lacking. This was also thanks to Lu Fan, who occasionally conversed with them and mentioned Han Xuanji of years past. Lu Fan often remarked that their realms had once been quite comparable. Calmly, Han Xuanji replied, "I have reached the Ascendant Realm." Upon hearing this, Li Taiqing, Lu Fan, and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. The Ascendant Realm, though they had anticipated this revelation, hearing it confirmed still left them astonished. After all, this was the pinnacle of the lower realms, and an ascendant cultivator stood at the apex of the spiritual world. Masters should teach such individuals a proper lesson. Li Taiqing said, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He could hardly contain his eagerness to witness this monumental battle, the clash of sword immortals. Merely imagining such a spectacle was enough to ignite one's blood. Observing Han Xuanji's composed demeanor, which seemed like a stabilizing anchor, the previously tense atmosphere gradually relaxed. They dared not disturb Han Xuanji's meditative state further and respectfully exited the grand hall. As they left, Nangong Wanjian's gaze sharpened, turning to Li Taiqing, a competitive spirit igniting within him. "Daoistly, I have long heard of your esteemed name. Today, having met you, my desire to spar is overwhelming. Shall we engage in a contest to validate our swordsmanship?" His eyes burned with martial intent. Contemplating, I pondered, if I cannot triumph over you, how could I possibly best your disciple? Chapter 121. The Arrival of the Peerless Sword Immortal, Perfecting Divine Powers. Hearing this, Li Taiqing let out a hearty laugh, brimming with enthusiasm. "This is precisely to my liking. Brother Nangong, please." The duel between the two sword cultivators of the returning Void Realm instantly captivated the crowd. One was a renowned and seasoned genius, while the other was a freshly ascended Sword Immortal's direct disciple. This clash promised an abundance of spectacle. Even Han Xuanji, who was diligently cultivating within the hall, discreetly extended a thread of divine consciousness to keenly observe the contest. Nangong Wanjian possessed a solid foundation, with years of practice surpassing that of Li Taiqing, who, in contrast, was exceptionally gifted and bolstered by the unparalleled legacy of the Azure Lotus Sword Cannon. It was difficult to ascertain who held the upper hand. The two figures soared to a spacious clearing, agreeing to restrict their spiritual power below the Golden Core realm and to refrain from employing their innate sword artifacts, thus engaging solely in the art of swordplay. With a resounding chime, the sound of a clear sword cry pierced the heavens. The two silhouettes interwove like lightning, without any earth-shattering explosion of spiritual power. The exquisite sword techniques engaged in a delicate contest within a confined space. Nangong Wanjian's swordplay was grand and expansive, with the wind howling as it stirred up the dust from the ground. Meanwhile, Li Taiqing's movements were ethereal, with his sword intent blossoming like a blue lotus, concealing boundless sharpness. The clang of metal resonated incessantly, sparks flying where their blades met, their motions so swift that they left only traces of afterimages, weaving a silvery net impenetrable by light. Remarkable! Lu Fan could not help but murmur in admiration. As a fellow sword cultivator, he could truly appreciate the brilliance of their confrontation. Beside him, Lin Patian pondered whether he could withstand the onslaught from either of the two. His formidable body had an exceptional recovery rate. Unless struck fatally, it would be exceedingly difficult to bring him down. As the momentum of the two escalated to its zenith, an explosive clash of invisible sword intents erupted. Moments later, the radiance subsided and the sword intentions dissipated. In the arena, both figures stood firm. Crack! A faint sound echoed as the spirit weapon long sword in Nangong Wanjian's grasp developed a fine crack along its midsection, which swiftly spread, culminating in a sharp snap as it broke into two. Observing the fractured sword in his hand, he shook his head with a wry smile and candidly remarked, "The sword is shattered, and thus I concede. My skills fall short." Just as Li Taiqing was about to respond, his long sword emitted a mournful groan, succumbing to the burden and also fracturing. He paused momentarily, then smiled and remarked, "In this battle, there is no victor." Their gazes met, each reflecting mutual admiration. The fierce competition that had previously ignited now transformed into an unspoken camaraderie, radiantly bright beneath the sun. Xuanji silently nodded. The strengths of the two were indeed evenly matched, and without a life-and-death struggle, it would be challenging to declare a winner. However, as a reincarnated sword immortal, Li Taiqing's innate talents were exceedingly formidable. With his guidance, it was likely that he would soon surpass his opponent. 10 days later, the peerless Sword Immortal arrived to seek the counsel of the demon-slaying Sword Immortal from the Xianxia Sect. As the words resonated through the air, a magnificent sword intent enveloped the heavens, rising from the Taitsong mountain range. The peerless Sword Immortal had come. Suddenly, the entire Taitsong mountain range erupted with fervor, as more and more cultivators converged, eager to catch a glimpse of the legendary Sword Immortal of this era. Before long, atop a towering peak, they beheld a striking figure, an elderly man with white hair and a youthful visage, clad in flowing white robes, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an aura of ethereal grace. Anyone who laid eyes upon him would undoubtedly perceive him as an extraordinary being. The Sword Immortal, with eyes closed, began to await the forthcoming event. This news swiftly circulated, prompting numerous disciples of the divine profound sect to hasten their arrival. Lu Fan, Nangong Wanjian Jianlin, and Li Taiqing also emerged, their eyes glinting with curiosity. However, these individuals did not harbor doubts about Han Xuanji's potential defeat. Rather, they anticipated the spectacle of the Sword Immortal's uncharacteristic vulnerability. This battle not only gathered the many formidable figures of the Great Xia, but even some powerful beings from the Central Continent journeyed to witness. The esteemed Beichen swordmaster of the Tsangming Sword Palace stroked his long beard, his eyes filled with complexity and nostalgia. Such terrifying sword intent. After hundreds of years, his brilliance surpasses that of the past. In his early days of cultivation, the Sword Immortal was already a renowned prodigy, and he had felt the sharpness of his aura from afar in his youth, a memory that remained vivid. Now, upon this reunion, he could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety for Han Xuanji. Simultaneously, a profound sense of unreality washed over him. How had it come to pass that he once thought of protecting the demon-slaying sword master, only to find that, in such a short span, the latter had ascended to a position that required him to look up in reverence, becoming an unparalleled sword immortal? At this very moment, the sword immortal emanated a formidable presence, one that was bound to instill a sense of trepidation in Xuanji. To the gathered onlookers, he seemed akin to a celestial being, far surpassing the oppressive aura of the previous late-stage tribulation cultivators. "This old man is no ordinary figure," Li Taiqing remarked. Although he possessed a notorious reputation, his prowess was undeniable. Nangong Wanjian spoke with indignation. Yet he too acknowledged the opponent's strength. At that moment, a somewhat jarring voice pierced the air. It was Yang Peng, the disciple of the Sword Immortal, who had somehow infiltrated the crowd. A mischievous grin adorning his face as he addressed the disciples of the divine profound sect. "Ladies and gentlemen, open your eyes wide and behold. Today, you shall witness what it means to be the unparalleled sword immortal of the Central Continent, the true number one sword under heaven." His words provoked a chorus of disdainful glares from the divine profound sect disciples, yet feeling the palpable and terrifying pressure emanating from the peak, they merely snorted in response. Suppressing their anger, their gazes fixed intently upon the summit, awaiting the emergence of the demon-slaying sword immortal. Meanwhile, Xuanji sensed the brashness in the opponent's aura and shook his head slightly. The other party was merely at the second tier of the Ascendant realm, and it was unclear from whence he derived his confidence. Yet, this was fortuitous, as he could use him as a means to test his own breakthroughs. Since entering the Ascendant realm, his understanding of the sword path had deepened, particularly regarding the transformation of sword intent. Furthermore, he had continued to refine his own creation, the 9 calamities extermination sword formation. Not only has the 7-star sword classic been seamlessly integrated with the Qinglian sword cannon, but it also enables the adept to wield numerous celestial swords with unimaginable power. Chapter 122. The Might of Sword Intent Manifesting the Realm. In the Taicang mountain range, all was silent. At the peak, the supreme sword immortal stood with hands clasped behind him, allowing the mountain winds to tousle his robes and white hair. His eyes half closed as if in a tranquil slumber. The birds ceased their chirping, and all raucous sounds seemed to be devoured by the overwhelming sword intent he emanated. He required no words. Merely standing there, he resembled an unparalleled, divine sword capable of cleaving stars, exuding an oppressive aura that left one breathless. At some unknown moment, dark clouds rolled in from the horizon, intensifying the atmosphere, causing everyone present to speak in hushed tones, fearful to raise their voices. How formidable! Is this the aura of a sword immortal? This battle must surely be the most anticipated confrontation in nearly a millennium. Listening to the murmurs around him, Li Taiqing's eyes sparkled with longing, imagining that one day he too would possess such magnificence. In the future, he aspired to stand atop the pinnacle alongside his master. Where is the demon-slaying sword immortal? Why do you not reveal yourself? Is this your way of receiving guests? The supreme sword immortal suddenly spoke, his tone indifferent. Though his voice was soft, it resonated clearly in the ears of every cultivator, carrying a hint of a senior evaluating a junior, imbued with an air of superiority. Boom! In an instant, the sound of thunder reverberated. "It has begun," murmured the North Star Sword Sovereign. This incited those around him to search eagerly for that elusive figure. An excitement surged among the crowd. The supreme sword immortal atop the mountain now opened his eyes, but frowned slightly, unable to pinpoint Xuanji's exact location. This ignited a surge of anger within him, his aura swelling fiercely. His booming voice echoed through the heavens. "Are you hiding and not coming forth?" Xuanji, witnessing this, chuckled. It seemed the fellow truly could not locate him. This confirmed the prowess of the concealment technique. Even a sword immortal at the Ascendant realm could not sense his presence. However, he had no intention of launching a surprise attack. In the void, a figure clad in azure appeared silently 100 feet away from the supreme sword immortal. It was none other than Xuanji. He stood tall, his white attire as pure as snow, his aura restrained, contrasting sharply with the ostentatious, overwhelming sword intent of the supreme sword immortal. "Oh, finally willing to show yourself?" The supreme sword immortal's eyes gleamed with a piercing light, akin to a legendary sword aimed directly at Xuanji. His gaze was sharp, laden with scrutiny. Xuanji calmly regarded the supreme sword immortal before him, his expression indifferent as he spoke softly. No need for further words. unleash your most formidable swordsmanship. Supreme Sword Immortal. Real name Lin Yoga. Ascendant Realm Level 2. A naturally gifted sword body, possessing extraordinary talent. Entered the Ascendant Realm 800 years ago. Comprehended the supreme immortal sword art, and 300 years prior, slew a formidable demon cultivator at the Ascendant Realm. Subsequently, he ascended to Level 2 of the Ascendant Realm and, upon hearing of celestial opportunities in Dongsangzhou, resolved to seize them by force. Upon hearing those words, the Supreme Sword Immortal's lips curled into a slight arc, seemingly unfazed by the provocation. Arrogance, he declared. Let me see just how formidable this newly ascended Sword Immortal truly is. With his words, he elevated himself to a position of superiority, as if he were not there to engage in a challenge, but rather to impart wisdom. As he uttered the final syllable, an overwhelming aura erupted from his being, a torrent of profound sword intent surging forth. Boom! This was no longer the natural pressure of before, but a genuine oppressive force of sword intent, akin to an ancient, slumbering beast suddenly awakening. The void warped violently, and a colossal sword, towering thousands of feet high, materialized as a tangible apparition in the air. The brilliance of the sword illuminated the heavens, resembling a divine blade that had cleaved the universe itself. Such a powerful maneuver rendered even the loftiest peaks insignificant in its presence. Receive my heavenly sword strike. The Supreme Sword Immortal extended his fingers, resembling a sword, and pointed toward Han Xuanji. The phantom of the colossal sword unleashed a thunderous roar, carrying a terrifying will that threatened to extinguish all life and sever all existence. Cleaving through the sky as it descended upon Han Xuanji, the swiftness and ferocity of the attack froze the souls of all spectators, as if they were on the brink of being crushed by the aftermath of that annihilating sword intent. Master, Li Taiqing and others felt their hearts leap into their throats. The North Star Sword Sovereign turned pale. The might of this strike instilled fear even in him, a practitioner of the Tribulation Realm, merely by witnessing it. The earth trembled, and the mountains shook. Faced with this terrifying sword capable of splitting the galaxy, Han Xuanji moved. Buzz! Countless resonant and melodious sword cries erupted without warning. This sound was not jarring, but possessed an indescribable penetrating quality, instantly tearing apart the Sword Immortal's domain of sword intent, akin to dawn breaking through the night. The hearts of all quickened, an inexplicable sense of reverence blossoming within them. Then, Han Xuanji's sword intent enveloped the realm, transforming the world into an expanse of sword intent. All laws became laws of the sword. All existence fell under his dominion of life and death. Han Xuanji gently raised his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together, and casually waved at the descending phantom of the colossal sword. A profoundly deep rumble resounded. That imposing, seemingly world-destroying phantom of the colossal sword disintegrated before the naked eye, piece by piece, in an instant. It was not shattered, but rather erased by a more mysterious force, leaving not even a single ripple in its wake. The entire process transpired in the blink of an eye. Many did not even grasp what had occurred. One moment, the world-threatening sword was descending. The next, that terrifying phantom had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Only Han Xuanji stood serenely in the void, a smile gracing his lips. This is the power of the sword intent that transforms the realm. What? Atop the peak, the proud smile of the Supreme Sword Immortal suddenly froze, his pupils contracting in disbelief. Absurd. A wave of indescribable chill surged within him, rushing from his feet to the crown of his head. He had not held back with that strike, yet had been so effortlessly deflected by his opponent. Not even a corner of the adversary's garment had been touched. This was impossible. Even after traversing the immortal realm for a millennium, he never anticipated encountering such a scenario. It seems your swordsmanship has yet to reach its zenith. The indifferent voice of Han Xuanji echoed, akin to a deity pronouncing judgment from the heavens. You may meet your demise now. The 9 Tribulations Extermination Sword Array. This was a divine ability conceived by Han Xuanji. Its might vastly amplified compared to his previous tribulation phase. His swordsmanship had transcended into the realm of sword intent. His cultivation had ascended to the immortal realm, and he wielded a superior immortal sword. At this moment, sword shadows floated in the air, each flying sword radiating brilliance. Countless flying swords cleaved through the void, each of the least quality being a supreme flying sword of the tribulation level. The sword energy surged like a boundless ocean, overwhelming in number, akin to divine retribution. Leaving many astounded. Was the magic power of the demon-slaying sword Immortal truly inexhaustible? Among sword immortals, the demon-slaying sword Immortal was indeed the stronger. North Star Sword Sovereign, as a tribulation sword cultivator, found himself as an ant gazing at the sky, his eyes wide with astonishment. He could sense that each strand of sword energy could easily annihilate a tribulation cultivator. The sword's shadows multiplied infinitely, appearing as if the heavens themselves had descended. Amidst the crowd, Yang Peng, who had previously exuded confidence, now felt a surge of anxiety. Although he held great faith in his master, the overwhelming might was terrifying, and he dared not envision how to confront it. At this moment, Nangong Wenjian gripped his hands tightly, feeling the insignificance of his own sword path in the face of such power. How could this be? The supreme sword Immortal also felt an immense pressure, yet he chose not to await his demise. Instead, he burned his lifespan, disregarding everything to elevate his own might. The visage that had once been youthful and vibrant began to wither visibly, a secret technique that ravaged his essence, the cost of which he could only fathom in the future. Yet, he could not afford to dwell on such matters. Escape was impossible. He sensed that all paths had been sealed, and fleeing would only hasten his end. Open for me. The supreme sword Immortal's eyes turned crimson, resembling a madman as he frantically unleashed the celestial energy within him, an overwhelming torrent of power cascading forth like a flood breaking through a dam. In an instant, countless strands of exquisitely refined golden sword energy intertwined, forming myriad sword shadows. A powerful sword intent surged forth, seemingly intent on shattering this realm of sword intent. Clashing with Han Xuanji's assault. Boom! A blinding brilliance engulfed everything, rendering countless cultivators devoid of all sensory perception. Even the tribulation transcending cultivators could scarcely comprehend the unfolding events. Is this what a celestial battle entails? All present were left in awe, yet the one most astonished was the absolute sword Immortal himself, who stood at the forefront, acutely aware of the overwhelming might he faced. This was a force far beyond his capacity to withstand. Impossible. He could not possess such strength. After centuries of arduous endeavor to ascend to the second tier of celestial transcendence, he believed his power should have surpassed that of mere newly ascended celestial cultivators. In a fleeting moment, a flickering azure sword light shattered his sword intent first. The vast expanse of golden sword energy was obliterated and devoured. The scene was profoundly shocking. Even the dullest of observers could discern the staggering chasm between the absolute sword Immortal and the demon-slaying sword Immortal, realizing he was utterly outmatched. Moreover, this was after allowing his opponent the first strike. Otherwise, he would have likely been dispatched in an instant. Yang Peng watched as the absolute sword Immortal appeared as if pierced by 10,000 swords, blood gushing forth, his form trembling violently. His face was a mask of disbelief. Until now, the absolute sword Immortal had been invincible, even in the treacherous realms of Central Continent, maintaining a prominent position. In Yang Peng's mind, he was undoubtedly one of the strongest sword cultivators of the age, deserving the title of the world's foremost. Yet now, he faced such a crushing defeat, with scarcely any opportunity for retaliation. Nangong Wenjian was momentarily dazed. The formidable power displayed by Han Xuanji instilled a sense of despair within him, leading him to question the realism of his previously set goals and how he could possibly keep pace. Li Taiqing's eyes sparkled as he struggled to suppress a smile, yet he could not contain the upward curl of his lips. The sword energy surged like a river, battering the body of the absolute sword Immortal. Before long, a piercing scream echoed. No! Despair flickered in the eyes of the absolute sword Immortal as his flesh was annihilated and then reborn, his primordial spirit continuously shattering, unable to be mended, and he was left powerless to alter his fate. As death loomed, he was engulfed by profound regret. With his cultivation at the celestial realm, the vast world was his to traverse. Why then had he succumbed to greed for this particular sword Immortal inheritance? Buzz! The sword light continued its rampage, reducing that space to utter void. As the residual sword energy swept through, mountains were leveled, exuding scorching heat and lingering sword intent. As the sword energy gradually dissipated, the brilliance dimmed, the oppressive force that shrouded the heavens and earth faded, and the tumult began to quell. A Generation S sword Immortal, the absolute sword Immortal, was utterly obliterated, both body and spirit, Han Xuanji stood quietly in the void, clad in snow-white attire, untouched by dust. He slowly raised his hand, and the flying sword transformed into a stream of light, vanishing into the emptiness as if it had never existed. In the vast expanse of the universe, there lingered only silence. In the next moment, an eruption akin to the roaring waves of the sea sounded in jubilant celebration. The majority of spectators were practitioners from the great Xia, who naturally rallied in support of Han Xuanji. Not to mention the countless disciples of the divine mysterious sect who had come upon hearing the news. Each of them was brimming with joy. How astonishingly swift! I always asserted that the demon slayer sword Immortal was invincible. It is not that the absolute sword Immortal was weak, but rather that the demon slayer sword Immortal was simply too formidable. Indeed, the earlier display of power exuded an aura of unparalleled dominance. Lu Fan, listening to the cacophony from all directions, felt a surge of excitement and wished to proclaim that the demon slayer sword Immortal had once been referred to as my senior brother. However, he doubted anyone would believe him, and he might even risk a beating from the admirers of the demon slayer sword Immortal. Li Taiqing, meanwhile, closed his eyes, savoring the essence of the sword strike unleashed by Han Xuanji. This strike encapsulated countless sword techniques, including those from the Azure Lotus Sword Classic. He seemed to have attained a moment of enlightenment. Witnessing Li Taiqing fall into such a state of realization moved the onlookers deeply. A hint of envy also flickered in Nangong Wanjin's eyes. Han Xuanji's realm was far too elevated for ordinary individuals to comprehend. At that moment, Han Xuanji took a stride back into the Azure Lotus Sword realm. A wave of relief washed over him. The once insurmountable realm of ascension now seemed to be within his grasp to vanquish with a mere gesture. The absolute sword Immortal, despite being in the ascension realm, was likely not the weakest. After hundreds of years of striving to enhance his power, he must have found it challenging to ascend further. The absolute sword Immortal likely felt the pace of his breakthroughs was too slow, prompting him to seek opportunities among the immortals. Little did he anticipate that his recent breakthrough would yield such formidable combat prowess. Of course, Han Xuanji did not truly consider himself invincible. However, he felt an overwhelming sense of security. The days ahead should be considerably more stable, he contemplated. The Ascension realm is not something easily attained. Even in a golden age of conflict, such potent beings do not emerge like mushrooms after rain. With the passage of seasons, news of the demon slayer sword Immortal's slaying of the absolute sword Immortal began to spread across the land of the 9 provinces, leaving even some ancient powers in the central plains in disbelief. The fall of an entity in the Ascension realm is a rare occurrence. Generally, even with disparities in strength, one would not be unable to flee. After all, those who reach such a level typically possess some means of self-preservation. The inability to escape signifies a staggering gap in power between the two parties. Nevertheless, the demise of the absolute sword Immortal did not significantly alter the course of the world, for as opportunities arose, many powerful figures re-emerged in the public eye. The demonic sects stirred restlessly, and certain reclusive powers could no longer remain idle. Time flows slowly, and 5 years pass in the blink of an eye. On this day, Han Xuanji's aura deepens, his cultivation reaching a profound level as he quietly steps into the second layer of the Ascendant realm. A breakthrough in a minor realm after several years feels moderate to him. Yet if this were to be known, it would undoubtedly astonish the world. His ambition is to achieve perfection in the Ascendant realm while still in the mortal realm, becoming truly invincible among humans. On this day, at the border of the Great Ming, lies the Wanyao Ridge. This place is characterized by vast mountains stretching 100,000 miles, harboring countless demon clans. It is common for human cultivators to venture into the mountains for trials. At this very moment, an overwhelming surge of demonic energy rises into the sky above Wanyao Ridge, instilling fear in all who behold it. Countless demons rush towards the neighboring human territory. Chapter 124. The Invasion of the Demon Clan. With a thought, Han Xuanji commands his sword through divine control. The sword formation is not merely a lifeless object. It is an embodiment of one's sword intent. Han Xuanji's voice resonates clearly. Like a cold spring striking jade, Li Taiqing holds his breath, concentrating intently as he follows the sword technique, the several spiritual swords hovering before him humming and trembling. The sword light fluctuates erratically, attempting to outline the profound array's initial form, yet still appears sluggish and arduous. Han Xuanji is imparting the 9 calamities sword array to Li Taiqing. This sword technique has been developed to a terrifying degree by Han Xuanji. And with Li Taiqing's cultivation of the Qinglian sword scripture, he would find little competition in the mortal realm as his cultivation improves. Li Taiqing feels a great excitement at Han Xuanji's teachings. Even the occasional piece of advice from the current sword immortal is immensely beneficial to him. However, the 9 calamities sword array is exceedingly profound, and even with Li Taiqing's aptitude, it is quite challenging to master. Nevertheless, he maintains a good mindset, planning to dedicate part of his time each day to practice, for this technique is capable of vanquishing sword cultivators in the ascendant realm with a single strike. Suddenly, a commotion arises from outside. Xuanji sensis a familiar presence approaching. Master, a clear and cheerful voice rings out, with the force of thunder and wind. The figure of the little white tiger appears like a flash of white lightning at the entrance. It has just awakened from slumber, fully digesting the immense fortune of the Canglong immortal mansion, and eagerly seeks its master. In a swift motion, the white figure dashes like a gale, precisely pouncing at Han Xuanji's feet, its fluffy head affectionately rubbing against his garment, its tail wagging gently. Master, Master, I have reached the 9th level of the Void Realm, and I'm just a step away from breaking through to the Combined Body Realm. It lifts its head, golden eyes shimmering with anticipation and pride. Indeed, your progress is commendable, Han Xuanji replies, looking down at the excited creature at his feet, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips, his tone calm yet affirming. Achieving such progress in just over 30 years is quite impressive. Does this mean I can be of use now? The little white tiger feels a surge of confidence. I have ascended. You may not need to intervene anymore. Han Xuanji spoke lightly. The little white tiger froze completely. Ascending to immortality? It doubted whether it had slept for several millennia. Although it had never been arrogant enough to think it could protect Han Xuanji, it believed it still had some utility. Yet, it never anticipated that its master had already become an immortal while it remained in the realm of returning to the void. If this continued, once Han Xuanji ascended, would it be left behind in the lower realm? Beside them, Li Taiqing observed the spirited little creature, which shared a close bond with its master. And his eyes sparkled with curiosity as he jested. Master, it seems you have a cat as well. It appears to possess an extraordinary lineage. From where did you acquire this spirit beast? Upon hearing this, the little white tiger immediately became displeased, its snow-white fur bristling, and it bared its teeth at Li Taiqing, emitting a low growl of warning. You young one, take a good look. I am the dignified descendant of the white tiger, the king of all beasts, do you understand? Call me anything else, and I'll claw your face. It turned to Han Xuanji, seeking affirmation. Master, who is this fellow? Han Xuanji gently stroked the fluffy head of the little white tiger with his long fingers and replied, This is my newly accepted disciple, Li Taiqing. Realizing that this young man was indeed her master's new disciple, the little white tiger was taken aback at first, then pretended to be mature as it scrutinized Li Taiqing from head to toe, curling its lip and huffing, 2 eyes, 1 nose, nothing special. Just average, I suppose. Li Taiqing was amused by its pretentious demeanor and retorted without reservation. Do you think all humans look as peculiar as your demon kind? I am at the 9th level of returning to the void, far more useful than you. Your master has already ascended to immortality. What use do we have for a little cat? The exchange between the man and the tiger was filled with joviality. However, their banter was soon interrupted by the arrival of Master Tianyu, who appeared to be deeply troubled. Han Xuanji noticed the worry etched on his brow, suggesting he bore significant pressure, likely indicating grave news. Yet, he was accustomed to it. Good news was seldom the norm. Elder Han, a calamity has struck. The demon clan has brazenly invaded the great Ming dynasty. Now, the land is in despair, with countless cities reduced to ashes, and both fallen cultivators and mortals number in the thousands. Master Tianyu's voice trembled slightly. The next target of the demon army is likely our great Xia. The Emperor of Xia has called upon the various sects and cultivators of Great Xia to unite against the demon clan. What shall we do? Master Tianyu felt helpless. Such a monumental issue was no longer confined to a single sect or individual. The invasion of the demon clan was no trivial matter. Once, the demon race reigned supreme over the continent of Jiuzhou, while the human race struggled to survive. After countless years of development, the humans finally drove the demons to the southern region of Wanyao Prefecture. Yet, the demons often instigated beast tides, and this time, they evidently shattered the previous unspoken rules. Han Xuanji furrowed his brow and inquired, how many powerful beings has the demon race dispatched? It remains unclear. However, reports indicate that there are dozens of transcendent demons that have already emerged, replied Master Tianyu. Moreover, it is said that a peak transcendent practitioner from the Ming dynasty nearly perished in the fray. Rumors suggest that even more formidable demons are operating in the shadows. Han Xuanji was taken aback. Previously, he had gleaned some intelligence regarding the demon race from the sacred wind demon saint. But this information was far more alarming than he had anticipated. Dozens of transcendent demons? Not only the Ming dynasty, but the entirety of Dongzong Prefecture would likely be unable to muster such a force to contend with them. If there are indeed celestial-level demons covertly involved, the situation becomes dire. This power, it seems, could only be countered by the esteemed sects of Central State. If that is the case, are there no strong individuals in Central State willing to intervene? Han Xuanyi punderia dalud. Master Tianyu expressed his distress. Central State is embroiled in a significant crisis as well. The 6 sects of the demon path and the entire region are now propagating a terrifying demonic art that allows practitioners to slay one another to seize lifespan and cultivation. The entire Central State has descended into chaos, leaving no time to address the demon race's matters. Perhaps negotiations with the demons could be considered. The atmosphere suddenly plummeted to a freezing point. The little white tiger also ceased its playful antics, perking up its ears, its golden pupils shimmering with keen intensity. Li Taiqing clenched his fists, worry evident in his eyes. After a moment of silence, Han Xuanji regarded Master Tianyu, his voice betraying no emotion. The demon race would not dare to invade on such a grand scale without ample confidence. They likely do not fear the strong of Central State. And even if they are willing to negotiate, it would likely be to our disadvantage. Master Tianyu's complexion paled as Han Xuanji's words shattered his last shred of hope, and a wave of helplessness surged within him. In this world, strength is fundamental. Without it, one is unqualified to even sit at the negotiating table. In truth, had it not been for Han Xuanji, the sword immortal, the mere thought of negotiation would not have arisen. Chapter 125, The Terrifying Demon Emperor. The atmosphere was tense. Li Taiqing lamented his own weakness, feeling utterly helpless. Perhaps the little white tiger's somber voice broke the silence. These demons hail from another world. The moment this was uttered, it instantly captured everyone's attention. Han Xuanji's profound gaze fell upon it, and he nodded slightly, urging it to continue. The little white tiger inhaled deeply, its expression taking on a serious, almost human-like demeanor, according to the legends of the demon race. The first demon emperor was a born sovereign, destined to lead the demons to glory. However, in truth, he did not originate from this realm. He came from another world and possesses various extraordinary means. I suspect that the suddenly emerging army of demons, whose strength far exceeds common reasoning, may very well have originated from that other world. Another world? Tianyu Zhenren gasped, his face instantly paling. At this moment, he secretly felt that the little white tiger was not speaking in vain. The barriers between worlds are not perpetually intact. Spatial turbulence could indeed lead to cross-border incursions. It is even possible that some locales were arranged with formations capable of crossing boundaries, and the demon clan might possess such formations, which have only just been completed. If this is the case, the impending crisis could be far greater than anticipated. Tianyu Zhenren had initially thought that the demon clan was merely taking advantage of the chaos in Zhongzhou, but never expected it to involve another world. They were completely ignorant of this other world's information, yet judging by the current momentum, it was undeniably formidable. An Xuanji's Gaza Sharpanat. A multitude of thoughts flitting through his mind. If the speculation proves true, then the emergence of dozens of tribulation-stage demons finds a reasonable explanation. However, it also gives rise to a more terrifying conjecture. Those dozens of tribulation demons might merely be the tip of the iceberg from the opposing world. In such a scenario, it is likely that there would be numerous ascendant demons crossing over. This power, if unleashed, could not only overturn the entire Dongzong prefecture, but might even threaten the entire structure of the Jiuzhou continent. He turned his gaze towards the little white tiger and voiced his lingering doubts. Would these interdimensional demons heed the commands of the demon emperor? Even if they do not comply, they should not act against him. The little white tiger's eyes flickered with a deep-seated wariness. The demon emperor's strength is unfathomable, particularly in the realm of the 10,000 demons, where, bolstered by the fortunes of countless demons, he approaches invincibility. Even if those interdimensional demons are formidable. Upon descending into this realm, the Demon Emperor is at least their nominal overlord. Near invincibility in the land of 10,000 demons? Xuanji raised an eyebrow, a sense of gravity washing over him. He had initially thought the Demon Emperor merely possessed ordinary ascended strength, but now he realized he had underestimated him. His power may be intricately linked to the fortunes of the demon clan, which explains their ability to dominate the 10,000 demons prefecture. A conjecture began to form in his mind. The demon clan's ambition to expand their territory is undoubtedly intertwined with the Demon Emperor. It is highly probable that the larger the territory they occupy, the stronger their fortunes, and, consequently, the greater the Demon Emperor's power becomes. In that case, the Demon Emperor might exert formidable strength in Dongsan Prefecture. A subtle sense of crisis quietly crept into Xuanji's heart, yet he still sought to reassure those around him. There is no need for excessive pessimism. There are still many formidable beings in the world. In his perception, numerous cultivators have already gathered in the Daxia, with over 20 in the tribulation stage alone. It seems that many powerful figures have emerged from hiding over the years, and some have returned from overseas. However, Xuanji also sensed the overwhelming demonic energy from the south, gradually drawing closer to Daxia. At this moment, Li Taiqing could no longer remain seated. He abruptly rose, the air around him crackling with sword energy, and declared loudly, "Master, I wish to venture to the southern borders of the Great Xia. I have grasped the fundamentals of the 9 Tribulations extermination sword array, and am willing to wield my azure blade to safeguard the peace of the realm." The fire of battle ignited in Li Taiqing's eyes, seemingly unfazed by the specter of death. Xuanji did not dissuade him, though he perceived little distinction between this undertaking and a death wish. The little white tiger leapt fervently before Xuanji, growling, "Master, at your command. I shall surely rend these vile beasts to shreds." Eager to prove its worth, there flickered a hint of resentment in its gaze. For the Demon Emperor was a sworn enemy. Xuanji's gaze swept over his disciple and spirit beast before returning to the venerable Tianyu Zhenren, who appeared revitalized, as if he had found his anchor. "If the Emperor of Xia has extended an invitation, then we shall indeed go to witness it," he said thoughtfully. Tianyu Zhenren promptly assented, his spirit uplifted. "Excellent." In truth, Xuanji himself felt a yearning to move. He had nearly exhausted the Dao insights of the majority of the Qinglian sword realm. The imperial city of the Great Xia should prove a commendable location for further exploration, especially given the renowned legend of the Great Xia's founding ancestor ascending to immortality upon a dragon. Subsequent figures of rejuvenation had also attained enlightenment and ascended. Its heritage was undoubtedly on par with, if not superior to, the Xianxia sect. In recent years, Xuanji had sensed the convergence of formidable auras within the Great Xia Palace, likely indicative of the return of its ancient ancestors. However, the absence of transcendent beings rendered his identity as a sword immortal all the more precious. The Demon Clan. Xuanji stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze penetrating the vast expanse beyond the Qinglian sword realm, falling upon the war-torn territories of the Great Ming. In the Great Ming dynasty, the setting sun bled crimson, casting the land in a haunting shade of dark red. The once vibrant terrain bore little resemblance to its former self, now littered with heaps of corpses. Broken robes of human cultivators and remnants of soldiers mingled with countless shattered mortal bodies, exuding a potent stench of blood and death in the twilight. Dark red streams, coalescing from congealed blood, meandered like tears of the earth weeping in anguish. Amidst this hellish spectacle, countless faces, each distinct and radiating malevolent demonic energy, were reflected. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred meat, carelessly roasted over immense bonfires. The cacophony of guttural roars, piercing shrieks, and the sickening crunch of bones being shattered by sharp teeth created a dissonant symphony. In the center of the camp, atop a platform constructed from bones and stone, the atmosphere surged with fervor. Several demon warriors, their formidable essence manifesting in part of their true forms, gathered to revel in their drink. The liquid in their goblets was a viscous crimson, exuding a rich aroma of essence blood. Delightful. Ha 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 ha. A towering figure, reminiscent of a small mountain, bore a spiraled horn upon its forehead. With a massive tail adorned with bone spikes dragging behind, this demonic saint forcefully slammed a colossal bone chalice onto the stone altar before him. causing the vessels to rattle violently. He licked the remnants of blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes glimmering with a sanguine hunger. The blood of a tribulation realm human cultivator possesses a certain exquisite flavor. However, I wonder what the essence of that human sword immortal truly tastes like. Sword immortal? The illusory mist demon saint let out a sinister chuckle. Though slender in stature, he emanated an even more chilling and perilous aura. Can his sword cleave through my formless, ever-changing body? It is unlikely that even my shadow could be touched. Chapter 126. Upon encountering the sword immortal, why not bow? Do not underestimate the situation. Beside the illusory mist demon saint, the demon sage spoke slowly. That great Xia sword immortal possesses unfathomable strength. Not long ago, he decisively struck down a sword immortal of the same realm, a rare prodigy that emerges once in a millennium. And he has already thwarted many of our demon clan-esque endeavors. As the strategist of the demon race, he had long been aware of the name of the Demon Slayer Swordmaster. This individual, in the prime of his life, exudes an overwhelming presence. If this continues, one cannot fathom the consequences. The Sword Immortal of the Central Continent stands as a top-tier expert across the 9 provinces and even within the Void Spirit realm. His ascendant cultivation combined with extensive combat experience as a sword cultivator. One would assume that he could not possibly be slain by a single strike. Yet, this Demon Slayer Swordmaster has accomplished precisely that. Even the well-versed demon sage could not help but exclaim, "Truly, the human race is brimming with talents." The sage's words fell like a bucket of cold water on the assembled crowd, momentarily stifling the raucous laughter from the platform above. This elicited the displeasure of the Horned Giant, a mere ascendant realm cultivator. I am clad in golden armor, impervious to myriad attacks. I am not some feeble human. Could he truly slay me with a single sword strike? Besides, could it be that the rumors are exaggerated, growing more outlandish with each retelling? The Horned Giant's enormous tail thudded against the ground, creating a resounding echo. With a fierce expression, he declared, "I have never attempted to personally butcher an immortal before. I must taste the flesh and blood of an ascendant realm human. It must be far more nourishing than that of those in the tribulation realm." His voice suddenly rose, rough yet menacing, his mouth curling into a spine-chilling grin, revealing sharp, white fangs. Moreover, it is time for those lowly humans to realize that their immortal is merely a delicacy for my demon clan. As he spoke, dark clouds loomed overhead, and demonic energy surged. The illusory mist demon saint then remarked, "I have heard that the great Xia sword immortal intends to personally visit the imperial city. I'm curious to see what he truly looks like." The demon sage frowned at this revelation. "Do not act recklessly." The illusory mist demon saint displayed a peculiar smile and responded, "No worries. With my agility, I can depart at will." Indeed, the demon sage nodded helplessly, choosing not to elaborate further. These 2 individuals are renowned celestial beings of the demon realm, celebrated for their formidable prowess. Their strength is beyond question, as few in the celestial demon world can contend with them. The overall power of the void spirit realm is on par with that of the celestial demon realm, both existing within the same tier of existence with similar limits. Thus, there is no cause for concern regarding their safety. However, the demon master harbors some unease, as his race possesses an innate ability to foresee fortunes and misfortunes. Yet recently this ability has been inexplicably dulled. The reason remains a mystery. On another note, congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the Qinglian Sword Realm's Danqing Hall, receiving 10 bottles of Ascension Elixir. The local spiritual essence has been depleted, rendering further sign-ins impossible. Alas, Han Xuanji shook his head, lamenting the loss of another treasure trove. Although the Ascension Elixir does not rival the value of celestial elixirs, it is still classified as a 9th-tier spiritual elixir within the spirit realm. Its worth immeasurable. 10 bottles, or even just 10 individual pills, will be enough to drive numerous ascendant cultivators to madness. It is time to take action. A glimmer of determination flickered in Han Xuanji's eyes. During the past few days, he had not been idle. He had successfully extrapolated numerous divine techniques to the ascendant level. Coupled with the enhancement of several ascension elixirs, his cultivation had now approached the 3rd level of ascendance. However, he remained uncertain about the true extent of his power, for the beings of the ascendant realm rarely intervened directly. Even though records exist, they merely describe the circumstances and the names of the combatants, leaving the specifics of their strengths known only to those directly involved. Noticing Han Xuanji rise, the little white tiger seemed to sense his intent, looking up and asking, "Master, are we heading to the Imperial City?" "Indeed," Han Xuanji replied with a nod. In fact, many from the Divine Xian sect had already traveled to the Great Xia Imperial City to discuss strategies for repelling the demon invasion. Even Li Taiqing and others had journeyed to the southern region of Great Xia to eliminate the rampant demon forces. With a thought, Han Xuanji stepped out of the Qinglian sword realm. Upon exiting, he found himself not in the previous location of the Taicang mountain range, but rather on a remote mountain of the Divine Xian sect. The sword realm had been relocated, not by Han Xuanji's own doing, but due to Li Taiqing discovering a control center within the Immortal Lake Pavilion, forcibly positioning the entrance within the Divine Xian sect. "Let's go," Han Xuanji said, taking a step with the little white tiger. In the next instant, a ripple of spatial fluctuation occurred, and their figures materialized 100,000 miles away. Beneath them lay a surging sea of clouds, and on the distant horizon, the majestic outline of a grand city, shrouded in dragon aura, became vividly apparent. The Great Xia Imperial Capital. The little white tiger stared in astonishment, scarcely able to comprehend how they had arrived so swiftly. It was also Han Xuanji's first time employing the perfected Void Nine Steps, and he couldn't help but nod inwardly. Upon reaching the Ascendant Realm, the laws of heaven and earth had become significantly clearer to him, including the profound intricacies of spatial rules. When originally facing tribulation, my understanding was merely rudimentary. However, I have now achieved a commendable mastery. The distance may seem insurmountable, yet it is merely an illusion. Although Han Xuanji's Taishu 9 steps cannot traverse the entire spiritual realm in 9 strides, crossing the 9 provinces is not an insurmountable challenge. Of course, should one attempt to bridge such vast distances, it would not be a trivial endeavor. The consumption of energy is immense. Even his current celestial spiritual power cannot withstand such extravagance. Furthermore, the vastness of the distance makes it difficult for him to ascertain a precise landing point, let alone transport others. Han Xuanji has come to understand why powerful beings in the Immortal Ascension realm seldom intervene. Firstly, opportunities that provoke such beings to act are rare. And secondly, the expenditure of celestial spiritual power is arduous to replenish, significantly hindering their cultivation. This is where the advantages of the 10,000 methods immortal body become evident. His recovery speed is exponentially greater than that of ordinary individuals. Even when traversing space, the consumed celestial spiritual power can be swiftly replenished. In the imperial capital of the Great Xia, at the White Jade Immortal Platform, a structure forged from immaculate white jade and situated directly south of the palace. The legacy of the Great Xia's founding emperor, who attained enlightenment and ascended here, has made it a revered royal sanctuary. The distinguished guests welcomed here are none other than luminaries etched in the annals of history. At this very moment, surrounding the platform, hundreds of golden-armored imperial guards stood in formation, their imposing presence reminiscent of gilded statues, unwavering and exuding an unmistakable sense of excitement and reverence. Upon the platform stood the contemporary emperor of Great Xia, Ji Qingtun, adorned in a dark dragon robe and crowned with an imperial diadem. Even the ceremonial tassels could not obscure the exhilaration in his eyes. Behind him, several dozen esteemed ministers and royal offspring were lined up, alongside individuals clad in python robes, with youthful visages or ancient countenances, each emanating a formidable aura. These individuals represent the rich heritage of the Great Xia dynasty, and even they could no longer remain still. From various corners of the imperial city, subtle gazes pierced through the fabric of space, converging upon this direction. The leaders of the top sects within Great Xia and reclusive family elders were also stirred, holding their breath in anticipation. They were all aware that the Sword Immortal of the Xianxia sect had accepted the emperor's invitation and was about to arrive in the imperial capital. For this, the emperor had not hesitated to wait here for an extended period, fearing the chance of missing this moment. In the void, Han Xuanji walked with composure, hands clasped behind his back. The so-called prohibitive arrays of the imperial city held no power over him. With each step he took in the void, faint azure lotus shadows silently blossomed beneath his feet, only to dissipate, as if each step birthed a lotus, traversing the path of the great Tao. There was no earth-shattering spectacle, merely an air of transcendent simplicity and grace. As Han Xuanji strolled gracefully into the skies above the imperial capital, Ji Chengtian inhaled deeply. bowing first in a profoundly solemn gesture of reverence. Those around him, typically wielding immense power and capable of determining countless fates, did not hesitate to follow suit. Bowing deeply with utmost humility, we humbly welcome the Sword Immortal. A tumultuous roar erupted, reminiscent of a raging sea, emanating not only from the Xianxian platform, but also from the myriad palaces and towers within and beyond the imperial city. This was the heartfelt outcry of countless cultivators and mortals, their voices converging in a powerful crescendo. In the realm of the great Xia, the illustrious title of the demon-slaying Sword Immortal had indelibly etched itself into the hearts of the people, a feat undoubtedly attributed to the astute promotion by the Xia Emperor over many years. While several elder members of the royal family believed that the dignity of the imperial lineage ought to remain unyielding, the Xia Emperor discerned the truth clearly. In the face of an impending era, if the great Xia wished to navigate the tumult with stability, it must seek a formidable ally. The exalted celestial sects of the overseas central continent would not concern themselves with such trivialities. To them, the rise and fall of dynasties were but fleeting moments. The demise of mortals held no sway over their existence. As one stood in the heavens, myriad cultivators bowed in deference. Xuanji's figure paused momentarily in the lofty skies. He did not intentionally exert his pressure, yet the intangible aura that defined him as the contemporary Sword Immortal enveloped the entire imperial city like a colossal, invisible mountain. He appeared as if a saint, an ethereal being, or a deity. In that solemn moment of reverence, a sudden anomaly arose. In the nearby void, a nearly imperceptible ripple manifested without warning. Chapter 127. A thought arises, slaying gods and demons. Let us see how you feign. The figure of the illusory mist demon saint concealed itself within the crowd, betraying no hint of demonic energy. Even within the great Xia's imperial city, where specialized artifacts and formations were designed to reveal such energies, his true identity remained undetected. As his thoughts stirred, he conjured an illusion in the air. From the gray mist, a lethal intent materialized with astonishing speed, devoid of any forewarning, targeting the vital point between Xuanji's brows. This was the illusory mist demon saint's signature move, the formless god-slaying stab. At that moment, a barely perceptible smile graced the corners of the demon saint's lips. Seizing the attention of the multitude, he struck suddenly. Even if he could not directly vanquish this human Sword Immortal, he could still significantly demoralize the human forces. Most importantly, he relished the thought of these people descending into chaos and panic, an amusement that the celestial demon realm could scarcely provide. Be careful. A cultivator among the crowd cried out in alarm, his voice trembling. Yet Xuanji, targeted by the lethal intent, did not even flinch. Long before his adversary made a move, he had already sensed a faint killing intent. This innate ability, born from the heavenly evolution technique, had become an instinctive manifestation. Fortune and misfortune all resided within one's heart. As if brushing away a speck of dust, Xuanji casually raised his right hand towards the approaching gray mist. Flicking his fingers, with a resonant sound, a sword chi, honed to perfection and seemingly capable of cleaving through all, materialized out of thin air. In that fleeting moment, time appeared to freeze. The insidious and malevolent Wuxiang Lucian spear, which the illusory mist demon sage held in high regard, was rendered utterly fragile before the azure sword aura, dissipating before it could endure even a fraction of a heartbeat. What? The illusory mist demon sage, concealed among the throng, was momentarily taken aback. How could this be? This technique, silent and unseen, rarely allows for a reaction. To withstand it in such haste would be considered quick thinking. How vexing. Though the illusory mist demon sage felt a twinge of unwillingness, an uncontrollable sense of crisis began to envelop him. He had no desire to continue the confrontation, instead opting to blend into the crowd and seek an escape. Yet, now that he had arrived, could he truly depart at will? His eyes seemingly containing the vastness of the cosmos, his figure standing tall like a celestial being from the heavens. An overwhelming pressure arose. How could this be? He can locate me? The illusory mist demon sage's azure eyes were filled with horror. He possessed the ability of myriad transformations. Logically, those capable of discerning his true form were few and far between. Had he truly met his match today? Flee! I must escape, I must hurry. The illusory mist demon sage's heart raced as he realized he could no longer linger, abandoning any thoughts of concealment. the human form erupted violently, transforming into countless minute wisps of ash that dispersed with lightning speed in all directions. This was his ultimate life-preserving technique. As long as a single wisp of ash remained, he could survive. Indeed, it was formidable, verging on immortal. Oomph. In the void, Han Xuanji's gaze seemed to pierce through the endless emptiness, letting out a cold snort. The river of sword intent descended, imprisoning this realm. The vast expanse of the sky and earth lay within his thoughts. No, this is wrong. After a moment of shock, the illusory mist demon sage realized something was amiss. The sky before him was not the one he recognized. Endless sword principles intertwined, transforming the entire world into a realm of swords from which he could neither escape nor evade. Such a method was beyond his comprehension. Foolish. Li Taiqing, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but chuckle. This foolish demon, unaware of his opponent's strength, had come to court death, truly a petty trickster. Buzz. The world lost its color. Waves of azure, sword light swiftly dispelled the wisps of ash. Meanwhile, 100,000 miles away. Damn. The illusory mist demon sage suddenly felt a searing pain. One of his avatars had been annihilated, leaving only the final memories of its demise. The nearby demon master appeared somewhat concerned, sensing the impending danger. The hulking figure of the one-horned giant furrowed his brow and remarked, "What is going on?" The illusory mist demon sage was in the midst of clarifying his thoughts when he began, "This great Xia, sword immortal." Before he could finish his sentence, a beam of azure sword light descended from the heavens, disregarding the barriers of space, and in an instant traversed 1,000,000 miles of mountains and rivers. The horned giant felt an unimaginable sense of crisis descend upon him. Just as he prepared to defend himself, he discovered that the notorious illusory mist demon sage had already been struck down by this flying sword, obliterated in both body and spirit, leaving not even a trace of dust behind. In a mere thought, 1,000,000 miles apart, the immortal demon sage lay dead. The horned giant's expression froze, his eyes revealing for the first time a look of horror and dread. The demon sorcerer, too, turned as pale as a ghost, his body trembling uncontrollably. How could this be? Yet, before they could react, another 9 flying swords crossed the distance of 1,000,000 miles. In the blink of an eye, this demon encampment was annihilated. For 100 miles in every direction, there was no sign of life. Chapter 128, The Fate of Humanity. The afterglow pierced through the heavy dust, casting light upon the remnants of shattered walls. A boy, his face smeared with grime and a broken longsword hanging at his waist, stared numbly at the sky, shrouded in demonic energy. He had witnessed the cruelty of the demon race, the tragic deaths of his kin, and the fall of cultivators. Despair had long since taken hold of his body and soul. Suddenly, the dense and terrifying demonic aura on the horizon was cleaved apart by several beams of resplendent sword light, imbued with a supreme will to sever all and cleanse the universe. Even from 1,000 miles away, the boy could distinctly feel a heart-stirring yet inexplicably reassuring surge of that terrifying power. Shortly thereafter, the vast demonic energy that had seemingly been eternal was violently torn asunder. What was this? The boy's eyes widened in shock, his cracked lips trembling slightly. The broken longsword in his arms emitted an exceedingly faint hum, as if responding to the sword intent emanating from the distant sky. An immortal has intervened. Hope ignited within the boy's heart, and scalding tears washed away the grime on his face. These were not tears of sorrow, but tears of overwhelming joy at the sight of dawn breaking through despair. He sprang to his feet, pointing towards the expanse of sky that appeared particularly clear after the azure light dissipated, and with every ounce of strength he shouted, his voice hoarse yet filled with unprecedented power, An immortal has come to our aid." His cry resonated like a boulder cast into a still lake, shattering the profound silence of the refugee camp. The dazed individuals looked up in confusion, following the direction indicated by the boy. An immortal? The demonic energy has faded? Is there truly salvation? Where the demon race's vanguard camp once stood, a place that had been filled with rampant demonic energy and cacophony, now lay in utter silence. Countless demon troops had seemingly evaporated from existence. There were no remnants of walls, no mountains of corpses, only a bottomless, terrifying pit covering 100 miles. In the air lingered but a trace of the terrifying sword intent. The 2 esteemed demon saints of the demon clan are the principal commanders of this invasion, with the demon master serving as the strategist, holding immense prestige among the demon race, accompanied by numerous high-ranking demons within their encampment. They constitute the formidable core of this incursion. Initially, the Demon Master's plan was to seize the land of the Great Ming, gradually eliminating the human cultivators, and subsequently infiltrating the Great Xia. However, in an instant, this ambition evaporated into thin air. How could this be possible? The vast army of demons descended into chaos, with no one comprehending the unfolding calamity. Had the Demon Master fallen? Had the great sage perished? An anxious demon king, dwelling in the Void Realm, had just envisioned the unification of the demon race, only to witness the annihilation of both the commander and strategist in the blink of an eye. Panic surged through the ranks of the demon army like a tsunami, causing morale to plummet. The golden armored demon saint and the illusory mist demon saint, both esteemed beings from the celestial demon realm, possessed unparalleled might. Their swift demise indicated that their assailant was far beyond their capabilities. How could these demons dare to linger? No one had the heart to continue the invasion of the Great Xia. The plan to invade had been abruptly halted, sparing countless citizens of the Great Ming. It was the intervention of celestial beings. The heavens have indeed cast their gaze upon the world. 100,000 miles away, the vanguard of the demon army was utterly obliterated. All of this remained shrouded in mystery. Yet, the events transpiring within the imperial capital of the Great Xia were witnessed by all. The silence lasted but a fleeting moment. Then, like a volcano erupting, a thunderous wave of cheers swept through the entire imperial city. The sword Immortal S divine might. The slaying demon sword Immortal S valor. Not only the common folk within the capital, but even the cultivators were ablaze with fervor, their voices hoarse from shouting, the sound echoing to the heavens. Many had not clearly discerned what transpired, yet the lingering supreme sword intent in the air, coupled with past legends of the slaying demon sword Immortal, was enough to elevate Han Xuanji to the status of a deity in their eyes. One day, I too shall be revered like my master. Li Taiqing slowly released his clenched fist, his eyes filled with boundless admiration and yearning. Celestial beings ought not to be aloof, overlooking mortals as mere ants. The disciples of the Xinchuan sect within the city stood tall and proud, including the esteemed Tian Yuzhen atop the white jade immortal platform, their smiles utterly uncontainable. Meanwhile, those of profound cultivation, particularly the powerful individuals who had reached the Tribulation Crossing realm, could barely grasp a hair-raising truth from the fleeting clash. The strength of the demon race was far from trivial, certainly not limited to the Tribulation Crossing realm. None among us had perceived this before. They exchanged glances, their thoughts communicating silently. The assailant concealed within the crowd was likely a formidable demon of the Ascendant realm, and Han Xuanji not only defended against the attack, but also countered instantaneously, employing supreme celestial means to vanquish the demon before the watchful eyes of the crowd. In the realm of sword intent, even without any direct threat to them, an overwhelming sense of oppression enveloped the individuals present. In a fleeting moment, the world could be transformed. Such power transcended mere strength. It was a true manifestation of celestial prowess. They felt fortunate that such a formidable being was not their adversary. Had they been confronted by an enemy of this caliber, their chances of survival would have been non-existent, leaving them utterly bewildered regarding how to endure. At this very moment, Emperor Xia, Ji Qingtian, stood at the forefront of the high platform, a chilling sensation coursing through him from the soles of his feet to the tips of his fingers, which tingled with a subtle numbness. He had received a transmission from the ancestral elders of the royal family, revealing that the recently revealed demon was likely at the ascendant stage. Had it not been for Han Xuanji's presence, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Without Han Xuanji's steadfast support, the demon sage could have effortlessly claimed his life with a mere thought, plunging the imperial city into chaos. Han Xuanji gradually approached the center of the celestial platform alongside the little white tiger, his pristine white robes remaining unblemished. It was as if the astonishing feat that had just transpired was merely comparable to brushing away a fallen leaf. His gaze calmly swept over the surrounding crowd, filled with excitement, before returning to Emperor Xia, who spoke with a tone of nonchalance. Such petty nuisances are indeed disheartening. I extend my gratitude to the Sword Immortal for intervening. Ji Qingtian bowed deeply once more, his voice trembling ever so slightly. Behind him, the Tribulation Transcending Elders shed their previous reserve, their eyes now filled with reverence as they regarded Han Xuanji. A sudden thought blossomed within Ji Qingtian's mind: to erect a statue, to establish a shrine, to venerate him for eternity. He resolved to construct a celestial shrine for Han Xuanji in the imperial city with the highest honors, to forge a golden statue and erect a celestial temple to receive the incense offerings of the Xia for generations to come. Xuanji, who was lost in contemplation, he silently inquired of the system about the nature of this place. This location is designated as a 4-star sign-in site. For stars? A flicker of surprise and anticipation crossed Han Xuanji's eyes. He had initially believed that the Great Xia possessed only a few 3-star sign-in locations. But to his astonishment, there existed a 4-star site. It is worth noting that 3-star locations already yielded celestial artifacts, while 4-star sites typically offered rewards of considerable value. With this in mind, Han Xuanji hesitated no longer and silently intoned, "System, sign in. Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in at the White Jade Celestial Platform. You have acquired the entry of Human Dao Fortune." The system's voice echoed in his mind, momentarily catching Han Xuanji off guard. Human Dao Fortune? Human Dao Fortune. By receiving the protection of Human Dao Fortune, you will inadvertently be shielded from calamities. The potency of your tribulations will be diminished. And the more you are revered by humanity, the stronger your Human Dao Fortune will become. This was indeed a valuable boon. Han Xuanji sensed his spiritual platform becoming clearer as strands of golden aura manifested above him, shielding him from some of the tribulation energies. He had a feeling that if the Human Dao Fortune continued to strengthen, it might bestow upon him even greater advantages. At this moment, a wave of enlightenment washed over Han Xuanji. No wonder it is said that some cultivators, despite years of arduous practice, will still break through when great calamities descend. Within the mortal realm, there exist immense opportunities. However, with such opportunities come grave dangers. Even those who have ascended to the celestial realm are not immune to the risk of falling. In this brief span of time, Han Xuanji has already slain 3 beings of the ascended realm. If that is the case, am I not the greatest calamity? Han Xuanji thought to himself, then shook his head. How could someone as honest and simple as he be a calamity? Chapter 129. Astonishing all demons, accumulating power. In the grand palace of the Great Xia, countless formidable beings gathered. Present were the esteemed elders of the divine mysterious sect, the ancestors of the Great Xia royal family, and the Patriarch of the Heavenly Sword Sect, all renowned figures in Great Xia, some of whom had instilled fear across the world thousands of years ago. However, seated in the position of honor was none other than Han Xuanji. Though he had no intention of leading, the world inherently respects power, even if he were reluctant. Others would not dare to disobey him. Who would dare to sit at the head and command him, a sort of mortal, to act? Suddenly, an immortal at the tribulation stage erupted with joy, his voice brimming with excitement. Urgent news. The vanguard army of the demon race has been shattered. Reports from the front lines indicate that it was obliterated by an unknown supreme being using thunderous methods. The news fell like a boulder into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring up ripples within the hall. What? Such a thing has occurred? One person's power defeated the vanguard army? Which hidden elder has made a move? Could it be a terrestrial immortal from the human race? In an instant, the hall was abuzz with discussions. Everyone strained their minds, attempting to connect this mysterious powerhouse with the legendary figures they remembered who had long since retreated from the world. Amidst the speculations, the celestial Jade Master, with a hint of trepidation, cast a glance towards the silent figure in the position of honor. Taking a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, he inquired, "Elder Han, could it be you?" Though it was merely a conjecture, he felt a sense of certainty within. As soon as these words were spoken, astonishment swept through the crowd. Even Li Taiqing appeared somewhat incredulous. After all, Han Xuanji had been immersed in the green lotus sword realm, without the leisure to split his focus. All present held their breath, awaiting the revelation from this contemporary sword immortal. Han Xuanji, with a peculiar expression, took a while before responding. It was indeed me. Previously, the demon race sought to assassinate me, and I simply followed the thread to eliminate them completely, inadvertently clearing out some demons along the way. Though he wished to cultivate in seclusion, he also desired to undertake some feasible endeavors, as long as they did not endanger himself. He had not anticipated that a single strike would lead to the annihilation of the demon vanguard. With that, nearly all gazes in the hall converged on Han Xuanji. The atmosphere grew tense, silence falling as if a needle could be heard dropping. Clearing out some demons along the way? A seemingly casual remark reverberated like thunder in the minds of the gathered, causing countless formidable beings to tremble with shock inwardly cursing their own lack of discernment. Perhaps it was their imagination that fell short. Many turned their gazes toward the esteemed Tianyu, their hearts brimming with admiration. Indeed, it was the powerful of the Xinchuan sect who could respond so swiftly. A smile graced Tianyu's face as he observed the astonishment of those around him, relishing the moment. "You're still too young. The might of the sword Immortal truly reigns supreme among sword cultivators." "Remarkable, truly remarkable," echoed the praises of countless strong individuals. To claim the title of the world's greatest would be presumptuous. This vast realm may still harbor many formidable beings, and one must not underestimate the populace, remarked Han Xuanji. The assembly composed themselves and engaged in conversation for a while longer. After receiving Han Xuanji's approval, they settled upon a strategy to eradicate the De Ming demon clan and subsequently incorporate De Ming into the territory of the Xia. As the crowd dispersed, Li Taiqing could not contain his curiosity, inquiring, "Master, do you have any adversaries left in this world?" Having learned of Han Xuanji's capability to annihilate 1,000,000 demon troops from a distance of 100,000 miles with a single sword strike, he began to grasp the terrifying extent of his master's strength. "I do not know," Han Xuanji replied. "I am not being modest. I can sense that this world still conceals numerous powerful beings, many of whom may surpass my own cultivation. Perhaps it is simply not yet their time to emerge." Li Taiqing nodded thoughtfully, feeling an immense pressure. He recognized the necessity to continue his cultivation diligently, for any lapse would bring shame upon Han Xuanji. In the halls of the Wan Yao nation, an oppressive silence enveloped the chamber. A chilling voice broke the stillness. How could the illusory mist golden armor have perished? What transpired? The Wanhua Wuxiang divine ability of the illusory mist demon saint was a source of great concern for many strong individuals within the celestial demon realm, renowned for its exceptional life-preserving capabilities. The golden armor demon saint was equally famed for his unparalleled defense and overwhelming strength, coupled with the intelligence of the dispatched demon masters. It seemed inconceivable that they could all have met their demise. The expression of the demon emperor grew increasingly grim, particularly at the loss of the demon masters, both mentors and allies, causing him a profound pang of sorrow. At that moment, a demon saint spoke up. "It may be the work of the demon-slaying sword Immortal." The demon-slaying sword Immortal. The demon emperor slowly savored the name, each syllable causing a subtle tremor throughout the Wanyao hall. How intriguing. Such a simple phrase sent the hearts of all the demon saints within the hall plummeting to the depths of despair. Soon, several figures entered the grand hall, led by the 4 great demon saints who had first descended from the celestial demon realm. "I did not anticipate the deaths of both the golden armor and illusory mist. It appears that the human race in this realm possesses some degree of strength," remarked a man with golden hair and eyes, his demeanor indifferent, seemingly more intrigued than angered. In the celestial demon realm, there existed a secret technique capable of siphoning vitality to concoct elixirs. The most effective approach is to seize a portion of territory for cultivation and harvesting, while ensuring that the beings within this area maintain a certain vitality. Indeed, many demon clans in the demon realm operate in this manner. Upon the appearance of the golden-haired, golden-eyed man, the demon emperor's tone softened considerably as he remarked, "My lord, the demon envoy, you have arrived." The formidable beings before him hailed from the ancestral court of 10,000 demons, existing on an entirely different level from the likes of the golden-armored illusory Mist clan. "Tian man, it is your turn to take action," the golden-haired man said in a deep voice. At these words, the robust figure behind him revealed an expression of excitement. Due to their overwhelming strength, they faced certain limitations upon arriving in the void spirit realm. However, they had gradually adapted and were now capable of exerting around 70% of their original power. "Excellent. Then let us call upon the demon envoy Tian Man to lend a hand to our 10,000 demon nation," the demon emperor said, his expression filled with joy. This Tian Man, a colossal figure with unfathomable cultivation and a celestial demon bloodline, possessed the might to shake the heavens. With his intervention, victory seemed all but assured. What fear could a mere human sword Immortal instill? Soon, following the demise of the demon master and the 2 great demon saints, the demon army scattered, being systematically defeated, and a situation that once appeared hopeless gradually stabilized, as the truth was unveiled by the great Xia. The name of the demon-slaying sword Immortal resounded throughout the eastern Sanzhou continent, celebrated by countless cultivators. To the practitioners of the Great Ming, the demon-slaying sword Immortal had once been a nightmare, but now he had transformed into their deity. The line between divine and demonic is but a fleeting thought. Simultaneously, many powerful figures from the Great Xia descended southward to purge the demons. Han Xuanji, however, did not depart from the Great Xia. His current strength could not be deemed sufficient to completely subdue the demon clans. He still needed to accumulate power. The imperial palace of the Great Xia contained numerous realms of profound essence, which he intended to thoroughly explore to enhance his abilities. It must be said that the foundation of the Great Xia royal family is indeed formidable. In just a few days, Han Xuanji had successfully signed in at numerous advantageous locations. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in at the Great Xia Armory and obtaining the celestial weapon, the Great Xia Dragon Sparrowblade. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in at the Altar of Heaven and receiving the Divine Technique, Sovereign's Insight. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in at the Divine Martial Hall and acquiring the extraordinary technique, the Emperor's Shocking Formula. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in at the Heart Nourishing Hall and receiving a vial of the Ascension Elixir. Though these were merely locations of 3-star rank, the rewards were indeed commendable. Han Xuanji nodded slightly. Locations of 4 or 5-star rank are rare and difficult to encounter, but some of the rewards from 3-star locations were quite beneficial to him, and he bore no disdain. Time flowed slowly, and soon a month had passed. During this month, Han Xuanji had signed in at many places throughout the Great Xia, yielding substantial gains. It exceeded even his expectations. Chapter 130. The Land of Dragon Veins, the 10,000 miles of Demon Ridge. Similar to certain areas of the Divine Xian Sect, many places within the Great Xia Imperial Palace could only be checked in once or twice, rendering repeated visits impossible. However, the gains from this month had far surpassed Han Xuanji's anticipations, perhaps due to the particularly concentrated and profound Dao essence of Great Xia. The rewards obtained from checking in within the palace were remarkably high in quality. It is worth noting that, with his cultivation at the Immortal Ascension realm, ordinary items had long lost their utility, making beneficial check-in rewards exceedingly rare. Treasures, such as the Feather Transformation Elixir and Spirit Stones, or certain unique divine techniques and secret arts, truly qualified as valuable. During his time in the Great Xia Imperial Palace, he had accumulated a total of 2 immortal artifacts. Initially, he had obtained the Great Xia Dragon Sparrowblade, a low-grade offensive immortal sword, which was of little use to him. Nonetheless, being an immortal artifact, it held some significance in the hands of an Immortal Ascension cultivator. However, in comparison to the Qinglian Dao sword he had acquired previously, it was undoubtedly lacking. Better than nothing, for swords and blades are intertwined, and it could still serve a purpose within a sword array, Han Xuanji mused. Although the status of immortal artifacts was low in his possession, they were exceedingly rare in the outside world. It was not the case that every Immortal Ascension expert could wield a suitable immortal weapon. For instance, the renowned sword Immortal had entered the Immortal Ascension realm for many years without having a single fitting immortal sword. Of course, even if the latter were to forge an immortal sword, the outcome would remain unchanged. However, later on, Han Xuanji acquired a commendable immortal artifact within the Great Xia Ancestor Temple. This particular artifact was named the 9 Luminary Star Bow, evidently of mid-grade status, and was a scarce type of bow and arrow. It required the guidance of one's divine consciousness to draw upon the power of the stars, necessitating the cultivation of an Immortal Ascension expert to barely manage to draw the bow. For Han Xuanji, it was indeed a fitting weapon, as his physical body and divine consciousness were exceedingly strong, coupled with his mastery of the star path, allowing him to wield this divine bow with perfection. On this day, under the guidance of an elder from the royal family of Great Xia, Han Xuanji stepped into a profound underground palace. The passage within the palace was deep and dark, with ancient runes etched into the stone walls, exuding the weighty aura of time. Sword Immortal, beyond this place lies the core of the Dragon Veins, the Elder, possessing the cultivation of the Tribulation Crossing realm, said with a humble bow. Thank you for your efforts, Han Xuanji replied with a slight nod. The Elder was immediately taken aback, said nothing further, and swiftly withdrew. Han Xuanji acknowledged with a nod of gratitude. The royal expert of the Tribulation Crossing realm was visibly flustered and quickly retreated. The land of Dragon Veins, the root of Great Xia's fortune, was also the foundation of the dynasty. As Han Xuanji advanced slowly, he understood that such ease in granting him entry was a rare show of trust, perhaps born from a sense of helplessness. His unobstructed entry into this place undoubtedly showcases the utmost respect that the royal family of the great Xia has for him, almost offering all they possess for his taking. Han Xuanji is acutely aware of this reality. The great Xia has little recourse, for if Han Xuanji truly intended to commit any nefarious acts, they would lack the means to thwart him. It is more prudent to grant him complete freedom, thereby winning his favor. This exemplifies the advantages that come with formidable strength, where I'm merely at the tribulation stage. The great Xia would never allow me to roam freely within this royal forbidden area. This is the absolute authority bestowed by power, without the accumulation of the past. How could one enjoy such liberty in the present? Arriving at the very heart of the dragon vein, the surrounding spiritual energy converges, taking on the majestic form of a dragon, akin to amber. However, this place is not suitable for ordinary individuals to cultivate, as the spiritual energy, while abundant, is heavily infused with dragon energy. For most cultivators, refining dragon energy into pure cultivation is no simple feat. This location is a 4-star sign-in area. Do you wish to sign in? Indeed. The system responded eagerly. System, sign in. Han Xuanji silently intonet. This location is a 4-star sign-in area, and he felt a sense of anticipation. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in at the dragon vein of the great Xia, acquiring the immortal artifact, Xianhuang True Dragon Bai. Xianhuang True Dragon Bai? Another immortal artifact? A flicker of excitement coursed through Han Xuanji. In a swirl of light, a quaint and substantial jade disc materialized in his hand. The jade disc radiated a gentle, deep yellow hue, naturally adorned with 9 unique and majestic dragon patterns, exuding pure and noble royal dragon energy. Gently caressing the warm jade disc, a glimmer of delight flashed in Han Xuanji's eyes. The Xianhuang True Dragon Bai lacks offensive capabilities, yet its significance to him far surpasses that of the previous 2 immortal artifacts. This jade disc can harness the fortune of the dynasty and the power of the dragon vein to assist one in cultivation. Its benefits extend even to those at the ascendant stage, accelerating the transformation of spiritual energy into immortal energy. Furthermore, it can summon dragon energy for protection and counteract myriad divine abilities and secret techniques. Han Xuanji inwardly affirmed, "The profound essence of the great Xia Palace has indeed not disappointed me. With the blessing of the Xianhuang True Dragon Bai, along with a substantial supply of feathering pills, his cultivation speed should exceed that which he experienced in the Azure Lotus Sword realm. At this pace, the 3rd layer of ascension does not seem far off." Han Xuanji felt a surge of joy within. During this period, he intends to devote himself to diligent cultivation in this dragon vein territory. Time quietly slipped by. At the border of the Great Ming, in the Myriad Demon Ridge. Myriad Demon Ridge, backed by Myriad Demon Prefecture, spans a vast mountain range of 100,000 miles, teeming with countless demon races. The autumn air is thickening, and the mountain winds carry a chill. Perched atop a steep mountain crag, Li Taiqing stands upon a massive rock, his human aura concealed by secret arts. He gazes intently into the distance, where layers of towering mountains rise and fall, extending to the horizon. In the hazy shadows of the mountains, countless shifting silhouettes became vaguely discernible, as a massive and chaotic aura of demonic energy swirled upwards, coalescing into ominous clouds. What heightened his sense of unease was the faint yet palpable presence of formidable forces lying in wait from deep within the Demon Valley. Even the slightest hint of their power felt like icy needles piercing his spine, instilling a profound sense of dread. Had the strength of these demons accumulated to such an extent? Beside him, Nangong Wenjian lowered his voice, his tone laden with gravity. Li Taiqing inhaled a breath of the cool air and spoke solemnly. They are still gathering strength. This calamity of demons and monsters is likely far more perilous than we anticipated. He paused, casting his gaze toward the direction of the great Xia, a flicker of relief crossing his features. Fortunately, our Master's presence has instilled fear in the multitude of demons, preventing them from acting recklessly. During this period, various factions within the great Xia had dispatched powerful warriors to eradicate the demons within the Ming territory. However, many demons had either retreated to the Demon Valley or concealed themselves in the depths of ancient forests. As Li Taiqing pondered the demon's intentions, a sudden roar erupted from the depths of the Demon Valley, a sound that reverberated through the earth and sky. The mountains trembled in response. A terrifying great demon revealed its true form, towering into the clouds, clad in crimson armor, its violent aura soaring into the heavens. With eyes as red as blood moons instilling fear in all who gazed upon it. Chapter 131. Please, sword, slay the demons. The Tianman demon saint let out a roar that shook the very foundations of the world, stepping forward with colossal feet akin to celestial pillars. Behind it, the demonic energy surged skyward, resembling a rolling tide of darkness. With the Tianman demon saint here, victory is assured. These mere mortals shall become our prey today. We shall trample the great Xia and slaughter the human race. This eastern Xianxia shall be our new hunting ground. The expressions of numerous demons were filled with excitement. The Tianman demon saint hailed from the heavenly demon realm, a being of immense power, its bloodline exalted, far surpassing that of an ordinary ascendant. In essence, the heavenly demons equated to the immortals of a human race. It was said that the heavenly demon realm was a world created by a being of unparalleled strength, housing many powerful demon lineages. Among the myriad of demons, 3 concealed yet potent presences lurked in the depths, all existing at the ascendant level, representing the accumulated heritage of the demon race over countless years. I am eager to witness the prowess of that human sword immortal. With our 4 ascendants in action, let's see how he survives. The conversations among several ascendant-level demons began to unfold. The demonic clouds rolled forward, casting a pall over the heavens and earth. What manner of creature is this? Li Taiqing's pupils constricted as the overwhelming pressure seized his heart. The mere aura radiating from this terrifying figure felt as suffocating as an ancient demonic god descending upon the world. This is bad. Lu Fan's voice trembled, an inexplicable fear rising from the depths of his heart. Certainly, it is undoubtedly the intervention of a powerful being from the demon clan. We must flee at once. This is not a presence you can provoke. At the very least, it is a formidable demon of the Ascension realm. In Lu Fan's mind, the voice of the demon lord was filled with an unprecedented sense of urgency. The demon lord, feeling helpless, reflected on his 1,000 years of existence. Never had he encountered Ascension-level beings so frequently. Ever since he had aligned himself with this young man, they seemed to attract terrifying entities with alarming regularity. Without needing to be reminded, Lu Fan roared internally, and the two transformed into a dim, fleeting light, retreating frantically. This commotion did manage to slightly capture the attention of the heavenly barbarian demon saint, yet its colossal eyes merely glanced indifferently at the 2 insignificant creatures, showing no interest whatsoever. However, a bird demon, filled with curiosity, decided to pursue them. It was a demon of the combined body stage, possessing remarkable speed. Li Taiqing and Lu Fan exchanged glances, their expressions tightening as they sensed the chilling aura approaching from behind. The bird demon was closing in rapidly, and if this continued, they would undoubtedly be intercepted. At that moment, the terrifying demon could obliterate them with a mere breath. Just as they contemplated their escape, a brilliant and resplendent light suddenly illuminated the sky, accompanied by a powerful and compassionate Buddhist chant that resonated through the heavens. Ba, the sea of suffering knows no bounds. Turning back is the shore. Fellow demon saints, your sins weigh heavily. I implore you to halt. Before them stood an elderly monk, clad in a cassock and appearing frail, wielding a 9-ringed staff to block the advancing demon horde, thereby rescuing the fleeing duo. The pursuing bird demon was taken aback. Wuzhu Luohan. This was a renowned Buddhist practitioner in the Western Desert, often traveling incognito throughout the 9 provinces. He was well known among the demon clan for routinely intervening to purge violent demons. In fact, upon hearing of the demon invasion, Wuzhu Luohan had come to this place and had already saved many lives, though he had not revealed his true power, hence his lack of fame. You are quite fortunate to have encountered a monk of the Buddhist order, the demon lord remarked slowly. A monk of the Buddhist order? Lu Fan inquired, somewhat puzzled. The demon lord elaborated. Those who ascend to the Buddhist realm are referred to as arhats. However, there are nearly none in eastern Xianxia, so it is understandable that you have not heard of them. There are, however, many Buddhist practitioners in the western part of the 9 provinces, and in a more distant continent, it is known as the land of Buddhas, teeming with Buddhist monks. Though this old monk may appear frail, like a candle flickering in the wind, in my eyes, he has already forged the golden body of the Buddhist order, with vitality as vast as the ocean. His dharma form dignified, and his power immensely profound. The demon lord secretly admired him. This elderly monk's vast reservoir of vitality was concealed beneath his gaunt exterior, discernible only to those with exceptional insight. This was because he had already attained the Dharma body, transcending the mundane physical form. Only those with profound Buddhist nature and self-awareness could achieve such a state. To put it simply, given time, this monk could easily ascend to the higher realms and attain the fruits of the Buddhist path. Is he truly that formidable? Lu Fan's face displayed a look of astonishment. It is said that the Western Desert Province is rife with Buddhist and Taoist influences, with temples dotting the landscape, starkly contrasting with the Central and Eastern Song provinces. Although he has never visited, he has heard tales of it, yet relying solely on his own power. It would be exceedingly difficult to impede the advance of the demon race, sighed the demon lord. Begone! Just a mere Buddhist Arhat dares to obstruct me? The heavenly barbarian demon saint scoffed, its colossal hand crashing forward like a mountain. The elderly monk's expression turned grave as a 9-ringed staff erupted with blinding Buddhist light, and a golden lotus platform manifested beneath his feet. A towering figure of the immovable Vajra appeared before him, palms pressed together, bracing against the massive hand. Boom! The earth-shattering sound reverberated. The clash of Buddhist light and demonic energy was fierce. The immovable Vajra's defensive power was astonishing, seemingly effortlessly absorbing the blow. However, the heavenly barbarian demon saint soon grinned, a terrifying crimson demonic aura swirling between his palms. Boom! The fist shadow descended like a meteor. Before long, the immovable Vajra trembled violently, the golden light rapidly dimming as the lotus beneath the monk's feet shattered inch by inch, causing him to spit forth a mouthful of faint golden blood. Ultimately, the formidable fist descended, and the monk was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing through countless trees. The earth was cleaved in twain, revealing a chasm of unfathomable depth. Witnessing this scene, countless demons and monsters wore grotesque expressions, resembling a hellish purgatory. Overestimating oneself, the heavenly barbarian demon saint's tone was frigid. How powerful! Both Li Taiqing and Lu Fan expressed their astonishment. How could the demon race be so formidable? This demon must have already attained the 4th or even 5th level of ascendance. With such strength, it would likely be unstoppable. Even the likes of the Sword Immortal of Absolute Sword, or the demon-slaying Sword Immortal, may merely be entering the realm of ascendance. The demon lord calmly analyzed the situation, stating, "Flee quickly. It won't perish easily." At that moment, the unattached Arhat also transmitted a message into the minds of the two. "I will delay for a while. You must escape. If you have the means, be sure to summon the Immortals of the Central Province." The strength of this demon far exceeds our expectations. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the heavens. The heavenly barbarian demon saint seemed unwilling to waste any more time, its body engulfed in a blood-red aura. As if emerging from the depths of hell, a sinister grin spread across its face, as if about to annihilate the world. Seeing this, Li Taiqing cast aside all else, drawing forth a treasured sword, proclaiming, "Let this sword vanquish demons." Upon witnessing this, Lu Fan's expression brightened. Could it be? Chapter 132, 9 Celestial Stars. One arrow pierces the void. The demonic energy rampaged, and it appeared that the unattached Arhat was on the verge of collapse. Li Taiqing steeled his resolve, recalling the instructions given by his master when bestowing the sword. When encountering an insurmountable foe, recite this incantation. However, do not use it unless absolutely necessary. Now, it appears that the moment of utmost necessity has arrived. Li Taiqing has ceased to feign composure. The audacity of both him and Lu Fan to venture into the Wan Yao Ridge is not born of folly. Han Xuanji must have provided him with a means of preserving his life. As Han Xuanji had never specified the strength of foes one might confront, Li Taiqing, at this juncture, is determined to forsake retreat, unwilling to flee without a fight. Monsters, do not be so brazen. With that, he relinquished his sword. A resonant sound pierced the air, as if the very essence of the heavens and earth was being cleaved asunder by the melodious clang of the sword. There was no cataclysmic eruption of power, yet an ineffable force surged forth from the ancient sword, awakening with a thunderous roar. A dazzling azure beam of sword light, indescribably brilliant and sharp, abruptly tore through the gloom that enveloped the world. Upon witnessing the spectacle, Lu Fan was reminded of Han Xuanji's resplendent strike that once vanquished deities. As if he were transported back to that day. An opportunity, although the demon lord had claimed that the might of the demon was unparalleled. He He still envisioned that his junior brother Han possessed the means to confront such a being. In the blink of an eye, the celestial barbarian demon sage sensed something amiss and turned towards the horizon. At that moment, the Arhut of non-residence also beheld this scene, his heart trembling with trepidation. Who among the Dao friends has made a move? In the distance, countless demons shuddered, and the three hidden ascendant demon clans felt an impending calamity. Time seemed to come to a halt. This beam of sword light appeared to encapsulate the brilliance of the myriad stars, embodying the supreme sword intent capable of obliterating all laws. As swiftly as thought, the terrifying sword energy accurately cleaved towards the massive creature. With a soft sound, the sword light sliced effortlessly through. The formidable figure, capable of uprooting mountains and shifting the sun, wore an expression of shock, yet before the overwhelming azure sword light, it proved as fragile as glass. The crimson aura was rent asunder, and the immense form of the celestial barbarian demon sage was pierced through, blood and flesh scattering like raindrops upon the earth. Reeling backward for dozens of steps, each tremor shook the heavens until it collapsed to the ground. The excruciating pain elicited a wail from the barbarian demon sage. It could feel its vitality ebbing away as the sword intent incessantly devoured its flesh and soul. In the palace of the great Xia, news had already reached the court. The demon race had launched another offensive, seemingly led by an ascendant demon sage whose power vastly exceeded that of previous ones, with the possibility of other powerful ascendant demons lurking in the shadows. Emperor Xianxia surveyed the situation, his expression gravely solemn. The strength of this new threat surpassed that of its predecessors, and there might be more than one. Although they had long suspected that the demons possessed ample confidence to attack humanity, no one had anticipated that, in such a brief span, the demon race could organize an even more formidable offensive. It is essential to recognize that the existence of celestial beings is no trivial matter. For millennia, the realm of Dongzhangzhou has been devoid of any mention of such figures, and even within the celestial sects of Zhongzhou, they have only been spoken of in legends. Quickly retreat. Do not engage directly, decreed Emperor Xia Qingtian with resolute determination. This sentiment was swiftly echoed by others, for the chasm in power could not be bridged merely by resolve. In the face of top-tier combatants, their defenses were virtually non-existent without Han Xuanji. Moreover, the demon race would not so boldly launch an offensive without factoring in Han Xuanji's presence. They were not fools and certainly believed in their likelihood of victory. At that moment, Han Xuanji, meditating within the sacred grounds of the great Xia dragon vein, sensed the activation of his residual power. Li Taiqing was intent on heading to the front lines to vanquish the demons, and Han Xuanji would not oppose him. As his master, he could not forsake his disciple entirely. Li Taiqing had acquired a celestial longsword within the Qinglian sword realm, though not as formidable as the Qinglian Dao sword. It was still rather impressive. Han Xuanji had sealed within it a lethal strike capable of extinguishing ordinary celestial beings. Was there trouble on Li Taiqing's side? A thought crossed Han Xuanji's mind as he pierced the void with his gaze. He had left a mark of the void divine eye upon Li Taiqing, and in an instant he perceived all that transpired. Another celestial demon saint? Han Xuanji pondered. Were these celestial beings of the demon race produced en masse? Having dispatched one batch, another emerged. Strangely, this sword had not immediately slain the demon saint, indicating formidable strength, certainly not one of the newly ascended celestial demons, but perhaps an ancient entity concealed within the demon race or a powerful being from the demon realm. This posed a significant dilemma. Han Xuanji realized that if he did not intervene, both Lu Fan and Li Taiqing might indeed find themselves in peril. The mightiest of demon saints was no weakling, and even after sustaining his strike, he had not perished completely. Furthermore, several potent presences lingered nearby. The reincarnation of a fated child could indeed lead to self-destruction. Han Xuanji recalled the numerous reincarnations of the Qinglian sword immortal. If one does not court disaster, one does not meet it. Nonetheless, these adversaries must eventually be dealt with. With a swift motion, Han Xuanji appeared above the great Xia imperial palace, where the demon race to remain docile within the kingdom of 10,000 demons. He would have no desire to intervene. His expression remained tranquil, eyes deep with contemplation. Yet now, they dared to continue their assault, seeking to harm his disciple. His emergence instantly stirred countless individuals within the palace, all curious about the disturbance caused by this living sword immortal. In the next moment, A radiant longbow materialized in Han Xuanji's grasp. He positioned the bow in his left hand, drawing the string with his right. His index and little fingers bending to secure the bowstring, his body aligned in a perfect line. The bow was drawn to its full crescent form. The ethereal arrows coalesced, gathering an abundance of the world's spiritual essence, infused with the divine will and intent bestowed by Han Xuanji. Instantly, a terrifying aura radiated autour, permeating the vicinity of 100 miles. Everyone sensed an invisible pressure descending upon them. What was the sword Immortal intending to do? At the great Xia ancestral temple, the temple guardian at the peak of tribulation felt a shift in his countenance, trembling uncontrollably. He could perceive the formidable nature of this power. Should it erupt within the imperial palace, none would be able to withstand it, and the land within 1,000 miles would be laid to waste. At this moment, Han Xuanji had gathered his strength for several seconds, and the illusory arrows now blossomed with divine light, gradually solidifying. The starlight above coalesced within, and though it was daytime, the stars twinkled with unusual brilliance, an overwhelming murderous intent swirling around the arrows, unleashing boundless power. Chapter 133, Collapse. Outside the myriad beasts' ridge, a bloody wind swept through, carrying the scent of scorched earth. A terrifying flash of sword light swept past. However, Li Taiqing and Lu Fan's brief moment of joy was swiftly overshadowed by a sense of foreboding. The figure resembling an ancient demonic god, despite its heart-wrenching wails and grievous wounds, had not perished. Instead, its monstrous eyes erupted with an even more horrifying crimson glow, as if intent on dragging everything within sight into the abyss of destruction. Worse yet, 3 terrifying auras arose, encircling the tortured, struggling Xianxia. The overwhelming demonic energy surged forth unreservedly, attempting to jointly suppress the rampant sword intent within and to heal its wounds. This is bad. There are more powerful foes. We should flee quickly. Lu Fan's face turned pale, his voice trembling. The situation before them indicated that the outcome was not the worst it could be. This strike wielded extraordinary power, nearly slaying the formidable beast and thwarting the advance of the demon clan, thus granting them a moment of reprieve. At this juncture, the unattached Arhut also breathed a sigh of relief. Though he feared neither life nor death, he naturally wished to survive. Let's go. The unattached Arhut instantly appeared beside Li Taiqing and Lu Fan, suppressing the excruciating pain in his body, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. His gaunt hand waved forth a gentle radiance of Buddhist light, ready to envelop the two and whisk them away. Meanwhile, deep within the far-off Great Xia Imperial City, Han Xuanji narrowed his eyes, gradually adjusting the arrow to target the position locked by the Void God Eye. Then, with a resounding crack, Han Xuanji released the bowstring. Boom! Like a colossal stone plunging into a lake, the moment the bowstring quivered, it stirred visible ripples of energy. The arrow, imbued with boundless divine power, transformed into a brilliant beam of light capable of rending the heavens, hurtling towards the distant myriad beast ridge at an unimaginable speed. In that instant, the entirety of the great Xia Imperial City trembled. Within the palace, numerous imperial guards, royal scions, and countless commoners and cultivators bore witness to this unforgettable spectacle. A celestial radiance soared from the depths of the palace, vanishing at the horizon's edge. Upon the palace's pinnacle, Han Xuanji gently released the 9 luminary star bow, his thoughts undulating. At this distance, utilizing this bow and arrow for combat should yield superior results. The expanse of this realm is extraordinarily vast. Even he cannot simply eliminate foes with a mere thought. However, the expenditure for a single shot from this bow is considerable. If I were to unleash dozens of arrows in succession, it would indeed become overwhelming. Han Xuanji's expression reflected astonishment. To fully harness the bow's formidable power, one must expend a significant amount of divine will and spiritual energy. Ideally, one would also need to channel the celestial energy, a feat beyond the capacity of many. Typically, those at the Ascendant realm might manage just 2 shots before succumbing to exhaustion. I sensed that the arrow I just loosed was not my utmost limit. Should I continue to draw upon my strength, its potency could further escalate. Yet, such persistence would exponentially increase the energy required, rendering it a futile endeavor. As for its might, this arrow should suffice to effortlessly vanquish an average Ascendant realm being. Han Xuanji pondered tugt fully. The primary advantage of wielding this bow lies in its extensive range, Virtually any target locked by the void I could be struck, far surpassing the reach of his divine will when wielding a sword against foes. However, the consumption of divine will is, for cultivators, even more perilous than depleting spiritual energy. After all, spiritual energy can be swiftly replenished through elixirs and spirit stones, while restorative elixirs for divine will are exceedingly rare. In my case, the system space likely holds over 100 restorative pills beneficial to me, so I need not fear the expenditure. Xuanji stroked his chin, deciding to observe the situation first. 1 arrow insufficient, then I shall unleash 3, or even 5, in the myriad demon ridge. The colossal form of the celestial demon, Saint Peng, struggled in agony like a dying beast, its wounds pulsating with a fierce azure glow that clashed violently against the dark golden demon blood, the released energy corroding the surrounding earth into massive craters. 3 ascendant demon saints encircled it, their demonic powers surging, attempting to stabilize its injuries. 1, diminutive and monkey-like with cunning red gleams in its eyes, glared at the retreating figures of Li Tai-Ching and the others, its voice piercing. Damn it! Who would have thought that such insignificant ants could harbor such extraordinary treasures? They must not be allowed to escape. Indeed, they must be ground to dust. Another demon saint, adorned with wings upon its back, roared with a voice like thunder. Meanwhile, the last, exuding a chilling aura, spoke with a hint of trepidation, its voice hoarse. Who among you can guarantee that those ants cannot unleash such an attack once more? That sword just now nearly cleaved Lord Mantillon in twain. Its words trailed off, yet the implication was unmistakable. Recalling that terrifying blade of light that had almost bisected the celestial demon saint, a shiver coursed through the 3 demons. The threat of death was all too palpable. They questioned amongst themselves, convinced they could never withstand such a strike. Just as the 3 demons debated, the diminutive demon saint suddenly raised its head, its scarlet pupils constricting as an unprecedented sense of crisis, emanating from the depths of its soul, seized its heart. This is bad, not just for it. At that moment, the 2 celestial demon saints, along with the keen-sensed demon generals below, all simultaneously felt a profound disturbance, their gazes converging towards the horizon of the sky. A blinding divine radiance, so brilliant it was nearly unbearable to gaze upon, tore through the heavens, traversing boundless mountains and rivers, and thundered towards their location. The divine light rapidly expanded within their field of vision, and in the blink of an eye, it filled the entire expanse of the sky, revealing itself to be an arrow-like form. In the next instant, it descended as if the Milky Way itself had cascaded from the heavens, illuminating the battlefield in a stark pallor. Countless demon clans found themselves paralyzed in thought, overtaken solely by an instinctual despair rooted in the essence of life. Block it! The 3 celestial demon saints erupted in frantic roars, casting aside all else as they unleashed their full demonic powers. A torrent of demonic energy surged into the sky, as countless demons instinctively poured their own essence into the fray. With a resounding hum, a pitch-black barrier of demonic energy, forged from the strength of millions of demons, rose defiantly, seemingly intent on isolating this overwhelming force. As the countless demons witnessed the arrow being repelled, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. However, in the very next moment, a second equally resplendent beam of divine light, exuding terrifying might, followed closely behind. The 2 beams of divine radiance appeared to resonate with one another, and at the moment of their convergence, they transformed into a single, more robust and refined arrow of celestial power. A thunderous boom echoed as the divine light collided with the demonic energy barrier. In an instant, that seemingly indomitable barrier faltered under the immense pressure, emitting a mournful wail before shattering into countless fragments, witnessed by the despairing eyes of innumerable demons. The arrow descended unimpeded, and as it struck, a ferocious force erupted, obliterating countless demons before they even had a chance to react, leaving no room for a single cry of anguish. Impossible. This cannot be. The eyes of one celestial demon were filled with bloodshot disbelief. The 4 celestial beings had anticipated an attack from the human sword Immortal. While they were not certain of victory, they believed their odds were favorable. Yet now, everything that unfolded was beyond comprehension. They were to perish without even laying eyes upon their foe. Even the hearts of those who had lived for countless years began to crumble in the face of such a scene. Chapter 134. The Annihilation of the Demons. Run. At that moment, The three celestial demon saints ceased to contemplate anything else. It was a matter of self-preservation, a desperate struggle for survival. As for the Tiaman demon saint and the other demons, they could no longer afford to protect them. But in the next heartbeat, the terrifying divine light flickered once more. And as their panic set in, a wave of deathly dread surged within them. Escape? No matter how they fled, they felt an insatiable pressure at their backs. The first to feel this was the frail, celestial demon saint. No, the diminutive demon saint's eyes widened in horror, their expression freezing in disbelief. It distinctly sensed an overwhelming and terrifying force that had it firmly ensnared. All means seemed utterly futile at this moment. But an instant, a dreadful divine radiance pierced through its being, unleashing a tremendous power that instantaneously rent asunder both its corporeal form and soul. Simultaneously, the other two celestial demon saints met a similar fate. With the interplay of light, their bodies were reduced to mere ashes, akin to divine gold disintegrating inch by inch. Their piercing wails abruptly silenced. The three celestial demon saints, capable of instilling fear in heaven and earth, were annihilated in both body and spirit. Shortly thereafter, the residual waves of that luminous column spread silently in all directions like a cataclysmic tide. Wherever this radiant surge passed, lower-tier demon beings vanished without even a scream. Those of slightly greater strength, such as demon kings and generals, similarly disintegrated rapidly in the wake of this overwhelming force. The most formidable of them, the barbarian heavenly demon saint, was especially targeted by Xuanji. A meticulously refined arrow descended from the heavens. The massive form of the barbarian heavenly demon saint, reminiscent of an ancient demonic mountain, convulsed violently, dark golden blood gushing forth like a river breaking its dam. The blood that flowed was of an extremely high temperature, akin to molten lava eroding the earth beneath. Impossible. The final thought of the barbarian heavenly demon saint was one of profound confusion and frustration. Coming from the heavenly demon realm, it bore a noble lineage and possessed the power to move mountains and overturn seas, to obliterate heaven and earth. It had envisioned a scenario of battling the strong of this realm until rivers ran red with blood, perhaps perishing in a fierce struggle with those of equal rank, or perhaps being shattered to pieces while challenging a higher realm. Yet, it had never anticipated meeting its end like a mere insect crushed underfoot, without ever having glimpsed the true visage of its foe. With this profound sense of frustration and unwillingness, the immense head of the barbarian heavenly demon saint suddenly drooped, until the last glimmer of light in its eyes was extinguished. Its mountain-like body ceased to convulse, the final vestiges of life utterly obliterated by the rampant sword intent within. Thus, a towering figure from the heavenly demon realm fell. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, the unattached Arhut, enveloped in Buddhist light, was fleeing desperately with Li Taiqing and Lu Fan, yet could sense the cataclysmic might erupting from afar, which showed no signs of abating. Is that demon saint truly dead so easily? The unattached Arhut abruptly halted, employing the celestial eye of Buddhism to swiftly discern the truth. The all-consuming radiance was deeply imprinted in his mind. Elder, are you saying that demon saint has perished? Lu Fan exclaimed in astonishment. Li Taiqing wore a perplexed expression as well. The unattached Arhut furrowed his brow, stating, I should not have erred. Not only has that formidable demon saint, whom even I could not match, perished, but the entire demon army has suffered catastrophic losses. And the powerful demons that had long lurked in the shadows seemed to have been revealed and slain. How strange indeed. The uninhabited Arhut felt a wave of trepidation wash over him, as he had never anticipated that the demon clan harbored such formidable beings. Each one was as powerful as he. Yet what was most terrifying was the fact that so many of these demon warriors perished in an instant. It was the master who intervened to save us. Li Taiqing trembled slightly, not from fear, but from exhilaration. Indeed, this arrow must have been shot by your master. Lu Fan, equally stirred, stumbled over his words, his face flushed with excitement. They had thought they were facing inevitable doom, only to witness a swift reversal of fate. What nonsense about ascending to immortality and being a demon saint. Under his disciple Han's celestial prowess, they were but mere dust, obliterated in an instant. So, it was that sword Immortal who acted? The withered face of the uninhabited Arhut now bore an expression of unprecedented astonishment. He had traversed the 9 provinces and countless islands for millennia, believing himself accustomed to great powers, yet the terrifying ability displayed before him, spanning 1,000,000 miles and annihilating 3 major ascendants, utterly shattered his understanding. It is essential to note that he had genuinely engaged in battle with that fearsome demon saint, fully aware of its might, and yet such a formidable presence was swiftly vanquished. What kind of strength must the wielder of such an attack possess? The uninhabited Arhut clasped his hands together, his voice trembling with uncontainable emotion as he softly chanted, Umitba, how wonderful, how wonderful. I'm deeply grateful for the assistance of this young friend as master. At that moment, the Arhut was filled with profound sentiments. His gaze turned skyward, imbued with an indescribable complexity. He had once thought that if he could resolve this calamity of demons, he could come to Dongsong to impart the teachings openly. Little did he know that he had vastly overestimated his capabilities. With such a powerful guardian, what need was there for the protection of the Buddhist realm? At the same time, in the Wanyao Ridge, the scattered remnants of the demon clan, who had narrowly escaped the calamity, were now completely paralyzed with fear. They gazed upon the vast pit radiating an ominous heat, as if they were staring into the depths of the underworld. Panic spread like a plague, and the surviving demon army collapsed entirely, discarding their armor and fleeing in all directions like headless flies, lamenting that their parents had not granted them 2 extra legs. The demon clans from the vast mountains of 100,000 miles rushed towards Wanyao State in a frenzied escape. The once bustling Wanyao Ridge now lay desolate and eerily silent. Simultaneously, within the grand hall of the Daxiao Imperial Palace, the atmosphere was tense. Representatives of various factions, including Sect leaders and venerable ancestors, had hurriedly gathered upon receiving news of the demon clan's assault. They had been engaged in fervent discussions on how to counter the imminent threat posed by the main forces of the demon clan when Han Xuanji suddenly intervened, disrupting everyone's thoughts. What could this sword Immortal's actions signify? Could there be a change at the front lines? The Summer Emperor Ji Qingtian felt a tightening in his chest as he anxiously awaited updates from the front. Shortly thereafter, the transmission jade slips began to flicker with spiritual light. As their thoughts swept through the atmosphere, their faces were instantly awash with a blend of shock and elation, their voices sharpening with excitement. Good news, splendid news. The demonic army has been utterly annihilated, reportedly including 4 formidable demon saints of the Ascendant realm, all turned to ashes. What? 4 Ascendant saints obliterated? How can this be possible? The hall erupted into a cacophony of exclamations, with astonishment prevailing, though a few skeptical voices emerged, quickly overshadowed by the realization that such an event could hardly be fabricated. Eyes widened in disbelief as they recalled Han Xuanji's sudden intervention. Could it be that the beams of divine light raining down from the heavens were indeed the sword light unleashed by the venerable sword Immortal from the palace? Murmuret Emperor Xianxia. The hall fell into a profound silence, broken only by the sound of heavy breaths. From millions of miles away, a single arrow had extinguished the 4 great ascendant demon saints. An elder from an ancient clan, undergoing tribulation, whispered hoarsely, as if drained of all his strength. Could it be that the demon-slaying sword Immortal has transcended beyond ascendant, becoming a true immortal of legend? Another elder from a top-tier sect of the Great Xia gasped in disbelief, his heart shaken. Previously, they had only acknowledged Han Xuanji's immense power, never daring to envision it reached such unfathomable heights. Chapter 135, Signing for Divine Fruits. The demonic army's retreat. Han Xuanji paid no heed to the gathered cultivators. At this moment, having sensed his disciple was safe and sound, he felt a wave of relief wash over him and began to wander through the various forbidden areas of the Great Xia Imperial Palace. Most places seemed to have been signed already. Leisurely strolling, Han Xuanji remained invisible to ordinary eyes. Even the royal experts who caught a glimpse of him acted as if they had seen nothing. Where shall I sign today? Han Xuanji pondered. A delightful dilemma enveloping his thoughts. The Great Xia Imperial Palace, it must be said, was indeed vast, with numerous spots ripe for signing. The state altar seemed particularly promising. Han Xuanji arrived before the state altar, an important site within the palace, steeped in years of human fortune, and thus imbued with profound Taoist essence. The altar was a square, 3-tiered platform constructed of white jade, adorned with 5 colors of earth: central yellow, eastern green, southern red, western white, and northern black, symbolizing the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth as the foundation of all things. System, sign in. Xuanji silently intoned. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the Great Xia State Altar, receiving the Nirvana fruit. This location's Dao essence has been exhausted. Further signing is impossible. Nirvana fruit? Xuanji was somewhat perplexed, having never heard of such a thing, and quickly activated the probing function. In the next moment, a wealth of information about the Nirvana fruit unfolded before him. Nirvana fruit, a treasure born from the fusion of celestial and human fortunes. Consuming it enhances one's foundation and accelerates the transformation into an immortal body from the ascendant realm. So, it is this kind of treasure. Xuanji was suddenly filled with unexpected delight. According to this perspective, it is indeed extraordinary. It is widely acknowledged that one's foundational strength often dictates their potential. Some individuals, when establishing their foundation, find it unstable, resulting in a less than optimal golden elixir, thereby complicating their subsequent cultivation. Xuanji believes that his foundation is remarkably robust, as he has never encountered anyone of his realm who surpasses him in strength. However, a strong foundation is inherently advantageous, especially as it facilitates the transformation of one's celestial body. Although he possesses the myriad laws of a celestial physique, it does not imply that he has attained the physical form of an immortal. Rather, it signifies that his corporeal potential is exceedingly high. Were he in the upper realm, he would likely ascend to the immortal level with remarkable swiftness, having traversed in less than a century what would take others millennia. While uncertain of the solidity of his foundation, he is determined to utilize it to his utmost advantage. A glimmer of joy sparkled in Xuanji's eyes. He would consume it immediately. He soon turned and departed to the land of the dragon veins, where he found himself alone. The Great Xia Empire would not have anyone to disturb his cultivation. The royal family was aware of Xuanji's practice using dragon energy, yet they bore no resentment. On the contrary, they wished for him to cultivate longer, as it would bring them peace of mind. After all, what right did he have to protect Great Xia? For such terrestrial immortals, the notions of righteousness and the welfare of the populace seem rather insignificant. Many of the powerful beings from Zhongzhou remain indifferent to worldly affairs, seldom intervening unless their sects face annihilation. What a peculiar sight, Xuanji mused, observing the fruit before him. Though referred to as a fruit, it appeared more like two swirling streams of energy, one resembling a true dragon and the other a phoenix, intertwining in a highly mystical manner. Without the guidance of the system, he would have been unaware of its significance. Xuanji sighed, realizing that the moment he unveiled the Nirvana fruit, it triggered a celestial phenomenon. Had he not exercised his divine abilities to suppress it, the entire imperial city would have witnessed the spectacle. He wondered just how beneficial this object might prove to be. Surely it could not be of no consequence. Without further contemplation, Xuanji seized the fruit and consumed it whole. Boom! Upon entering his stomach, the fruit instantly transformed into two torrents of overwhelming energy. Rather than clashing, the two forces spiraled and intertwined, surging through his limbs, bones, and even his vital organs. Xuanji's expression shifted slightly. Even with his near-immortal physique, he felt a twinge of pain. This substance truly appears to be effective. The sensation of pain brought him a strange delight. A towering edifice requires one to build upon its existing foundation, yet with differing foundations. One must enhance from the very roots. Xuanji could sense that the two dragon and phoenix phantoms within him had transformed into a blazing fire, incinerating all impurities within his body. He felt his flesh, blood, and bones metamorphosing into a more refined celestial form. Numerous extraordinary phenomena manifested on the surface of his body. As time flowed slowly by, several hours slipped away in the blink of an eye. Ultimately, the dragon and phoenix phantoms let out a long, resonant cry before dissolving into two streams of light, returning everything to stillness. Xuanji's aura became harmonious and contained as he exhaled a breath of turbid air, his eyes brimming with joy. I have succeeded. I have reached the third level of ascension. Consuming the Nirvana fruit seemed to have elevated the potential of his celestial body and advanced his realm to new heights. The power of the third layer of ascension coursed through him, stable and unyielding, and his celestial energy flowed more smoothly than ever before. Feeling the surging strength within him, Xuanji's lips curled into a smile. The Nirvana fruit was indeed extraordinary. My prolonged suffering has not been in vain. Under normal circumstances, it would take him several years to achieve such a significant enhancement. Yet now, it was accomplished in mere hours, fortifying his foundation even further. It could only be said that anything produced by the system is of the highest quality. Furthermore, his cultivation speed had also accelerated. With a thought, Xuanji began to circulate the Taichu celestial art. He could sense that the transformation of spiritual power into celestial power had noticeably sped up, although the increase was modest. Over time, it would undoubtedly multiply his advantage manifold compared to others. Regrettably, this place was no longer suitable for further progress. Sitting cross-legged, Xuanji sighed. Wait a moment. If I go to the Great Ming, wouldn't I be able to sign in for such treasures again? Suddenly, he recalled that the Great Ming's heritage was equally formidable. It was also a dynasty established by immortals, with profound roots. Otherwise, they wouldn't have spoken of attacking the Great Xia previously. Presently, the demon race in the Great Ming appeared to have been largely eradicated, and their territory was gradually being reclaimed by the Great Xia. Stroking his chin, Xuanji made a decision. Since he had already signed in at many places in the Great Xia, it would be prudent to sign in at the Great Ming as well. With his current cultivation level, he could venture anywhere in the world without fear of encountering insurmountable foes. How delightful! Xuanji nodded silently. Having strength truly allows one to act freely. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of 10,000 demons, news from the front lines quickly stirred commotion. Chapter 136, requesting the ancestral artifact, slaying the sword Immortal. In the palace of 10,000 demons, the various demon saints, each with their unique forms, were all taken aback. The news of the fall of the Tianman demon saint and the 3 great ascended demon saints had reached their ears. And now the entire demon race within the kingdom of 10,000 demons was aware of this development. Damn it, Lord Mantion and those 3 have perished just like that. A tribulation realm demon saint could not help but feel a surge of fear. Now they all ponder why the demon emperor would instigate war. For should the human sword Immortal be provoked, they might find themselves unable to escape. She is already contemplating a return to her clan to prepare herself. Useless. A bunch of worthless fools. The demon emperor's scathing rebuke abruptly shattered the silence. This time, the once indifferent tone was imbued with boundless fury. The entire hall of myriad demons trembled slightly under his wrath, and the many demons within felt an immense pressure. In the realm of myriad demons, the power of the demon emperor is nearly invincible. Thus, even the envoys from the celestial demon realm regard the emperor with utmost respect. 4 ascended to immortality. 12 underwent tribulation, yet the entire army was annihilated. The demon emperor enunciated each word with gritted teeth. In his profound eyes burned a terrifying fire, akin to 2 blazing suns. Third brother, quell your anger. A golden figure materialized as the space within the hall subtly distorted. This time, the golden-haired man explicitly revealed his identity. Indeed, he was none other than the current demon emperor's elder brother, the unparalleled prodigy of the celestial demon realm, known as the Golden Sun Demon Sage. The lineage of the demon emperor is no simple matter. It represents one of the oldest and most noble bloodlines of the celestial demon realm, possessing the might to traverse realms and scorch the heavens and seas. At this moment, the Golden Sun Demon Sage felt both astonished and enraged, for the barbarian demon sage was his close friend, and he had never anticipated such a downfall. This revelation also instilled a sense of dread in him. After all, while he could confidently best the barbarian, it was not with such an overwhelming advantage. The fall of the barbarian demon sage was indeed a result of the human wielding a treacherous treasure and executing a despicable ambush. The voice of the Golden Sun Demon Sage was laced with indignation. At this point, he could only forcefully argue his case. As his fury mounted, the temperature within the hall continually escalated, the oppressive heat warping the very fabric of space. Let me wield the supreme ancestral artifact, the 9-nether Xianming mirror, or the scorching heaven and boiling sea diagram. At that time, regardless of his celestial methods, he shall be reduced to ashes beneath the true fire of the sun. I shall make him realize the foolishness of his actions, and I will scorch his soul, sear his flesh, leaving him to wail in eternal lamentation. As a warning to others, the words of the Golden Sun Demon Sage were filled with a profound murderous intent. He firmly believed that by unleashing true power, he could crush this audacious human. Upon hearing this, the Demon Emperor's eyes flickered slightly, and he fell silent for a moment. His voice resonated once more, agreed. However, summoning the ancestral artifact is no trivial matter. It matters not. I require some time to restore my strength. When the time comes, I shall let the great sun dominate the skies for a century, casting a fiery expanse for thousands of miles. With the fall of the 4 ascended demon sages, the invasion of the demon race began and ended. Peace returned to the world. The great Xia commenced preparations to unify the 2 dynasties, and many prodigies emerged. Among them, the name of Li Taiqing shone the brightest, not solely due to his strength, but because he was the disciple of the demon-slaying sword Immortal. Today, the demon-slaying sword Immortal has even been bestowed with the title of the foremost cultivator in the world. Unbeknownst to Han Xuanji, the kingdom of 10,000 demons harbors a deep-seated hatred towards him and has resolved to utilize its resources to eliminate him. At this moment, he has departed from the great Xia and entered the realm of the great Ming. Within the confines of the imperial palace, all restricted areas have been opened to him. However, Han Xuanji shows little interest in uncovering the palace's secrets, instead opting to sign in. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in at the Great Ming Treasury and obtaining the celestial artifact, the Ming Emperor's Xianyuan armor. Yet, he finds little value in this celestial armor, viewing it with mild disdain. It is merely a low-grade celestial artifact, comparable to the Ling Yun celestial robe, though its defensive capabilities are slightly superior. The resplendent golden appearance is overly ostentatious, not to his taste. Nevertheless, it is better than nothing. After some contemplation, he effortlessly recognizes it as his own. Master, I have received word that a great demon has broken its seal in the central continent. The white tiger suddenly interjects. Upon hearing this, Han Xuanji narrows his eyes and inquires, what caliber of demon are we speaking of? The white tiger replies, it appears to be a demon of the Ascension realm, exceedingly powerful, having slain several Ascension cultivators in the past. Han Xuanji furrows his brow, feeling somewhat exasperated. With the invasion of the demon race, the breaking of the demon's seal, and the emergence of various demonic techniques, it seems that peace is but an elusive dream. However, since this demon is not located in the eastern Song state, he deems the formidable celestial sects of the central continent capable of handling the situation. The Great Ming is not solely limited to the imperial palace for signing in. He can also sign in at various factions possessing celestial inheritances. Han Xuanji feels optimistic about the future. With further development, he senses that he is on the brink of invincibility. Much like a snowball, his strength will only grow more formidable with time. When the so-called powerful beings from the celestial demon realm descend, they will pose no threat. Li Daiqing, Lu Fan, and Lin Patian are actually gathering together. Han Xuanji muses, sensing the situation of his disciples. When the children of fate congregate, will they not attract trouble? Nevertheless, he chooses to let them be. After all, the children of destiny are unlikely to meet an untimely end, and should they encounter any insurmountable danger, he will feel their call and be able to extend his assistance at any moment. In this world, few challenges remain that can thwart him. Perhaps, there may even be unexpected delights awaiting him. 4 years later, Han Xuanji has traversed the various factions of the Great Ming, signing in and acquiring numerous treasures. Among them, he has obtained 5 celestial artifacts, although regrettably, each one is of low grade. Notably, his cultivation realm has quietly ascended to the 4th level of ascension, marking his arrival at the mid-stage of ascension. This realm has already transcended the cultivation of most celestial beings in this world. On this day, at the Wanjian pool of the Divine Sword Sect, Han Xuanji silently recited the system's command to sign in. This was a place he had painstakingly discovered. A 4-star sign-in location. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at Wanjian pool and for receiving the inheritance of the Celestial Artifact Master. Do you accept this inheritance? The term Celestial Artifact Master astonished Han Xuanji. The realm of an Artifact Master represented the pinnacle of artifact crafting, and the very name of a Celestial Artifact Master implied an even greater mastery. Previously, he had acquired inheritances from an Artifact Master, a Formation Master, and an Alchemy Master, but they had not proven particularly useful to him. After all, he could directly sign in for such rewards without the necessity of crafting them himself. And even the most skilled masters could not guarantee success in creating what he truly needed. However, the Celestial Artifact Master was exceptional. Clearly, this realm had fully surpassed that of an Artifact Master. This sign-in reward was indeed extraordinary, an accumulation of insights from an ancient Celestial Artifact Master. This could be significantly beneficial for him. Han Xuanji had signed in for many celestial artifacts, some of which were not particularly useful. Yet, if he were to integrate resources and refine them anew, it would represent a substantial enhancement for him. Moreover, he could forge a personal celestial sword that resonated with his very essence. Crafting it himself should render the process more seamless. With this in mind, Xuanji made no hesitation and accepted the inheritance. Given his current realm and his existing mastery as an artifact master, he anticipated that accepting this inheritance would be quite effortless. Chapter 137. The Emergence of Celestial Artifacts, Shaking the Heavens and Earth. Boom! Xuanji's mind was violently shaken as he felt an inexhaustible torrent of artifact crafting mysteries surging into the depths of his consciousness. Utilizing the heavens and the earth as a crucible, the great Tao as fuel, and all things as materials, Xuanji murmured. This inheritance encompassed the 9 transformations of heavenly craft, a synthesis of all-encompassing principles and profound intricacies of artifact crafting, each word a gem. A union of craft and the Tao. Time slipped away unnoticed. Excellent. Slowly, Xuanji opened his eyes, within them flickering the symbols of the craft like stars, eventually coalescing into serene stillness. The vast knowledge of artifact crafting settled within his mind, transforming into the foundation of his being. The celestial materials he had previously signed in for could finally be put to good use. Xuanji immersed himself in the system space, swiftly surveying his collection. After years of signing in, he possessed treasures from various sects, including the divine Xian sect and the royal treasury of the great Xia and great Ming dynasties. During their zenith, these forces were guarded by celestial beings, possessing a depth of heritage spanning millennia beyond imagination. Among these treasures, celestial artifacts were indeed rare, elusive to encounter. However, the supreme materials capable of crafting celestial artifacts were not non-existent. In reality, often, for those formidable beings seeking to ascend to the celestial realm, the most arduous task in crafting a celestial artifact lies not in gathering the requisite materials, but in locating a master artisan capable of wielding such materials. Celestial artifacts are intricately linked to the laws of the celestial pathway. Even the most esteemed masters of artifact crafting, who dedicate their lives to this pursuit, typically only manage to forge quasi-celestial artifacts, which merely approach the potency of true celestial artifacts. A significant portion of the celestial artifacts across the Jiuzhou continent were, in fact, crafted by a singular individual known as the artisan Immortal, who has been missing for several millennia. Since his disappearance, Jiuzhou has not witnessed the birth of any new celestial artifacts, a fact inexorably tied to his absence. Xuanji silently contemplated the 5 elements celestial jade, Tai celestial gold, void divine crystal, and celestial tears, meticulously selecting from the treasures within his system space. These materials are exceedingly rare, capable of inciting fierce competition among ascendant beings. Even the most ordinary of artifacts, when infused with just a trace of these materials, could undergo a profound transformation, dramatically enhancing their power. Typically, utilizing a single type of celestial gold, supplemented with other rare materials, suffices to forge a celestial artifact. At this moment, however, Xuanji found himself in possession of over a dozen varieties. Merely envisioning this filled him with fervor. Now, armed with numerous supreme celestial golds and the unparalleled legacy of a master artisan, he contemplated fusing some celestial artifacts into the mix as nourishment. The celestial artifact that would ultimately emerge would undoubtedly be immensely powerful, he mused. The timing of receiving this artisan's legacy could not have been more fortuitous. Previously, he had obtained these celestial materials, but had been unable to unlock their potential, lamenting the challenge of finding a master artisan. Now, he himself had become that master artisan, free from concerns of subpar craftsmanship or corner cutting. As for the location for crafting, the 10,000 Swords Pool was inherently a magnificent site for this purpose. Xuanji's gaze, sharp as lightning, traversed the ancient sword mound before him, suffused with the essence of countless blades and the accumulated sword intent of millennia. To him, this entire reservoir, which nurtured innumerable treasures, appeared as merely another material to be incorporated into his celestial artifact. A month later, he received a notification. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in at the 10,000 Swords Pool and obtaining the rare material, Ice Soul Celestial Gold. Yet another splendid material. Standing alone at the edge of the 10,000 Swords Pool, Xuanji nodded in silent affirmation. Over the past month, he had garnered numerous rewards from the pool, all of which were exceedingly rare treasures. The current state of the 10,000 Swords pool was vastly different from when he first arrived. Countless divine weapons melted within the pool, and beneath the surface, myriad sword shadows ebbed and flowed, their chilling sword intent restrained by an unseen force, emitting a deep, resonant hum. The entire pool resembled a celestial furnace. When crafting a celestial artifact, the quality of the materials incorporated directly influences the artifact's overall quality and potential. To forge a personal celestial artifact, it is best to infuse one's own celestial principles, allowing the artifact to utilize and grow in harmony with them. Xuanji's eyes gleamed with intensity as he gazed upon the roiling waters of the pool, murmuring to himself. During the past month, he had not idly awaited his fate. The preliminary preparations were complete. He had ignited the furnace of heaven and earth using the myriad swords accumulated over millennia in the 10,000 sword pool as kindling. The rare celestial metals had already been infused deep into the waters using a specific incantation, slowly and mysteriously merging under the combined tempering of the sword chi at the pool's bottom and the true fire of the earth's core. Moreover, numerous celestial artifacts he had previously acquired were also incorporated into this endeavor. Let the forging commence. Xuanji inhaled deeply, a surge of celestial light enveloping him, his robes billowing as if caught in a tempest. His hands moved with the grace of a butterfly in flight, forming intricate and elaborate alchemical seals. Each seal he inscribed resonated with the laws of the universe. With the heavens as the furnace and the great Tao as the flame, Xuanji chanted incantations, ancient alchemical spells materializing into tangible golden runes that danced around him like stars before cascading into the 10,000 sword pool like a torrential downpour. Boom! As the spells fell, the entire pool erupted into a frenzy. The viscous waters churned violently, creating a colossal vortex. At the vortex's center, a searing white divine fire surged skyward, transforming into a pillar of platinum flame that pierced through heaven and earth. Within this column of fire, various celestial metals clashed and merged, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, sometimes resembling a fierce battle of dragons and tigers, at other times embodying the shifting of stars. The millennia-old sword intent within the pool seemed summoned, releasing a deafening sword cry, transforming into beams of light that surged into the platinum pillar, becoming the very essence, nourishing the birth of celestial swords. At the pool's edge, the temperature was so intense that it could melt anything, causing the very space to warp slightly. Xuanji stood before this cataclysmic scene, unyielding as a rock. His focus was absolute, beads of sweat forming on his brow. His spirit was wholly immersed in the alchemical process, guiding the tumultuous flames and sword intent to merge, untangling the clashes of various laws, and intricately imprinting his understanding of the celestial Tao into the core of the forging vessel that was taking shape. This was a complex and immensely significant process, lasting a full 7 days and nights. When the light of the pillar finally receded, it coalesced into a sphere of light, suspended above the vortex, roughly 10 feet in diameter. The surface of this sphere shimmered with innumerable intricate sword-shaped patterns, exuding a sharp aura that made the heavens tremble. The sword embryo had taken form. Xuanji's eyes sparkled with unprecedented brilliance. His hand seals suddenly transformed, and he shouted with clarity, "All laws return to their origin." The sword is complete. With fingers poised like a sword, he concentrated his purest essence and blood at his fingertips, directing it towards the sphere. Within the sphere, the sword embryo began to solidify, the patterns intertwining beautifully on the blade. As the final pattern was inscribed, the sword's body erupted in resplendent radiance. Akin to a great sun, the blade was pristine white, radiating a silvery sheen, suffused with the highest principles of the sword Tao. At last, it was complete. Xuanji's eyes sparkled with brilliance. As soon as this sword was forged, it had already acknowledged him as its master. Simultaneously, as if sensing the imminent emergence of the celestial sword, dark clouds surged forth from the originally clear sky, enveloping the firmament, accompanied by distant rumblings of thunder. In Chapter 138, Blood Spirit Demon Lord, the appearance of a celestial artifact stirred the heavens and earth, heralding calamity. At that moment, the disciples of the Divine Sword Sect were astounded by the scene before them. What kind of treasure was the demon-slaying, sword, immortal forging? Such a formidable thunder tribulation. The numerous elders of the Divine Sword Sect exchanged glances, their insight far surpassing that of ordinary disciples, fully aware of the implications. Only sufficiently powerful artifacts could attract such a thunder tribulation. This overwhelming force could only be witnessed with divine weapons of the celestial artifact grade. Boom! It was as if the heavens themselves had grown furious, the roar of thunder deafening. A bolt of lightning, fierce and sudden, struck without warning, seemingly intent on obliterating this audacious creation. However, Xuanji was well prepared. Countless sword intents surged skyward, proactively meeting the terrifying heavenly thunder. The might of this tribulation was immense. Yet to Xuanji, it was merely a passing challenge. The thunder tribulations he had previously endured on his path to ascension had been far more formidable. He had easily traversed those trials, let alone now. Dozens of astonishingly powerful bolts of heavenly thunder descended, all of which Xuanji withstood with sheer strength. The sword light split into myriad forms, tearing apart the thunder. Xuanji even had the energy to guide the pure force of the thunder to refine and elevate the celestial sword. After some time, Xuanji sensed it was nearly complete. The sword energy cleaved through the sky, erupting with a brilliance that annihilated all, ultimately dispersing the thunderclouds. As the clouds dissipated, the world became clear once more. The sword pool was nearly drained, and above the void, a long sword floated serenely. This sword measured 3 feet and 9 inches in length, exhibiting an ancient, profound dark golden hue, as if it had weathered the sands of time. The spine of the sword bore natural, inscrutable runes, with various phenomena unfolding, at times the birth and death of galaxies, at others the sun, moon, and mountains, subtly resonating with the great Tao of heaven and earth, radiating an unparalleled edge capable of shattering all. Merely gazing upon it caused one's soul to ache. Xuanji extended his hand. The celestial sword emitted a joyous chime, shooting upward and enveloping the surroundings in boundless celestial light. Before gently landing in the palm of Xuanji, it felt slightly heavy, yet perfectly attuned, as if it were an extension of his own being. Xuanji could sense a profound connection emanating from his heart. What a magnificent sword indeed. It could already be deemed a superior celestial sword. A gleam of divine light shone in Xuanji's eyes as he felt the terrifying power contained within the celestial sword. A surge of ambition swelling within him, to merge the essence of myriad swords, to absorb the purity of celestial gold, to embrace my path, and to aspire to transcend the heavens. Henceforth I shall name you Xianxia. Buzz. The 3 characters of Xuanji swiftly emerged, causing the intricate patterns on the sword's blade to ignite with brilliance. An intangible sword intent soared to the heavens, stirring the winds and clouds of the firmament, as if heralding its own inception. The celestial sword possessed a spirit, evidently pleased with its name. Let me test its might, Xuanji mused. And in the blink of an eye, he stepped forth, ascending to the heights of the sky. The Xuanji sword erupted with terrifying power, infused with an ethereal force. A blade of sword energy cleaved through the heavens, shaking the very sun and moon. The void shattered like a broken mirror. Impressive. Xuanji's eyes sparkled with delight. The reason he deemed this sword's might comparable to a superior celestial sword was due to its nascent state, leaving even its master uncertain of its true potential. Upon closer inspection, its power seemed not inferior to that of the Qinglian Dao sword. However, the Qinglian Dao sword harbored remnants of the previous master's strength, and if fully activated, it could unleash a force far beyond his current capabilities, thus serving as his greatest trump card. Meanwhile, the Xuanji sword brimmed with boundless potential. Perfectly aligning with Xuanji's swordsmanship, its future was indeed promising. Simultaneously, in the central continent, at the abyss of demons, the desolate land was now stained with a vivid crimson hue. Amidst the pools of blood lay the mangled corpses of numerous cultivators. The acrid scent of blood whisked away by the chill of the wind, which wailed as it passed through the gaps in the stone forest. A torrent of black demonic energy permeated the air as storm clouds roiled above, the thunder clapping ominously, casting a pall over the entire realm. A head of a cultivator dangled casually from the grasp of a towering figure, the hollow eye sockets staring vacantly into the sky. One among them, known as the ancestor of Xiang, bore a tattered Taoist robe, exposing deep claw marks on his chest, blood gushing forth. Ancestor Xiang, are you well? The one addressed as Ancestor Xiang was a venerable elder of the Kunlun celestial sect, holding a prestigious status and having lived for millennia. Gasping for breath, Ancestor Xiang spoke. Everyone, Let us summon the heavenly light golden seal. Indeed, the remaining powerful figures responded in unison, each of them at least at the 9th level of tribulation. 3 ascendant powerhouses had arrived. Yet, even so, they found themselves powerless against this formidable demon. With a resounding crash, the golden seal descended, radiating golden light that churned the demonic energy, transforming the darkened sky into a resplendent spectacle, seemingly igniting a glimmer of hope. Streams of golden light cascaded like a torrential downpour upon the towering demonic figure, sizzling sounds echoing incessantly. It works. The heavenly light golden seal proved itself to be a potent sect-defending artifact, indeed formidable. At this moment, cultivators from afar engaged in fervent discussion. For the Kunlun celestial sect was a revered holy land of the central continent, renowned far and wide. Had it not been for the guidance of such a prestigious sect, they would not have dared to confront the demon here. Ah, the Kunlun celestial sect, a chilling voice reverberated throughout the heavens and earth, clear for all to hear. As that towering figure emerged unscathed, the crowd was momentarily stunned. How could this fiend remain unharmed? The elder Zhang's teeth chattered, his chest heaving violently, prompting a bout of intense coughing. Cough, cough, retreat quickly. At this juncture, he could only shield the others as they withdrew. This encounter had resulted in grievous losses. Not only had a transcendental cultivator perished, but numerous high-ranking practitioners had also fallen. The golden seal was retracted, with Elder Zhang personally providing cover, while the fiend did not pursue them. After a considerable pause, a silhouette silently emerged from the shadows. Clad in a black robe, the individual was tall, and within his deep-set eyes flickered an eerie light. A faint, elusive smile graced his lips as he slightly bowed in a gesture of respect. The demon lord's might is unparalleled. A mere swarm of ants cannot hope to obstruct your brilliance. The voice of Yu Huatian was obsequious, tinged with a hint of astonishment. He had not anticipated the undying demon lord to be so formidable. It seemed the other party had garnered significant gains during his years in the abyss of sinking demons. TSK, the next encounter would not be so simple. The blood spirit demon lord was not so arrogant as to believe himself invincible. Otherwise, he would not have been compelled to descend into the abyss of sinking demons. Of course, after entering, he fortuitously encountered a tremendous opportunity, allowing his cultivation to advance significantly. However, were he to choose again, he would gladly forego this chance, for the environment within the abyss was utterly inhospitable. I have a plan. Would the demon lord be willing to listen? Yu Huatian spoke earnestly. The undying demon lord pondered for a moment. Speak. If it is mere drivel, I shall not spare you. A deeper smile graced Yu Huatian's pale visage as he continued. In Xianxia, there are many powerful practitioners. Perhaps the demon lord should venture to Donkangshao. The majority of its cultivators are feeble, with only one transcendental being guarding the area. If you are willing to strike, you could easily slay him and subsequently absorb the blood of myriad beings to swiftly restore and enhance your power. Upon hearing this, the blood spirit demon lord felt a stir within. With sufficient vital blood, he could regain his strength or even advance further. Attempting this in Xianxia would undoubtedly invite a siege, and even he could not claim he would repel those righteous practitioners with certainty next time. Chapter 139. The Superiority of Baiyun City and the Kunlun Immortal Sect. As long as you eliminate that transcendental being, no one would stand in your way. Those hypocritical gentlemen of Xianxia would not dare to come in full force, Yu Huatian said, growing increasingly animated. Since assuming control over the heavenly evil sect, he had constantly yearned for vengeance. However, in Xianxia, the demonic forces were significantly weaker than the righteous ones, often resorting to sabotage only when the powerful beings of Xianxia were inattentive. As the steward of the heavenly evil sect, he could not rally everyone for revenge. Furthermore, he had already learned that the sword master of demon slaying had attained transcendental strength. Thus, he sought an alternative path, searching for a more formidable ally. If the demon sovereign was inadequate, he would find one who was capable. The blood spirit demon lord, newly emerged into the world, was blissfully unaware of the current circumstances, making him a perfect instrument to confront the sword master of demon slaying. Indeed, the blood spirit demon lord nodded slightly, feeling a surge of potential. Although the effects of the living sacrifices from the Eastern Song State might be somewhat diminished, it was certainly preferable to being relentlessly pursued throughout the Central State. He had faith in himself. After nearly 10,000 years of navigating the world, slaying a mere newly ascended cultivator would be a trivial matter. Meanwhile, Xuanji remained oblivious to the events unfolding outside. After crafting the Xianxia sword, he resumed his tranquil existence, diligently honing his skills and striving for higher realms. Having already ascended to the 4th level of immortality, his cultivation speed showed no signs of slowing. On the contrary, due to various fortuitous encounters, his progress had accelerated. Is it not peculiar? Years of serene days had granted Xuanji a sense of comfort. With no interruptions and his elevated status, he was received with the utmost respect at any sect he visited. This is the true worth of a contemporary sword immortal. Each day, Xuanji reaped numerous rewards. For the cumulative 3-star bounties constituted a considerable fortune. As for the demon race, he paid them little mind. However, he sensed they were brewing something significant, likely to surprise him. Simultaneously, Li Taiqing and others had arrived at the border between the Eastern Song State and the Central State. Here lay a frontier city known as Baiyun City. As a bustling hub at the border of the two states, Baiyun City thrived with activity. Within the city, there existed a sword discussion platform, where the first lord of Baiyun City had left behind a sword mark before his ascension, serving as a source of enlightenment for future generations. The most grandiose establishment in the city, the Lanhua Tower, featured elegant seating on the top floor, offering a panoramic view of most of the city and the distant, majestic boundary mountains. At this moment, several individuals sat by the window, engaged in lively conversation. Lu Fan chuckled. This relic's authenticity is questionable. No one has deciphered it in millennia. Perhaps it is merely a ruse. I believe the legendary Baiyun Sword Immortal would not be so petty. Li Taiqing responded enthusiastically, of course, if I cannot comprehend it, then perhaps only one person in the world might have the capability. Your words carry quite the weight, came a voice. The speaker possessed a handsome visage, adorned in a flowing moon-white robe, the fabric soft and imbued with a hint of ethereal light. A piece of warm, ancient jade hung at his waist, exuding an air of elegance and nobility. The newcomer was none other than Xie Yunlu, the current prodigy of the Kunlun Immortal Sect. Esteemed friend, Xie Yunlu began, his voice clear and imbued with a hint of condescension. He toyed with a jade wine cup, its amber liquid shimmering gently. I have not heard your name in the Central State. Could it be that you hail from the Eastern Song State? He set down his wine glass, his fingertips gently tapping the table, releasing a wave of pure and refined spiritual energy that spread like ripples. Though devoid of any intent to attack, it silently manifested the profound foundation of being a disciple of the Kunlun Immortal Sect. Li Taiqing lifted his teacup, taking a sip of the ordinary clear tea, his expression tranquil. My friend, you flatter me. In my view, it is simply the truth. His tone was calm, devoid of a hint of arrogance, as if he were merely stating an unremarkable fact. Although he felt somewhat challenged by Xuanji, the outside world referred to him as an unparalleled prodigy. His cultivation at the 7th level of returning void attested to this. The group had encountered numerous fortuitous events, advancing at a remarkable pace. Among them, Li Taiqing's progress was notably the swiftest. Rogue, Xie Yunlu remarked, raising an eyebrow imperceptibly. He sensed that the individual before him was not arrogant, but rather exuded immense confidence, piquing his interest. Pray tell, who is this other person you speak of? Indeed, it is my master, the demon-slaying sword immortal, Li Taiqing replied with a neutral tone. Xuanji had never instructed him to conceal his master's name, and as a disciple, he felt no need to hide it. With integrity and righteousness, he would never misuse the title of a sword immortal's disciple for personal gain. The demon-slaying sword immortal? Xie Yunlu was taken aback. He had vaguely heard of this name, which seemed to belong to a recently ascended sword immortal from the Eastern Songzhou region. Yet, how could such a figure, merely an ascendant from Eastern Songzhou, be compared to the myriad powerful beings of the Kunlun Immortal Sect, a sacred place with a legacy spanning millennia? A faint smile, tinged with disdain, crept upon his lips. So, he is a disciple of the Han Sword Immortal. My apologies. Xie Yunliu's tone carried an almost imperceptible air of superiority. However, do not let yourself be deceived into thinking that a newly ascended immortal can look down upon the heroes of the world. He continued, our Kunlun Immortal Sect boasts 10 major lineages, each with a long-standing heritage, guarded by extraordinary beings. Li Taiqing listened quietly, his expression remaining unchanged. He raised his earthen cup and took another sip of tea. Once Xie Yunlu finished speaking, and only the distant sounds of the bustling market outside filled the elegant seating area, He placed the cup down and met Xie Yunlio's condescending gaze with calm eyes. My master's strength requires no external validation. Li Taiqing's voice, though soft, was clear and steady. My master has often said, the sword lies in the box. The intent resides in the heart. Its sharpness is concealed within. It seeks neither fame nor victory. The sword is drawn solely for those who must be severed, for matters that must be resolved. He paused, then added nonchalantly, as for what you mentioned, my master frequently speaks of how the souls lost beneath the sword, regardless of their past glories, are but dust of bygone days, unworthy of mention. This statement, lacking any overt rebuttal, nevertheless conveyed an ineffable sense of aloofness and confidence. Beside him, Nangang Wenjian couldn't help but smile slightly, nodding in apparent agreement. Lu Fan and Lin Petion exchanged knowing glances, convinced that Li Taiqing indeed possessed a silver tongue. However, the smile on Xie Yunlio's face faltered slightly. The other party's stubbornness, coupled with their convoluted reasoning, left him feeling as though he had struck a pillow with his fist, a sensation of frustration bubbling within him. Just as he was about to utter another word, a thunderous roar erupted. The sound, deep and resonant, seemed to emanate from the very core of the earth, akin to a celestial thunderclap reverberating within the depths of one's soul. The entire Lanyue Tower, nay, the entirety of Baiyun City, trembled violently without warning. The dishes on the table clattered, wine sloshed from the exquisite spiritual jade cups, staining the luxurious, cloud-patterned tablecloth. Gasps of shock filled the air. As some less experienced patrons stumbled about in alarm, their expressions filled with dread. What was happening? The earth dragon stirred. No, look outside. Someone pointed toward the window. Chapter 140. My master is unquestionably more powerful than yours. Allow me to regain my strength first. The blood spirit demon lord's crimson eyes greedily surveyed the towering city before him, his voice low and ominous. Previously entangled with the bothersome cultivators of the Kunlun Immortal Sect, he had expended a significant amount of energy. This city, now teeming with numerous cultivators, presented itself as a veritable elixir for his restoration. Should he manage to refine the souls within, not only could he replenish his losses, but he could also amass power for the impending battles. Naturally, Yu Huatian dared not voice any dissent, a flicker of excitement flashing in his eyes. The divine mysterious sect, and that accursed demon slayer sword master. Await your doom. Outside, the previously clear sky was abruptly shrouded by a dark crimson canopy, eclipsing the sun and enveloping Baiyun City in its ominous embrace. An indescribably immense force descended from above, as if countless mountains were crashing down upon them. The earth quaked violently. The city's proud protective formation, its intricate runes flickering desperately, faltered under the initial onslaught. Spiderweb-like cracks spreading rapidly, teetering on the brink of collapse. How could this be? This protective formation of Baiyun City was forged from the lifetime's work of a formation master. How could it be so easily shattered? Within the city, an erudite elder cultivator gasped in horror, his voice trembling with fear. Boom! Another colossal impact. The ground shook violently, and the protective formation crumbled entirely. A chilling wind howled through the streets, carrying with it the mournful wails of countless lost souls. As a blood-red mist began to permeate the air. Ah! Let all become a part of me. The blood spirit demon lord cackled maniacally. Holding one's breath proved futile. The blood mist infiltrated every crevice, and those of lesser cultivation within the city perished instantaneously, their desperate screams mingling with despair. The intricately carved columns of Lanyue Tower groaned under the weight of their burden. How could this demon possibly have arrived here? Xie Yunlio's complexion changed dramatically, his previous arrogance evaporating, leaving only sheer terror in its wake. Lu Fan urgently pressed, Hey, do you have any idea what this cursed entity is? I am not to be called Hey, for I am Xie Luyun, a true disciple of the 9th lineage of Kunlun. Although Xie Luyun felt a twinge of displeasure, he swiftly elucidated, his voice trembling slightly under pressure. This is the blood spirit great technique, a long-lost art, known only to the blood spirit demon lord. Once this demon breaks free, it is only fitting that many eminent figures from the Immortal Sect should come forth to suppress it. Could it be that they have failed? The thought of the worst outcome sent a chill deep into his heart. Nonetheless, there is no doubt that this fiend is beyond their capacity to confront. Come closer, Xie Luyun commanded in a low voice, as the ancient jade at his waist suddenly emitted a soft, luminous glow. forming a protective barrier that barely shielded him and a few meters around him. Thank you. The expressions of Li Taiqing and the others brightened. They had not anticipated that this individual would prove to be quite commendable. Lu Fan also remarked, Brother Xia, your righteousness is commendable. However, the barrier, under the overwhelming aura of the demon, flickered like a candle flame in a tempest, seemingly on the verge of extinguishing. What exactly is the origin of this blood spirit demon lord? Li Taiqing inquired gravely. Xia Luyun offered a despairing smile. This demon is a formidable being of the ascending immortal realm, far beyond our ability to contend with. I have contacted the Sect, and the blood spirit demon lord has evaded their encirclement. It is over. It is all over. Beside him, Lu Fan could not help but interject. The Kunlun Immortal Sect is so powerful. Surely they cannot be incapable of dealing with this demon? Xia Luyun retorted irritably. The strength of this demon is beyond our imagination. You must understand that this fiend once slaughtered an entire ancient immortal sect. Had it not been for the intervention of our Kunlun ancestor, forcing this demon into the ancient forbidden land, who knows how many more lives it would have claimed. Unexpectedly, this demon has emerged from the abyss of silent demons, its power undiminished. Upon hearing this, the others felt a chill in their hearts. How could they, mere mortals, encounter a demon that even numerous immortal sects from the central continent could not handle? Was it merely a stroke of bad luck? However, my master senses that I am in mortal danger and should come to my aid. Xia Luyun mustered his spirits, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. He is a renowned powerhouse of many years, and his master, the Xiang ancestor, is a titan of repute in the central continent. Previously, it was this demon's cunning that allowed it to escape pursuit. Xia Luyun thought to himself, yet he felt an inexplicable uncertainty within. Upon hearing Xia Luyun's words, the others felt slightly reassured. However, Li Taiqing still harbored doubts, remarking, since you invoke your master, I shall do the same. He felt that this person before him was not entirely reliable. If his master did not arrive, would they not be doomed? Yet he felt a twinge of embarrassment. For had it not been for Han Xuanji's intervention during the last incident at Wan Yao Ridge, he would have perished. Now, once again, they must rely on his esteemed figure. However, given that this situation involved countless lives within the city, he could not afford to ponder further. Your master? Xia Luyun cast a glance at Li Taiqing, his brow furrowed, and instinctively exclaimed, your master is merely a newly ascended being from Dongcang Prefecture. What use is he against such a formidable and ruthless demon? Though his words were harsh, they encapsulated the harsh reality. The blood spirit demon lord had ruthlessly slain numerous ascended beings. His power was utterly terrifying. Merely his track record and reputation were enough to cause ordinary ascended cultivators to retreat in fear. Li Taiqing retorted indignantly, you cannot fathom my master's prowess. He is undoubtedly far superior to yours. You really have no sense of the situation. Xia Luyun glared, feeling that his master had been offended. Just as Li Taiqing was about to admonish him for his ignorance, the towering building trembled, and a terrifying aura of blood coalesced into a spear that surged towards them. It was evident that the blood spirit demon lord had taken notice of these struggling ants. Damn it! Quickly, follow me to escape. Xia Luyun rose swiftly, guiding the others as they began their hasty retreat. With his combined realm cultivation, he could barely navigate through the blood mist while carrying a few companions with him. The blood spirit demon lord, observing the scene, became intrigued and remarked playfully, quite a capable little insect. Yu Huatian, upon closer inspection, recognized the disciple attire on Lu Fan and immediately envisioned some unpleasant scenarios. My lord, allow me to capture these little insects for you. The blood spirit demon lord's eyes gleamed with amusement, and he nodded mockingly. Go ahead. Leave that Kunlun brat alive. He may prove useful, or at the very least, provide me with a moment of satisfaction. Chapter 141. Does he dare to come? Xia Luyun led his companions in a frantic escape, yet before they could ponder further, a terrifying killing intent surged from behind. A dark purple demonic hand lunged towards them with incredible speed, intent on ensnaring them. Be careful, Li Taiqing shouted sharply. The group spun around almost in unison, unleashing a torrent of sword light. Several fierce sword energies cleaved towards the wrist of the demonic hand. However, the chasm of their realms was insurmountable, akin to the depths of the abyss. Their sword light merely momentarily hindered the dark purple hand before it shattered and dissolved like a mere insect attempting to shake a tree. Though the moment of stagnation was brief, it allowed Yu Huatian to effortlessly close the distance. landing silently within 10 meters of them. Why have you stopped running? He grinned, his expression serpentine as he surveyed the group, his gaze ultimately fixating on Lu Fan's attire, his eyes brimming with malice. Damn it, Xia Luyun cursed inwardly, cold sweat beading on his forehead as his fingers discreetly reached for another talisman bestowed by the venerable Zhang for protection. Is it you? The group exclaimed in unison, their faces etched with disbelief. You should be dead. Lu Fan's astonishment escaped his lips. The leader of the heavenly demon sect should have been slain by Han Xuanji many years ago. How could he still be alive? And even allied with such a terrifying powerhouse? Oh, as the chill in the air deepened, Yu Huatian coldly remarked, indeed, you few are disciples of the Xianxia sect. Are you? This time, it is you who shall perish along with the so-called sword sovereign of demon slaying. With these words, a figure appeared before the crowd, a venerable elder clad in purple robes, his countenance impassive, gripping a golden seal. He was none other than Xia Luyun's master, the esteemed Purple Sun ancestor of the Kunlun celestial sect. The Purple Sun ancestor did not even deign to glance at Yu Huatian, merely emitting a disdainful scoff from his nostrils. Dare you harm my disciple? In an instant, Yu Huatian was sent flying as if severed from his tether, hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing into the distance amidst a cloud of dust. How audacious for the blood spirit demon lord to venture here. The Purple Sun ancestor's eyes flashed like lightning, locking onto the source of the ominous demonic shadow lurking within the blood mist. With a slight wave of his sleeve, a concentrated surge of radiant purple energy tore through the fabric of space, aiming directly for Yu Huatian, evidently intent on obliterating him completely. However, in the next moment, a blood-colored figure casually dispersed the purple aura. He, old man of Kunlun, have you come alone to meet your demise? The blood spirit demon lord cackled, his crimson eyes brimming with defiance. My master has arrived. Xia Luyun, spotting the familiar silhouette, turned his head towards Li Taiqing, a smile gracing his lips, seemingly inquiring about the whereabouts of his master. In the Daxia, within the Dansheng sect, an announcement resonated. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the Dansheng Hall, obtaining the legacy of the alchemist celestial master. Han Xuanji nodded slightly. Though he deemed alchemy unnecessary, acquiring such a legacy was not without merit. He never anticipated that this unassuming Dansheng sect had once produced such a figure. An alchemist celestial master is a rarity, and in the central continent, they hold a position of great esteem, far surpassing that of ordinary ascendant realm cultivators. Should he ascend to the higher realms, possessing the skill would undoubtedly prove advantageous, Han Xuanji mused. He no longer needed to concern himself with threats from the spirit realm. Instead, his thoughts gravitated towards matters of ascension. The upper realms were replete with formidable beings, although an ordinary ascendant realm cultivator would not be relegated to menial tasks. Their status would be far from exalted, lacking the ability to command the winds and rains as they did in the lower realms. Offending a second-generation immortal could swiftly lead to one's demise. Nevertheless, Han Xuanji resolved that, even upon ascension, he would adhere to a principle of caution, remaining discreet, ever so discreet. Perhaps he could endeavor to join a prominent sect in the upper realms, gradually flourishing under their protection. The little white tiger, unaware of its master's motivations for roaming, observed Han Xuanji's contemplative demeanor, sensing that he was contemplating matters of great significance, perhaps even the fate of the world. Han Xuanji gazed towards the direction of Baiyin City, his brow furrowing as he sensed two formidable auras, one of which felt extraordinary even to him. Indeed, there were many powerful beings in this realm. At that moment, two mid-stage ascendant realm cultivators had already commenced a fierce battle, a righteous one against a demonic adversary. However, the situation of the righteous path's strong practitioners was rather dire. Indeed, the gathering of the fated ones did not seem to herald good fortune. Han Xuanyu said quietly. The convergence of these individuals was bound to incite turmoil. Unlike another fated one, who, having grasped the essence of the path of survival, seldom strayed from the sect after his ascension. The rare displays of his prowess were solely for the sake of obtaining sect rewards to further his cultivation. In comparison to Li Taiqing, that individual resembled more a disciple of his legacy. In Baiyin City, at this moment, the sky was ablaze with brilliance as terrifying forces clashed, shaking the very foundations of the earth. The battle for ascension was nothing short of horrific. Not to mention that these two figures were far from ordinary ascendants. Li Taiqing could barely discern the silhouettes engaged in combat. Even the residual energy from their clash made him feel as though his corporeal form might shatter at any moment. Hiss! Xie Liyun's eyes gradually shifted in hue, glimmering with golden light, allowing him to tenuously perceive the battle. It was precisely for this reason that his expression grew increasingly grim. His most esteemed master was at a disadvantage. In that instant, he realized that the strength of this fiend exceeded his imagination. Perhaps it was not the fiend fleeing, but rather the disciples of the celestial sect who had failed and were retreating. Cursed be it. Xie Liyun's heart sank. This time, he felt he had dragged his master into peril. It was also the first time he recognized that the Kunlun celestial sect was not infallible. There were countless powerful entities in this world. No wonder the sect had continually warned them to avoid provoking trouble and to refrain from arrogance. Lu Fan anxiously inquired, Xie, how fares the battle? Xie Liyun remained silent, merely heaving a sigh as he gazed intently at the heavens. The others understood his silence and shared in his concern. Li Taiqing felt an urgency within, fervently praying that Han Xuanji might hear his call. He knew his master, having devoted himself to cultivation for many years, might not have seen his message. Ha ha, little one in the purple robe, your strength pales in comparison to your ancestral master. The blood spirit demon lord's laughter echoed, as a crimson spear materialized in his grasp. This was a demonic weapon of celestial grade, possessing astonishing might. Upon its emergence, the heavens and earth dimmed, and the sun and moon lost their radiance. The ancestor of Zhang exerted all his strength, employing a golden seal in an attempt to counter this formidable force. However, it was all in vain. The blood spear struck the golden seal with tremendous force, causing it to tremble violently and emit a mournful wail under the unbearable strain. Its surface swiftly covered and eroded by blood energy, while its spiritual light faded rapidly. The ancestor of Zhang, along with the seal, was sent flying a great distance, his aura fluctuating violently. Master, Xie Liyun exclaimed, his face pale, urgently calling out, Master, abandon me. You must flee. This was disastrous. Li Taiqing and the others were equally shaken. The blood spirit demon lord was indeed terrifying beyond measure. Yu Huatian revealed a look of ecstasy, proclaiming, the might of the demon lord is unmatched in this world. He then turned his gaze towards Li Taiqing and the others, stating, Next, it shall be the sword sovereign of demon slaying. Begone, you wretches. This fiend shall be met by me alone. The words of the venerable ancestor Zhang were accompanied by a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Yet he resolutely rose to confront the blood spirit demon lord. You wish to flee? All shall perish. At that moment, the true visage of the blood spirit demon lord emerged, a young man with crimson hair, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Prepare to meet your end. It will not be long before your master joins you. Yu Huatian deliberately spoke, aiming to distract Ancestor Zhang. The latter's countenance was grave, poised to ignite his vital essence in a desperate blaze. Li Taiqing and the others, however, showed no sign of retreat, their voices filled with righteous fury. Demon, wait until our master, the sword immortal of demon slaying, arrives. Let us see how you shall meet your demise. The sword master of demon slaying? Yu Huatian scoffed, a sneer painting his face. Does he dare to come? The strength of the blood spirit demon lord is beyond his capacity to confront. Yet before he could finish his derisive statements, a hand abruptly landed upon his shoulder, sending chills racing down his spine. The twisted smile on his face froze in an instant. Instinctively, Yu Huatian turned to behold an unforgettable figure from his past, who claims I lack the courage to come. The calm voice resonated, and Yu Huatian's expression shifted dramatically. He struggled fiercely, but the power within him could not be summoned. His very essence felt paralyzed. And the more he fought, the deeper his despair grew. You seem to possess quite the fortune. Han Xuanji's voice descended slowly. Chapter 142, The Manifestation of Xuanxian's Might. Slaying both mortals and deities. Han Xuanji spoke with a measured cadence, evoking a profound stir among all present. Li Taiqing and the others suddenly lifted their gazes, and upon seeing that familiar silhouette, an indescribable ecstasy erupted in their eyes. Especially for Li Taiqing, tears brimmed at the edges of his eyes. The earlier anxiety transformed entirely into exhilaration and reassurance. It is Master, he exclaimed, his voice laden with emotion. He truly has come. With the sword immortal of demon slaying here, we are secure. Lin Patian instantly cast aside his fears, brimming with excitement. My brother Han is unrivaled in the world, he silently proclaimed. Meanwhile, Yu Huatian, with the hand still pressing upon his shoulder, felt his spirit plummet into despair. His body was rigid, breathing becoming an arduous task. With all his might, he turned to gaze at the blood spirit demon lord, forcing out a few desperate words. Demon lord, save me. The blood spirit demon lord abruptly turned, his blood-red hair flowing without wind. Another soul eager for death? Narrowing his eyes, he scrutinized Han Xuanji. Noting the latter's aura was merely that of an initial ascendant, consistent with Yu Huatian's claims, he concluded that such power could be easily subdued with a single hand. Han Xuanji, too, assessed the formidable demon lord before him. The blood spirit demon lord, having reached the 6th tier of ascension, inherited the ancient blood god path. A millennium ago, he stirred the winds and clouds of Central Continent, but was subsequently forced into the forbidden depths of the Central Continent, the Devil's Abyss, by the founder of the Kunlun Immortal Sect. Within, he encountered fortuitous events. Although his cultivation stagnated or even regressed, his combat prowess remarkably increased. He now intends to sacrifice billions of beings in eastern Xianxia to restore his cultivation and ascend to the 7th tier of ascension, seeking vengeance against the Kunlun Immortal Sect. At this 6th tier of ascension, the venerable Xiang only possesses the cultivation of the 4th tier. No wonder he feels invincible. In the spiritual realm, few can surpass him. It is crucial to understand that an existence at the ascension tier, if remaining in the lower realms for too long, will inevitably attract calamities, as ordained by the heavenly laws of the spiritual realm. Typically, those at the ascension tier face these calamities periodically. However, cultivators can employ various means to evade them, such as retreating into small worlds, thus escaping the constraints of the spiritual realm's rules, or utilizing secretive methods to conceal themselves. Yet, the drawbacks are evident. Once they take action, they may provoke even more terrifying calamities unless they immediately initiate a tribulation to counteract it. This explains why many ancient beings remain concealed, not out of desire, but due to the exorbitant costs involved. Han Xuanji disregarded the blood spirit demon lord, gently patting Yu Huatian's shoulder. Previously, it was my oversight that allowed you to escape. This time, you shall remain. As the final word fell, Yu Huatian's entire being suddenly cracked like porcelain. His eyes widened in terror, desperate to cry out for help, only to find himself voiceless. In the next moment, his body transformed into countless motes of light, dissipating into the wind, leaving not even a trace of dust behind. This seemingly casual gesture resulted in the complete obliteration of a tribulation stage powerhouse. Han Xuanji would not repeat his former mistake. Even if the opponent possessed a doppelganger, he could now uncover it through various methods. This time, Yu Huatian was unequivocally dead, unable to stir even the slightest ripple. Witnessing Han Xuanji's audacity, seemingly dismissive of him, the blood spirit demon lord did not react with anger, but rather smirk. Such boldness! He paid no mind to Yu Huatian's fate, recognizing Han Xuanji's actions as a blatant provocation. Interesting. Do you truly believe that I cannot spare the effort to deal with you? Before his words concluded, he waved his hand, and the blood-red spear split into myriad illusory shadows, each radiating formidable power, tearing through the void, enveloped in overwhelming demonic energy, and aimed directly at Han Xuanji. This strike was even more ferocious than the previous one against Zhang, clearly intent on a swift kill. Be careful, master, Li Tai King exclaimed in alarm. Xiang sighed inwardly, friend. You're being reckless. In his view, there was no need for Han Xuanji to provoke the blood spirit demon lord. With Han Xuanji present at the ascension tier, he felt no lingering concerns. He could confront the blood spirit demon lord while Han Xuanji could lead their disciples to safety and devise a longer-term strategy. Such demonic cultivators are not easily dealt with. In the past, it was only out of dire necessity that an ancient ancestor from the Kunlun Immortal Sect was summoned to resolve the calamity. However, at this moment, he could only assist Han Xuanji in facing the foe, exclaiming, "Demon, do not be so arrogant." Just as he was about to lend his aid, Han Xuanji remained unfazed, chuckling lightly. Is that all? Before his words had faded, a beam of sword light erupted from his sleeve. This radiant sword light illuminated the heavens, its terrifying sword aura pure to the utmost degree, radiating a sharpness that could cleave through anything. In that instant, it seemed as though all colors in the world were stripped away, leaving only this fleeting sword light. None had the time to react. The myriad blood spears, mere phantoms before the sword light, crumbled as easily as a child's toy, all torn apart. The Xuanji sword, with its extraordinary swiftness, directly severed the essence of the blood spear. This celestial sword, forged from countless celestial metals, remained untainted by the blood aura, still radiating divine light, its might unparalleled. What? The blood spirit demon lord's expression changed in horror, suffering immediate backlash as his internal energies became chaotic. This treasured artifact, nurtured over countless years, was destroyed in an instant, inciting both shock and fury within him. At this moment, a flicker of panic arose in his heart. What level of flying sword is this? He could never have anticipated that Xuanji possessed more than one such formidable sword. Xuanji raised his gaze, locking his eyes upon the blood spirit demon lord. Softly intoning, Xuanji's word cleave. The moment his words fell, a thunderous roar erupted. The supreme sword intent surged forth, the sword aura soaring like a rainbow, piercing the sun. With the growth of his cultivation, the power of the celestial artifact in his hands exploded far beyond previous limits. Yet, Xuanji understood that he had yet to fully unleash the complete might of this superior celestial weapon. Nevertheless, even so, it was sufficient. Time seemed to halt in that instant. The blood spirit demon lord was engulfed in an overwhelming sense of dread, acutely aware of a terrifying killing intent enveloping his entire being. How could they dare to kill me? The blood spirit demon lord's eyes widened in rage as he summoned all his strength. Countless incomprehensible demonic techniques were unleashed, various taboo, secret arts activated. In that moment, he seemingly elevated his prowess to an entirely new realm, comparable to the 7th level of ascension. Yet, regardless of his desperate measures, in Xuanji's eyes, it was all in vain. He gazed down silently, witnessing the sword light pierce through the void, annihilating all. When this sword reached the body of his opponent, there was no earth-shattering might, but in the blood spirit demon lord's perception, it was more terrifying than the explosion of stars. What? The sword shadow before him manifested myriad transformations, entirely unpredictable in its actions, exuding an exquisite mystery. This was the crushing force of the Dao. Even though his cultivation surpassed that of Xuanji, in the comprehension of the Dao, he was vastly inferior. How could this be possible? At this very moment, the sinisterly handsome visage of the blood spirit demon lord was devoid of arrogance, leaving only bewilderment. This sword, imbued with supreme will, strikes first at the spirit before the flesh. Such is the formidable and enigmatic nature of the Xianxia sword. As the flying sword descended, no matter how much resentment the blood spirit demon lord harbored within, it was all but extinguished, his mind plunging into an abyss of darkness. Bang! In the next instant, accompanied by a dull thud, the blood spirit demon lord's body crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. The might of a single strike was truly terrifying. Hiss! This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. Even Li Taiqing, who had unwavering faith in Xuanji, widened his eyes in astonishment. He turned to gaze at the now stupefied Xie Luyun, as if to convey, "Is this the fearsome demon you spoke of? This is the one capable of upheaving the entire central continent?"